do it right, we'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Roofing and we do it right, we'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Roofing and we do it right, we'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Roofing and we do it right, we'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona.
All right, I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing,
KMVP FM
and
Phoenix.
Electrical.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona.
In case you... All right, I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing.
KMVP FM.
Hey, it's Paul
And
Calvisi with
electrical.
Bright
From the
Wealth Management
Casino
President
Arizona
Matt
and
Dagas.
Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona.
In case you... All right, in case you had missed it yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years, an overall record of 15 and
Talking
36.
Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona.
In case you...
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. How is everybody doing today? A heads up, Jared Carlin worked the scoreboard at the Rockets game last night at the Toyota Center, and he got back just in time to butcher the open of today's show.
That was the first. His unique brand of board opery.
I thought he was going to jump in and go 5, 4, 3.
I thought he was going to jump in and go, hey, and guess who
it is?
Well, Vince, behind the curtain, Vince just said, eventually turn everything off and we'll start talking. Everything was off. Everything was off when all that stuff was playing.
So
the
our
automation
situation from yesterday is not rectified.
I don't know. I hope not. I hope it is. But everything, automation just kept restarting the last thing. I don't know what's going on. But hopefully we're good now. We're in the show.
We'll always keep you watertight.
Welcome, Sammy, to
Sorry,
live radio.
I know you were looking forward to that first update of the day.
I was trying to figure it out. It got quiet for a second. I'd hop in, and I don't know if it was meant to be the first update. I don't know.
Well, yeah,
it was a fire update.
Yeah, clearly it was not. Was it a fire update too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like it'll have to bump to 6:30. I
Well,
guess
the anticipation will
Okay.
build for the next 27 minutes.
I will. Here's what I will say. I've been sort of training Sammy on the board the last 2 days.
They let you train people?
Well, yesterday when he was in, training on the board was exactly when everything went haywire. Today he came in before the show to see how we get into the show, and things went haywire. So I don't know, Sammy.
Wow.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you.
It's Sammy's kinetic energy.
Jared, once again, fingers in every direction.
Well,
His fault.
wait for the excitement when we go to break here. See what happens.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, let's go to break.
Or when you
Or when I
put
put the splash.
open,
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Right. Okay, anybody got anything other than that nightmare beginning to the show?
I don't think there's anything else that needs to
I
be
don't
said.
think so. Let's see if you can press the right button, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Is hot. After weeks of speculation, the Arizona Cardinals are indeed changing direction right after we got off the air, because that's when the Cardinals break news of this nature at 10:01. The announcement came out that
Should
they're
we
parting.
take that personally, by the way?
Absolutely. They announced that they're parting ways with head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years on the job. Gannon finishes his tenure in Arizona with a 15-36 record, including a franchise worst 3-14 mark this season. Cardinals lost their last 9 games, 14 of their last 15 after starting the year 2-0. They finished 9 games behind the third-place LA Rams, and Gannon went 3-15 in 3 years against NFC West opponents. Team owner Michael Bidwell complimentary of Gannon's skills, but said the organization was headed in the wrong direction and that the team did not win enough games. General manager Monty Ossenfort was retained for a 4th season. He will lead the search for the Cardinals' next head coach, which will be their 12th since moving to the Valley in 1988. Of course, we'll have a lot of reaction, a lot of different angles on the Gannon news yesterday. Cardinals not the only team to make a move with their head coach on Monday. The Cleveland Browns fired 2-time NFL Coach of the Year Kevin Stefanski after a 4-13 season. The Raiders also let go of head coach Pete Carroll after just 1 year on the job. Vegas finished 3-14 as well. They'll have the #1 overall pick in the draft in April. The Raiders' next coach will be the 5th in their franchise since John Gruden resigned during the 2021 season. Bengals will not make a change. Instead, will grant Zach Taylor an 8th year on the job. That'll give him more time to complain about the Myles Garrett celebration. The Bengals had 4 straight winning seasons before finishing 6-11. And for now, the Dolphins keeping head coach Mike McDaniel and allowing him to be a part of the team's search for a new general manager. So, the team's looking for a coach right now. Giants, Browns, Falcons, Titans, Raiders, and the Cardinals. All looking for a new sideline boss. Other news from around the NFL, San Francisco 49ers linebacker Tatum Bethune will miss the playoffs due to a torn groin. Ouch. Niners are turning to veteran Eric Kendricks to start at that linebacker position. He'll become the 4th player to start a game at that spot this season after Fred Warner, Bethune, and Curtis Robinson. Niners taking on the Eagles in the playoffs. Why? They're down to their 4th linebacker, and they're in the playoffs.
Well, I didn't think that was possible.
That's impossible. What kind of sorcery is this? Crazy 24 hours for the Suns. One night after beating Oklahoma City on a Devin Booker buzzer beater, they fall on the road to the Rockets on a Kevin Durant 3 with 1.1 seconds left that sealed a 197 Houston win. Suns played a solid first half, marred with clock issues, and led by 6 at the break. They built that lead to 13 in the third quarter before the Rockets uncorked a 20-7 run to tie the game 7 minutes later. The Suns would lead by 3, but Amen Thompson tied things on a 3-point play with under 2 minutes to go, setting the stage for Durant's heroics. Rockets have now won all 3 meetings between the teams this season. Suns are back at it Wednesday night in Memphis, where they will face the Grizzlies. Interesting game. Interesting happenings after the game that we'll get into as well.
Very much so.
Monday night in the NBA, the Pistons squashed the Knicks 121-90. Cade Cunningham at 29 points, 13 assists. Celtics keep rolling with a 115-101 win over the Bulls. Figure this one out. Charlotte absolutely hammered the Thunder in OKC, 124-97. Brandon Miller had 28 for Charlotte. OKC, by the way, started 24-1. They're now 6-6 over their last 12. Nuggets slipped past Philly in overtime, 125-124 on Bruce Brown's bucket with 5.3 seconds left. And the Clippers edged the Warriors 103-102. And somebody check on Steve Kerr because he lost his ever-loving mind last night.
It's happened on multiple occasions this year.
It has. Reports out of Atlanta say the Hawks are working with Trae Young on a trade that would send him out of town, with Washington being the central point right now. Hawks are 2-8 this season when Young plays, and 15-12 without him. Busy day for Kenny Dillingham and the Arizona State Sun Devils in the transfer portal. They picked up a commitment from wide receiver Omarion Miller from Colorado. Miller, a second-team All-Big 12 selection after he caught 45 passes for over 800 yards and 8 touchdowns for the Buffs. Running back Kanye Udo officially in the transfer portal. He transferred to ASU from Army but ran for only 240 yards and 2 touchdowns this year and was used sparingly after a big game early in the season against Mississippi State. This comes a day after the Sun Devils nabbed Villanova running back David Avett, who had 719 yards for Nova this year. ASU also
David Avett? Is that who you said?
David Avett. ASU also got a commitment from punter Nick McLarty from Ohio State. That means something. They need somebody that can punt the ball.
That is true.
And this kid's
That
like
is-
6'7".
That's very, very true. You knew that was going to be a big upgrade this year, no matter what else the Sun Devils did.
Yeah,
Hey, Nicky McLarty.
See, they didn't have a kicker 2 years ago. They didn't have a punter last year. This year's going to be the year of the revolving long snapper.
That's exactly what I was
or
thinking.
holder problems. A thriller at the FCS level as Montana State wins the championship over Illinois State 35-34 in overtime. The Bobcats scored on a 14-yard touchdown pass, and I just love these. The guy who caught the touchdown pass's name.
Yeah.
Justin Lamson hitting Taco Dowler on a
good.
4th down and 10 play to tie the game, and then they won it on an extra point after they had blocked ISU's extra point attempt earlier in overtime. Crazy game.
That game was going on during the Suns game, but I was flipping back and forth. It was an unbelievable game.
You have money on the Bobcats?
No, and 0 wagers on that one. I had to.
Montana State's first FCS championship since 1984. And Arizona, number 1 again in the AP Top 25 College Hoops rankings released Monday. Wildcats 14-0. They received 32 of 61 first-place votes. Michigan is second. Wolverines are 13-0. They got the other 29 votes.
We're number 1 by 1 total vote.
Is that what it was?
One total vote in the entire thing.
Wow. Iowa State, UConn, and Purdue round out the top 5. There you go. There is your splash on this Tuesday, January 6th. Coming up next, after 3 seasons, the Cardinals fire Jonathan Gannon. We will react next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right. 3 seconds to go. A 3 on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 3/10 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97. The final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes, call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more. There is nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the college football playoff semifinal on January 8th. It's Miami versus Ole Miss. Viva Fiesta! Get tickets at fiestabowl.org.
Be honest, you're smart with your money, but the debt keeps piling up, and you're hanging on to that great mortgage rate like it's saving you, when in reality, it's trapping you. On a Life Changer loan, you can put all of your debt in one place and have every dollar you earn attack every dollar you owe automatically. That means more cash flow, faster payoff, and financial freedom in years, not decades. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Burns and Gambo are back at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale on Friday, January 9th for a live broadcast from 2 till 6 p.m. for the fantasy football finale. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. DraftKings Sportsbook, your ultimate destination for postseason football. Catch every bowl game, playoff game, or even the national championship all in one place. Join us Friday, January 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook inside TPC Scottsdale. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Wolf. How much pressure is on Monty Ossenfort now that Jonathan Gannon has been fired? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, good morning. A tip of the cap and a thank you to those of you enjoying the show in whatever form you're enjoying it this morning out in Whitman. We appreciate it.
I think is what I said earlier is, we were going in the wrong direction. It seemed like it came down to wins and losses. And, we've won one game since week 2 of the NFL season. And it just felt like it had gotten too far. And it was just time to go in a different direction.
Michael Bidwell, owner of the Arizona Cardinals, yesterday at a press conference a couple of hours after the announcement came out that Jonathan Gannon is no longer the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals after 3 years. And leading up to that, we had talked about this yesterday, I couldn't make sense of the fact of the widespread reports, Bick, that it felt like Michael Bidwell was going to give Jonathan Gannon another year.
Yes, it did. So there are a few things to kind of how you approach this, and I approach this. It wouldn't be, I would say, shock, but the surprise that the announcement came very contrary to what a lot of the national analysts, Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, and others were reporting about Jonathan Gannon. They all, through their reporting, got the vibe that he's probably going to get another year's grace. And I think that is really how this show has operated for the past couple of weeks, with some indignation as to how can you justify this? How can you tell the fans you are serious about winning if you're bringing Jonathan back for a 4th season? So I think when the news hit yesterday that he was indeed fired, I think a lot of people were like, whoa, I know I did.
Yeah, I had you encapsulated that perfectly, because there's no surprise that a coach who just lost 14 games is fired from an NFL job in 2026. You don't survive those types of things.
Right.
But leading up to it, all of the reporting, and these people do their homework, and they have people that give them really good information. Now, Ian Rappaport also tweeted out yesterday, after the fact, the hope was if the Cardinals showed some fight down the stretch, it could save Jonathan Gannon's job. Instead, the defense struggled mightily, and JG is out. So what we had talked about, zombie football hitting in December, that was still an evaluation period, apparently.
But what's weird to me is when you look at the games that led to the end of the season, I would have put the last Rams game in the plus column for Jonathan Gannon. Not by much, but I would have still put it in the plus column because it was way more competitive than I thought it was going to be against a team that is currently expected to contend for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, so, but if you're putting that in the plus column and the end result is still a 17-point loss against a division opponent who went through the motions basically in the first half or whatever reason.
37 points.
And they still gave up 37 points. That's not much of an argument.
Okay, I accept that. I just know that from watching the game, I walked away from that going, wow, they really caused the Rams a lot of issues, and the Rams were wearing their frustration for most of the game until the dam burst. That's irrelevant, but I'm just trying to underscore the point that something changed. Either Michael Bidwill didn't make up his mind until the very end, or Michael Bidwill did a real good job of playing poker with what he felt about this, or who knows. But I do think that in the context of Jonathan Gannon and Jonathan Gannon alone, Michael Bidwill did the right thing. Now, there's a lot of other residual anger that floated around yesterday, which I encourage. I'm glad to see the media here clap back the way they did yesterday. I'm glad to see other issues, feet being held to fire, if you will. But I think in the context of Jonathan Gannon, I give Michael Bidwill credit for not taking the easy way out and just trying to kind of slide in another year to kick the can down the road.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it would have been. Mm-hmm. And I said this yesterday. Nothing personal against Jonathan Gannon. I totally agree with you. This was 100% the right move. Was it the right move, however, to keep Monty Ossenfort? And that's the way the press conference started. It was a quick opening statement from Michael Bidwill, open it up for questions, and the first question was, why did you fire Jonathan Gannon and keep Monty?
When you look at all the wins and losses, we just felt like, of the totality of all the circumstances, the best decision was to move in a different direction with head coach. But I have worked with Monty for 3 years, and I'm very comfortable and confident in his ability to be our general manager.
And we're going to get more into this as the show goes on because, pressure obviously now shifts squarely into the office of Monty Ossenfort. But it seems like Ossenfort got the benefit of building a roster that was really hurt by the end of the year. And Jonathan Gannon didn't get that same vote of confidence.
Yes, I do agree with that. I think from what I have been able to gather, there is a belief that Monty Ossenfort, by hiring and allowing Jonathan Gannon to bring in a very inexperienced staff all across the board except for the special teams coach, really suppressed talent development, that the young guys drafted by Monty Ossenfort were not developed properly, which is why you don't have any Pro Bowlers. Now, that could be nothing more than a GM going into a playbook to keep his job, to justify keeping his job while the head coach goes out the door. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I think you can also see there might be some merit to that. This Cardinals coaching staff was impossibly young from the day they started, and the impact of that didn't show up really until year 3 when there were expectations, when winning games were part of the equation. So, look, I'm not certain Monty Ossenfort deserved to keep his job either. I look at this roster, and I'm not sure what to make of it. I look at these draft classes, and I'm not sure what to make of them.
I think that's a fair evaluation.
We've made comments that, here we are at the beginning of 2026, at the end of the 2025 season, and suddenly the 2023 draft class is starting to look a little better. Mm-hmm. So what does it take? What is the annual average range that you allow a draft class to develop, to mature? Is it 2 to 3 years? Is it 2 years? Is it 3? Is it somewhere in between? Either way, what you said at the very beginning is absolutely right. Monty Ossenfort now inherits the hot seat.
Yep. Michael Bidwill also addressed whether or not he's heard the frustration of the fan base.
I've had my own frustration. I think we've all had our own frustration, and I've watched every game in person, every play in person, and it's been frustrating to watch. I know it was frustrating for JG and for the staff, as well as their families and the players and their families. We all had higher expectations.
And the message to the fan base?
We want to win. This was a decision that was based solely off winning. When I look at what other teams have done, and frankly, historically, we've done a quick turnaround in our not too distant past. I am looking forward to that, and I hope it's going to be in the first year, not in the second year. But we're confident that our search is going to be thorough, it's going to be broad, and we're going to select the right coach.
To me, Bick, that 25-second clip that I just played was the only thing bordering on interesting that came out of Tempe yesterday.
But that should also come as not a surprise.
Yeah.
Michael Bidwell in press conference settings, he's very defensive. He stays on talking points. Monty Ossenfort is very much the same way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't have for one instance any hope that people would walk away from that press conference going, "Wow, they killed it," because it's just not how it's not their strong points.
No,
it never has been. The question becomes, do you believe in Monty Ossenfort and his ability to go and do this? Now, I heard people on ESPN this morning going off about the idea that this is not the way you run franchises. If you're going to fire a head coach in situations like this, you need to clean house from top to bottom. Otherwise, you get into this cycle of keeping the GM, firing the head coach, bringing in a new coach, firing the GM, and back and forth on that teeter-totter. I don't know what I think about that criticism, to be honest with you. But I do think that Monty Ossenfort now has got a chance to go out and find a head coach that can change the dynamics, that can change everything here in Arizona. And he better find the right guy.
Absolutely. We'll have a lot on this story, obviously, not only today, but moving forward as this coaching search really develops. Today is your last chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl featuring Miami against Ole Miss on Thursday. Listen for the code word during this show, during Wolf and Luke, during Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620. If you're looking for extra chances to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, how hot is the seat that Monty Ossenfort is sitting in? How badly does the Cardinals have to get this right? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon. Cards GM Monty Ossenfort.
The bottom line is we have to win more games. And so, unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, however you look at it, we're going to have another opportunity to add players with a high draft pick this year. We'll pick at the top of each round. We're going to continue that process with finding a head coach to put us in a good position for 2026.
JG fired. More on this breaking Cardinals news story is coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Lots of people in the boat when it comes to private student loans thinking, oh no, my private student loans are in default. Nobody is going to help me. Well, just stop right there. Why Refi will help you. Hey, it's Vince Murata. This is literally what Why Refi does. They help people who already are in default get a fresh start with a low fixed rate payment that actually fits their life and their budget. Not a temporary fix, not a Band-Aid, but a real substantial plan. And they're not going to make you feel bad about it. They're not going to ask you a million questions about how you got in the situation that you're in. They know life happens. They know people try their best. They're just here to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi is built for the people who've been told no. Default doesn't have to control your future. You can take back control today. If you want to learn more about how Why Refi can help, just visit their website, whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better, because don't be fooled. Nothing nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer, and if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 5-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In case you had missed it yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years, an overall record of 15-36 and 0 playoff appearances. General manager Monty Austin-Fort will be spearheading the search for the Cardinals' next head coach and was asked if there's a timeline for this search.
This is not a quick process, nor do we want it to be. I mean, this is an important decision that Michael and I are going to undertake, and we're going to be aggressive with our search, and we're going to be thorough with our search, and when we find the right guy, we're going to be aggressive to go get him.
After plane delays and insane clock and technical difficulties, the Suns ultimately fell at the hands of Kevin Durant and the Rockets last night, 100-97. Devin Booker couldn't give the Suns the lead again late, and Durant nailed a 3 with 1.1 seconds left in what was a bitter loss. But the Suns will be in Memphis Wednesday night looking to bounce back. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo. How do we feel about Arizona State's football team based on their recent additions in the transfer portal? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I know that there's always going to be, how come this guy hasn't made the Pro Bowl? And I understand that, but the bottom line is we have to win more games, and so we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to develop our young players. We're going to, unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, however you look at it, we're going to have another opportunity to add players with a high draft pick this year. We'll pick at the top of each round, and so we're going to continue to add to this roster and continue to put the right type of people on this team, and we're going to continue that process with finding a head coach to put us in a good position for 2026.
That's Monty Austin-Fort yesterday on winning more games, and I hope Monty Austin-Fort's got some thick pants on, because that seat is going to get real hot, and he's going to need the buffer because it's on him now. If you go back to the last general manager for the Arizona Cardinals, and the trajectory obviously was much different. Steve Keim got a decade on the job. Steve Keim was also afforded maybe the unique opportunity to hire 3 different coaches for the Arizona Cardinals. This is going to be Monty Ossenfort's second hire as a head coach.
Right.
You don't get 3. And that's Steve Keim getting 3 with a really good run to begin things when he was paired with Bruce Arians. So this is absolutely imperative that they get this right.
Yeah. So let's, if you want to look forward, if you want to look back right now, if you want to look forward, in Michael Bidwill saying yesterday that this is going to be an exhaustive, lengthy kind of search, that they're going to spend a lot of time doing it. We've heard this language before. That's the language you use when you end up with a young, unproven head coach. Because generally the ones that have tons of leverage are going to get scooped up early, and I'm not sure that's what the Cardinals are looking for. And I'm not sure there's a guy out there in that name that I would be interested in. I am not a Mike McCarthy fan, never have been. I think I would be tremendously interested in Todd Bowles were he to become available. I'd be tremendously interested in John Harbaugh. But let's be real honest here. How many of those established head coaches are going to come to this situation right here and now? The Arizona Cardinals in 2026, after finishing 3-14, are tied for the 3rd hardest strength of schedule next year. Do you know why? The answer is obvious.
Because the division they play in.
Because the division they play in. So if you're an established head coach, you're looking at this, and not only is it the facilities aren't going to be open until 2028, the roster, the returning players, the quality of competition, in terms of going and getting that kind of guy, not to mention would Michael Bidwill pay top dollar for that kind of guy? Probably not.
Yeah. Even from the last time they hired a coach, the last coach thought they were coming in with a franchise quarterback already in place. We know how it played out, but at least they had that when they were hiring the coach. They don't have that this time.
But we're overthinking this on would a top candidate come here? And the feeling is, because we have an inferiority complex, and rightly so, after 38 years of watching this organization operate in this town, they wouldn't come. Mike McCarthy wouldn't come. Jim Harbaugh, if he was available, wouldn't come here. Kevin Stefanski wouldn't come here. Yeah, they would come here. You know what it takes?
Money.
A lot of money.
And power.
Michael
and
Bidwill was asked that yesterday.
I'm not going to negotiate the contract here with you, but we're looking forward to going out there and putting a winning coach in this position and having wins. And that's what I'm focused on.
3 years ago, if you would have brought up the name Mike McCarthy to me, I would have said, You know what I like about Mike McCarthy? That Super Bowl ring he's wearing.
Okay.
You know what I like about Kevin Stefanski? Is that he's got 2 NFL Coach of the Year awards on his
Kevin
resume.
Stefanski. I like Kevin Stefanski. Do not like Mike McCarthy.
I want the Arizona Cardinals to hand the reins to somebody who's proven they know what the hell they're doing. Is that such a high bar to reach? 3 straight coaching hires have been first-time, out-of-the-box kind of hires.
Yeah.
I won't even say Gannon was out of the box. He was a commodity, a defensive coordinator for a Super Bowl team. You know how many games under 500 the Cardinals are since that time, since Bruce Arians left? 40. I haven't done the numbers, but that's got to be one of the worst records in the league.
Yeah. So the last time around, what did the final impression was? That they chose Gannon over Sean Payton, or that Sean Payton chose not to come here?
I think it's clearly the latter. But I don't think Michael Bidwill is ready to give a head coach everything a guy like Sean Payton would want. There's a lot of money, there's a lot of control, there's a lot of autonomy that he's never been comfortable giving to a head coach. Look, the Bruce Arians is the anomaly. It worked for a very short period of time, but those guys were not going to coexist long term. They just weren't. And so, they drummed up a fake retirement, and off he went into the sunset.
And then he won a Super Bowl elsewhere.
And then he won a Super Bowl elsewhere. Okay, but again, we need to live in reality here. Okay, Michael Bidwill is the owner of this football team, and he is not selling the football team.
No.
So we need to live in reality here.
But, you just brought up a historical example. And Michael Bidwill, we talked about it in the last segment, said yesterday, unequivocally, we want to win. He talked about his frustration. He has a track record. What has worked in recent history for the Arizona Cardinals. Giving a little bit more control to the head coach. Letting him run the show. A guy who didn't have a lot of head coaching experience, but was widely respected around the league and had been a part of championship teams. He knew what he was doing. Sometimes saying you want to win and proving you want to win are two different things.
So let's push back a little. Not push back. Let's back up a couple of steps. What was in place that allowed the Arizona Cardinals to make it work with a guy like Bruce Arians? Steve Keim, for all the criticisms I leveled at him in his last couple of years on the job, after being very, very complimentary of him for the first 6 or so years on his job, Steve Keim had the ability to push back on Michael Bidwill. They were that close enough, and there was enough mutual respect that Steve Keim had the ability to push back. Does Monty Ossenfort have that? Does he feel the same way? Because without it, we're sunk. So you're hoping that there is that to Monty Ossenfort from this point going forward. Monty Ossenfort's hiring of Jonathan Gannon, that whole thing was so weird to begin with. They were so late in the process. There really weren't any candidates there. The Cardinals didn't have a coach. The Super Bowl was coming to Arizona. They got caught with their hand in a cookie jar. They tampered with a head coach who had never been a head coach before, which is the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my life. And here we are 3 years later.
Yeah, and shifting things back to Ossenfort and the pressure that's on him and the heat on the seat that he is sitting on, it's going to get cranked up. And he was asked a lot of questions yesterday about, do you believe this was a winning roster after all the injuries?
Listen, injuries are, we got hit very hard this year. We did. And, it's hard to overcome that volume. But there's also, the injuries are inevitable in the NFL season. And, if you go back to the end of last year and into the beginning of this year, things were not going, the totality of the entire direction of the football operation just wasn't going in the right direction. And so injury certainly played a part of that. But we wanted to look at a big picture of where we were as a football team.
And I look at this injury thing, and yes, the sheer numbers are overwhelming. When you look at the number of players, you couldn't go a day without hearing so-and-so was placed on injured reserve. Here was their starting defense on Sunday against the Rams. In Week 18 of a lost season, Josh Sweat, Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, Darius Robinson, Zaven Collins, Akeem Davis-Gaither, Cody Simon, Will Johnson, Denzel Burke, Jalen Thompson, and Budda Baker. You can't win with that defense?
Fair point. Very, very fair points. The way the defense performed down the stretch was
probably proves why Gannon was fired.
I would think so. Yeah. I would, especially since that is his kind of his realm. There's a lot of things they're in the air right now. There are people who believe that Jonathan Gannon lost a big chunk of this team when he physically confronted Amari DiMercato on the sideline, that's stepping on the third rail among today's athletes. And we had numerous conversations about 50% of the audience thought Jonathan Gannon did absolutely nothing wrong, which it's a hysterical dynamic of the old school and the new school, right? So there's that. There's that element of it. Then there's the Kyler Murray element, because if you go back and retrace all this weirdness with Kyler Murray, and Kyler Murray went on social media to dap up Jonathan Gannon after he got fired yesterday, so they remain very, very close. It's pretty obvious to me that Monty Ossenfort benched Kyler Murray, not Jonathan Gannon. Monty Ossenfort benched him. And then, while Kyler Murray is benched, he's looking to trade him. And the minute Kyler Murray went on injured reserve the day after the trade deadline expired. Day after. It's not a coincidence.
That happened.
It's not a coincidence.
Was it A.Q. Shipley yesterday that said that he thinks that divided the locker room?
That was Ron Wolfe who said
that was Wolf. That was
Ron
Wolf. That's right. I'm sorry.
Wolfe
Wolf.
said that.
Yeah.
It was not A.Q. Shipley.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
No, but it's okay, because I have a hard time really believing that divided a locker room unless the quarterback who's starting for the team is not the quarterback the head coach wants starting for the team.
There's that. Yeah, we'll have a lot more on this.
We're just getting started, Vinny.
We're just warming up. Coming up next, last night, KD hits a game winner and looks like a goat.
Ugh.
After the game, he's talking about being a scapegoat. We'll explain next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
playoffs. playoffs.
Text the word playoffs to 620-620 right now.
Playoffs.
Text playoffs to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. I say it all the time, I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain, chronic or otherwise. And I say that because QC Kinetics has a 92% success rate among all of its clients, and that includes me. I've leaned on them a couple of different times. Once they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. Just got out of a 4-round treatment for a real bad case of tennis elbow. I am markedly better because the advanced regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics works. Emmett Smith also raves about it. What they do is it enables your body to repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and these are all organic treatments that happen right in the office, and you go right about your day. There's no downtime, there's no drugs, there's no surgery, there's no steroids. You can plan the upcoming year on your terms with QC Kinetics. You can move better, you can get stronger, you can attack your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Luke. How did the Suns look against the Houston Rockets following their win over the reigning champs? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Now Jabari gets it. He's looking, holding above his head, still looking, gets it to Durant. KD to his right, 3 seconds to go, a three on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 0.3 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97, and the crowd at Toyota Center absolutely loves it.
That was John Bloom on the call last night. Kevin Durant with the big three. They'd put some time left on the clock. Suns ran a play that was all too familiar to the Houston defense and coaching staff. Got a contested shot off. Actually, it was close to going in from Devin Booker. But tough loss for the Suns last night in a game where they overcame a lot. They overcame travel issues. They got into their team hotel 4 hours before tip-off was scheduled, which is unprecedented. Both teams dealt with the weirdness of the clock issues in the first half. But the Suns ultimately did have a 13-point lead in the third quarter, and they kind of shut down offensively in that second half against a really good Houston defense. And man, does it hurt to see Kevin Durant hit a shot against you to bury you.
Well, it wasn't so much him making the shot; it was him making that shot after Devin Booker airballed a step back 21-footer.
Yes.
Okay, so it was that juxtaposition, and then it was him motioning for the Suns to get out of his building and go home, and then it was his comments after the game, which really struck me in a very, very bad way.
Yep.
But before you get that, I would say this. I'm actually perfectly okay with what happened yesterday. I don't mind that the Suns lost this game.
I feel the same way.
I don't mind that Kevin Durant gave them something to stew about, that they can fuel and vibe around for as we go forward. The fact that they nearly won that game or played close enough to win that game on a back-to-back after beating Oklahoma City, it's a powerful statement, win or lose last night.
Yeah, and with everything else that was built into it, that is a schedule. That is the definition of a schedule loss. One where you look at the schedule and just say, they've got no chance.
Yep.
But this team always has a chance.
I get all that, but it felt like they had control of that game late in that game.
And
Like they were going to win
their
that
legs
game.
disappeared,
They
man.
scored 37 points in the second half, and that's not going to get it done against a team like Houston.
To me, in watching that, it really looked like fatigue got the best of the Phoenix Suns down the stretch.
I thought so too.
It looked like a team that cannot wait to have Jalen Green back.
Yeah. I mean,
at least in my opinion.
During that stretch, during those last two quarters, I would agree with that. Now to Kevin Durant's post-game comments about hitting the shot. How good did it feel to hit a shot against the team you used to play for?
Does it mean any more to you to be able to hit that one against your former guys?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time being to sound – I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will. To be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying, and felt like that, you know, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, you know. It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, you know. So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
Kicked out, scapegoated. Reaction?
Victim.
Absolutely.
I thought it was, it really rubbed me the wrong way what he said there, trying to rewrite history and make it seem as if, how dare they ever think of trading me? Don't they know don't they know that I'm Kevin Durant? That's what it came off like to me. And it just sounded like, okay, who's scapegoating you? What do you think you're being scapegoated for? You left this basketball team and the Suns are way better without you. What are you being scapegoated for?
Yeah, and it also eliminates the other scapegoats in this scenario. It wasn't pinned completely. And look, let's rewind. Go back to the Suns operation at the trade deadline last year. We were very open. We were very honest. A lot of it didn't make sense. They were a desperate basketball team, and their desperation led to Kevin Durant being out of town, which ultimately is not the wrong result. I agree with you. Kevin Durant being in Houston is good for him, and it's good for the Phoenix Suns. But the Suns aired at the trade deadline. But Mike Budenholzer, he got fired after 1 year. The Suns fell on the financial sword to deal with the Bradley Beal situation. You don't hear Bradley Beal talking about being scapegoated, at least not now because he's not playing.
I feel like he is the real scapegoat. I feel among Suns fans, people blame Bradley Beal for what went wrong. I feel like they scapegoat Kevin Durant because they loved Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson so much.
Well, it goes back to
trade.
You're exactly right. It goes back to that trade because it was two beloved guys who had only played in Phoenix Suns uniforms that were traded from a team that had great vibes, and you went from great vibes to zero vibes. And now you went from 0 vibes to great vibes again. Can you see why maybe people would point the scapegoat arrow at Kevin Durant?
But nobody is scapegoating. Nobody's saying, Kevin Durant, you sucked when you played here. That's why we lost. They're not scapegoating him that way.
No.
Kevin Durant, his time in Phoenix was completely encapsulated by his Twitter his Twitter bio line.
Mm-hmm.
I'm me, I do me, and I chill. That's it. That's what you did.
And that vibe and Kevin Durant's vibe was poison for that locker room. We all saw it. We all lived it.
Nobody's saying he can't play. Nobody's saying he's washed. He's obviously still tremendous.
Yeah,
even though he wasn't great last night until that shot. He was 1 for 11 from three-point range before he hit that 3 to win.
I know. And listen, it was a tremendous shot he made to win the game, and props to him for that. But again, to take it to that next level, what it tells you is that he has, in his own way, absolved himself from all and any blame over what has happened the last couple of years. Right? Because he knows what's going on in Phoenix.
Well, you can tell by the way he answered the question, because they asked him the question. But he could have just said, well, yeah, of course, it always feels good to beat a team that traded you or that you used to play for, the guys you know on the team. It always feels good. But to use the word kick them off the team, to use the word scapegoat, you're right, he's playing the victim.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that to me, he's rewriting the history of what it was here when he was here. And as people who live that team every day for 2+ years, I'm sure we all take offense to the tone of what he had to say last night.
Yep.
So, but hey, listen, from my standpoint, rough loss last night, but that game made me feel even better about this basketball team. To summon the effort on a back-to-back, I would say 90% of NBA teams, after taking out Oklahoma City on Sunday, they'd mail it in on Monday going to Houston. Mm-hmm. You wouldn't get the fight that you got last night. So listen, I'm okay with the way that thing ended. I really am. I think it's going to give the Suns, maybe winning that would give them too much too early.
Maybe. I wish they would have got a better shot off in the previous one before that Durant shot.
But again,
that possession was very frustrating.
Said, Booker, go, come on.
But
go,
again,
do something.
I'm talking about the fatigue. He settled for a very bad shot.
Yeah.
But you saw that. And he wasn't the only one who shot air balls. Royce O'Neal threw up one.
Yeah.
I mean, he settled for a very similar shot on Monday. And he just
and
so
that
happened
went
to
in.
make it.
You're not going to make them all.
Exactly. That's the thing.
And Kevin Durant, the next time he's in that opportunity, probably will miss that
and
shot.
that's just Bick said. It's like Durant. We've always known. Last second, Durant can get you a good look, and you have a good feeling that it's going in, and it just went in last night.
Yeah, we'll have more on the weirdness of that game all around last night as the Suns fall to the Rockets, but they'll be in Memphis to take on. Maybe they'll get to Memphis more than 4 hours before the game tomorrow. What do you say? Maybe they'll get there a day ahead of time, have a chance to put their feet up a little bit. I think that'd be good. Coming up next, what qualities, what names should the Cardinals be looking at in their next head coach? We'll get into some of those names and qualities next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on this Tuesday live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries, in particular, when it comes to the 2024 draft class, have kind of made it hard to evaluate and hard to understand, but you also have to work with what you've got. That almost entire 2024 draft class has been non-contributors. What have you extracted of value from the 2024 draft class? Nobody knows. We're 2 years into this, and nobody knows. And whoever's fault that is, the injuries or the selection and whether the right guy was taken or not, I just don't think you can sweep it under the rug.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves. Right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
There is nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the college football playoff semifinal on January 8th. It's Miami versus Ole Miss. Viva Fiesta. Get tickets at fiestabowl.org.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Devin Booker could not do it 2 nights in a row. Book with a chance to give the Suns a lead late in Houston. Missed the mark, which gave way for Kevin Durant, who hit a 3 with 1.1 seconds left to give the Rockets a 100-97 win and leave Suns fans with a sour taste in their mouths. The Suns now make their way to Memphis for the Grizzlies tomorrow night. In case you hadn't heard, the Arizona Cardinals have dismissed Jonathan Gannon of his head coaching duties, and general manager Monty Ossenfort will be leading the search for the next head coach for this football team. And there are many questions. Will they hire yet another first-time head coach? Will they seek a veteran? And what will they do with Kyler Murray? For more, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How much pressure is on Monty Ossenfort now that Jonathan Gannon has been fired? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
first and foremost, we're looking for a strong leader, and this is being a head coach in the NFL is a difficult job, and there's 31 other teams that are trying to do the same thing that we're doing, and so a lot goes into that. There's being a strong leader. It's creating accountability and dependability in the locker room. It's creating advantages on the field, putting our players in a position to be successful. It's developing young players. It's helping them take that next step. We get players out of college, and we have to get them better. And so there's a lot that falls under the umbrella of a head coach. And so we're focused on finding a coach that can help us achieve those goals.
That's Monty Ossenfort, the general manager of the Arizona Cardinals yesterday. I'm sorry for the acerbic tone and the snarky tone, but that's a 46-second definition of what a coach does on a day-to-day basis. That's what you're looking for? Somebody to fill the definition? How about somebody who wins a lot of freaking football games?
Yeah. Well, again, I think there's two paths you can go here. I think you can look across the NFL and you can look at guys like Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen and other guys that were correctly tabbed as young impact coaches ready to kind of take a team to the next level. You got to find that guy. If that's the route you're going to go, you can't take chances on guys that aren't special. And how do you find them? Do you feel comfortable in Monty Ossenfort in finding that guy? I think there's some interesting young candidates out there. Clint Kubiak would be at the top of my list. He's the offensive coordinator in Seattle. I'm a big fan of lessening your competition. I would certainly interview Clint Kubiak, son of a former NFL head coach, and has obviously done very, very good things in Seattle. The Atlanta Falcons have already put in a request with the Seahawks to interview Clint Kubiak. Mike LaFleur, who works under Sean McVay with the Rams. I think it'd be very important if you're going to look in the NFL ranks for the next up-and-coming assistant coach who can pop as a head coach. I think you start in the organizations that are not awash in dysfunction. And there's not many of them.
No, there's not. But you hit on something very important. So what? Everybody's got their own definition of what they're looking for. Monty Ossenfort wants somebody who can perform the duties of a head coach, apparently. I think it is important. I said this earlier. I would prefer strongly somebody with head coaching experience and winning head coaching experience.
So would I.
But if those two very important ingredients are going to price you out, then what do you look for in the up-and-comer? I'm not all that interested in going down the road of another up-and-comer unless, and this is what you just hit on, the two names you mentioned, Kubiak in Seattle, LaFleur in L.A., pluck somebody from your division competition with a track who worked for a coach who knows what it takes to win in the NFC West.
Who works for a coach in an organization that has really elite processes in place. That's what we're talking about here. Because there are a lot of things, little things that you can point to with this football team in terms of what they do not do well. The question becomes, if you compile that list of experienced head coaches who have won before, believe me, that is my ideal scenario as well. But I just don't know who that guy is going to be. And I don't know if that guy is going to want to be here. Now, it's on Monty Ossenfort to kind of flush this thing out because, as you said, Monty Ossenfort, unlike Steve Keim, will not get a chance to pick a third head coach.
All right, let's have a little exercise right now. And this could change, obviously, because other names might become available. Today, I'm Michael Bidwell, and I say, Monty, you're Monty Ossenfort. Monty, blank check. Go get whoever you think is the best head coach for us to have this one-year turnaround that I mentioned at the press conference yesterday. Who's that guy?
That would be if John Harbaugh was let go, it would be that guy. It would be Todd Bowles. If Todd Bowles doesn't survive in Tampa, it would be that guy.
Do you feel that strongly about Kevin Stefanski?
I do like Kevin Stefanski.
Now,
I do.
Again, he hasn't ultimately won at a high, consistent level, but he also just spent a lot of time in Cleveland.
So, but again, this is a head coach in Kevin Stefanski who could not get above the dysfunction of ownership in a dysfunctional organization. Cardinals are not that much different than the Browns.
No, it's true. But, I see this too. That Kevin Stefanski is already on 3. He's going to interview in Tennessee. He's going to interview in Atlanta. He's going to interview with the Giants. Why are the Cardinals not on that list? Why? Why do they always operate kind of in rogue mode when they're looking for a head coach? Well, we're going to take our time. We're gonna pick the last of the litter.
Well, this is, and again, I'm not certain that is a coincidence. I'm not certain that the Cardinals picking last is by their design. I think it's more an indication as to what they're able to attract here. Keep in mind, part of the free agent issue here with the Cardinals is you have to dramatically overpay to get a free agent to come here. Because of the history, because of the facilities, because of the reputation, the NFLPA report card. This is a football team that was so desperate for offensive linemen, they went back and signed Will Hernandez when he was broken. He couldn't play football. Mm-hmm. And when he tried, he wasn't good, and he went right back on IR.
Still broken.
That's how desperate they were. So I think, listen, I understand your frustration, and I understand your frustration with the semantics and the tone of the press conference because it's so absurd. They still can't talk honestly about Kyler Murray.
Oh, we're going to get into that conversation next.
But the reason for that is obvious as well. So look, I am like you. I would love. There has to be some experience in this next staff, regardless of where it is.
Yeah, because I think that was one thing that wasn't really followed up in the questioning yesterday. Okay, what are you looking for? And Monty Ossenfort gives his answer. But how much of what the Cardinals went through this year? Look, things got bad injury-wise. Mm-hmm. What do? You rely on your team leaders. You have to rely on coaching. You have to scheme up a way to win some football games. Mm-hmm. And even in the third year for this staff, most of them being together, still a vastly inexperienced staff that had not dealt with that before.
Yeah.
And the proof is in the pudding. They didn't deal with it well this year. How much is experience across the staff going to happen? Because that was the one thing. There was excitement about Jonathan Gannon and this staff and these young guns that were coming in. But you pointed it out even earlier this year. None of these guys had ever done the jobs that they were in other than Jeff Rodgers, and his special teams unit wasn't very good this year.
No, and so they all adopted this mindset that what we're going to do is we're going to be consistent. We're not going to lose our minds. We're not going to get over emotional. We're never going to say anything in press conferences. We're going to try to create this illusion of our competence through the calmness of our actions. Mm-hmm. And that got blown to bits this year, in my opinion, to the point where Drew Petzing and Jonathan Gannon couldn't even acknowledge the regression of the offensive line. It's that level of gaslighting that has driven this fan base nuts. You wonder why this fan base is so angry about casitas and game day experience and all of this. It's because of this constant gaslighting that is coming from these press conferences from inexperienced head coaches who don't know and assistant coaches who don't know any better.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to throw some names at you just to get quick reaction on what you think at this point of the process.
All right.
I'll throw it to you again. Mike McCarthy.
Don't like him, Vinny. Never have.
Brian Daboll.
Definitely like him.
Raheem Morris.
I like Raheem Morris.
John Gruden.
Oh.
Sign me up.
Oh, I like that name. Yeah, I would definitely be into John Gruden. I hadn't even thought of that.
Joe Brady, offensive coordinator of Buffalo. Arthur Smith.
No.
Clayton Adams.
Yes. Bring in Clayton Adams for an interview.
Vance Joseph.
Mixed feelings about Vance Joseph.
Robert Saleh.
Definitely.
Lou Anarumo. Oh, Mr. Lou. Any thoughts on Lou? He's going to get interviews again. He gets interviewed every cycle.
I don't even know that much. I just know his name from the last 5 years.
Yeah.
I don't even know what he...
Brian Flores.
Brian Flores is going to be a very, very good head coach the next time he gets a shot. I don't think he would work here for a minute. I don't think Michael Bidwell would want to hire him. There's the lawsuit. There's all that stuff against the NFL.
Gruden has baggage, too.
Oh, you're not kidding. He does.
He does. But different baggage.
How about hiring Bruce Arians as director of football operations and bringing in Todd Bowles as head coach and letting those two homies take a crack at it?
You think Bruce Arians wants any part of a full-time job in football?
I'm not saying he's got.
I'm going to go on a limb and say no.
I mean, did
I'm
he
not
leave?
saying he's got.
Does he have a good relationship
I wasn't working full time when I was full time, baby.
Yeah,
Does he have a good relationship with Bidwell?
The end was weird.
The end was very weird.
Let me throw one more name at you.
Yeah.
Houston defensive coordinator Matt Burke.
Don't know much about him.
They have a good defense.
They certainly do.
I mean, that's one of those ones like where you look at the defense and you go, "Who's responsible for that?
Who did
Sign me
that?
up." That might be a
They've
caution
got to
point.
find, and the question becomes, does Monty Ossenford have the vision to find the guy when you look, like people who sit down and talk to Ben Johnson, they walk away and they go, that dude is unbelievable. You got to find that guy.
Mm-hmm.
You got to find your version of Jordan Ott if you're going to go first-timers.
Yeah, but even the Jordan Ott hire was met with, really? That's your guy?
Yeah.
This is the guy that's gonna turn it around?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is.
Well, hey, you know what Jared said? He went out like an otter and came in like Jordan.
He went out like an otter. Coming up next, is there actually a scenario where Kyler Murray could come back to the Cardinals next season? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right. 3 seconds to go. A three on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 3/10 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97. The final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas service to support their business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you want more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's most important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall.
where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Hey, it's Gambo. How do we feel about Arizona State's football team based on their recent additions in the transfer portal? Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, good morning, and a thank you to all of our great listeners, followers. However you're taking the show in. It's surprise this morning. We appreciate you.
Surprise!
And surprise!
I mean, I don't know that that's changed. I mean, I think like I said, Cam, I think what we have to do is we have to look long and hard at this season and what happened. And when you have a season like this, I think all options are on the table. And so things didn't work out. Kyler was injured this year. Jacoby stepped in and played well. And we'll see what that leads to. We'll see what that leads into the offseason as we construct the 2026 team. But those discussions are for another day, not the day after the season is ended.
Monty Austinford on whether or not the position on Kyler Murray has changed. Is he the franchise quarterback? You want to talk about the Phoenix, Arizona, and the Valley, the capital of fishy quarterback situations between what's going on with and what has gone on with Kyler Murray all year and what is transpiring in the current with Sam Levitt at ASU.
That's fantastic. That's really, really funny. Who would have ever thought that was going to be the end game for these two quarterbacks when the year began?
It smells like somebody's microwaving halibut around here.
Oh, man. Is that you, Jared? Are you microwaving fish?
I once knew someone who loved the fish so much, they drove all the way to Alaska just for the halibut.
You don't even have to drive to Alaska. You can get that fish shipped to you. Doesn't Gambo do that? I think I heard him say that he gets fish.
Look, it's not cheap.
Look, it's not cheap, but it's fresh.
All right, so Josh Weinfuss covers the Cardinals for ESPN, has for years. And he is not only reported, but also doubled down on the fact that, hey, there is a scenario in which K1 could be back as a quarterback in Arizona with the Cardinals.
I mean, we were told this was a full rebuild over the last 3 years. So I guess it's just a continue of a rebuild, right? Like, here's the thing. If you would have called me 3 weeks ago, I would have said Kyler's gone. There's no doubt about it. Now I'm like, he might not be gone. And I know it's not going to be the new head coach's decision. It's going to be an organizational thing because he's already guaranteed about $36 million for next season, whether he's on the team or not. But the 50 of the league year triggers another guarantee that's about another, I think, $19 million. So there's a lot of money on the line for a guy who might not play, for this team next year. So they have a lot of decisions to make. They don't have to make them till March. So the new coach will have a couple of months to figure this out. But I don't know. I'm not completely convinced that they're ready to move on from him just because I think if the new coach comes in and says, hey, this is what I can do with him. If you give me these pieces around him, I think he's better than any other option we're going to get. I think they might be able to convince the front office to keep him.
All right, the last part of what Josh said there is the interesting part. And we'll start there. When you look at the options at quarterback, look, Jacoby Brissett, tip of the cap, came in, put up numbers, didn't win any games. Was this team equipped to win? The answer obviously was no. Mm-hmm. But I don't think Cardinals brass can feel great. If Michael Bidwill's talking about wanting a quick turnaround, maybe a 1-year turnaround, and looking at the Patriots and the Jags and the Bears as the examples of teams that have done it recently and why can't they do it, I don't think the prospect of Jacoby Brissett being your starting quarterback in 2026 really lights anybody's fire on, hey, we're going to be a playoff team next year.
Yeah, I get that.
Drafting number 3 overall. in what could be a 2-quarterback first round, depending on what Dante Moore of Oregon does. You can't feel great about the draft prospect and starting a rookie.
No.
The free agent class is terrible this year for starting quarterbacks or retread quarterbacks. The only other possibility, and it's so abstract at this point, is would you be able to trade for somebody? But let's eliminate the trade possibility. If it's Brissett, unnamed rookie quarterback, or Kyler Murray, who gives you the best chance to have a 1-year turnaround next year?
Unnamed rookie quarterback, by the way, who will probably be the third best quarterback in a draft that doesn't have a lot of good quarterbacks.
Well, listen, there are guys out there. Malik Willis is going to be available, but you're going to end up, the team that signs him is going to, again, it's going to be a dramatic overpay for a quarterback who might have just flashed.
But how many times are teams going to get burned by those guys?
Okay, let me just back up to the beginning of this conversation, because I don't believe for 1 minute what Josh Weinfuss is selling. I don't. He's
that's fair too.
He's put it out there a couple of times. What I believe, from what I've ascertained, is that this is all a ruse. This is all a ruse to create the idea that the Cardinals might not get rid of him to prompt a team that wants him to actually trade for him. Just do the math. Reverse engineer this. Kyler Murray, do you think you could get him to come back after he's been benched and then they fired the head coach, the one that he likes out of anybody in the organization? Really? Now, you can make an argument that Drew Petzing really failed to not create a viable offense around Kyler Murray. I'm not sure there's an offense that exists that you can build around Kyler Murray.
At this level, it does, but it's in college football.
It's in college football.
Yeah.
I just don't think you can ask an offensive line to be as fluid and to move as much and to move pockets. It's too much. That juice isn't worth that squeeze, in my opinion. So I am not buying this idea for 1 second. In fact, I'm of the contrary belief. I'm of the belief that part of the reason Monty Ossenfort is sticking around is he is engineering the Cardinals away from Kyler Murray. That's what I believe.
So you think he's gone this summer? Cut, traded, will not be on the team next season?
Long before this summer.
Or just by next year?
March,
By March. By March of this year. So that's when the new league calendar begins. So he is either that's the tick-tock clock they're working on.
So it won't even factor into the head coaching search. So
Absolutely
they won't even ask potential head coaches, would you want Kyler Murray?
Or what do you think of Kyler Murray?
Well, if that comes up...
What do you think Kyler Murray's mindset... Now, yes, he's under contract to the Cardinals here.
Yeah,
but what do you think his mindset is right now about this organization?
That's the great point, is you think Kyler Murray wants to wear that uniform again?
No.
Probably not.
No.
If the NFL had a transfer portal, he'd be in it.
No doubt.
He'd be going to Texas Tech.
For real.
That's right. The NCAA want to give him some eligibility back. They're giving it to everybody else.
Hey, if James Najee could play.
Yes, exactly.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
The Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon.
No, really? I am surprised. There's no doubt about it. I am surprised that JG is not going to be coming back, especially when I consider the Kyler Murray situation.
I don't think it's a total shock, because if you go back to their last two really miserable seasons, 2018, 2022 season, which was a miserable one, they fired everybody. I mean, they kept Kyler, but they fired everybody. The last two times the Cardinals have had a truly bad season, they have made pretty big changes afterwards.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Change Alone. I've got an entire file full of great success stories of incredible, grateful clients in the Valley who switched over to a Life Change Alone. This might be my favorite story of all, the story of Vince and Jody. He's a fireman. She's in education. They had an interest rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to the Life Change Alone. They're now going to pay off that mortgage, all of that credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Further proof of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down off all your debt, and you do it without any fear because you always have access to your equity. That is the secret sauce of a Life Changer loan, where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You're going to wake up down the road soon, and that mortgage payment's going to be gone. 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, quite obviously, but primarily you now get a lot of time to build personal wealth while you're debt-free, while everybody else, probably chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Now, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials, really good credit score, really good with money, but if you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo, and joining me today is Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's cut right to it. Why do people here in Arizona need a living trust?
Because, Gambo, without a trust, your estate goes through probate, which means it's the courts that decide who gets your money, not you. It's expensive, it's public, and it can drag on for months or years.
What else does a trust do?
A trust also maintains your family's privacy, helps reduce estate taxes, and most importantly, makes sure the right people inherit your assets exactly the way you intended. Our trusts are an estate planning portfolio that include durable power of attorneys, healthcare POAs, living wills, and pour-over wills.
And just for my listeners, if you allow Asset Preservation to do a portfolio review with $250,000 or more of investable assets, they will set you up for a trust for just $9.99. Call 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. In case you had missed it yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years, an overall record of 15-36, and 0 playoff appearances. General manager Monty Austinfort will be spearheading the search for the Cardinals' next head coach, and he was asked if there's a timeline on this search.
This is not a quick process, nor do we want it to be. I mean, this is an important decision that Michael and I are going to undertake, and we're going to be aggressive with our search, and we're going to be thorough with our search, and when we find the right guy, we're going to be aggressive to go get him.
After plane delays and insane clock and technical difficulties, the Suns ultimately fell at the hands of Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets last night, 100-97. Devin Booker couldn't give the Suns the lead again late, and Durant nailed a three with 1.1 seconds left in what was a bitter loss for the Suns. But they'll be back in action in Memphis on Wednesday night as they look to bounce back, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Oh, that time of the morning where we hit the big stories. Sammy presents them. We knock them down. It's the Rush Hour Reboot.
Yes, good morning. Want to first and foremost thank you all the viewers watching on YouTube. Right now, we're at Arizona Sports on YouTube. If you want to watch us daily, you can find us there. But yes, the big stories.
What's the number today?
286 right now, so a little drop off.
Good number.
We always talk about Monday's the biggest day, especially after the Cardinals loss and the
Let's
Suns
make
win.
every day the biggest
Yes,
day.
let's try to make every day.
Every day is like Monday.
But there's been
today.
There's been no bigger story here in the Valley other than Jonathan Gannon being fired yesterday by the Arizona Cardinals. And so I told Jarrett this during the break. Every day that the Cardinals don't have a head coach, I'm going to give you a potential candidate, and you're going to give me a 4. You would be in favor of hiring him and against him. So today is Robert Saleh. Why would you be for Robert Saleh? Why would you be against Robert Saleh?
I wasn't answering the question. I just hit an errant tee shot.
Yeah, that's Jared off the tee box. 4! Everybody 3 miles to the left. 4!
Definitely
4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Definitely 4.
Okay, Robert Saleh, he's an excellent leader. He's a great defensive coordinator. He's already had the one experience that went poorly, which in a good coach generally is a good predictor of future success.
Okay. And
why would I not?
Right. If there were to be.
How bad the Jets were under his direction. But again, I'm a believer that a lot of first-time head coaches have to do the job and then sit back and realize, okay, I messed that up, this. It's a big deal, man. It's a big deal assuming command of 80-plus men. It's a very, very big job.
Now, did you factor in that he also looks almost exactly like Monty Ossenfort?
Because they're bald? He doesn't look anything like him.
I'm kind of looking at him next side by side. Well, yeah, they're bald.
All right, the next question that we've kind of been
baldest is what you are.
I am not a baldest.
You're a baldest.
Look,
You're saying all
hair's...
bald people look the same. You're a baldest.
We've kind of been towing back and forth with this question, but can the right head coach and staff turn this Cardinals team around like we've seen a Ben Johnson do or a Liam Cohen do, or do you think it's going to be another 3-year, quote, rebuild?
Well, I mean, if the answer to that question is no, what are we doing here? What are we even talking about?
Yeah.
The answer has to be yes. It's not like the Cardinals have never won. It's just rare.
Yeah, and again, as I wrote about today, there was a time when I really thought Michael Bidwill was going to author the greatest brand renovation overhaul in sports history. That is now going to Curt Cignetti at Indiana, because Indiana football is as bad as the Cardinals were.
Worse.
Michael Bidwill has got to prove that he is capable and wants to do that. So
hire Curt Cignetti.
Well, hire Kenny Dillingham.
Oh, don't do that.
No, Kenny's built for college. Kenny's a college head coach.
He is. Okay, so I did some research this morning. Of the 14 NFL head coaches that are currently in the playoffs, 11 of them are on their first head coaching gig. So they're first-time head coaches. Mike Tomlin's a long-time head coach, but this is his first head coaching gig. You have guys like Ben Johnson, Cohen, like I've said. So are you strictly against hiring a first-time head coach?
I am not. I am not, because I have been reassured in the last couple of years that there are difference-making, impact-level coaches who are just waiting for their chance. The Cardinals have just never looked in the right places.
Okay.
They went for Cliff Kingsbury. They thought outside the box. Not a good idea. They went for Jonathan Gannon, thought outside the box, I guess. I think Jonathan Gannon was more a function of just being totally desperate, and at the end of the cycle, and you're facing embarrassment, and you just hired a new GM. I'm not of the belief that it's a guaranteed dead end street.
Look, the Kingsbury thing ended badly, but I'd sign up for 4 years of that brand of football again. They made the playoffs. I'm more against a first-time head coach more than Bickley is.
Okay.
But there's levels to it. Like I said, if you're going to get somebody from the division who knows what life is like and what the reality of this situation is going to be for the next 5 years in the NFC West, and somebody that comes from a winning program, then I'm okay with it. But, not to pick on Lou Anarumo, but if Lou Anarumo's the guy, here, take this over and make us a winner, where is the faith born in that? I just don't get it.
Okay, real quick. We haven't talked about it at all. The NFL regular season is over. Who's your MVP? It's really between two guys, obviously.
What, May and Stafford?
I would say Trevor Lawrence.
It feels too early for Drake May to win an MVP, doesn't it?
Right?
Even though he's been great and the Patriots are, the number 2 seed in the AFC, I would give Stafford's numbers and what he overcame this year. We were talking about Stafford not playing at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
He threw 46 touchdown passes.
The degree of difficulty of what Matthew Stafford has done for the Rams far exceeds what Drake May has done for the Patriots. Even though I'm a big Drake May fan, the Patriots have the story. They're the team that went and ripped the division from the Buffalo Bills, and reigniting the evil empire. I think I vote for Matthew Stafford.
Okay, I think that's where I would go as well. All right, moving to the NBA, a couple NBA theoreticals for you real quick. I was thinking about these after the Suns game. So if the Phoenix Suns were, say, the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp, and they could play in the Eastern Conference, do you think they would have a chance at coming out of the East if the Suns were in that conference?
I don't know. The Knicks, the Pistons.
The Knicks and the Pistons. And look, don't sleep on Boston.
Yeah, right. I've been so impressed with everything about the Celtics this year. Jaylen Brown has been unbelievable. No, I'm not willing to say that.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it either.
Maybe a conference finals appearance?
A higher seed, certainly.
Higher seed?
I think they could be a top 4 team.
Yeah.
People are waiting for the Cavaliers to ascend they did last year. But I'm not sold that that's going to happen.
Yeah, right now they would be the 5th seed right behind Toronto, New York, Boston, and Detroit. So it was just interesting because you don't really think you're as scared of the Eastern Conference teams as you are like OKC, San Antonio, Denver, whatever.
True.
And so, okay, lastly.
Well, OKC is 6-5 in their last 12 games.
But
6-6 in their last 12.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I was a betting man, I would bet on them figuring it out. That's just me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so lastly, the clock issues last night in the Suns game got me thinking, if you were Adam Silver, have you seen this guy, Jarrett? I don't know if he's listening. Okay. He's the commissioner of the NBA.
I was still, my heart dropped when you said if I was Adam Silver.
Yes, so if you were Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, what fun rule, wrinkle, etc. would you introduce to the NBA? Because I thought of mine last night.
What is it?
I think once a year, maybe twice a year, you have Elam ending night. All the games, every team has one Elam ending game.
All right.
You play to 100. You get to 100 first team. You make it like a fun arena night. You can do giveaway. It's different. It's fun. We've seen the NBA do it in the All-Star game.
Here you go. This is the way you appease things.
Okay, here we go.
You want to make the Emirates NBA Cup different?
There we go.
It's an Elam ending tournament. The whole tournament.
Oh, the whole tournament.
Yes.
First team to 3,000 points.
No,
every game of the tournament would be an Elam ending game.
Okay. I love that.
Yeah. That would differentiate it.
Yeah, listen, I would just find a way to get less free throws into the game and more flow into the game. Less timeouts, less free throws, less idle time, less referees talking on microphones. That's what I would do.
Unless it's Billy Kennedy.
Yeah, Billy Kennedy can
Billy Kennedy gets
a treasure.
He gets a free pass at the microphone.
He's sassy.
The challenge, regrettably, is unsuccessful.
I just love when his face drops.
Yeah, the best.
And he kind of frowns a little bit. Unsuccessful. Mitchell Irvin was the official in the Oklahoma City game here a couple of nights ago.
Yeah.
And every time he got done talking into the microphone, he would say, "Thank you."
Very polite.
Right, exactly.
Very polite.
I was cracking up. There you go. There's the Rush Hour reboot. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, we're going to talk to the play-by-play voice of the Arizona Cardinals, get his thoughts on the imminent coaching change. Dave Pasch will join Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Fiesta.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
playoffs. Playoffs.
Text the word playoffs to 620-620 right now.
Playoffs.
Text playoffs to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know the scorching hot Arizona sun can cause a lot of damage to our homes, especially our windows, which can lead to a lot of bad things. Warping, condensation, maybe a huge spike in your energy bills. That happened to me, and if that sounds familiar, if you've been in your house for 15 years or so, got a great opportunity for you to beautify your home, reduce your energy bills. Call my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. It's a family-owned business with a great vibe. They treat customers like friendships, co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replaced my windows and they look fantastic. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and that guarantee, that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. Great financing options available as well. And during this New Year's Day sale or New Year's sale, you can get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows, $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call, tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep?
No drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey, it's Wolf. How much pressure is on Monty Ossenfort now that Jonathan Gannon has been fired? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue here on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. The big news yesterday, of course, the Arizona Cardinals making a change at the head coaching position. Jonathan Gannon gone after a 3-14 season and 3 years on the job. What does the future look like at the position? Joining us now to talk Arizona Cardinals football, their play-by-play radio announcer, and, of course, ESPN broadcaster Dave Pasch, our guest via video this morning. Dave, good morning to you, sir. How are you?
Dave!
Hello, boys. Good to see you. How are you?
I love the Emmy flex in the background,
Absolutely,
man. You got the best background in the business, Dave.
That's right. That's right. It's the way to do it.
We've been talking about this. We talked about the possibility of it yesterday. Didn't seem like it was going down that road based on what a lot of the national insiders were reporting for weeks, but came down to it. I believe it was the right decision to move on from Jonathan Gannon. Your thoughts?
Well, hard to say whether it was right or wrong. I think it was something that had to happen just based on how the season ended. Somebody had to, pay for how the season went. And I think it was, the right move by Michael to move on from JG. I think he was sincere when he talked about what he's meant to the organization, who he is as a person. I think that was all real. This is the business of wins and losses. And that was something else Michael said that is completely 100% factual. So when you lose and you fall below expectations, especially in today's NFL, you got to move fast. You got to make a change and try something else. And you see other teams doing it that gave their coaches less time to figure it out. Atlanta, the Raiders. So it wasn't a surprise. And I think Jonathan Gannon will be a coordinator again, and I wouldn't be surprised if down the road he gets a shot to be a head coach again.
Dave, when you take a look at possible replacements here, there's a couple of paths Monty Ossenfort can go, but you look at Liam Cohen, you look at Ben Johnson, if you look at the college level at Kurt Cignetti and how he's overtaken that sport, it's kind of evidence that there are impact coaches out there waiting for opportunities. What would you look for in a replacement, and how confident are you in Monty Ossenfort to kind of find that diamond in a rough?
Well, I don't know that you have to find a diamond in the rough. I think you just need to find Dan the best person. I know that's cliche, but you've got to do your due diligence and really find the guys that truly have impacted their teams if you're talking about coordinators. If you're looking at finding somebody who's already been a head coach, you need to determine a couple things. What made them successful as a head coach the first time around? If they didn't succeed, if it's somebody that didn't succeed but has been interviewing and is deserving of a second chance. Okay, well, what about their first try that didn't work do we think will work here? Whether it's, if it's somebody that's had success, if it's somebody that's been a coach 5 or 6 years somewhere that won games, but their organization just felt it was time to move on. Okay, how does this person fit the culture we have? Do we want somebody that's got a lot of experience? Do we want somebody like a Jonathan Gannon, who was a coordinator on a great team waiting for an opportunity? I'm sure that group will do a terrific job of vetting and making sure they find somebody that fits what the organization is and what the identity is.
Dave Pasch, Cardinals play-by-play announcer, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, focusing still on the subject of coaching experience, Dave, and not looking to the future, but looking to the past. A lot was made when Jonathan Gannon did take over, and the staff that was assembled, it was a very young and relatively inexperienced staff. How much do you think that maybe came back to bite the Cardinals this year when things did get rough from an injury front, and really none of those coaches had probably ever gone through a situation like that before?
Yeah, I do think that's a factor, Vince, in terms of handling the adversity, trying to game plan and scheme when you've got guys that probably shouldn't be playing because of injuries, guys that would be on the practice squad, special teams players that are starting. And therefore, you've got practice squad guys playing special teams who normally wouldn't be playing. You've got to find a way. And I think Jeff Rodgers did a pretty good job overall, considering. I mean, the stuff he had to deal with was remarkable. But Jeff's a veteran. I think it was easier for him. I do think the young staff, clearly there are some young players who aren't developing. And the Cardinals have to determine, okay, is the reason they're not developing because A, they weren't that good in the first place, or is it B, they're players who were talented that just aren't getting better, and the coach's job is to get them better. And when you have guys that have been around and done that, veteran coaches, you expect that. So, look, here's the other issue, guys. I don't know how many people have talked about this, but look, organizations are driven by the quarterback.
Yes.
And when your quarterback gets hurt, your starting quarterback is not available for 2/3 of the season. You see what it can do. You see how it can derail the path of an organization. If Kyler Murray's healthy and if Kyler Murray's playing better, who knows where this goes, and who knows what the postseason looks like, the postseason picture, and then the future of Jonathan Gannon and this staff look like. But when your quarterback goes down and you got all these other guys banged up around him, players aren't developing that are young, man, it's really hard. And this is what happens.
When you look at the quarterback position, there are some people who think Jacoby Brissett is a borderline NFL starter. I think I fall in that category. Other people don't see it, think he got a lot of garbage time stats and all that. With a good offensive line, with a functioning running game, what can the quarterback position look like next year, in your opinion?
Well, I think the first thing you have to figure out is what you want to do with Kyler Murray. Is he going to be back? Is he going elsewhere? And you've got to determine that first and foremost, because I'm not sure that, it's a great situation if you have a quarterback battle or even you designate Kyler Murray the backup. I just don't know that that's a scenario that's going to play out positively. So I think you have to determine, okay, is Kyler Murray your starter? And if he is your starter, okay, you made the decision. You move forward with him as a starter, and Jacoby Brissett your backup. If you deem that Kyler Murray is not the starting quarterback for this franchise, then you need to move on and you need to have a plan. I think Jacoby Brissett would be part of that plan, but I'm not sure long term that Jacoby Brissett, just based on his history, you look at his numbers over 10 years in the league, I think Jacoby Brissett is a very good backup who can start for you and get you through a game or a stretch of games. If you have the pieces around him. But to try to win a championship, and that's what the Cardinals are about, that's what every team in this league is focused on, you would have to have another plan. And I don't know what that is, if it's somebody in the draft, if it's somebody in free agency, if it's a trade, a guy on another team that you identify that you think can step in and be that guy. And maybe Brissett gets you through part of the year. But look, Michael said it yesterday. I love that he said it, that we're not looking for a 2-year rebuild. There's enough evidence from teams out there. You get the right coach in here, you get the right quarterback, the right pieces around him, you can flip this thing very quickly.
For that to happen, in your opinion, and people look at the offensive line, it was not a banner year for the offensive line, even before all the injuries. Pass rush outside of Josh Sweat, pretty much non-existent. For that to happen, the 1-year turnaround, Dave, what do you think of the other, outside of quarterback, what is the most important area of need for improvement for the Cardinals?
Well, you look at what the Bears did in terms of building the offensive line. Now you got to make the right decisions too. It's not just going out and spending money or drafting. You got to pick the right guys. So I think that's, I just was down in Dallas last week doing Miami, Ohio State, and I know it's college, but Miami got rebuilt because Mario Cristobal, built from the inside out. And I do think Monty Ossenfort is trying to do that. Just look at his draft picks, the offensive line and the defensive line, and then some of the free agent signings, Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson, Jonah Williams didn't work out. Evan Brown probably didn't work out. But I think that's how it's got to be. You've got some talent on the perimeter. Michael Wilson has proven he's a 1. To me, Michael Wilson is a number 1.
I agree.
Trey McBride's the best tight end in football. You've got some young corners. You've got some young pieces there. I think that it's the line of scrimmage.
Dave, great stuff. Real quick, who's winning this college football playoff? You saw Miami up close and personal. That defense is nasty. Can they win it?
They can win it. with the way Carson Beck is playing, they can win it. I think Indiana wins it. I think it'll be Indiana and Miami in the championship.
Wow.
Thank you,
Dave,
Dave.
great stuff.
Appreciate
Thanks
you.
for the time, as always.
All right, fellas. Good to see you.
Dave Pasch, ESPN broadcaster, Cardinals play-by-play voice. He joined us via video this morning here on Arizona Sports. Coming up next. Gee, I wonder what the blast is going to be about today.
Fire!
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let cost hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker could not do it 2 nights in a row. Book with a chance to give the Suns a lead late in Houston. Missed the mark, which gave way for Kevin Durant, who hit a 3 with 1.1 seconds left to give the Rockets a 197 win and leave Suns fans with a sour taste in their mouths. The Suns now make their way to Memphis for the Grizzlies tomorrow night. If you hadn't heard, the Arizona Cardinals have dismissed Jonathan Gannon of his head coaching duties, and general manager Monty Ossenfort will be leading the search for the next head coach for this football team, and there are many questions. Will they hire yet another first-time head coach? Will they seek a veteran? And what will they do with Kyler Murray? For more, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted #1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Michael Bidwill didn't solve all his problems on Monday, but he did the right thing. He didn't win back all the fans that are seriously questioning their financial and emotional commitment to his football team, the fans who are sick of all the losing and the gaslighting and the casitas where real people used to sit. But on Black Monday, at least he put away the rose-colored glasses. He fired Jonathan Gannon after 3 fruitless years, and forget all the players who expressed deep gratitude to Gannon. You would too if you had a boss who encouraged you every time you failed, even if you failed repeatedly. The bigger question is whether the GM should have been fired as well. But Monty Ossenfort gets another chance because there's a strong internal belief that Gannon and a terribly inexperienced staff were awful at teaching and player development, that they were holding back some of the GM's draft picks and his handiwork. And if you watch these games, you could see it on the field every Sunday. Now, Ossenfort inherits Gannon's hot seat, and there's a lot of things he needs to do well. He needs to hire the right leader. He needs to find a guy who will inspire football players and excite football fans, and he also has the #3 pick in the draft, by the way, and that better not turn out to be another Marvin Harrison Jr. In other words, our immediate future as a football team is now in the hands of Monty. Let's hope he chooses a little more wisely the second time around. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Absolutely. I feel we're all accountable for where we are, and it starts with me. And so I think we all have to look in the mirror and figure out where we have gone wrong, what we can do better, and how we proceed from here. And so, Michael and I spoke last night, like he said. We spoke again this morning and decided that this was the best course of action for us as a team.
That's Monty Ossenfort, the general manager of the Cardinals. He will remain in that role. He will spearhead, was the word used yesterday, this head coaching search, the second head coaching search under Monty Ossenfort after Jonathan Gannon was let go. And some of the optics of the Jonathan Gannon thing, obviously Sunday, it was pointed out several times, hey, today's Jonathan Gannon's birthday. So the day after his birthday, he gets axed.
Yeah.
I think it was Cam Cox from 12 Sports who put out video of an on-field meeting before the game in L.A., Michael Bidwill seeking out Jonathan Gannon, and a big old bro hug. Look, these things aren't personal, and you hit on it. Michael Bidwill coming to that conclusion, and there was a lot of speculation. Well, he's not going to want to pay another coach. He's going to give Gannon a free pass because the injuries were just so vast this year. He did the right thing, and something else you brought up in the blast. We're going to find out how good Monty Ossenfort is at evaluating draft capital and draft picks, because there's going to be different player development in place. Are we going to see a leap from Darius Robinson? Is this next staff going to be able to unlock the enigma that is Marvin Harrison Jr. going into year 3? Is Marvin Harrison Jr. even part of the future at this point? We don't know. I mean, we just heard Dave Pasch say Michael Wilson's your number one receiver.
He's the number one.
And I don't think there's any argument about that.
I don't think so either.
So I think a lot of those questions are going to be answered, but it all started with, and I don't want to make this sound like it was an easy decision for Michael Bidwill either, because it's not personal, and there was a relationship there, and it was a really difficult year. Even after 14 losses, to move on from a head coach after 3 years is a difficult decision. He made the right decision.
You know how incredulous both you and I were when the announcement was made that both Steve Keim and Cliff Kingsbury got those 5-year extensions. In fact, I think you and I became a meme because of that.
Yes, we did.
Our reactions to it.
We both face-palmed at the same time, I think.
We did. And that's what I was bracing for. I thought the retaining of Jonathan Gannon would be exactly that. And I hear people, even to this day, talk about what a great coach Jonathan Gannon is. And I'm sorry, with all due respect, please explain to me what about Jonathan Gannon is special as a head coach.
Are we being just reverential because the guy lost his job?
I guess.
Because I feel the exact same way. Where is the proof that Jonathan Gannon is a great head coach? I'm not saying he doesn't know football. Obviously, he does. He was the defensive coordinator of a team that was a couple minutes away from winning the Super Bowl. There's just no proof of his track record as a head coach.
No,
and I said this to you off the air, and I truly believe this. Jonathan Gannon's most impressive performance as a head coach of the Arizona Cardinals came in year 1. They didn't have NFL talent at a lot of spots, and that team played its behinds off for him, and they won 4 games. And you might say, what are you talking about? Ask people around the league. The reaction of that team at the end of the year, they were peaking at the end of the year. Last year, that was followed up by a first-place team in the NFC West. That's like a year.
At the bye week.
A year and a half ago, not even a year and a half ago on the calendar. At the bye week, that absolutely collapsed down the stretch, and that was followed up by a year in this year where he really had no answers for anything.
There are 2 things that some people use as a positive to describe Jonathan Gannon, and I use as a negative. When they went into that bye week, they were 6-4. Okay, and they were coming out and they had 7 games remaining. At that point in time in that bye week, the expectations and the excitement and the stakes went through the roof for the first time in Jonathan Gannon's career as head coach. Yeah. And they flamed out ever since. They finished 2-5, followed it up with a 3-14 season. And then once again, you talk about the sideline altercation with Amari DiMercato, what that might have done to the locker room. You talk about the fact that all those close losses in the first 5 losses, where the coaching staff had a hand in a lot of that stuff. I give Michael Bidwill credit for doing this because this had to be done. Football fans here. Because the feeling was Michael Bidwill has grown dramatically out of touch, right? He's now wealthy beyond imagination. He's been running this football team for some time, and there's some people who thought maybe he lost his edge. Maybe the winning element isn't all that important to him now that he's obtained everything else one could want in the material world. And to me, this is at least proof, and to hear him say yesterday definitively, we want to win, and I'm sorry, this is a results business, and we're firing the head coach because of that.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
And I get there's a lot of fans who are angry about other things, ticket prices.
And those came up in the press conference too.
And to the Arizona media's credit, they put the feet to the fire yesterday, and I appreciate that. But to me, buying a ticket is a choice. You can decide to go to these games if you want to go to them in person. The ticket price, the average ticket price of an Arizona Cardinals game is near the bottom of the league. It is not expensive by league standards. The experience, you can decide for yourself what you think of the game day experience. I'm not a big fan. So I understand the people who don't think they're getting their money's worth, but watch the games on television if that's you. What I want is the football product. This is what I'm hyper focused on. The football product, and we know it's a coach quarterback league. You got to go get the right head coach this time.
Yes.
And once you do that, then you get the quarterback, and now everything hopefully will change. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. One other thing I wanted to hit on, too, is, yes, it was reassuring to hear Michael Bidwell say the obvious. We want to win. He did express his frustration, how frustrated he was with the season as well. But when you hold that up against a recent Phoenix ownership press conference that was acknowledging failure and doing the wrong thing and moving past doing the wrong thing, hold what we saw yesterday up from the Cardinals to what we saw at the end of last basketball season from Matt Ishbia. And it's very easy to laud Matt Ishbia now because of the way the Suns have rebounded this quickly and how different the outlook is around the organization. But that was a guy who fell on the sword repeatedly and said the words, I got this wrong. I screwed this up. I'm going to give you a team that you're proud of. There was just a little bit of, edging around the tip of the iceberg on that yesterday from the Cardinals. And look, all owners have different styles too. General managers have different styles. Coaches have different styles. But it was somewhat reassuring compared to what the Suns did.
And like I said, I don't think you're ever gonna have a world where you attend a press conference with Michael Bidwell or Monty Ossenfort and walk away and go, man, the people skills of those guys, that was the most entertaining thing. How engaging they are. That's not how they are.
Not in press conference,
certainly not. Okay, Jared, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say the difference was the Suns were replacing everything this year.
True.
The Cardinals couldn't say everything is terrible. We apologize when they're keeping part of the regime going forward still.
That is true as well. Coming up next, KD is mad the Suns traded him for Dylan Brooks. And Matt Ishbia is mad people think the Suns would now trade Dylan Brooks. It's all full circle. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon. Cardinals owner Michael Bidwell.
We were going in the wrong direction. It seemed like it came down to wins and losses. And, we've won one game since week 2 of the NFL season. And it just felt like it had gotten too far. And it was just time to go in a different direction.
JG fired. More on this breaking Cardinals news story is coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and it's really good to have goals and all, but sports fans know better than anyone you need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team, you need the right teammates, you need a really good plan, which is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you're worried about retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Go get a second opinion on your existing portfolio or portfolios. Go get a game plan that's going to assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. If you didn't know, Trajan Wealth is veteran-owned, they're locally operated, and they are not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options. Plus, they're fiduciaries, which means they're obligated, duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. I'm a client of Trajan Wealth, and when I met with them, was very impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just real, honest, straight talk. And when you meet with them, you're going to see it all begins with relationships, customized strategies, personalized plans, all based on your needs and your desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them today. Get that plan rolling. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How did the Suns look against the Houston Rockets following their win over the reigning champs? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What up, Sun City? Anybody ever said that phrase before out loud?
What up, Sun
What
City?
up, Sun City?
Huh?
Hey, good morning to our audience in Sun City this morning.
Does it mean any more to you to be able to hit that one against your former guys?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time being, to sound, I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will, to be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying? And felt like that, you know, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, you know. It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, you know. So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
You know what? After hearing that, I want to give Kevin Durant a hug.
A big hug?
Yeah.
Okay, listen. The idea of being scapegoated, it really does sound like Kevin Durant's having himself quite the pity party here and painting himself as the victim. He chose the city of his choice, and he chose to put the Suns to the fire to get to Houston. The idea that he was kicked out is laughable, okay? Now, if you were going to make the case that the Suns and the Suns fan base might have expected Kevin Durant to elevate everybody around him when that is what he has never done, okay, I'll buy that a little bit. Maybe our expectations were too high, but you're Kevin freaking Durant. You know?
Yeah.
So to me, I respect the player. I respect the shot-making ability. The shot he made to win it last night, he deserves to style and profile and pimp that all he wants. But those comments, they just rub me the wrong way.
And he's also talking as if he can't possibly figure out why the Suns wanted to move on.
Yeah.
Like, he was fine with the way things were. That's the most disappointing
Right.
part of it. Like, everybody around him was walking on eggshells.
Yep.
The organization was like, this is not good enough. The fan base threw its arms up and said, what the hell are we watching here? And he was like, I'm good.
I'm giving you 27. What do you want from me?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Yeah, he's not good.
He's doing the same thing. If you watch Houston kind of like on a nightly basis, just like League Pass, like maybe all four of us do, he's playing the same basketball that he did with the Phoenix Suns. The Rockets are just in better position to
There's a culture there.
win
Well, there's a
basketball
culture
games.
and there was a roster from a positional standpoint.
It's a better fit.
That makes sense.
Yes. But he's playing the same style. He's doing the same stuff. You saw him lazy turnovers last night. He didn't box out. And
he did get an offensive rebound, though.
One.
But did you see where he got it?
Yeah,
he got an offensive rebound on a
like the
bounce
3-point
30
line.
feet from the hoop.
That's the thing. It's like his game and the style in which the reason why Suns fans were mad at him with his play and the way it all shaped out is the same. He's doing the same exact thing in Houston. It's being covered up by wins.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But I think the bigger story is because we got a public address announcer here in the studio.
Yeah.
What happened last night in the Suns game was wild.
I was getting anxiety
Thinking about it.
for my my counterpart, I guess.
Colleague, I think you can call him.
Jonathan Sanford is his name. This almost happened at a Suns game. And what I'm talking to is watching that game, it was really frustrating because at first you think, all right, who's the new guy running the clock?
Yes.
Because they had to stop play 7 times because of clock malfunctions until they finally delayed the game for 11 minutes. They unplugged everything. And
Control-Alt-Delete.
there is a system in place in the NBA when they can't figure this out technologically. The timekeeper has a old-fashioned, I think it's digital, stopwatch, and they do it all, and he relays what time is left to the PA announcer, and they have to keep announcing the time, counting down from 10 in some circumstances.
That's your nightmare.
It almost happened at a Suns game. I don't remember how many years ago, but they came over, and the referee was explaining how it was going to work, and I'm like, oh, no.
Vinny, when this was happening, I almost texted you and was like, have you ever had to do this, or would this be the same thing if it were at a Suns game?
It would be the same thing. But luckily, the gods were smiling on me that day because as soon as they made the determination that this was the system that was going to happen, the timekeeper said, it's working, it's fixed. And I was like, oh thank goodness. There was a
I can only imagine that's and I know you and I know how you roll. That is too much into a basketball game for a PA guy. I know you have to do it and it's the protocol.
That's the only other way to do it.
Right.
And that was after the Suns had all kinds of travel weirdness. They got to Houston to their hotel 4 hours before the game. Here was Dylan Brooks on all of it.
You know, put us in a bind for sure. Made our legs stiff, but you know, stuff's gonna happen in games, no matter what happens. So I'm happy that we fought how we fought. Wish it could have been in a W, but we got another chance in a couple days.
Yeah, the Suns were in a good spot when the clock difficulties hit and the delay hit. And then I thought both teams did a tremendous job of just shaking that off because the shooting got really hot for both teams, like right after that. And I agree with Dylan Brooks. I'm not that upset. Does it suck that it was Kevin Durant that hit a game winner in their face? Absolutely. But the overall effort and all of the circumstances leading up to the final buzzer of that game, the Suns acquitted themselves quite nicely. One other thing I wanted to get into on the Suns.
Yes.
And that was, we mentioned it briefly yesterday. There was a circulating rumor that I got hit up on. I think you got hit up on too. The Lakers in talks to trade for Dylan Brooks. NBA Central put out a clip from the Run It Back podcast yesterday, which is Michelle Beadle, Chandler Parsons, Boogie Cousins, and Lou Williams. I mean, that's the Mount Rushmore of know-how in NBA media.
No doubt about it, right?
So they're having this discussion on their podcast yesterday. Should the Lakers trade Austin Reeves for Dylan Brooks?
Boogie, I have a question. Phone rings. You're the front office of the Lakers. We're going to give you Dylan Brooks, but we'd like Austin Reeves. Are you taking that?
In a heartbeat.
Okay. Wow.
You are
Dang,
out of your
heartbeat.
mind. No chance.
He's a culture changer, Dylan Brooks.
He's a culture changer. He's a proven winner. We talk about all the glaring holes when it comes to this Lakers team. He fits exactly what they need right now. He's also averaging about 22, 23, possibly 24 a game. I mean, you're getting a two-way player compared to a one-sided player. Why wouldn't you do it? I just don't even think we getting caught up in names and highlights and all that.
Of player. I think
we're talking about building a championship team.
Need-wise, he fits. He fits.
Nothing else to say.
Well, what do you mean need he fits so we're not doing it?
Chandler Parsons then went on to say the Suns would do this in a heartbeat.
What a
the
joke.
Lakers wouldn't.
What a joke.
Mike.
What a joke.
Just completely off. Matt Ishbia quote tweeted it and said, "Don't bother calling. Suns aren't interested. Dylan's not going anywhere." My frustration in listening to this, and there's more I don't have time to play for you, but if you can find the clip, it's on, and the Dunk Central is the Twitter handle. It's like a 2-minute and 40-second clip.
Mm-hmm.
The absolute absence of basketball knowledge on this podcast that features 3 former NBA players was astounding. And the attitude, and I'm not even saying it's wrong that they have this attitude because this is the way the league operates, that the rest of the league exists for the Los Angeles Lakers to grocery shop whatever they want to build their championship team. They went on and they talked about, oh, Dylan Brooks is a culture changer. He changes culture. He's a winner wherever he goes. We're talking about a team that has LeBron James and Luka Doncic, and they need a culture changer?
I agree with you. It struck me exactly the same way. This idea that who cares about the Phoenix Suns? Plunder their assets and get them over to the Lakers.
That's what that felt like.
Yeah, and the Suns need another 2-guard in Austin.
The Suns would do it in a heartbeat because
ridiculous conversation.
And props to Matt Ishbia for going online and doing what he does because, look, that's part of why Dylan Brooks is doing so well here. Dylan Brooks is feeling loved here.
Yeah.
He didn't feel that way in Memphis. Didn't always feel that way in Houston.
Although the reception in Houston, I think was better. But his end in Memphis was very unceremonious.
Very much so.
He got disrespected big time at the end in Memphis.
And that's who the Suns have next, right?
Yeah. We might
There we go.
We might see.
Let's go.
Dylan on all cylinders. Sign me up for that.
I'm so with you. That is so ignorant and so oblivious to what Dylan Brooks has done here. It's like, oh, who cares about you?
Yeah.
He's so good for you. We should take him away from you and give him to the Lakers.
He's done exactly what the Devin Booker. Devin Booker's so good in Phoenix, he deserves to play for a better team. Dylan Brooks has been so good, he deserves to graduate to wear a Lakers uniform.
It's a joke.
Ugh, I hate I hate that aspect of the NBA so much.
I'm with you.
Coming up next, we'll talk more about the Jonathan Gannon firing by the Cardinals. And we'll do it with Kent Summers. He'll join us straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right. 3 seconds to go. A 3 on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 3/10 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97. The final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a heads up to all the golfers in the Valley. How often do you practice? How often do you get to the range? Is there a range even nearby your house? If you're a golfer and you want to get better at your game, highly recommend you look into getting a custom-built, state-of-the-art putting green from Turf Monsters. They are fantastic when it comes to putting greens. In fact, if you've been to the putting course at Dobson Ranch, Turf Monsters constructed that for Dobson Ranch. That's how good they are. Go online, check out the samples of their putting greens. What could be better than working on your short game in the comfort of your own home? Turf Monsters can make that happen. It's one of many things they can do for your backyard. They can build you the backyard of your dreams, a one-stop shop, no matter what you're looking for, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a green, sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. They're even in the pickleball court business. If you're a pickleball player, what could be better than having a court in your backyard? You'd never have to worry about court time then. Either way, go check out samples of their work online at turfmonstersaz.com. While you're there, you can check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money, so I've started using Up
Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
There is nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the college football playoff semifinal on January 8th. It's Miami versus Ole Miss. Viva Fiesta! Get tickets at fiestabowl.org.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In case you had missed it yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years, an overall record of 15-36 and 0 playoff appearances. General manager Monty Austin-Fort will be spearheading the search for the Cardinals' next head coach, and he was asked if there's a timeline for this search.
This is not a quick process, nor do we want it to be. I mean, this is an important decision that Michael and I are going to undertake, and we're going to be aggressive with our search, and we're going to be thorough with our search, and when we find the right guy, we're going to be aggressive to go get him.
After plane delays and insane clock and technical difficulties, the Suns ultimately fell at the hands of Kevin Durant and the Rockets last night. 100-97, Devin Booker couldn't give the Suns the lead again late, and Durant nailed a three with 1.1 seconds left in what was a bitter loss. But the Suns will be in Memphis Wednesday night looking to bounce back. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. How much pressure is on Monty Austin-Fort now that Jonathan Gannon has been fired? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Jonathan Gannon gone, let go yesterday following a 3-14 season for the Arizona Cardinals. So they're on the hunt for a new head coach along with 5 other NFL teams as of now. Here to talk about all of it with us. He's covered the Cardinals for a long time. Kent Summers. You can hear him on the pre- and post-game shows on the Cardinals Radio Network. He joins us here via video this morning. Kent Summers, good morning and a happy new year to you, sir.
Hey, happy new year. How are you guys?
What's up, Kenton Summers?
What is the cutoff on happy new year wishes, by the way? Are we
maybe today? End of this week.
I think we passed it. I think when you start the first full week after New Year's, I think that's it.
Okay. Well, I just haven't seen you.
Okay. All
right, so the Cardinals make the determination. Jonathan Gannon let go after a really strange and disappointing 14-loss season. Do you think there was, ultimately, was this the right decision in your mind, and was this time for a fresh start?
Yeah, I think it's a decision that had to be made. I thought it was a decision that would be made until last week with, the way Gannon was in his press conferences and the people I trusted, the people who were there and the interviews with 98.7, he seemed very confident. It's like people said, it's like he's been told something. So that made me wonder and made me think, well, maybe he keeps the job, but I don't really see how you could do it after 3-14, being so uncompetitive in the division. And, you go back, it's a cliche, but it's true. Owners don't like to be embarrassed, and getting blown out consistently over the second half of the season, it's embarrassing. So I wasn't surprised, and I think it's a change that needed to be made.
All right, so I'm curious what you think, Kent, with all your experience covering the NFL. Where should the Cardinals go looking? Already there are reports that Tom Brady and the Raiders, they're looking to pair up a guy like Brian Flores with Brian Daboll, bring in a ton of experience. Do you think you go that route, or do you think that Monty Ossenfort can find the next Ben Johnson, the next Liam Cohen, the next young guy that can really be an impact leader?
I think the Cardinals would be smart to leave themselves open to all possibilities and not to narrow it down so much. I think that's where they've ran into trouble in the past. Okay, we're going to go get an offensive, innovator, a guy who can call plays. And they get Cliff Kingsbury. They say, okay, I'm going to get a guy with experience and somebody who's been a head coach before, and they get Denny Green, and you narrow the field so much. I think they ought to leave all options open and talk to a variety of people and see who knocks their socks off in the interview. And let's flip this around too. It's like, how many candidates are going to be interested in the Cardinals? How attractive is this job? We've seen in the past other people not really give the Cardinals a chance. I go all the way back to, Andy Reid taking the Chiefs job before the Cardinals could even get to interview him. The last hiring cycle, Brian Flores pulled out of the Cardinals coaching search and to become the Vikings defensive coordinator. It's how attractive is this job? Could they get a Clint Kubiak who, the Seahawks offensive coordinator who might have, other options. That's always a factor in the Cardinals search.
Kent Summers, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. I started with the Jonathan Gannon question, more focusing on Monty Ossenfort and what he should be looking for. But in your opinion, did the Cardinals go deep enough on the changes? Was there an argument in your mind to be made that Monty Ossenfort should have lost his job yesterday as well?
Yeah, there's an argument to be made. I mean, I'm never going to advocate for somebody to lose their job, but I think if you're sitting here today and if Monty Ossenfort had been fired, you really couldn't blame Michael Bidwell for that either. He hasn't drafted or acquired a Pro Bowler, although Josh Sweat should have made it this year. His draft picks have yet to pan out, although a few, Walter Nolan specifically, have had injuries, have shown some promise, but have had injuries. But, this isn't all just on Jonathan Gannon. For sure. I think their player acquisition and roster building could be better. The quarterback situation is so murky right now. Where do they go for that? And that's gonna complicate this head coaching search. So sure, I mean, you couldn't have blamed Michael Bidwell if he would have said, I'm gonna clean house again. And that combination, Michael Bidwell and Monty Ossenfort, are the guys who hired Jonathan Gannon 3 years ago. So what are they going to do different now, not only in the search, but going forward to help make this coach more successful?
Josh Weinfuss of ESPN keeps reporting that there might be a chance that the Cardinals at some point might decide to actually run it back with Kyler Murray. I have a hard time envisioning a world where that is possible. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm with you, Dan. I mean, it would seem like there would have to be so many bridges reconstructed. I mean, I don't get the vibe there's animosity there, but you have to believe when that decision was made to go to Jacoby Brissett full time and move on from Kyler Murray, that was done. I mean, had to be a back and forth between Kyler Murray, his father, Kevin, his agent, and the Cardinals, like, look, where are we going forward? We'll take this. We understand this, but are you going to release us or trade us and let us go somewhere else next year? You have to think there were some very deep and long conversations that have taken place already. Certainly from a money standpoint, and a cap standpoint, that would be the way to go. And maybe whoever they hire as a head coach said, I love Kyler Murray, I can make this work, but I really don't see it after 7 years.
Neither.
Even with all the past and maybe the scar tissue that's there between Murray and the Cardinals in that situation, do you believe that, let's just say none of that existed, and a new coach came in and said, I can fix Kyler Murray? Do you think he can be fixed at the NFL level based on what you've seen, Kent?
I don't think it could be done in Arizona. I think too many things have happened. I think both sides could use a fresh start. I'm not the anti-Kyler Murray person that a lot of people are, but I also don't think he's the superstar MVP. I mean, I think after 7 years, that's a pretty good track record for what you have. I think there's always a coach out there who thinks I can fix this guy, just like there's always a man or a woman who thinks they can fix a partner, know?
Oh, yeah.
It's like history tells you different, but yeah, it's time for a fresh start. And, I don't know if a new coach wants to take that on. I know, like I said, the Cardinals quarterback situation is unclear, but maybe that's an advantage in getting a new coach. It's like, look, we've got a blank slate. We can go find a guy. We've got a top 5 pick. We can use that on a quarterback. You're going to get a chance to get your guy in here. And that's something, in fairness, Jonathan Gannon never had. I mean, I think his charge with Kyler Murray was like, let's make this work. We've got too much invested in this guy.
All right, Ken, last question, because you bring up something interesting here, and that's the idea of the state of this franchise. How appealing are they maybe to anyone, not just a projected head coaching candidate? You mentioned Josh Sweat not making the Pro Bowl. There could be a feeling that that's what happens if you go to Arizona. You could go there, you could ball out, you ain't going to get rewarded. How deep are we? How deep is this organization in it right now until you get that new training facility opened?
Yeah, it's troublesome. It's not only the new training facility, it's just, not making the playoffs 9 of the last 10 years, not winning a playoff game. In longer than that, it's the murkiness at quarterback. It's a lot of things. So, like I said, the top coaching candidate. I mean, I like Kevin Stefanski, who the Browns fired yesterday. I like him a lot, but does he look at the Cardinals seriously? Maybe he does. A Clint Kubiak, those guys. I mean, history tells us, the Cardinals haven't always gotten their first choice, or haven't, very often gotten their first choice as both head coach and general manager. So they have to have a deep list of candidates, and their candidates have to be concerned about coming here, because honestly, you don't want to look and say, I don't want to be Jonathan Gannon and get 3 years and my one shot at being a head coach, and that's it. And I'm not going to be supported, or it's not going to work. Maybe I'll sit back and wait for what I see as a better opportunity. I mean, it's something this organization has to overcome.
Yep. Kent, great
Thank
stuff.
you, Kent.
So good to talk to you. Thanks for coming on the show today. We appreciate
And
it.
Kent, Happy New Year.
Thanks, fellas.
And by the way, since we missed you, happy Thanksgiving, too. Ken Summers, our guest via video here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. We'll dive more into that subject. How attractive is the Cardinals head coaching job held up against others? That is next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
playoffs. Playoffs.
Text the word playoffs to 620-620 right now.
Playoffs.
Text playoffs to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
As sports fans, we all know winning on the court is great and all, but if you are ever injured in an accident, winning in court becomes essential. That is one of many reasons you choose the attorneys at Sweet James. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. They were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how they now take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moment, and now they use their passion, their experience, and their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and all that trial experience gives them a great deal of leverage when negotiating with insurance companies who know they cannot play games or deny when they're dealing with Sweet James. That's why Sweet James consistently delivers some of the top settlements in the state. And remember this, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That is a $299 value. Paul Calvisi here. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you're going to feel like you're 20 again. You gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You're going to think better, sleep better, your love life will be better, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer, and if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Yeah, a lot of fallout from yesterday's decision by the Arizona Cardinals to fire Jonathan Gannon after the 3-year tenure that ended with a 3-14 season. And the big question is, and we talk about this every year when we hit this spot, regardless of the teams looking for a new head coach, it becomes a beauty contest.
Yeah.
Who's got the most attractive job? Mm-hmm. I will say this. I think the Cardinals, without even getting into the attributes of the other 5 jobs in Tennessee and New York and Las Vegas and Cleveland and wherever the other one is.
Giants.
I did say New York.
Both in New York, yeah. Oh, no, the Jets
are
not. Yeah. Wow, I can't even believe it. I'm so used to the Jets.
A Jared fact.
Wow.
I can believe it.
I'm just assuming the Jets.
Without even considering the attributes of those other jobs, I think the Cardinals are at the bottom of the list.
Yeah, that's where they've been, and this is kind of part and parcel with all of this, and I think this is the reckoning that has to happen with this organization from top to bottom, and I'm not sure it's all going to get changed until that new facility opens up in 2028. And that is because this idea that if you go back over the course of history, even Bruce Arians, they were the last organization to hire a head coach in that coaching cycle.
They were.
They went to Cliff Kingsbury after he already went back to USC. Jonathan Gannon, we know all about how that came about and the weirdness that was all about. This is something that the Cardinals are going to have to fight. And back when Bruce Arians and Steve Keim had it rolling, there was this feeling that, oh my goodness, the Cardinals have actually become a destination. You look now this past cycle, and you look at Monty Ossenfort's job, and part of the thing that I'm sympathetic to Monty for is he had to dramatically overpay for Dalvin Tomlinson. He had to dramatically overpay for Jonah Williams. Neither one of them has been very good, certainly the latter more so than the former. And you throw all this together, and I brought up the Josh Sweat situation to Kent. To me, it's a very dangerous situation because that's a free agent who chose the Arizona Cardinals, got paid a lot of money, but chose the Arizona Cardinals, put together a very, very good field, but could not get rewarded. Fair or not, real or not, it's very easy for a player to go, that wouldn't have happened if I was in insert the city.
Let's face it, though. Josh Sweat didn't pick Arizona. He picked Jonathan Gannon.
Okay. And the
and
money.
He picked Nick Rollis.
Yeah.
He worked with those guys. There was familiarity.
Sure.
And,
Absolutely.
and when you can line those things up and they align, hey, that checks a couple of boxes. I'm going to go there. And I think you're exactly right. I think the Cardinals, and I think there's other teams in this boat too. I think the Jets are in this boat, even though they're not looking for a coach. I think the Cleveland Browns could be in this boat. When they are looking for a head coach, it's not just about, hey, that's the guy we want. Let's see if he can convince us that he's the guy. I think there's a two-sided convincing going on.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a sales job going on by the Cardinals. Like, this is the place for you.
Well, you didn't even mention.
It's almost a recruitment.
When you were going through the coaches, you didn't even mention Steve Wilkes, who was hired and fired in 1 year, and I think hurt the perception of the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And Atlanta is the other one that was open.
Atlanta, and I don't know if I mentioned Tennessee either.
You did.
Did I?
I can't. You said the Cardinals are clearly the worst. I can't. Are they worse than Cleveland?
They play
the situation that they're in too.
The Arizona Cardinals finished 9 games behind the third place team in their own division. Anybody convinced that the 49ers, Rams, and Seahawks aren't going to be good for the foreseeable future?
Of course they're going to be good.
Of course they are.
Yeah, so who wants to step into that? Is it this situation conducive to winning right now? Because that's what a head coaching candidate with options is going to want to know. So again, that's the key. That's the key. Can you convince a pedigreed head coach who has other options to come here and, yep, I'm going to do this here? That's the big question, and I don't think the answer to it is affirmative. I think it's certainly a battle the Cardinals are facing.
And I think maybe the time is right to stop overpaying for players to come here and start overpaying for coaches
for the
to
right
come
coach
here.
to come here.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea.
Doesn't count against your salary
cap.
cap
No, it's not
either.
a bad idea.
Well, and the idea of a coach coming in here and turning it around in 1 year, like we've seen teams even this year do.
Mm-hmm.
What is the road path? What is the road for the Cardinals doing that next year? They don't have a quarterback unless the world exists that Kyler Murray is your quarterback, which I think all 4 of us really don't think that's going to happen. What is it?
And again, we watched Kyler Murray for the last couple of years. Let's not suddenly forget that he's not Patrick Mahomes.
No.
Right, but
absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Clearly.
And we saw a different looking quarterback in Jacoby Brissett, and the early returns were, okay, this looks different.
Mm-hmm.
I like different.
Mm-hmm.
And then the more you watch Jacoby Brissett, even me, who had completely given up on Kyler Murray as a quarterback, be like, I'd kind of like to see him play again.
Are there 2 names here that maybe put some fuel to that? Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence? Because Trevor Lawrence was very much sort of in the same boat as Kyler Murray. Good, not great. I mean, I don't know. Could anyone be thinking that the right coach could still?
I don't understand. After watching Kyler Murray and the checkdowns and the bailing on the pocket, what are we pining for here? What are we really pining for?
I just said those words out loud, and I don't get it either, Beck.
Well, you could very much say the exact same thing about Trevor Lawrence before Liam Cohen got. He was talked about it being one of the biggest busts ever.
And I was just making a devil's advocate argument there, but I'm just saying there could be thinking there.
And I'm not saying the next head coach needs to come in here and build the system around Kyler, because A, I don't know if that's the best option, and B, I don't think that's going to happen. But that's the only realistic way I can see the Cardinals somehow finding a way to win games next year is the best version of Kyler Murray.
Bring in John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson.
Kevin Stefanski has worked with Jacoby Brissett as his quarterback before.
How many games did they win?
Kevin Stefanski has worked with Jacoby Brissett as his coach.
But again, let's not acknowledge that Jacoby Brissett had no running game and no offensive line.
True.
And he was a sitting duck back there. Now, part of it is because he's not mobile.
Part of it.
And so, and again, I'm not painting this picture that Jacoby Brissett is about to be the Baker Mayfield or a great reclamation project. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying he can get you through next year.
I have a question, though, based on this Kyler Murray silliness. Do we now have to wait until March to maybe get the breakfast burrito payoff from Jarrett?
Probably.
I don't agree.
Weinfuss. It's keeping me alive in this bet.
I
forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
And real quick on the...
You're handing out burritos that your body can't cash, Jarrett, or however that's...
Once again, if you do the math and if you ignore the rhetoric, Monty Ossenfort, not Jonathan Gannon, benched Kyler Murray. I think Jonathan Gannon spent 2 years trying to do everything he could to ingratiate himself to Kyler Murray, even right down to that, hopefully we can find a role for him on Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
So then, is Monty Ossenfort's job safe this year? Because I don't really see them drafting a quarterback. If Brissett's your quarterback going into next year...
They're definitely going to draft a quarterback. It might not be with the first-round pick. They're definitely drafting a quarterback.
So definitely, 100%.
100%.
Even if it's like they take a flyer and like, there's no way they're not going into next year with some kind of rookie quarterback. To take a chance
I would be stunned if they didn't go offensive lineman at 3, quarterback at 35, offensive lineman in the third round.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
If
they
that
went
happens,
that
that would be Monty Ossenfort's second quarterback drafted as the GM of the Cardinals.
That's right.
I hate to drag this guy's name back up, but he did get a start on Sunday.
Clayton.
Did you see what Clayton Tune did as the starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers? 6 of 11 for 34 yards.
And let me throw another name, Desmond Ridder. That didn't work either.
Didn't work for either team.
Well, that too.
Rondale Moore, I think, might have just torn his ACL again.
Oh boy. So these are hurdles that have been built up over time that I don't know if you can get over all of them right here now, as much as we want. But at least we're going to have the promise of a vibrant new leader. And if Monty Ossenfort can nail this, again, there's levels to this. As I mentioned with Ken Summers, Tom Brady, there's reports already that he's going to put together a great staff. Brian Flores as a head coach, Brian Daboll as his offensive coordinator. And Bill Belichick is over somewhere in the corner going, "You won't take me back, Tom."
Can I sign off on your use of the word vibrant, though, by the way?
Okay.
I was having a discussion yesterday who said, Jonathan Gannon in press conferences made Cliff Kingsbury look like Bruce Arians.
And all we were told about is how much energy this guy had. Do you remember that when they hired him?
Yeah.
Infectious energy.
I think it's because, again, he didn't know what he was doing, so he had to develop a persona, and that's what he chose.
If you could pick any persona in the world, there's a social studies question for late.
Right.
If you could pick any persona in the world, would you choose the most boring one? Social studies is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin Durant hits the Rockets game winner, then says he felt kicked out by the Suns, ranking the Cardinals' job desirability with the other NFL openings, and in a mock draft roundup, experts express mixed view on the Cardinals' number 3 pick. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with 3 reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated. They've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They are the most awarded firm in Arizona. They've been voted the number 1 service company by Consumer in Ranking Arizona for about 16 consecutive years. That's how dynastic they are. Reason number 2, they're fast and reliable when you need them. They'll be there in minutes, not days, and I can totally relate to this. I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night, called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. A live person answered the phone, which was shocking to me. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my issue. That was tremendously impressive. Finally, number 3, they are trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They pass drug tests. They have passed background checks. They are the company you can feel safe letting into your sacred space. And all you have to do is call 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker couldn't do it 2 nights in a row. Book with a chance to give the Suns a lead late in Houston. Missed the mark, which gave way for Kevin Durant, who hit a 3 with 1.1 seconds left to give the Rockets a 197 win. That left Suns fans with a sour taste in their mouths. The Suns will now make their way to Memphis for the Grizzlies tomorrow night. If you hadn't heard, the Arizona Cardinals have dismissed Jonathan Gannon of his head coaching duties, and general manager Monty Ossenfort will be leading the search for the next head coach for this football team. And there are many questions. Will they hire yet another first-time head coach? Will they seek a veteran? Or what will they do with Kyler Murray? For more, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
That time of the morning, we turn it over to Sammy for some social studies. What do you got, Sammy?
Yes, good morning. First and foremost, you know where to find us at this point. But if you don't, we are at Bickley_Murata on X, where we post these questions daily. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And at Arizona Sports on YouTube. The numbers jumped. We're up to 355 watching now. So it's climbing throughout the show. People waking up on their way to work or whatever it may be. But you can watch
It was that
us.
sexy Kent Summers. People had to tune in and see what he looked like.
That too. So we got 3 questions for you guys today. We start clearly with a Cardinals-based question. What is your reaction to the team firing Jonathan Gannon, yet keeping Monty Ossenfort?
Yeah, listen, I think you could have made an argument for a complete house cleaning, but then who's doing the hiring? So there's a question there.
Right.
Secondarily, I do believe the feeling and the belief that a lot of Monty Ossenfort's draft picks have been compromised by very poor coaching and teaching.
Yeah. I think that's well said.
Okay.
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out.
That's the thing, because if the player development was stunted with this Gannon regime, ideally next year and the year after that, these guys' draft picks are going to get better. Daylight Films said there's a lot of conflicting responses. So Daylight Films said Monty should have also been let go, and Michael Bidwell needed to hire a president of football operations and let that guy hire the next general manager and coach. That's one way of thinking about it. Got the yips. He just said, I'll let you know after the next hire. So he wants to see who Monty Ossenfort might bring in, and that will make his... He'll see like what that brings from Monty Ossenfort. Okay.
So if he doesn't like the hire, then he should have been fired.
That's kind of essentially that's what he's saying.
Revisionist history, yeah.
And then Buddy Thompson made a good argument that you can make an argument that injuries complicated any discussion about Monty's draft picks, while injuries can't be used to mask the poor game plans, frequent bad in-game coaching decisions, and general sloppiness in play, and failure to see that the, quote, process wasn't working. So injuries he made the case can help Monty, but hurt Jonathan Gannon in that case.
Yeah.
Okay, so last night, Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns got together in Houston, and Durant got the better of the Suns last night, and it brought the question, I don't know why we use this guy, but whose time in Phoenix will you remember more fondly, and why? Was it Kevin Durant or Shaq?
Oh.
More fondly.
Wow.
I was just thinking, 2 all-time greats came here sort of at the back end of their career, but also had a lot of hype when they came here. Didn't work out.
I think it's a dead heat, honestly.
Do you really?
I do.
Yeah, Kevin Durant had 1 game-winning shot for the Phoenix Suns, if I'm not mistaken, and Shaq had that great dance routine with the Jabberwockies at the All-Star game.
So, yeah, kind of even it out, right?
Right.
I really don't. I don't look back fondly at all at the Shaq situation, and that was on. I mean,
both were also involved in fan favorite trades.
The common denominator was
here.
who got traded away for both of those guys
No doubt.
in the process of not working out. So I think it's a dead heat.
All right, so the vote is overwhelmingly Shaq, 67% to 32%.
Recency bias.
Yes, I'd agree, and the comments reflect that as well. Hat Trick Sound said at least Shaq comes back here and DJs for a nice big crowd. DJ Diesel, always such a blast. And then Tony said, Shaq,
can you dig it?
Can you dig it?
Wasn't his famous set the Kobe Tell Me How My Blank Tastes?
Yes.
Wasn't that
It was. And then Tony had a funny one. He said, Shaq, but honestly, I'll remember the Morris brothers more fondly as Suns players than I will KD.
Boy, oh boy.
I like our guy George. Which do you like better, spoiled milk or moldy bread? Amen, George.
Amen, George. Okay, so our last question is kind of a two-day question. Yesterday, we had I don't know what you want to call it. We were off air for a couple seconds, maybe trying to figure that out. And this morning, the Open, again, we don't know what happened this morning. It was
we know what happened this morning.
That was not my fault. Several things on the show are my fault, but that wasn't.
So we asked, what is the most chaotic thing to ever happen at your work, job, or office? I know.
Easy one for me.
Okay, go for it.
I was on the air live on September 11th, 2001.
Wow.
That was
live after or from the moment it happened?
Yes. Was on the air and was informed by a caller before 6 a.m. that morning, hey, a plane just hit one of the towers of the World Trade Center. And then the next few hours were just a blur and completely surreal in all the worst ways.
Yeah, I was doing a midday show at that time, and I got a call from a program director who asked me to come in and do the sports show that day, and I said, are you insane? You really?
She was a peach.
Wow. So I did not do it. Really? I'm going to come in and... No. For me, it's along those same lines. I was doing a morning show by myself when we got wind that Pat Tillman had died in Afghanistan. And then I had to kind of guide that whole thing for an hour and a half or so. And that was not easy.
And then more recently, I would say the day after, what was it, March 10th, 2020, when on the show just live, every 5 minutes something was being canceled, something was being closed.
For
more
the
information about the pandemic.
That was also surreal. I mean, God,
the world was shutting down in real time.
It was, and we were reporting it.
Yep.
That's nuts.
It was strange.
So my first day at the PGA was the day Live Golf happened. My first day. We had done training and everything and all that. And my first day at the office, I'm talking to my boss and his manager and okay, we got some stuff for you to do. And then at 8 a.m., everyone went into a meeting and I'm sitting there, what's going on, kind of just getting ready. They come out and we get the press release that this is happening, and it was insane.
How's Live Golf doing? I don't hear much about them.
Oh, yeah, they're wonderful.
We'll get to some of the answers that people came in with during Off the Grid. Thank you, Sammy. It's time for Character Counts. And even though it's the off season, the Diamondbacks and their players are still helping the community. Over the holidays, the D-backs hosted 40 kids and teens from housing programs associated with A New Leaf for a holiday shopping event at a Phoenix Target. A New Leaf is a nonprofit that works with those who have experienced homelessness and domestic violence. And not only did teens from the organization get to meet stars Corbin Carroll, Ryan Thompson, and Jordan Lawler, they were also given a $250 gift card to use on whatever they wanted. So well done, D-backs. And remember, Character Counts presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And they are your one-stop shop for total home comfort. Coming up next, Suns lose a heartbreaker in Houston. So why are we so okay with it? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There are offensive coordinators
that
will look at Kyler Murray and go, that looks real good. I can rebuild this kid. We can do it, coach. I can make this guy great.
I don't think they would do it, but it's the Raiders, and you never know. I give you Kyler in the number 3 pick. You give me the number 1 pick. I draft Mendoza. They're the Raiders. They're kooky. They might be like, hey, he's fast. That's usually how the Raiders identify guys. So Kyler's fast.
Yeah.
And they'd still have the 3rd pick to draft somebody else.
We're going to have to throw in a lot more, I think.
Yeah, probably.
That's what I think.
Yes.
But I like the sound of it. It sounded good.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When your private student loans go into default, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact same spot. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. But if you're in that spot, just know there is a way to move forward. And that way is called Y-Refi. Y-Refi specializes in helping people whose private student loans are already in default. That's their whole thing. That's what they do. And Y-Refi is not going to judge you. They're not going to ask you a bunch of questions about why you didn't fix the situation sooner. What they do is they help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines the most. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Default doesn't define you. It doesn't get the final say. And Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If you want to learn more, go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We're going to react to how the Suns fared last night in Houston and look ahead to their next game against Memphis. It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Good morning. Thanks for listening to our audience out in Maricopa. Whether you're listening on radio, on the app, watching on YouTube, we appreciate the support in Maricopa this morning.
I think we're in control most of the game, it felt like at least. I think they upped the pressure a little bit, got a little more physical, and it's tough for us to, one, get shots on the rim and then just make shots.
Devin Booker last night after the Suns lose in Houston 100-97, a game decided by a Kevin Durant 3 with 1.1 seconds to go, broke a tie, and I think Book's synopsis is pretty accurate there in 13 seconds.
Yeah.
They were in control until they weren't, and I think it was because Houston dialed up the pressure a little bit. And we had seen in the first two meetings between these teams, Houston is very well equipped to match up against the Suns with their size,
Very much so.
with their length, with their athleticism, and with their defensive mentality. We didn't see that in the first half. The Suns had, 60 points in the first half, and they led at halftime, but cranked it up a little bit. And in the second half, 37 points. They held the Suns under 20 in both of those quarters. And even though there was some timely shot making from the Suns, still just not enough to get over the hump.
Listen, to me, the fact that Kevin Durant, that Kevin Durant gave that wild gesture, get out of our gym, go home, that right there tells you how important it is for the Houston Rockets to beat the Phoenix Suns. That's very, very clear. And they've played that way every time they've played the Suns this year. They have been locked in every single time, which is why I take last night's close game as such a moral victory. To beat the Oklahoma City Thunder at home on a Sunday, then have to go to Houston, not even considering the travel nightmare they had to deal with, but you can throw that in there as well. For the fact that Kevin Durant had to make a last-second shot to beat the Suns is victory enough. And you would think, he can kick us out of his gym all he wants. The fact that the Suns...
His gym.
Right, exactly. The fact that the Suns were in position to win that game after what they had done on Sunday, that was enough for me. I really went, okay, you know what? I'm okay with this ending because had they won that game, that might have almost put the rest of the NBA on too much notice. Oh, my goodness, the Suns beat the Thunder and the Rockets back-to-back nights. I kind of like it this way. The fact that the Suns dealt with all that adversity in the second of a back-to-back, fought tooth and nail to the end, had a chance to win, clearly ran out of gas, and now they've got this Kevin Durant gesture and his routine, his post-game whining quotes to use as fuel going forward. I'm fine with all of it, Vinny. I really am.
Man, I mean, if Booker would have made that shot, Durant misses that shot, I think we're talking about a wildly different scenario of, like, I get you don't want to get too high. You don't want the expectations to be too large on this Phoenix Suns team. But had it gone the other way, Book makes the shot, Durant misses it, we're fired up this morning.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I previewed it and said if they win that game against Houston, I'm lighting up a cigar, and I don't smoke. So it was literally close but no cigar for me last night. Here was Devin Booker also talking about playing against his former teammate Kevin Durant.
And it's always a pleasure. He's done so much for this game. He's done so much for me personally. So any chance I can be out there with one of my idols, somebody that I have a high respect for, there's nothing like it. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah, and there's other things that we haven't really talked about with the Suns game. We'll start with the return of Grayson Allen. I pointed this out to you off the air. One of the differences, not the only difference, but one of the big differences between star players in the NBA and role players in the NBA is the acclimation back from an injury. Star players will jump back in, and they'll just start doing what they do right away. It takes role players a little bit, and Grayson Allen wasn't very good last night. 0 for 6, 0 points. He did have 4 steals, but was -8. The Suns were -8 in his minutes. Good to have him back. But it's going to be better to have him back when he's Grayson Allen again.
Yeah.
Mark Williams played in a back-to-back. Didn't get ejected.
That's a good trend.
Didn't play well.
No, he did not.
And one thing I've noticed about Mark Williams and look, it was noticeable at some possessions here and there early. When he has the basketball in a position to score near the rim against an opposing big, it seems like he is so intent on not getting a shot blocked that he'll put up a contorted body shot that has no chance of going in.
Yeah.
And it'll lead to a defensive board. Mark Williams' reach is almost unmatched.
He can almost dunk standing up.
He almost can.
Right.
And I just think there needs to be a more aggressive mindset from Mark Williams when he's around the rim. You see it sometimes, but when there's some real defensive pressure, some rim resistance. He tends to do that.
It's a good point.
And
I'd agree.
It's not to the level of Yusuf Nurkic's finishing. But it's getting frustrating. Because it's popped up in the last couple games for Mark Williams. Just something I noticed.
No. I think it's a very astute observation. I wonder if playing in the second of back-to-backs messes with him mentally. Do you know what I mean? I wonder if I'm not used to doing this.
Well, I mean, in the first quarter, he was really good, I thought. And I was a little worried. I was a little skeptical of, like, okay, are they front-loading his minutes? Maybe I didn't know if he was on a minutes restriction or whatever, but he looked really good in the first quarter. But
Yeah, I mean,
as
Oso
the game
played almost 7 more minutes than him.
right,
last
as
night.
the game went on, Oso proved that in that type of game last night, the Suns were clearly more comfortable, and they have been the last couple games with Oso on the floor late instead of Mark Williams. And we even saw them go no big late in that game as well.
Uh-huh.
So that's just something, again, we're looking at the games. They're all game sample size. That's something I was monitoring last night, too. And
I think Vinny is right. In the third quarter, I don't know how many minutes were left, but the Suns had a nice little lead, and it's almost like the Rockets found an extra gear defensively, and the Suns just ran out of gas. I'm not sure it's any more difficult than that. Devin Booker airballing that shot, maybe that was fatigue related. Who knows? It wasn't the greatest shot selection, but what suffers when you're really, really tired?
Your jump shooting.
Shot selection.
Yeah.
And I get your points absolutely that it's a forgivable loss, a schedule loss, but it's also like when you have a chance to win a game like that, especially against a good team in a season where you're like thinking like all these wins are going to really count, it still does stink. And it just shows also maybe that I'm more invested in this team than I ever thought I'd be at this point in the season already, that every game, kind of hurts.
True, but the saving grace is when you have a team like the Suns and you lose a game like that, hey, a chance to beat a big team. It was an opportunity to do that. But what this version of the Suns has not done is they don't stumble against the also-rans.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They beat the teams that they're supposed to beat.
Tremendously impressive.
Pretty regularly.
Right. Which I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, the problem, you're going into a tougher game against Memphis, and then you get the Knicks coming here, and the Knicks are bumbling right now. They've lost 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a really tough matchup for any team.
Listen, what I have seen from Jordan Knott in terms of the way he sort of strategized prior to the last meeting against Oklahoma City after getting boat raced by him in the previous time, what I want more than anything is this basketball team to get a real best-of series in the playoffs, because those are the growth moments in the NBA. That's the way young teams can climb the ladder. You've got to go through that. That will remain my only expectation for this entire season. The fact that they are able to handle lesser teams with impunity the way they do makes me feel okay with playing close against the Rockets on the second of a back-to-back.
I feel the same way.
I literally did not have any regrets after Kevin Durant made that shot, other than
it was Kevin Durant.
Yes.
That sucked. That sucked.
Yeah, if it was Jabari Smith Jr., you're like, at least Katie didn't beat you.
Exactly.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and Dave Burns on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text the word HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and to sign up today. Coming up next, first one of the new year, an edition of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
It's straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon. Cards GM Monty Ossenfort.
The bottom line is we have to win more games. And so, unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, however you look at it, we're going to have another opportunity to add players with a high draft pick this year. We'll pick at the top of each round. We're going to continue that process with finding a head coach to put us in a good position for 2026.
JG fired. More on this breaking Cardinals news story is coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. Not that long ago was having dinner with the great Ted Chapman before a Suns game. Our waiter began raving about the car he had just purchased from the Chapman Automotive Group, how the service was incredible, how the price was way better than what he expected, and how happy his wife was with the overall experience. It was a super cool moment for me to witness, and it was been proof of what I've been saying for years. Chapman BMW, different and special in all the best ways. Family-owned, award-winning business since 1966. That is a rarity in today's corporate automotive world. Great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in they've got something for every price range, and they also have a great reputation for elite handling and service. I've had a number of listeners reach back and thank me for pointing them towards Chapman BMW. One of them told me it actually took him longer to buy a new suit than it did to buy a car at Chapman BMW. So here's my advice. If you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. Pick one location at Chapman Chapman BMW. Those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. Take a test drive, find what you like, take advantage of your friend in the business. When you find what you like, ask for Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. Super cool dude. He is going to hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In case you missed it yesterday, the Arizona Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years, an overall record of 15-36 and 0 playoff appearances. General manager Monty Ossenfort will spearhead the search for the Cardinals' next head coach and was asked if there's a timeline in this search.
This is not a quick process, nor do we want it to be. I mean, this is an important decision that Michael and I are going to undertake, and we're going to be aggressive with our search, and we're going to be thorough with our search, and when we find the right guy, we're going to be aggressive to go get him.
After plane delays and insane clock and technical difficulties, the Suns ultimately fell at the hands of Kevin Durant and the Rockets last night, 100-97. Devin Booker couldn't give the Suns the lead again late, and Durant nailed a 3 with 1.1 seconds left in what was a bitter loss for Suns fans. But they'll be back in Memphis on Wednesday night looking to bounce back. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted #1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Sanderson Ford poll question: with Jonathan Gannon out, who is your early pick as the Cardinals' next head coach? Is it Kevin Stefanski, Brian Daboll, Clint Kubiak, Brian Flores, or Mike McCarthy out of those options?
If I had to pick one out of those options, I'll say Kevin Stefanski.
I'd go Stefanski as well.
Okay, yep. 30.
I don't think Clint Kubiak is going to leave the Seahawks for the Cardinals.
Okay. So 38% of the vote to Stefanski, 20% to Mike McCarthy, 19% Clint Kubiak, 17% Brian Flores, so close for second there. Only 6% voted Brian Daboll.
I mean, he did just get fired, too.
Yes. Yes, this is true.
All right, that's today's Anderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache.
not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
Your beard is weird. Your stash is trash.
Oh, it's bad. Is that a new one?
That's a new one.
Oh,
yeah.
I like it.
That is the officially 21st different Mustache Not a Mustache Open for the show and for the greatest segment of all time, America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Wow. That's weird that today of all days you would like cut yourself off in the middle.
Yeah,
I know.
When you've been doing it all day, when you've been cutting us off in the middle all day long.
That has
mustache, not a mustache.
my fault. But then, yes, we'll be playing this game I will present an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley or Murata have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one, the 10 points wins. And today's topic, because yesterday was officially, unofficially known as Black Monday. So these are all things having to do with the word black.
Wow.
All right.
Hey.
Dan and Vince is the first one of you two against each other in quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
Dan, would you like to go first or second?
Vic doesn't know this. While I was away, I was training.
Were you playing along at home?
Yeah,
It was very much like Rocky and Rocky 4. I went to Siberia. I grew a beard.
Right, and if you're not watching live on YouTube at Arizona Sports, like 350 people are right now, you could play along with us, listen along with us, right?
All right.
I'll take the kickoff first. Yes.
You'll take the kickoff first.
Let's do it.
You'll take the kickoff first. What else could we start this then with, or a Dan Bickley clue then?
It's AC/DC Back in Black. I knew it was coming. Brian Johnson, AC/DC, not a mustache.
There you go. 2 points for you. Jim Brewer, the comedian, once described AC/DC as a bunch of 4-foot-tall, constipated old people walking around on stage and screaming.
Dynamite drop-in, Jerry.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I thought that was funny.
He also does an incredible impression of Brian Johnson.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
All right. Vince Murata.
Yes.
Your first clue.
The good guys dress in black, remember that, just in case we ever face to face and make contact. The title held by me, M.I.B. means what you think you saw, you did not see.
That is Will Smith. Mustache.
That is correct.
Does anybody like him anymore?
You know, he really, truly went from one of the most beloved actors, right, would you say, to just persona non grata. I don't even think people don't even hate him anymore. I think they don't even think about him anymore, which is, he was one of the biggest stars.
It's true. And he was not, I mean, wasn't he like that, the night that happened, wasn't he the big winner for
He won an Oscar,
King Richard?
I think an hour and 15 minutes after that happened.
Oh.
When he should have been arrested on the spot.
What a crazy, crazy thing to throw your career on. Oh, man, it's still amazing that happened.
Defending your wife that you don't even get along with.
Right.
How about it?
Unbelievable. Against the comedian. All right. Perfect score to start here. Let's go Dan Bickley with this one. Oh, right here.
This is the new direction of the Oakland A's. We are card counters at the blackjack table. We're going to turn the odds on the casino. This is not a discussion. Barry, not a discussion.
That is that's Brad Pitt, and that's not a mustache.
That is correct.
Right.
Good job from Moneyball.
Great
You used
movie.
context clues there.
Yep.
Very well done. As Billy Bean.
Excellent movie.
Thank you.
That is an excellent movie, and
excellent movie. I think excellent guess by me.
I always felt
too.
I was yeah.
The Billy Bean character played by
I
Brad
love those
Pitt.
clues that lock in right at the last second when you think you're not going to get something. Yeah.
And poor Paul DePodesta got his character played by Jonah Hill. All right. This next clue for Vince Murata.
You know, Charlie, I'm a little surprised at you. Didn't your father ever teach you never send a boy to do a man's job? Charlie, you ever play roulette?
On occasion. Well, let me give you a word of advice.
Always bet on black.
Oh, that is Wesley Snipes. I'm trying to remember what movie that is. It was the one with
Passenger 57
Passenger
or
57,
51
yeah. With a just discovered Elizabeth Hurley was in that movie. Wesley Snipes, I think a little bit of a thin mustache.
He had a mustache.
Yeah, okay.
More than a thin mustache, yeah.
Okay.
That was sort of the debut of Elizabeth Hurley, too?
That's the first time I ever saw her.
Good gravy!
What a woman!
Not the last time, though. One of the great cheesy lines in cinema right there.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Dan Bickley.
Yeah.
Call my name through the cream and I'll hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come?
That is Chris Cornell's Soundgarden mustache.
That is correct. Black-themed edition of mustache.
Wash away the rain.
Well said. All right, Vince Marotta.
That is Michael Jackson. Not only not a mustache, but not even a real upper lip to grow a mustache on.
Right.
That's right. Well done. All right, Dan.
We're tied at 6.
Dan Bickley, black-themed edition.
Not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that's Draymond Green. That's mustache.
That is correct. Good job. All right, Dan. Vince Marotta.
Some people call me Dan.
Dan Vince is what I call you. All right, Vince.
Yeah.
A large black coffee.
A what?
Large black coffee.
Do you mean a venti?
No, I mean large.
Venti is large.
No, venti is 20.
Danny.
Yeah. Large is large. In fact, tall is large, and grande is Spanish for large. Venti's the only one that doesn't mean large. It's also the only one that's Italian. Congratulations, you're stupid in 3 languages.
That's fantastic.
That is Paul Rudd from Role Models, not a mustache.
That is correct. All right, last 2 clues here.
That's a good bit of writing right there. Go ahead. That is, for my money, probably Pearl Jam's best song. That's Eddie Vedder, Not a Mustache.
That is correct.
The perfect 10. And I agree with you. That's my favorite Pearl Jam song.
All right. It just goes on too long at the end. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Can actually understand the words.
Vince.
Yeah.
For the tie.
I see a red door and I want it painted black. No colors anymore, I want them to turn black.
That is Mick Jagger, Rolling Stones, not a mustache.
That is correct. We have a tie game.
There's a great story about the Rolling Stones I just read yesterday that I'm going to insert into the narrative right now. There was a night when the Rolling Stones were partying in their hotel room, right?
Uh-huh.
And somebody runs in and says, "Guys, the police are coming." So Keith Richards said they went and flushed all the drugs down the toilet. They opened the door and it was Sting.
That is so. Is that real? Is that a real? That's tremendous.
It was Sting and Stuart Copeland coming to visit him.
Wait a minute. Keith Richards had drugs?
Whoa!
You buried the lead.
I did.
Well, we have a tie, which means we will, at the conclusion of this upcoming break, find out who wins this edition of
Mustache. Not a mustache.
Also, join Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6 p.m. this Friday at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale. They wrap up their fantasy football season in style. Come hang out, talk football while you're there. You'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. We'll put the wraps, including on this game and this show, right after this on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
playoffs. Playoffs.
Text the word playoffs to 620-620 right now.
Playoffs.
Text playoffs to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and sports fans know you gotta go big, as in big screen televisions, because these events that we love so much cannot be viewed on laptops or phones or tablets. They need to be larger than life, and Waltz has exactly what you need to take your fandom to the very next level. I'm talking about a great selection of big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches. If you've always wanted to see what a television that big looks like, they've got it set up in their theater room at Waltz. You can check that out. That's pretty spectacular. They've got inventory you will not find anyplace else. They've got all the major name brands you're looking for. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Great selection of audio components, from speakers to sound bars. You put the right audio component together with the right television. As a sports fan, I'm telling you, you're going to have magic, and I know because Waltz did it for me. They gave me a great price. They will do you even one better. When you're at Waltz, take advantage of all their expertise and all their great inventory. You also get great pricing. Drop my name. You are going to get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
I was pressed for time. It was a short break. Black Eyed Peas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your favorite Black Eyed Peas song?
That doesn't exist for me.
This is a catchy song.
It's fine.
It's catchy, but to have a favorite means you have to like it.
They say Mazel Tov in this song.
Yes, they do. Why did you focus on why didn't you focus on the Monday part of Black Monday? Huh?
It's for next year.
Jared's planning ahead. Breaking news. Black Eyed Peas, I got a feeling, today's song of the day.
Song o' the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right. Bated breath.
Gotta find
a
winner.
The audience is waiting right now. Jared. Sammy's
got the tiebreaker.
So yes, the
You're a
tiebreaker.
tie on mustache, not a mustache.
The tie-breaking question.
Double perfect game so far, by
Yes,
the way.
themed black. And what other, maybe one of the best nicknames in sports, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. That's where we'll go with the question today. So with All-Star voting and the All-Star game right around the corner in the NBA, Kobe Bryant was a blank time All-Star.
All right, we're gonna. I'll do this as normal.
Yep.
I'll message you my pick.
And I have a backup in case it's.
Yeah. My guess is in, Dan.
I'm trying to remember how many years Kobe played, and I'm trying to do this math in my head, and I'm not doing very, very well. I will say Kobe Bryant was a 16-time All-Star.
Dang it.
Yeah, this backfired on you, Sammy, because we both picked 16.
You guys both did pick 16.
You gotta see, Sammy. You gotta pick ones that are like in the hundreds or thousands.
I have another question,
like career points or something like that.
I was gonna ask career points, but then it's like I'm doing the math, and it's like blank thousand. Okay, but how many career points?
What uniform numbers did Kobe Bryant wear?
Well, I thought I could get. Okay, so Kobe Bryant had how many points?
So
was the answer 16?
No. The answer was 18.
The answer was 18?
Yes.
So now we're going to tiebreaker number 2.
We can go to tiebreaker number 2.
Double overtime.
Double overtime.
If we get this right, do we have to go for 2 points after?
Yeah.
Yes. If you guys tie on the career points of Kobe Bryant, I think we might just call it a tie.
I'm so not good at this. Vinny's gonna win this.
All right, my guess is in.
26,384.
No, that is off. Vinny is correct. The correct answer.
Exactly right. Well done.
Well, no, not correct. The correct answer is 33,643.
okay.
Vinny wins this week's mustache, not a mustache, with a guess of 31,954.
Good job, Vinny.
Good job, Vinny.
Good job, Vinny. You don't have to go for 2.
That training in Siberia really
Good job,
paid
Vinny.
off.
Good job, Vinny.
You get that reference, Sammy? Oh, you've seen
Yes.
all the Rocky
I've
movies?
seen all the Rockies.
You've seen all the Rockies, really? All like all 9?
Rocky and Bullwinkle.
No.
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Oh.
We got a media showdown going in Denver. Did you see this?
No.
After the Denver Broncos wrapped up the number 1 seed in the AFC, during his press conference, and I'm trying to get it queued up here. This is Sean Payton, the head coach of the Broncos. I got to turn down the Black Eyed Peas first. Shut up, Fergie. This is Sean Payton after the game, calling out longtime Denver columnist Mark Kissler.
Oh, yeah, I know Mark Kissler well. What happened? What did he do?
You play a game a certain way.
No.
You know, when we understood
You have both
what was
ears in?
at stake.
Oh, there we go. Sorry.
And now we sit here with the opportunity of having the 1 seed, which is pretty good. Any questions?
Hey, Sean, that's what, when you come off the field, like with a win of this magnitude, is it easy to put the red zone and all of that? Is it easier to put that to the side for a little while?
Absolutely.
After a win like this, yeah.
Absolutely. Again, each week there's a look. Am I ever happy? No.
Sorry, I didn't have it queued up.
All
Very
right.
good. It's coming.
But we shouldn't be as coaches. I know fewer words have never been spoken, Mark. Speak up, because you're always here, but you always never make eye contact, never have any questions, but you have a lot to write.
Fewer words have never been spoken.
Thank you. You're exactly right.
So he takes a shot at Mark Kissler for not asking questions. Now, Mark Kissler had written a column on the Denver Gazette talking about I'm all over the place on this. He said that the Broncos are too flawed to win a Super Bowl. He said frauds, that's the wrong F word. Flawed is the word. And then he said they rope a dope their way to 14-3, and only a fool believes that they can win the Super Bowl this way.
Oh, boy.
So that's why Sean Payton took exception to it. Kissler tweeted out, "I've only had sports figures get mad at me for 50 years. No big deal. It's part of the job. At least Mike Shanahan and John Elway had the guts to get up in my face and go back and forth. The passive-aggressive shtick of Payton is hilarious to me. He's a hell of a football coach. I advocated for his hiring before the Broncos fired Hackett. What he thinks of me is none of my business. But the condescending, disrespectful way I've seen Payton treat hardworking people in the Broncos organization is a damn shame."
Wow.
He said he can't stand that I don't put up with his nonsense, and it kills him. He went on and on and on Sean Payton.
Wow. Mark Kissler is a guy that every now and again he will put out a wacky take that people are like, what?
But longtime columnist.
Longtime columnist.
Look, you could go through your archives. You'd have some wacky takes.
Oh, yeah.
They all pop up. The most chaotic thing ever to happen at your work, job, or office. We didn't get to any of the answers on social studies. Do we have any good ones that stand out, Sammy?
Yeah, there are some. Ryan Gard said he used to work at Jack in the Box drive-thru on McDowell and Miller. A lady dropped her change, opened her car door to grab it, slipped, smashed the gas pedal, fell out of her car. The car sped forward, hopped the median, did a U-turn, hopped the same median again, then smashed into the Jack in the Box.
That's unbelievable.
That's really, really unbelievable. I can just see that, happening. It's out of a movie. Ross Vegas said, I work remotely. The most chaotic thing that's ever happened to me, the opening to today's show.
There we go. Ross, thanks for tuning in bright and early.
Bright and early, my friend.
That was 3 minutes of...
Just no one knew what was going on. I kind of yesterday where literally no one knew what was going on. Our other station didn't either. Daryl Lee said easily the pandemic. I think a lot of organizations, workplaces were trying to figure that out.
The pandemic was strange because it got to a point where it was the opposite of chaotic, but it was so out of the ordinary that it became chaotic.
Yeah, that's a good way to
We
put
had
it.
nothing going on this show, basically, for 6 months. But that became the absence became the chaos. It was weird.
And then lastly, Tony Height said, 14 years ago, I worked at a kitchen at BWW Buffalo Wild Wings on the Super Bowl. We ran out of wings by noon. So for the next 11 hours, we were using frozen wings bought from grocery stores within a 25-mile radius. Insanity for 13 hours straight. We ended up with over 6,000 wings that were never picked up. That's unbelievable.
Wow.
I think the Jack in the Box drive-thrus takes the cake.
And how about this from Cody? A half-naked Santa Claus came in trying to ship something. Hey, Cody, look at a glass half full. At least it wasn't a fully naked Santa Claus.
Exactly.
That would have been a lot worse. I want to remind you that today is your last chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Miami against Ole Miss. It's happening January 8th at State Farm Stadium. You listen for the code word during Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620. If you're looking for extra chances to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. That's going to do it for us today. Thanks to Kent Summers. Thanks to Dave Pash. Thanks for hanging out with us. To you as well. We'll do it again tomorrow morning at 6. And attendance is required. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus?
Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker couldn't do it 2 nights in a row. Book with a chance to give the Suns a lead late in Houston. Missed the mark, which gave way for Kevin Durant, who hit a 3 with 1.1 seconds left to give the Rockets a 197 win that left Suns fans with a sour taste in their mouth. The Suns now make their way to Memphis for the Grizzlies tomorrow night. If you hadn't heard, the Arizona Cardinals have dismissed Jonathan Gannon from his head coaching duties, and general manager Monty Austinfort will be leading the search for the next head coach for this football team, and there are many questions. Will they hire yet another first-time head coach? Will they seek a veteran? And what will they do with Kyler Murray? For more, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act now at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday. Wow. It's the Wolf and Luke show. Wolf, how does it feel to work 2 days in a row?
Man, yeah. I'm beat, as a matter of fact. Like, you gotta be kidding me. What's up, Basinoni heads? Yes, indeed. Broadcasting. Here it is. January 6th already. January 6th, Basinonians. Think about this. And here it is, 2026.
Mm-hmm.
We're moving along, are we not?
I'm just enjoying the fact that we've made it 12 seconds into the show. There hasn't been any breaking news yet.
Yeah.
So we can actually talk about the Suns to start the show, which was the plan yesterday. But obviously, if you joined us, or I guess if you missed it, Jonathan Gannon, all that news broke right at 10 o'clock yesterday. So now,
is it bad that I thought about pranking you guys?
that would have been funny.
Like, what do you mean you thought about pranking us?
And just hitting the
In which
breaking
way?
news.
Just hitting the breaking news.
But then you would have pranked the entire city of Phoenix, too. You would have had to answer to that. It would have been funny. So today we can start with the Suns. The downside is they've now played a game since the Oklahoma City game, so we can't only focus on the OKC game, but that's probably good since I can't spell it. Wolf,
they nearly won again last night in Houston after their plane got there like 5 hours before tip-off.
For me, once again, it's really difficult. We were talking about this in prehab, the pre-show meeting, of course. And for me, it's really difficult to talk about what you saw last night against the Houston Rockets without talking about the OKC game.
I agree.
The front end of the back-to-back. You have to put these two games together, I think, when you talk about what we've seen from the Phoenix Suns. Of course, they beat OKC 108-105. They beat them by 3. Thank you, Devin Booker. We appreciate you so much. And then, of course, they lost to the Rockets 100-97. Book, can you help us out?
I wanted to talk about Book's basically buzzer beater on the show today, but then last night they had another chance. Like, what are the odds he would be in that position again? And this time it doesn't fall. I mean, that's, whatever. It is what it is. I think it's remarkable that the Suns were even in that game yesterday, all things considered. We talked about this yesterday. Is there some sort of rule that when you play Oklahoma City, it has to be the first half of a back-to-back? The first time they played Oklahoma City this year, they played Denver the next night in a different city. By the way, do you see my computer over here? You think this font's big enough?
Yeah.
What is this?
News Boss?
This is like
okay.
800 font. I can't even open it.
What is going on with you?
I don't know.
Honestly, that's what I was thinking last night too. What is going on here? When the Phoenix Suns scored 18 and 19 points respectively, of course, in the third quarter and the fourth quarter. Man, what is going on? The amount of defense that was balling out there, it was truly amazing to see it. 2 nights in a row, back to back, to watch the Phoenix Suns go out and lay it on the line the way that they did. And yet, you know what? This is who they are. This is exactly what we expect from this team. That's why I was talking about it yesterday, actually talking about, man, I'm fascinated to see what happens against the Rockets last night. And the reason why is because of just how brutal that OKC game was. That was a physical. You go back.
Well, look what it did to OKC. They lost to Charlotte by 27.
And we were talking about this too as well. We were kind of talking about this. Man, I wonder if you went and you looked at OKC like they were the Detroit Lions. We do this all the time. When you play the Detroit Lions before this year, of course, when you play the Detroit Lions
this year, but yeah.
Coming into this season, it was a situation where, once again, your record was a losing record after you played the Lions the next week.
Yeah, it was
whoever they played.
I remember exactly what it was last year, but I feel like at one point it was like teams that played the Lions the next week, they were like 1-9. I mean, it wasn't just a losing record. It was like you almost never won.
And we wondered about this with OKC because of how they play. Oh, my goodness, the tempo they play with and how physical they are and how they play, the intensity that they bring to the floor. Their average margin of victory before this last 2 weeks was somewhere like 15. I believe it was 15 points before this last 2 weeks where they've really kind of hit a bump, a speed bump, if you will, metaphorically speaking. But having said that, once again, this is something that I am going to take from the Phoenix Suns, and I'm just going to put this into the positive column, that they were even in this game against the Rockets.
It had all the makings of, okay, look, you played Oklahoma City last night, so you're probably a little bit beat up. Okay, you didn't even get to fly out last night. You had to fly out this morning, except the flight basically got delayed again this morning.
Knock it off.
You didn't get there till 5 hours before tip-off. Like, we had K-Ray on yesterday. He was going to be on at 12:30. They were still in the air. So we had him on at 1:30. They had just gotten there. He had just gotten to the room. And then the game starts at 6. So you have that. Okay, well, then you're also playing a really good team in Houston. It's not like maybe it doesn't matter if you're playing Charlotte, but it's not like you're playing a bad team. You're playing Houston. It would have made no sense for the Suns to win that game. And they were about a second away from winning the game. Now, we haven't talked about the other part of this. Devin Booker hits what is basically a buzzer beater against Oklahoma City on Sunday. Kevin Durant hits the buzzer beater basically against the Suns last night.
Yeah, that's what Kevin Durant has done for a long time. Kevin Durant is an excellent basketball player. Ron Wolfley reporting. Yet at the same time, the Kevin Durant experiment here was not good. The Phoenix Suns are a better basketball team right now without Kevin Durant.
Didn't you kind of feel, I know I said this yesterday quickly about Booker, maybe this was even off the air. You get to that point against Oklahoma City, and yes, you're playing Oklahoma City, and yes, earlier this season, they look like they might lose like 4 games. Now they're hitting a little bit of a rough patch, but they still have the best record in basketball, and they're clearly still the best team in basketball. But when you get to that point where there's just 2 seconds left and Devin Booker's racing up for a 3, it doesn't really matter who the other team is. It at this point has come down to, if Devin Booker hits this shot, the Suns win. Did you not feel when he was in the air he was going to hit the shot? I know he hasn't been hitting threes great this season, but on Sunday night when the ball's in the air, did we not all think, all right, Book's going to hit this shot?
I honestly didn't think that.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I was sitting there like everybody else, I thought, waiting to see what would happen because Book hasn't shot the 3 very well.
See, I had unfortunately, the same feeling last night when Durant got the shot up. It was like, well, this is going in. I mean, it's just, you think about these two guys and how good they are, and especially in clutch moments, you tend to feel like, especially with the storyline mixed in, okay, the Suns have a chance to beat Oklahoma City. You've done the hard part for 47 minutes and 58 seconds. You just need your best player to hit this shot. You feel like it's going to go in, and it did. Same thing the other way. I mean, I'm sure KD didn't mind beating the Suns. In fact, I have some audio to support that I'll play for you shortly. But it also, I mean, he's done that how many times? The bigger story to me, though, is still how amazing it was that last night was a 1-possession game at the end.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that 100% right now. We, the Wu Fang clan, we stand at the ready for this Suns team. We do. Watching them compete and go out and do it after what we saw against OKC, that was a brutal, physical, athletic, hyper-athletic, physical game. It was. And then to see them go out and actually be in this game, have a chance to win, it was just stunning to me. It really was. The Suns just hit the wall. Athletically, physically, I think they hit the wall in the second half.
If they play like this, though, and that's one of the best qualities about this team is they are pretty steady in how they play. If they play the way they did with those 2 games in the last, it was basically like, a 27-hour span. Also, the clock just stopped working in the first half of the game, too.
What was that all about?
Hey, I know you guys basically had to pedal bikes to get here today, and the game just tipped off. Can you go ahead and count to 24 before you shoot each time? Because we don't have a clock here that works.
They were announcing the 24-second clock.
How ridiculous is that, especially in a game that comes down to what is essentially a buzzer beater. Here's Devin Booker after the game talking about the close loss to Houston.
I think we're in control most of the game, it felt like at least. I think they upped the pressure a little bit, got a little more physical, and it's tough for us to, one, get shots on the rim and then just make shots.
And Book against KD.
And it's always a pleasure. He's done so much for this game. He's done so much for me personally. So any chance I can get out there, be out there, one of my idols, somebody that I have a high respect for, there's nothing like it. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah, that's right. Yet at the same time, again, there's no doubt about it. I think we all understand that Kevin Durant is one of the best basketball players to ever play the game, period. Just no debate on that whatsoever. At the same time, the Phoenix Suns, this version of the Phoenix Suns, they're better without Kevin Durant.
Jamal and I have purposely kept the KD post-game audio away from you. We'll play that in a little bit. We got a couple guests coming up, but we're going to play it at 10:45, okay? Because we got some good guests coming up. Patrick Peterson's going to join us in a little bit. Sean McDonough is going to join us in the final hour of the show. Talk about the college football playoff. Paul Calvisi is going to join us next. Field Yates of ESPN is going to join us at 10:30. So the guest list is strong today, which means I probably need to shut up and go to break. When we come back, where do the Arizona Cardinals need to look for a new head coach first? We're going to talk to their sideline reporter, Paul Calvisi. He joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right. 3 seconds to go. A 3 on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 0.3 of a second remaining. gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97, the final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Dagus. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. When you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona sports. Paul talks to football players and tries to stay out of the way. It's the Paulie Pigskin Report.
Yeah, Paulie Pig's kind of weak point.
Brought to you by Bright Wealth Management. Bright futures start here at brightwm.com.
All right, well, kind of a busy day yesterday for the Cardinals and kind of a busy time now for the Arizona Cardinals, who are one of 6 teams looking for an NFL head coach. Cardinals sideline reporter Paul Calvisi is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now to talk about everything in the end of the season. What's going on, Paulie?
Luke, I'm just looking on video here to see if you are. Oh, that is Wolf. All right, we have a sighting. That's good.
Yeah.
Do not tell Wolf that I labeled him during his holiday getaway as the only full-time employee in America who works less than Congress. Do not tell him that. Okay?
No, I would never.
Okay.
I would never say that to him.
Paulie, why is it we cannot see you here on the YouTube stream? Why is it we cannot see you? Do you know why?
Maybe because, I don't know, Rick decided to take some time off and everything's getting screwed up.
Okay, Paulie, just wanted to know that, Paul, I have to start with this right now. I know you also worked very closely
there he is.
with Jonathan Gannon. There you go, right there. You work closely with JG. I've got a ton of respect for him. I think he's an excellent coach. I know you feel the same way. Were you surprised at the news yesterday?
A little bit, not entirely. Primarily just because of the confidence and the sentiments that JG had expressed, when facing some pretty pointed questions, the month leading up to yesterday. But the way that things ended, I don't think anyone can be surprised. Not only the final record, but look at the Cardinals' win-loss record since the bye week 2024, losing 19 of their last 24 games since they were 6-4 at the bye 2024. So, we talked about this a little bit yesterday in that, he was charged with establishing accountability. That was a big thing when he was hired. And he came in heavy. He did. And you think of a team that had already been eliminated from the playoffs in 2023, went to Pittsburgh and won, went to Philly and won. Wolf, you were on those two road trips, with an undermanned roster, found a way in two of the most, competitive environments in the NFL. And so, all right. But the way that accountability also applies to the head coach's office. And what is the metric any head coach is measured on? Wins and losses. And it wasn't just the what, it was the how. You went from 7 losses by 4 points or fewer to 4 out of your last 5 being lopsided losses. And then there were games within the division where you were down 35-0 at Seattle. You saw Rams team in Week 14 put 45 on the scoreboard and go 32 straight plays without reaching third down. Yeah, so, the Niners game was 35-10 late third quarter. So, yes, you can go back to Week 3 and 4. You can look at the 2 walk-off losses where you were beat by field goals at the very end by the Niners and Seahawks. And, okay, but, the second half of the season was a different story, especially within the division.
We're talking to Paul Calvisi. By the way, I want to do a quick shout-out to Maricopa. I meant to do that before the interview. I got so excited to see Paul, but shout-out to Maricopa right there, Wolf.
Paul loves Maricopa.
He does. He does. It's a little-known fact. Paulie, kind of what you were saying right there, and Michael Bidwell brought this up a few times in the press conference yesterday. It was the direction they were going to. It was, you win 4 games that first year, okay, but JG was taking over a mess in year 1, and there was progress last year. And look, teams that first year, opposing teams were like, this team's a tough team to play against. Last year they win 8 games, but they trailed off in the second half last year. They start 2-0 this year, but they go 1-14 in the final 15. What, in your mind, is the biggest thing that needs to change to get them going back in the right direction? Because I'm of the belief, and I understand why they moved on from JG. I get it, but I don't think just firing Jonathan Gannon solves all your problems.
No, and look, on the defensive side, they obviously invested a lot in the offseason. I'm going to continue to say it. I've been saying it for 2 months. The loss of Mack Wilson Sr., the quarterback of your defense, was just a devastating blow to all 3 levels of that defense. He really coordinated that scheme, I think, far more than most people realize. You're going with a 4th-round rookie in that spot, and too often Cardinals are just half a step behind and trying to fit a lot of things as really good creative offensive coordinators are doing, like Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. So that was tough. But if you're looking at priorities in the offseason, obviously the quarterback question. What's your answer? If you're going to go with a young guy, Jacoby Brissett, based on what he did a year ago with Drake May in New England, that's the thing, guys. I go back to when New England came into town, the end of the 2024 season. And, Wolf, you called that game. Remember, we were talking about it pregame. You're like, look at this roster. Yep. It's awful. They had Christian Gonzalez And they got a nice young quarterback by the name of Drake May, number 3 pick. He might amount to something. Now he's darn near the MVP. But beyond those two players, they didn't have much. And they flipped it in 1 year. Now I know they had the easiest strength of schedule, but they figured out the quarterback. They figured out the head coach. I think Tennessee wants Mike Vrabel back right now.
Yeah.
And so if you can get an answer, Luke, to those two questions. Now, those are the two biggest questions within any football organization. I get it. But that's where the Cardinals are right now. They need that's the first and foremost. And then number 3, little shout out to AQ Shipley. You got to invest in the offensive line like you did defensive front a year ago.
Big time. There's no doubt about it. They have to fix that offensive line. That is, to me, it is quarterback is job one. Yes, quarterback is job one, but that offensive line to me is right there. Otherwise, your quarterback is going to have no opportunity, no chance.
It doesn't
whatsoever.
matter who the quarterback is.
Exactly. Having said that, Paulie, what is your gut feeling right now in regard to Kyler Murray? I know Josh Weinfuss had a report in regard to the possibility of the Arizona Cardinals running back Kyler Murray next year. I don't see that happening. How do you feel about this?
Well, I'm reporting that Lincoln Riley's coming in as the next head coach and is going to work with Kyler.
Okay, perfect.
Lie detector might want to go off on that one because we just made that up in the moment just to see if you guys are paying attention. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. You got the buzz.
Look, I think the vibe is I would be surprised if Kyler Murray is back next year based on everything we have seen.
Yeah.
I'm not ruling it out. I'm not. I mean, he's due $37 million or so. If he's still on the roster, the 5th day of the new league year, another 19.5. So there's definitely a financial element of this. There's what sort of return on investment can you get, possibly in a trade, or does the rest of the league realize Cardinals are parting ways with him and they're not going to offer much in return? I would be surprised, though, the way this season ended with Kyler if he was to start next season as a starting quarterback again. But that's just me and a gut feel. Once again, guys, disclaimer, I cover the team, and that's it.
Talking to Paul Calvisi, who covers the team, and that's it. Let me ask you this, though, Paulie, and maybe it's too early for this because a lot of the names you see thrown around as candidates for these coaching jobs, it's all just rumors right now, I'm sure. But do you have a sense as to whether or not they want to go with an up-and-coming coach or an established guy this time?
I don't have a sense. We've seen a lot of teams sort of go what I call opposite-itis. Mm-hmm. You'll have an offensive guy, you go defense next. You have sort of a player's coach, then you go with someone who's much more disciplined. You went from a Bruce Arians to a supposed disciplinarian and a Steve Wilks, right? Then Wilks, you went with an offensive guy in Cliff Kingsbury from the defensive guy. So I think in this case, you really do cast the wide net, try and figure. If you can find the next up-and-coming guy, the next Liam Cohen, the next Mike McDonald, someone you can bank on for the next decade, yes, I think that's the ideal scenario. Luke, at the same time, if you can somehow get Kevin Stefanski into the building for an interview, to me, Kevin Stefanski,
I'm right there with you, Paulie.
He's this year's Mike Vrabel. You're going to look back a year from now and say, how or why did Cleveland let that guy get away?
What do you like about him, Paulie Stefanski?
Well, let's see. He took a team to a playoff win, starting 5 different quarterbacks a few years ago in the same season. So there's that. There's that. He has, and he's navigated the whole Browns scenario, the worst trade in modern NFL history for Deshaun Watson. And so there's a lot of different elements there that I just think he.
He's won Coach of the Year twice in Cleveland.
Exactly.
That's it. That's all you need to put on your resume.
I don't think I need to really, sit here and.
What I love about him, Paulie, is his mentality. This is a guy that is an offensive mind, and I think you're going to have a young guy come in here at some point in time, whether it's this year or next year. I think it's going to be a situation where the Arizona Cardinals are going to have to develop a young quarterback. I think Kevin Stefanski can do that. I love his mentality. He has a balanced approach to the game of football. We're going to pound you. We're going to use play action. That is Kevin Stefanski. I just like his makeup and his mentality.
And I think the moment he walks into any building, he already has that respect. He doesn't have to earn that respect as a first-time head coach. He comes in, he's already got that street cred with everybody in the locker room. I think that's a bonus. And look, after what? almost a decade in the Rust Belt and that dead Ohio sky. Get him out for an interview. Let him enjoy some Arizona weather. You spent 2 years in Cleveland, Wolf. I mean, come on out to Arizona, get some sunshine. Just sell him on our weather.
Which I loved
exactly.
it in Cleveland, in that dead Ohio sky, Paul.
Paulie,
Well done, Maynard.
thank you so much, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, shout out to Maricopa.
Absolutely. Appreciate that. Shout out to Maricopa. That's Paul Calvisi joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Okay, you heard Paulie just say it right there. You know, quarterback, pretty important part of this equation. So when we come back, we'll talk about that and what's available at the quarterback position for 2026 with ESPN NFL insider Field Yates. He will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We had Jonathan Gannon on every week. I think he was adamant that he was going to come back, but here's the reality. The guy was 3-13 against the West. He was 15-36 overall. He's got one of the worst winning percentages of any head coach, and the firing was justified. If you're Monty Ossenfort or Michael Bidwell, it was justified. It would have been very, very hard to bring him back as the head coach of your football team. Fan base, team, everybody all together. I think people would have thought that the organization didn't care enough if they would have brought Jonathan. I think that's what they would have thought.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company. Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat.
Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Black Monday struck here in the Valley yesterday as the Arizona Cardinals fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years with the team and a 15-36 record in his tenure. The Cardinals will stick with general manager Monty Ossenfort as he will lead the search for a new head coach. And here's what he said in looking for that new head coach.
First and foremost, we're looking for a strong leader, and this is being a head coach in the NFL is a difficult job, and there's 31 other teams that are trying to do the same thing that we're doing. And so a lot goes into that, creating accountability and dependability in the locker room. It's creating advantages on the field, putting our players in a position to be successful, developing young players.
And whether it was a back-to-back travel issues or even clock management issues in the arena, the Phoenix Suns refused to back down but did lose a hard-fought battle to the Houston Rockets last night, 100-97. Former Sun Kevin Durant hit a three-pointer with just 1.1 seconds remaining on the clock to beat his former team. The Suns have today off, but will be back on the hardwood tomorrow in Tennessee facing the Memphis Grizzlies. And that is what's trending now.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Obviously a busy football week, both locally and certainly nationally, with Wild Card Weekend coming up. Always great to talk to our next guest, ESPN NFL insider and analyst, Field Yates, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. Field, thank you so much for the time, man. What's going on?
Yeah, glad to do it. Thanks for having me on, guys. I wish I could trade places with you right now, weather-wise, as I find my way through another 20-degree day here in Connecticut. I hope you guys are doing well so far here in 2026.
Yeah, it's a solid, 70 out there right now? I would say.
Absolutely. It's beautiful, man. Don't even tell me.
Not to rub it in. Well, here, maybe this will make you feel better. We've got some football issues to deal with out here in the desert right now. And I'm actually going to start with quarterback because it would appear Kyler Murray's not going to be back next year. And the Cardinals are in the market to either draft a quarterback or to go out and get a free agent, maybe like a reclamation project. Let's just start there, big picture. If you were in the Cardinals situation, what would your approach be to finding a quarterback this offseason?
Yeah, and I'm going to sound a little bit like stating the obvious, but this is the team that perhaps as much as any other in the NFL is every stone must go unturned, and I'll dive into why. The Cardinals, if they had a top 2 pick in the upcoming NFL draft, might have a relatively straightforward solution to their quarterback dilemma because Fernando Mendoza will declare for the draft. He will do so once Indiana's season is over, and there's at least a chance that Dante Moore Jr. from Oregon will declare for the draft as well. Both of those guys would be foundational quarterbacks you could build your organization around. But because the Cardinals have pick 3 and what I think is probably at best a 2-quarterback draft, you have to go through the evaluation of the rest of the class. I don't think, and this even includes Ty Simpson from Alabama if he comes out, that he is an obvious should go in the first 3 selections quarterback. Now, there's a lot of sort of ball game left proverbially in this process, and the Cardinals might hold a very favorable opinion of him. But let's operate under the idea that this is, by many people, viewed as a 2-quarterback class. That brings us to the veterans. And we saw this year some unlikely quarterbacks produce at a relatively high level. Sam Darnold was probably the crown jewel of that, but Sam was good for Minnesota last year. I'm talking about the Daniel Jones types this season, who obviously Daniel Jones has kind of changed the narrative surrounding his career. This is not a great quarterback class in free agency, but so this might sort of bring up whether Arizona could possibly pry away a quarterback from someone on the trade market. But make no mistake about it, there is no obvious answer as to how they get this quarterback quandary figured out. Step 1 is probably getting some resolution with Kyler Murray, who I don't expect to be back with Arizona. But once you move off of Kyler, it both clears the books a bit financially and also gives you a sense of what you're dealing with resource-wise if you're able to recoup a reasonable asset in that potential Kyler Murray trade.
On that note right there, Field, what kind of market do you anticipate for Kyler Murray?
Kyler's an interesting one, and not that you guys don't know that better than anybody, but, the best version of Kyler at his very, very best has been a pretty electric player, right? I remember that year in which Arizona, I think it was J.J. Watt's first season with the Cardinals, where they had the best record in the NFL in week 12, and everything was coming up Cardinals, and Kyler was playing like a guy who you could imagine one day winning the NFL MVP, or at least being in the consideration for an MVP award. But recently it's been far too uneven. Kyler is a guy who we haven't seen, at least I felt like this year he was not nearly as dynamic as a runner prior to when he went down for the season. And now you have to deal with a contract question. Is sort of the good news, bad news for a team acquiring Kyler Murray is that you only have one more year of guaranteed money. So you're not committing to Kyler Murray on some 5-year deal if you trade for him. The bad news is if you're trading for him, you probably think he's got a chance to be a decent player for you. And if after 1 year there's no more guaranteed contract left over, you're going to have to do some renegotiation. So it's a complicated one. I do think, though, that ultimately Kyler is clearly in the top 32 of quarterbacks. And, obviously not he's probably closer to, league average than he is, that bottom slot at number 32, which I think gives – some team is going to need a quarterback. Not everybody can draft a quarterback, and there's, as I mentioned, there's not a great free agent market. Somebody will take a bite on Kyler Murray. We're going to see a number of these quarterbacks who were either benched in the case of somebody like Tua Tagovailoa, or whatever you want to describe Kyler as. Benched, goes to IR. I mean, it certainly felt like one of those where the team was comfortable, even if Kyler were back, continuing to start Jacoby Brissett, however long was left in that season. So Kyler's market's a difficult one to size up.
We're talking to Field Yates. Field, looking at the NFL playoffs coming up, it feels honestly like 10 or 11 of these teams could legitimately win the Super Bowl. Is there one team that jumps out to you as maybe the most interesting story if they were to go deep?
Oh, man, I guess the interesting story probably applies to a lot of them because there's so many new faces. I'll throw a couple categories out here. I think the best team is Seattle. I don't think that's much of a bold statement after the way that they finished the season. Defensively, they're so good, obviously. You guys saw them twice this season out there. Arizona did twice this year, so you know how good they are, how well coached they are. I think the team with the most pressure is probably the Bills. Josh Allen, unbelievable player, NFL MVP last year, who this year faces an AFC playoff picture with no Patrick Mahomes, no Lamar Jackson, no Joe Burrow. I get it. Quarterbacks don't face off against each other, but quarterbacks bear the most of the responsibility, for better or worse, in the NFL. So that's a team that I think has the most pressure on them. Maybe the most interesting story would be the Jaguars, just because they have come on like a freight train, 8 straight wins to finish the season. The resurrection of Trevor Lawrence has been great. And, what's interesting about Jacksonville is you go back to this past off season, and the biggest move they made player personnel-wise, I'm not talking about hiring a coach or a GM, the biggest move they made player personnel-wise was trading up from 5 to 2 to get Travis Hunter. Well, 2 things. 1, Hunter played half the season and wasn't much of a factor. 2, I was sort of thinking, hey, if I'm the Browns, I like betting on the downside of Jacksonville. And instead what happened is this pick from Jacksonville could be 28 or something, as opposed to the Browns might have been hoping it could be pick 12 or something like that. So Jacksonville would be an amazing story if they can keep this thing rolling. And it's a great game on Sunday afternoon.
Speaking of the Browns, Field, I've got to ask you this. Kevin Stefanski, where do you think he's going to go?
I'll land this far. Let me start here, and I will offer a prediction. But I think he's going to interview for basically every head coaching opening. He has 2 things that are really working in his favor. One is, and you've already heard some GMs acknowledge this on the record, is, hey, you'd like to see. Sometimes it's nice to have a head coach who's been through the fire previously, because there are some things that you just don't know when you're a first-time head coach. That isn't to say you can't have success right out of the chutes. Enter Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen, others who have been tremendous in their first time as a head coach. But there is something to be said for the experience. On top of that, he's a quarterback guy, right? He has worked closely with, veteran quarterbacks, some younger quarterbacks as well. And, for a franchise that has a pretty spotty track record, the Browns, he was a 2-time coach of the year. He was not actually on the sidelines when they won that playoff game against the Steelers because he was in COVID protocols. But, he helped lead that team to where it was. So I think Stefanski will be on the radar everywhere. I don't, this is a prediction based off of zero intel or information. I'm just throwing some common sense to the into the equation here. I think Tennessee is kind of interesting for Kevin Stefanski because he has a young quarterback in Cam Ward. The Browns very much wanted the piece of Cam Ward last year when they had that second pick in the draft. And they've got a lot of cap flexibility too. This is a team that's got plenty of money to spend. It's not, not to say that there aren't other really good jobs that are desirable as well. All of them have desirable elements to them. But Tennessee is one of those where, they could spend a good amount of money this offseason and become an easy team to project as making a quasi-leap next year.
Field, it's always great to talk to you, man. Thank you for your time.
Buddy.
You bet, guys. Be well. Enjoy that weather, and I can't wait to see where this coaching search unfolds at.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Thank you so much.
When you come out here, let us know, okay, Field?
Hey, I'm staying at your house.
Perfect. That's Field Yates.
All right, buddy.
Take care. That's Field Yates joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right there. Yeah, this is certainly the time of year to look out the window and appreciate where we are.
No doubt.
Like, this is hey, should I wear a light coat? I'd like to wear this coat. I haven't worn it in 3 years. And everybody else is like driving through snow. Today is your last chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl featuring Miami and Ole Miss January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley, Murata, Wolf, and Luke and Burns and Gambo. And then when you hear that code word, make sure you text it to 620-620. If you're looking for extra chances, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, Kevin Durant hit the game winner against the Suns last night, and it meant a little extra to him. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
tackle. Tackle.
Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now.
Tackle.
Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Finding the right time to have your teenager's wisdom teeth removed can be challenging. Trust me, I know. My son's school and baseball schedule is always full, so we're doing what most parents do, and that is booking the extraction of his wisdom teeth during the school holiday winter break. And we're going with ProSmile. ProSmile has oral surgeons on site with state-of-the-art facilities, and they can get your child in and out and feeling great before they head back to school for the new year. So if your son or daughter needs their wisdom teeth out, you can rest assured they're in the best hands at ProSmile. And no need to dread it. They'll handle them with kid gloves, and don't let costs hold you back either. ProSmile takes most insurance plans and offers great finance options as well. You can even ask ProSmile about their wisdom teeth package deals. So make your appointment today before spots fill up. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information. Hey, you might even see me there in the waiting room. And no, my kid is not allowed to put his wisdom teeth under the pillow expecting cash the next morning. Not happening.
Message and data rates may apply.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy place every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Hey, it's Gambo. How do we feel about Arizona State's football team based on their recent additions in the transfer portal? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Well, thanks to Field Yates and Paul Calvisi for joining us here in this first hour. Wolf, the more we talk about coaching searches, the more I want Kevin Stefanski at least in the building. We'll get into that. We're gonna jump into that actually in a few minutes. I want to play a couple cuts for you though from last night's Suns game. Okay, so great. I thought great effort by this. Amazing effort, even better than great effort. Like great understates it to play Oklahoma City the night before, and I understand teams have back-to-backs, but it's what they call a schedule loss in the NBA. Even the best teams, well, we played a tough team the night before, so it's kind of a built-in loss. Not the Suns. They couldn't even fly out the previous night. They had to fly out yesterday afternoon to the game.
Knock it off.
And you're playing Houston. It's not, and they still almost won the game, but it ends with Kevin Durant hitting the game winner for Houston, and this is what he said afterwards.
Does it mean any more to you to be able to hit that one against your former guys?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time being to sound – I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will – to be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying? And felt like that, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
So, wow. Okay, where do you begin on that one, Mason O'Needs? Where do you begin on that? Yeah, I think all of us would probably feel better if we did well against our former team. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I kind of
hit
don't.
the winning shot.
I kind of don't hate that he admitted it. I hate that he hit the shot because the Suns were that close to a really nice win.
He could have easily taken the median route,
which most guys usually do.
Hey, it was just a game. This is what I do. I hit the shot.
I respect the honesty in that moment, and that was right after the game. And look, I mean, when we played the cut the other day of Dylan Brooks talking about Suns highlights in 2025, and out of nowhere he's like, I hope KD's not in there. I mean, there seems to be a little bit of a rivalry even between the guys who got traded for each other, which you don't always see. Look, you say that and you're Kevin Durant, it's going to raise eyebrows and people are going to pay attention. But like I said, I wish he wouldn't have made the shot necessarily, but I don't really mind him saying it. The scapegoated part, which is what everybody's zeroing in on, I mean, my stance on this. If you divide the pie chart for who was at fault last year, I don't think Kevin Durant was most at fault. But I agree with what you've been saying, and I think this worked out for everybody. The Suns just needed a fresh start. They needed a guy like Dylan Brooks. They need the pick. Ideally, they need Jalen Green at some point. They needed a different culture. I don't think that was all KD. I don't think they had much of a coach last year. And you had Bradley Beal, who just you couldn't count on to play. But, I mean, we've said this before. Durant was part of that last year. Devin Booker was part of it last year.
Yeah.
Like, everybody was part of it last year.
Yeah, again, I go back. Boy, the Phoenix Suns, they had the talent. They had talent. They had talent to be a much better team. You know what they didn't have? Toughness. They didn't. Collectively, you need that. You need a collective toughness. I've been talking about how many years, how many decades have I been talking about talent and toughness?
Don't you feel kind of vindicated this year? Because this year is a tough team that's playing tough.
No, honestly, Basin O'Neens, I did not think the Phoenix Suns were going to be a very good team. I believe I had them 37 wins. That's what I picked them coming into the season. I didn't think they were going to be anywhere close to being what we're seeing right now. And the joy of it, to me, more than the wins, I kid you not, is to watch them go out and compete on a consistent level the way that they do right now. And last night, that was on display for everybody to see. Coming off that brutal game against OKC and how physical and athletic and powerful and contested that game was against that team, the best basketball team on the face of the planet, let alone the universe, ladies and gentlemen. You know, to me, I am so excited in what I'm seeing from the Phoenix Suns right now, and it's because they have a culture, and this culture would not be able to exist with KD on this team because he brings a whole different set of variables.
They get better almost every time they see a team multiple times. There are plenty of teams this season the Suns have just beaten. They've played them once and they've beaten them, right? But then you get the teams that they've played a couple times, like they lost to the Clippers, second game of the season, but they beat them. They beat them twice already. They've played the Clippers. Okay, so you get better against them. Oklahoma City, the first game against Oklahoma City was close. The second one was not. They lost by almost 50 points. I get it. But then they beat them the third time. Even Houston, they've had a real hard time with Houston. They've now played them 3 times. And by the way, when I talk about Houston and Denver and Oklahoma City, we're talking about maybe the 3 best teams in the NBA.
Yeah.
With all due respect to like Detroit and San Antonio, who are right there too. But we're talking about the best of the best. And I know the Suns are 0-3 against Houston, but they lost to them by, 22 the first time? They lost to them the next time by 19, and then they nearly beat them last night.
No Şengün, of course.
No Şengün, but again, no Jalen Green for any of this.
Jalen Green.
Never Jalen Green. So, I mean, they're 0-3 against Houston. That's a team that has their number. But if you look closer at the games, they are getting better and better the more they see a team. And that's that. Like, I go back to Michael Bidwell at the press conference yesterday with the Cardinals. We were going in the wrong direction, and that's why we had to make a change. The Suns, even when they lose, feel like they're going in the right direction, with the exception of that one game against Oklahoma City where they lost by 49.
Yes, and, just last night, too. I just have to say this quickly. The second chance points in favor of the Rockets last night was just ridiculous. This is something I even verified with K-Ray because I was like, oh, my goodness. I came in on the back end of a conversation they were having. Steven Adams had 11 boards, and 6 of them were offensive boards. But the Rockets scored 21 second chance points to the Phoenix Suns 5.
Yeah.
Think about that for a minute. That was the game right there. You lose by 3 points in a game that is contested the way that it was, and yet you give up 21 second chance points because Steven Adams is just ripping board after board.
I love this stat, though, and this kind of goes back to what Devin Booker said in that cut we played earlier in the show where he's like, we were in control until we weren't. You consider everything that had happened, and you just consider the talent level that Houston has, and you're in their building. The Suns led for 67% of that game last night. I mean, I don't love the stats specifically there because it's you want to win that game. But just the fact that they did that is, I don't think it's a shock to Suns fans because you went into that game being like it would make 0 sense for them to have a chance to win this game. So they'll totally have a chance to win this game because that's what they have taught us this year. But it's still remarkable. They're 21-15, and it feels like they're like 31-5 sometimes when you watch them because they're so far ahead of what you were expecting.
Here was the greatest thing, to me at least, and it speaks to the culture of the Phoenix Suns. They scored 18 and 19 points in the third and fourth quarter, respectively, Basinonians. 18 and 19 points. The Phoenix Suns.
Not great.
That's what they scored. And they should have won the game.
Should have won the game.
Because of what? Because of their culture. That allows them. You score 18 and 19 points in the NBA.
They just don't go away.
18. They don't go away, but they're so competitive on the defensive end of the floor. That's what is, man, I can't get enough of it. I cannot get enough of it, man.
You look away. It's okay, the Suns, they have the lead or whatever. And I'm not talking about last night, just any game. It's like, okay, they've fallen behind by 5 or 7. And you look away for 2 minutes, and either the other team just stopped scoring and the Suns have made up the deficit, or the Suns have gone on this crazy run. I mean, it's almost like there's something built in where they can't just get beaten by most of these teams. And as the season goes on, they're doing a better job of it, where if you're going to beat the Suns, you're going to have to play the final 2 minutes of the game really well. And then when you get to that point, they're one of the best clutch teams in the NBA. All right, we come back to football. What should the Cardinals be looking for when they look for their next head coach? We'll get into that next. We're just doing this for fun, okay? But I have the Vegas odds for who the Cardinals' next head coach is. I'm going to read some of these names off, and you'll probably have a reaction to some of them.
Prepare yourself.
And there's also a report out there from Tom Pelissero on one of the guys the Cardinals are going to interview. So we'll get you all that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from our brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Can I just tell you right now, Basinonians, that we had Presidential Pools come over to the compound and build our pool, I think it was 8 years ago now. And I can tell you it's still one of the best investments we have ever made in the compound. I kid you not, man. They came over and they were first class, top shelf all the way. Presidential Pools, they started as a little company building pools all the way back in 1991. And now Basinonians, this little pool company has become the number one pool builder in the state of Arizona by volume. They've been improving their brand for decades and really have set themselves apart. They set themselves apart with their process, their products, of course, and their people. That's what it's all about. That is the difference with Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com. Arizona's number one pool builder.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here, reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions: eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Black Monday struck here in the Valley yesterday as the Arizona Cardinals fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years with the team and a 15-36 record in his tenure. The Cardinals will stick with general manager Monty Ossenfort as he will lead the search for a new head coach, and here's what he said in looking for the new head coach.
First and foremost, we're looking for a strong leader, and this is being a head coach in the NFL is a difficult job, and there's 31 other teams that are trying to do the same thing that we're doing, and so a lot goes into that, creating accountability and dependability in the locker room. It's creating advantages on the field, putting our players in a position to be successful, developing young players.
According to Adam Schefter, the Cardinals will be interviewing former Cardinals and current Denver Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph this week. And whether it was a back-to-back, travel issues, or even clock management issues in the arena, the Phoenix Suns refused to back down but did lose a hard-fought battle to the Houston Rockets last night, 100-97. Former Sun Kevin Durant hit a three-pointer with just 1.1 seconds remaining on the clock to beat his former team. The Suns have today off, but will be back on the hardwood tomorrow in Tennessee facing the Memphis Grizzlies. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication at a $299 value when you start with any testosterone program only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine, now throw your hands up in the sky.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Now that Black Monday is over, we'll begin focusing on football playoff games coming this weekend. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is Wolf and Luke, and we've talking certainly Suns. We're talking a little Cardinals with Paul Calvisi and Field Yates earlier in the show. Wolf, I love the quarterback conversation because it can go in a million different directions. We're going to do that in a little bit, but let's look at what you want from a head coach for the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. And before we even get into that, let me throw some names out there, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take this with a grain of salt. This is just Vegas line, Arizona Cardinals next head coach. It's from one of those sites that they're doing it for every team that has an opening, okay?
All right.
Here they are in order. Mike LaFleur, Clint Kubiak, Joe Brady, Drew Petzing.
Oh.
Pause for everybody right now in their car to yell. Matt Nagy, Brian Flores, who I think would be interesting, Kevin Stefanski, Todd Monken, and then you have to go down a little ways. You get to like John Harbaugh. That's the only other really like established NFL head coach. I mean, Josh McDaniels, that's been tried. Robert Sala's down there on the list, but at that point you're getting to, but those ones I read off to you have like decent odds as favorites. Now, that's not anybody reporting anything though. That's just Vegas throwing together some names, right? And I would say Vegas odds on like a team, like on where a player might get traded to next or who a team's next head coach would be is much more meaningless than like odds on a game. You know what I mean? Like most people aren't betting on this stuff. Adam Schefter has a post on here that says Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph, and this is an actual report, is expected to interview this week for the Raiders, Cardinals, Giants, and Titans head coaching vacancies per sources. That's Adam Schefter.
Wow, okay. There you go. Per Adam Schefter, and that means it's got an awful lot of validity to it. I would imagine, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Vance Joseph, of course, was here with the Arizona Cardinals, and because of that, he has been a head coach as well. 2017, 2018, he was a coach of the Denver Broncos, head coach. For me, base and earnings right now, this is what I want. I want a guy who has head coaching experience. That's what I want.
I think you have to this
Number
time.
2, I want an offensive mind as well. And number 3, old school mentality when it comes to the game. Old school mentality. Guess what? The pendulum has swung back. And it's so cool to see this, and I love it. I stand up and yell in the compound and get jacked up because I love the blood sport. The blood is back in the sport. Let's put it that way. on the line of scrimmage watching it, whether it's at the college level or the NFL level. Football is a physical game once again, and it's about controlling the line of scrimmage. I want a guy. I'm done with the new age. I'm done with the whole spread thing, and here we go, and who's got the ball. And do you need that in your offense? Yes, you need elements of that in your offense. Of course, going forward. This is what the NFL is about. The old and the new and blending the two. You need both. Don't get me wrong. Yet at the same time, once again, you need somebody who understands the true nature of this game. And that means the blood sport on the line of scrimmage and how you win and lose football games. And if you want to allow fighting as well, that's fine.
You wouldn't be upset with that. Maybe bring the fullback into a more prominent role. Is that what I'm so with you, and I think a lot of people are. And I wonder if maybe Michael Bidwell is on board with this too. Of you need an established coach this time. You know, and that's not to say that's the only way you can ever find success. Look at Jacksonville this year with Liam Cohen.
No doubt.
Look at Seattle with Mike McDonald in year 2. Look at the Bears with Ben Johnson. You know, but Ben Johnson was a really highly sought after, you know, as viewed as close to a can't miss head coaching candidate as a coordinator as you could ever find. Nothing's ever guaranteed, but I mean, you look at what Chicago's done with him and what Detroit has done without him, and so I'm not saying you can't ever go down that path, but if you look at what the Cardinals have done the last few times, Jonathan Gannon was a first-time head coach. I'm not saying it was a bad hire by any means. There was a lot of reason to do that. Cliff Kingsbury hadn't even been a coordinator in the NFL. Steve Wilkes, first-time head coach. Bruce Arians had coached that 1 year. Remember, he had to step in for a year in Indianapolis. But essentially, it's not like this was a guy. He came in with a ton of experience, but not experience as a head coach. But whatever, you can put BA in a separate group because he's BA.
Yes.
And you always put him in a separate group.
That's right. He's BA. Just be quiet.
Ken Wisenhunt, he hadn't been an NFL head. I mean, you're going back to Dennis Green the last time the Cardinals went out and hired a guy that's like, hey, this guy has been a head coach in this league before, and we kind of have a sense of what he is. Like Field Yates just said before, you have a sense of what this guy looks like when his team deals with highs and lows as a head coach. I thought Jonathan Gannon did a lot of good things for this team, but he could not get his team to win a game when things started to spiral. Whereas if you go out and get a Kevin Stefanski or whoever that's established, you at least kind of have a sense of how they handle the highs and lows of being an NFL head coach.
Yeah. Oh, man, I understand that. I do want head coaching experience. I think that's number one.
I think it's
on my checklist.
It's due this time.
I know that Vance Joseph does have that.
He does.
He has that. I know that Brian Flores also, he has that on his resume. I also know that Robert Saleh, he's got that on his resume. The issue is, I would love to have an offensive mind once again. An offensive mind. I thought it was really, really cool. Here you've got Kyler Murray, who had been in a spread offense with Cliff Kingsbury, of course, and Wilkes as well. You have Kyler Murray. And you were going to bring in a defensive coach. I was talking about this the other day, Jonathan Gannon. I wanted that. I thought it was great because he wouldn't be in the business of Kyler Murray. He was just there to coach Kyler and mentor him and bring him along as a leader. That's what JG's job was with Kyler Murray, as far as I'm concerned. And could also bring a unique perspective to Kyler's talents and his abilities from a defensive mind. He was a defensive-minded head coach, and I thought that was a perfect fit for Kyler. Somebody who wouldn't be working with every day like an offensive coordinator or a quarterback coach. Having said that, I think now, going forward, you want an offensive mind because you're probably, most likely, going to be working with a young brain this year and maybe next year.
It seems like, I mean, I got a lot to say here. We have to get to the break. But did you see what Kyler Murray posted yesterday? Kind of in respect of Jonathan Gannon.
I did.
And then, it seems like that connection was real between the two of them. It was
real between them. I can tell you that for a fact.
Which further drives the point home. And Josh Weinfuss, he quote tweeted that and said, this carries a lot of weight. Gannon and Kyler were close. They didn't live far from each other. Kyler would occasionally go over to Gannon's. They'd watch Super Bowl together, would talk on the phone on the way home from games, dissecting what happened. I mean, that further, to me, drives home the point that, like, Gannon being out isn't something where, hey, they're choosing Kyler over Gannon. It just sort of feels like totally cleaning house in that regard.
Which makes you think Kyler's gone.
Yeah. If you hire a first-year guy again this time, how is it any different than hiring Gannon, a couple years ago? You are assuming some risk of, hey, we got to give this guy a few years to see what he is, and you might be back in the same spot in 3 years. You really might. Gannon, the first 2 years, looked like the guy for the job. He really did. So, there's risk with almost anybody you hire. It's not like the best head coach in the NFL is walking around right now and available, obviously, but I'm so with you, and I think a lot of people are, that this is the time to go get an experienced guy for what you're trying to do. The WM Phoenix Open is making its triumphant return to TPC Scottsdale from February 2nd through the 8th, and we are giving you the chance to win tickets. Just text GREEN to 620-620. You could win Greenskeeper passes. That's green. Text GREEN to 620-620. Imagine Wolf as the greenskeeper at the
Nice.
All right, when we come back, how much does firing a head coach impact an organization's locker room? We're going to ask Arizona Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson. He will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right. 3 seconds to go. A three on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 3/10 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97. The final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We're going to react to how the Suns fared last night in Houston and look ahead to their next game against Memphis. It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Quick shout out to Santan Valley. What's going on, Santan Valley?
Santan Valley. They love going to Santan Ford.
All right, I lied. We're going to have Patrick Peterson on tomorrow. I mean, I didn't knowingly lie, but in retrospect, we are going to have Patrick Peterson on tomorrow. So let's talk a little NFL.
There's
Wolf.
no lying on this broadcast.
No, I did not knowingly mislead anybody.
Yes.
So Patrick Peterson, though, tomorrow. We wanted to talk about Week 18 in the NFL and kind of the setup for the playoffs now yesterday, and then obviously everything happened. So let's start with the Sunday night game, Ravens-Steelers, that decided who won that division. Just I laugh every time anybody's like, oh, Ravens-Steelers, okay, well, whichever team you pick, they're going to win by 10, whatever. Every single Ravens-Steelers game is decided by 3 points or less. I don't have the stats to back it up, but it is. They're always decided by 3 points or less, and that was another one on Sunday night.
Just, man, it was incredible. It really was. To be watching that game, I will tell you, many, many times when I see the Steelers, I think of my brother Craig.
Mm-hmm.
I just do. And I don't want to make this about that, ladies and gentlemen. I do not. But it is so powerful for me to watch the Steelers play and see the colors of the Pittsburgh Steelers, especially when they're playing at home.
Yeah.
And, man, it was awesome to see the Steelers. I'm not an Aaron Rodgers fan, you know that.
True.
But to see the Steelers win, it was awesome to see that. And I thought of my brother through the whole thing, watching it. Having said that, my friends, what a game. What a game. And I felt so awful, of course, for the Ravens kicker, this rookie, and the kid's just out there trying to make his way. And can you imagine chunking it and slicing it the way that he did?
To end the season.
To end the season.
Like you don't get to make up for it.
It's a brutal, brutal feeling.
They showed Derrick Henry just pacing up and down the sidelines in disbelief. You could see he was saying he missed it. Like he just kept saying it over and over again. We said this going into that game. A lot of people are saying it. Keep an eye on that game. Nothing has happened with Baltimore yet, but there has been talk this season that maybe the Steelers and Mike Tomlin were going to agree to part ways. Or maybe the Ravens and John Harbaugh were going to agree to part ways. And so there was certainly a lot of buildup going into that game, knowing full well whoever wins is in the playoffs, whoever loses is out. Because these teams are both in it every single year, but neither one of them's won it in a while. But they're both in it every single year. Certainly, if John Harbaugh or Mike Tomlin became available, they would be at the top of every team that needs a head coach's coaching list. And I'm guessing some teams that don't even need a head coach would suddenly need a head coach if Mike Tomlin or John Harbaugh were available. I would assume Steelers going to the playoffs, you can forget about Tomlin, even if it was a pipe dream anyway. Haven't heard anything about Harbaugh leaving, so, I mean, odds are he would stay in Baltimore, but keep an eye on that for sure. But, yeah, for the game to end that way and for the Steelers, I told you this off the air, and we finished our picks this season. You and I both did, and Jamal did really good as well. Like, our winning percentage was crazy this year. I think if I had to pick the Steelers every week this year, I would have gone 0-17. Every time I thought they were going to win, they lost. Every time I thought they were going to lose, they won. Like, I cannot figure that team out at all. And now they play Houston in the playoffs.
Just incredible. Once again, Mike Tomlin, 10-7. And the table is set for the Steeler fans to start screaming and waving their arms.
Do you expect anything less than him
I would
winning?
love to see something like surprise and Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers make a run into the postseason here. This would be really, really cool. Can you imagine the story that this would be and what it would produce? To me, I'd love to see it, no doubt. Yet at the same time, anytime you want to have a contested game the way that this was with the Steelers and the Ravens, I thought it was one of the best games I've seen all season long because of the brutality.
Well, to your point on the Steelers potentially making a run, they play the Texans in the first round. Houston's been that team now for at least a month, maybe a month and a half, that everybody's like, I don't really want to play them in the playoffs with that defense. They haven't been amazing on offense. The defense hasn't been as great the last couple weeks, but that should be a good one. If Pittsburgh were to win that game, then it gets tougher to project who they'd play because the NFL reseeds, but I'm guessing they would probably maybe play the Patriots in the second. I don't know. But it brings me to this, Wolf. We know the 6 first-round matchups. Do you have a favorite in the first 6? Now, I'll read them off real quick for anybody that maybe just doesn't know them off the top of their head. The NFC, you've got Buffalo, Jacksonville. You've got Chargers, New England. You've got Houston, Pittsburgh. And then the NFC, you have Rams, Carolina, Packers, Bears, and Niners, Eagles.
There's no doubt about it, man. It's Packers, Bears.
It's got to be Packers, Bears.
It's Packers, Bears. Can you imagine for the third time playing your rival? Yes, of course, the matchup between the Packers and the Bears and the physicality of this game, it is a game that I cannot wait to watch because of all the talent that is going to be in this game, but also so much of the physicality. And the great thing about the blood sport is the fact that both these teams are going to be able to line up. They're going to have to try to run the ball. Mm-hmm. Both of them. The team that runs the ball the best in this game is going to win.
feel like Chicago's going to win that game, which is crazy to say to a lot of people just because Chicago doesn't usually beat Green Bay. I know they did a couple weeks ago, but I don't know. It feels like Green Bay's really beat up, and it feels like Chicago's at least going to ride that Ben Johnson wave and Caleb Williams, and they can run the ball. I don't know. It feels like they're at least going to win that, but it feels like these playoffs are also very wide open as well. I agree with you. It's Packers-Bears. I think if we're being impartial, that's the game of the week for the first weekend. But I tell you, the one I have real close second is Buffalo at Jacksonville. And there's no history between Buffalo and Jacksonville, right? But if it's not this year for Buffalo, I don't know when it is. I really don't. And they feel that way. There's no Mahomes in the way. There's no Joe Burrow in the way. There's no Lamar Jackson. There is no quarterback in their way in the AFC that is anywhere near the level of Josh Allen. In fact, wouldn't you have to say he's by far the best quarterback in these playoffs?
Yes.
And yet there's a very real possibility they could lose to Jacksonville in week 1 of the playoffs because Jacksonville is 13-4 and playing better by the week.
Yes. No, I totally agree with that. For me, it's the Seattle Seahawks as well. Looking at the Seattle Seahawks, I think they are the best team in the National Football League. And, time will tell. Time will tell if, in fact, they are. But Sam Darnold is the question mark. And we all have that as soon as you say the Seattle Seahawks. But look at what they've done this year. Look at how good they are.
I know.
I mean, 14-3.
I cannot give it up to them. They would have to be getting handed the Lombardi Trophy, and I'd be like, yeah, I guess they're for real. Look, I mean, Seattle's 14-3. I love the city of Seattle. I don't love the Seahawks. I don't want them to win. But look,
I just want to say this quickly because I know Sam Darnold is always a question mark in regard to the Seattle Seahawks. Yet at the same time, he played really, really well.
He did.
Against the 49ers. By the way, was that a big game?
It was.
Oh, my goodness.
I will just point this out. Sam Darnold last year played really, really well, and the Vikings were 14-3.
The Vikings were 14-3, but again, in Week 17,
he did not show up to that game.
He did not show up in that.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold, this was a huge game. The narrative was there going in for Sam Darnold because of the pressure, and that's what fascinates me. Sam Darnold knew this was big. Why? Well, the winner of this game was not only going to win the NFC West, they were going to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. The stakes were huge. And Sam Darnold went out and played really well.
I know Seattle's been the best road team in the NFL the last 2 years. Totally get that. But if you're talking about Sam Darnold winning in the playoffs, I think what you just said matters a lot. All his games are going to be at home. I think there's a big difference when you get in the playoffs and Sam Darnold's your quarterback and he hasn't been able to do it in the playoffs and you have to go to L.A. in the playoffs or you have to go to Chicago or something in the playoffs. Or you have to go to Philly. I mean, but every game that Sam Darnold plays in these playoffs, I don't even want to say unless the Seahawks make the Super Bowl. I'll just say every game they play, it's going to be at home. So, yeah, you have to take them seriously now. And the team that nobody talks about for whatever reason, Denver's 14-3. Denver's got a first-round bye. Denver's got a filthy defense over in the AFC too. I look at this, Wolf, and I honestly, there's 14 teams. I honestly feel like 10 of them could win the Super Bowl. I really do. There's a variance between them. Like, do I think Denver has a better chance than Chicago to win the Super Bowl? Yeah, but I think Chicago could. They'd be further down on that list, but they are a team I think could. I don't think the Chargers can. I mean, I don't think Carolina can, certainly. But I don't remember a year where it was this wide open.
Yeah, this is why it's fascinating.
It's great.
This is going to be absolutely great. And will Sam Darnold be able to go out there and play as well as he did against the 49ers? And I know, Basinonians, when I say that again, he only threw for 198 yards. Wasn't like he was lighting it up. But to me, he protected the ball. More than anything, he protected the ball, and he only took 2 sacks as well. He made good decisions. That's why I say he played really well.
Well, they know how to put him in position. Mike McDonald and that coaching staff know how to put him in a position where he doesn't have to throw for 400 yards for them to win a game. I mean, There are some of the, like Buffalo, just going back to them for a second. Josh Allen's got to be Superman for them to make a run in these playoffs.
Man.
The thing is, he almost is Superman. So there's a good chance they make a run in these playoffs. Sam Darnold's not going to be able to do that, but if you just ask him to do a certain number of specific things and you put that defense around him, I don't know. I mean, nothing against Sam Darnold, but I will be rooting against him every step of the way because he's on the Seahawks. When we come back, how much have guys like Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, the supporting cast helped the Phoenix Suns get to where they are right now? And how much is that going to change whenever Jalen Green eventually gets into this lineup? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon. Cardinals owner Michael Bidwell.
We were going in the wrong direction. It seemed like it came down to wins and losses. And, we've won one game since week 2 of the NFL season. And it just felt like it had gotten too far. And it was just time to go in a different direction.
JG fired. More on this breaking Cardinals news story is coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, my brothers and sisters, if you've got some type of back or neck issue, you need to go see the good doctors over at DISC. This is what I did years ago, went there. Dr. Chris, of course, at DISC helped me out, little shout outs. And you know what? It's one of the reasons why I love recommending them to you, Basinonians. DISC treats all patients, from professional athletes and weekend sports enthusiasts to those that are just trying to get their life back. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation, of course. People from all over the world, they come right here to the Basin because of DISC, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com. Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Black Monday struck here in the Valley yesterday as the Arizona Cardinals fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years with the team and a 15-36 record in his tenure. The Cardinals will stick with general manager Monty Ossenfort as he will lead the search for a new head coach, and here is what he is looking for in the next head coach.
First and foremost, we're looking for a strong leader, and this is being a head coach in the NFL is a difficult job, and there's 31 other teams that are trying to do the same thing that we're doing. And so a lot goes into that, creating accountability and dependability in the locker room. It's creating advantages on the field, putting our players in a position to be successful, developing young players.
According to Adam Schefter, the Cardinals will be interviewing former Cardinals and current Denver Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph this week. And whether it was a back-to-back, travel issues, or even clock management issues in the arena, the Phoenix Suns refused to back down, but did lose a hard-fought battle to the Houston Rockets 100-97. Former Sun Kevin Durant hit a three-pointer with just 1.1 seconds remaining on the clock to beat his former team. The Suns have today off, but will be back on the hardwood tomorrow in Tennessee, facing the Memphis Grizzlies, and that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Morado. Join us on Wednesday. We'll have the latest on any candidates for the Cardinals' open head coaching position and a chat with Mark Schlereth. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Welcome back, Wolf and Luke, on a Tuesday morning. Sean McDonough is going to join us in the final hour of the show.
Oh, I love Sean.
If you missed Paul Calvisi and or Field Yates, they were on in hour number 1 of the show. You can go back and find that on the podcast. Wolf is constantly listening to podcasts, walking around with his Discman trying to get podcasts.
Interesting.
Let's get back to the Suns, Wolf. And this was a conversation we were going to have yesterday because it was very prominent yesterday after Jordan Goodwin just went off on Oklahoma City. But you know what? It's still relevant because this is kind of a staple of what this Suns team has become. Yes, Devin Booker goes out there and drops 27 on Houston last night. Yes, Devin Booker hits the game winner against Oklahoma City the night before. But the supporting cast, so much of the focus goes to Dillon Brooks because he's been a game changer for this team. By the way, did you see Matt Ishbia's tweet yesterday?
No.
I'll pull it up real quick for anybody that didn't see it. There was just a conversation that somebody was having on a podcast. I think it was Boogie Cousins, who was saying, the Lakers, they should really go out there and get Dillon Brooks. That's exactly what the Lakers need. And it got posted up on X, and then Matt Ishbia quote tweeted it and said, "Don't bother calling. Suns aren't interested. Dillon's not going anywhere."
Okay.
So there's that.
You guys remember when he said, there was a fight in the locker room yesterday? Last year too, Boogie Cousins?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So I don't know what it is with him and the Suns, but just be quiet.
Somebody's telling him something, though.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair to Boogie, which is a real weird way to start a segment.
He's not going to say stuff like that unless, I would imagine, right? I mean, Jamal, can you imagine Boogie Cousins coming out and saying something like that?
It just shocks me.
True.
Are you talking about the fight?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't know about the fight. All the Suns shot that down, so I don't know.
Yeah.
This, to be fair to Boogie here, he wasn't saying that he wasn't like reporting this. He was saying it's what the Lakers should do is go get Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, no, it's what they should do.
And I kind of like having an owner that goes on X and just shoots this stuff down. He got into it with Bill Simmons before the season too, and he's like, "Hey, Boogie, get lost. We're not trading Dillon Brooks." Although the Dillon Brooks trade that Boogie threw out there was for Austin Reeves. Like, not a bad player.
These people are employed.
Yeah.
These people get paid to say stuff
So
like
what are you
this.
saying? Are you saying that DA has not changed the culture there in LA? Is that it?
It's not me saying that. That's Boogie saying that.
Okay.
But anyway, back to the Suns. And yes, a lot of the focus goes to Dillon Brooks if you're not talking about Devin Booker. But it's not just him. Colin Gillespie. Jordan Goodwin, I know he had that monster game against Oklahoma City, but he's been doing this kind of quietly, a version of that all season. Jordan Goodwin has been a difference maker for the Suns this year.
It's been awesome to watch him play, and so much of the time, just watch his effort. His intensity and his effort level are off the charts. That's what makes him as good as he is. He is a pro, Basinonians. He's going to go out there and lay it on the line and give you everything that he's got. And, man, the way he's shooting the three right now, okay, we'll take that and run all day long. Sold. And you know what? He's just one of the guys, once again. He is the face, the glue, if you will, of this team. Just one of three guys that I would say that about.
Since you bring up face and glue, do you think he will go the Rip Hamilton path and never take the mask off now that he's playing so well with it on?
I wouldn't take it off. Not now.
It's great. Like, the game against Oklahoma City is just this masked man running through, beating Oklahoma City, and at the end he takes the mask off, and he's like, by the way, you lose. Like, I know some of these guys, like, you hate it when you have to put that thing on and it messes. But some of these guys...
I like the fact he puts the sweatband over the top of it.
Some of these guys, they seem to hit another level, and then it's like, whether the mask had anything to do with it or not, why would you mess with it if you're going to play like this? Here's something else I would throw out there that's kind of gone under the radar. Mark Williams is playing back-to-back games now.
Yeah.
And last night he didn't have to punch Jose Alvarado in the face, so he got to play 21 minutes. Not like a massive performance. He had just 4 points, 8 rebounds, but it's not.
You know what I love, though? Oso Ighodaro. Oso getting more minutes, as a matter of fact, than Mark Williams.
Yeah.
Oso is a guy that, boy, can you see it? Can you see him growing? Oh, man, he is growing. This is the development that you want to see from these young guys.
All right, so then here's the question. This is the inevitable question, and I want to phrase this the right way. Are you concerned at all that this team has some of the best chemistry in the NBA?
Yes.
Like, we're talking like top 5, maybe top 3 chemistry in the NBA. I'm not saying a top 3 team, but they have top 3 chemistry in the NBA. You are going to make a big change here, I would assume, in the next week or two with Jalen Green. You're going to add Jalen Green in. And I'm talking about on-court chemistry. He's been one of the best teammates in the world on the bench.
Just they love him.
You need to do it. You need that addition. That's what takes this team to another level. But it could mess with chemistry. You are messing with almost perfect chemistry no matter who you add to this team right now.
Yes, so much of what the Phoenix Suns are doing, Basinonians, we'd all agree, is because of their culture, correct? What they believe. And the fact that they're going to go out there and lay it on the line and they're going to ball out on the defensive end of the floor. Even if they score 18 and 19 points in the third quarter, in the fourth quarter, they're still going to be in the game because they're going to ball out on the defensive end of the floor. That's who they are. That effort and intensity, that's who they are. And, listen, Jalen Green, I can't wait to see how he tries to fit into this culture, how he tries to fit into this rotation. I can't wait to see what he does, because I think he has the ability to grow and develop himself. How old is this guy?
He's only 23,
23,
isn't he?
yes. I mean, this is a young guy that is still in the process of becoming who he's going to be. And because of that, I am fascinated seeing when Jalen Green comes back, do the Suns automatically get better or not? Because, again, this is a team that is built on defense. Would you say that Jalen Green has a reputation across the NBA as being a defensive player?
No.
No,
but he has been around the team all season. Like, I think as far as culture, I think he's going to fit into the culture because he's been around it all season. I just don't know what it does to the on-court chemistry. Now, don't get me wrong here. I'd sure love to find out.
I can't wait.
Whenever we can get to that point.
I'm with you on this, Luke. Jalen Green, from a talent perspective, oh my goodness, the Phoenix Suns are so much better when Jalen Green plays. It's not even close. We all know that and understand it. But again, we've been talking about this over and over and over again. There is talent and toughness in the blending of the two, and that's what makes a team, period. A team.
He's played 30 minutes this season for the Suns, and he looked really good in those 30 minutes, but he's played 30 minutes this season. It is, and I know Gambo said this, I think it was yesterday, and, Matt Ishbia, if Matt Ishbia is saying we're not trading Dillon Brooks, then the Suns aren't going to make any significant trades at the deadline, which is fine. You're ahead of schedule this year. But you are going to add a player that is better than 95% of the players that get dealt at the deadline this year. You know, maybe somebody big gets moved, but you're going to add Jalen Green. You have not had him yet.
Yes. It's like making a big addition at the trade deadline for the most part. But again, Jalen Green, what are the two knocks that we heard about Jalen Green when he was acquired, Basinonians? Number one, his defense. That was just number one. And number two, he takes some ill-advised shots from time to time.
Jamal
Those
said
two
this.
knocks.
Jamal said this before the show. A lot of this is gonna fall on Jordan Ott, and I agree. And I'm fine with that because everything that has fallen on Jordan Ott so far has gone pretty well.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna fall on him. You can't.
Is Jordan Ott aligned? Is that what you're saying? He's aligned, and Jalen Green will also be aligned. Hey, you better believe it. Play it over.
I will learn the words to that song.
Again.
I'm going to learn the words to the Michigan State fight song. The Suns are going to keep winning.
That's right.
We need to get this segment sponsored by a chiropractor for alignment. All right, when we come back to the NFL, back to the Cardinals. What do you make of the receiver position for the Cardinals going forward now? You talk about, okay, you got to figure out your coach. You got to figure out your quarterback. The receiver position, there was some bad this year. There was some really good, though, too. So what does this look like now going into 2026? And what did Monty Ossenfort say about it yesterday? We'll get to that as well. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
tackle. Tackle.
Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now.
Tackle.
Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Maybe you've got a big move that is coming up. Maybe you need to move your business. Oh, it's a commercial move. Guess what? Moving Team 6, they got you covered. Maybe it's residential. Yeah, you know what? You need to move. You're moving to Oklahoma. Whatever it might be, Moving Team 6 can help you, Basinonians. Moving is a difficult proposition, as we all understand, and Moving Team 6, they understand that and know that, and they want to make it less difficult for you. You can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and to move your most important possessions. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin, whether it's local, long distance, commercial, residential. They also have a massive air-conditioned storage facility in Phoenix. That's right. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Now that Black Monday is over, we'll begin focusing on football playoff games coming this weekend. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, welcome back. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Now we've had about 24 hours, Wolf, to kind of let the dust settle on that press conference yesterday with Michael Bidwell and Monty Ossenfort. We got to carry it live yesterday, and you and I got to react basically in real time right after. But now we've had some time to take a step away from it and kind of, get a sense of what really stood out. One of the things that stood out was it was a press conference about making a coaching change. And as the press conference went on, a lot of the questions started to get directed at Monty and his roster, and if he and Michael Bidwell believe they can win with this roster, and why they believe he can win with this roster, and just kind of went into that a lot. And inevitably, you and I kind of talked about this yesterday. Monty's draft record comes up. I fully believe if Marvin Harrison Jr. was playing to the potential that everybody was expecting from him, Monty's draft record would be viewed a lot differently, because I think his 2023 class is pretty solid. I think the 2025 class showed some promise, but guys were hurt this year, Walter Nolan, and it's too early to evaluate that class anyway. So it's really 2024 where guys were supposed to take the jump in year two. None of them really did. Most of them got hurt this season, but I feel like, and this came up yesterday, if Marv was just playing at like a Pro Bowl level, not that that's easy, but if he was, it would flip the perception entirely. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. I think there are a lot of people that would definitely back off saying Monty Ossenfort has not produced. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is the face of that right now. I would disagree with it. I think because of the injury situation that is going on right now, Darius Robinson, I'm going to use Darius Robinson as an example. His rookie year was a disaster as far as I'm concerned. Just an absolute disaster. I know he got the opportunity to play, I believe it was the last 6 games of the season.
Didn't look like the same guy, but yeah.
A couple of years ago, went out there and you could just tell he was a rookie and he didn't know what was going on. And then, of course, this year as well, and he had some of the injury bug as well, but pushed his way through it. And I think you saw him develop a little bit more. And you saw him, especially in November and December, develop a little bit. And because of that, I'm encouraged thinking that maybe he'll take that next step going into year 3. Now, typically, Basinarians, I talk about this all the time, but I think 2 years. 2 years is a really good measure of what a player is going to be. His rookie year, you really don't know what's going on. You're just out there trying to survive. You're going out there and just trying to survive as opposed to dominate. And your second year, you all of a sudden you look around and you say, okay, I belong here. I can do this. Okay, how good can I be right now? You take a big step forward. And I think Darius Robinson is a guy that took a step forward. I don't know how big it was, but took a step forward. Can he do it again? Because basically, he's played what?
Basically played a season.
18 games,
He's basically played a
17
season.
games?
Yeah. And look, to be clear, I think it's totally fair. I'm glad that they asked these questions of Monty. I mean, Monty's part of a 3-14 season too. I feel like some of it is still incomplete with him. Like I said, you look at these draft classes, and I don't think it's even worth looking at 2025 yet. But if you look at 2024, we were all expecting guys to make that jump in year 2.
Yeah.
And that's a class where they had 12 picks, and like, okay, so Rabbit, you got Rabbit in the 4th round. He was the 104th pick in the draft. I think Rabbit has looked pretty good. He hasn't looked perfect, but he's looked pretty good. That's nice to get that pick in the 4th round. Dante Stills in 2023. Yeah, I mean, that's a 6th rounder that's making an impact. But for 2024, it's the top of the draft. Marv really hasn't gotten going. Darius Robinson hasn't played enough. Max Melton's been up and down. Trey Benson's been hurt. Isaiah Adams did not take off this season. Tip Ryman's been hurt. I mean, what is that? That's 6 picks towards the top of your draft. That's the one I think that has people wondering right now, and it probably has Monty wondering too, because you haven't seen these guys play enough. But the one that has played out of that group, even though he's been in and out of the lineup, is Marvin Harrison Jr. He's played 29 NFL games now.
Yeah.
The wrinkle to this is you took Michael Wilson the year before with the 94th pick, and he just put up a 1,000-yard season and basically did it all in the second half of the season.
Man, you know what's so amazing about this? Marvin Harrison Jr. was a guy that I was not worried about. Ladies and gentlemen, I was not worried about Marvin Harrison Jr. I thought he was going to develop, especially this year. Thought he was going to develop and come along, and it was going to be Kyler, and it was going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. And man, just how far could the Cardinals go if both those guys got that chemistry going between them? Well, that was not going to be the case. And having said that, now all of a sudden you've got the best tight end in the National Football League in Trey McBride. And then Michael Wilson gets the opportunity to go out there with Jacoby Brissett. And suddenly Jacoby Brissett is targeting Michael Wilson as if Michael Wilson is a number 1. And that's what he did. And guess what? Michael Wilson produced like he was a number 1. Now, this is no slam on Michael Wilson whatsoever, okay? It's one season, and the sample size is still so small. When teams, if they start to totally prepare for Michael Wilson and DBs that are lining up, corners that are lining up over him, all of a sudden, this guy, he's really, really good. Michael Wilson isn't going to surprise anybody going forward. Can I tell you that right now? He's not going to surprise anybody going forward next year. But, man, you've got a guy who's a true number 2 and could possibly be a number 1, a true number 2. If Marvin Harrison Jr. can just come back and produce and stay healthy and make the next step in his career, man, you're looking really, really good in terms of throwing the ball.
Yeah. So with the Marv thing, this was obviously a conversation all last summer, and you said multiple times the 2025 season was going to come down to what Marv and Kyler can do if they can build that chemistry, and obviously it never happened, and look what happened this season. The Marv thing is we have this conversation again of like, hey, if Marv could just evolve into this, I do feel like it's a different conversation now, even though it sounds the same on the surface. You took the guy number 4 overall. He's supposed to be a generational talent. Look who his dad is. Look at the work he puts in. Look at some of the flashes he has shown. I get all that. But the conversation changes now because Michael Wilson looks like a very high-end number 2 with the potential to be a number 1 receiver. So it does change things a little bit. Now you're not asking Marv to come in and be, hey, this guy's, he's got to put up 130 catches. He's got to be Puka, basically. He's got to put up 130. He's got to give us 1,400 yards and 12 touchdowns. I mean, you have the best tight end in football, like you just said, and you've got a receiver, Michael Wilson, who is not hypothetically a 1,000-yard receiver. He has actually put up 1,000 yards. We don't have to talk about, hey, what if? He's done it. I don't want to make this an anti-Kyler thing. I'm not. That's not what this is supposed to be. But let me read you his stats with Kyler and Jacoby, okay? Because Jacoby, is going to be here next year, whether he's starting or not. Michael Wilson in 5 games with Kyler, 8 catches for 52 yards. So basically a catch and a half for 10 yards per game. in the 12 games with Jacoby Brissett, 70 catches for 954 yards, which is basically 6 catches for 80 yards a game. That is nobody got unlocked more by that move than Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson got unlocked more than almost anybody in football in the second half of the season. He had 1 touchdown with Kyler and 6 with Jacoby, and had a touchdown each of the last 5 games. So there's something there. You talk about going in the right direction. He's going in the right direction.
Man, there's no doubt. That is great stuff. Did you just come up with that right now?
Yeah. I'm putting
you
stats
need to
together.
do this more often.
I should, and I should probably
because
write it.
I'll butcher a stat. Forget about it. Wolf butchers a stat. But, Luke, that's really, really good stuff.
That's what it looked like, though, isn't it? I mean, the numbers are almost secondary. That's what it looked like.
It looked like it, yes. And it was. It's fact. And that's what I like about it.
To me, it changes the conversation with Marv. And, yeah, you want him to be elite. But before, it was like, if he's not elite, you can't win. Now you just need him to find some consistency and just be like a really solid number 1 receiver. He doesn't have to be the best.
Just never thought we'd be going into year 3 of Marvin Harrison Jr. and thinking he's a question mark.
I'm with you.
He is.
He's a big question mark right now. All right, when we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries, in particular, when it comes to the 2024 draft class, have kind of made it hard to evaluate and hard to understand, but you also have to work with what you've got. That almost entire 2024 draft class has been non-contributors. What have you extracted of value from the 2024 draft class? Nobody knows. We're 2 years into this, and nobody knows. And whoever's fault that is, the injuries or the selection and whether the right guy was taken or not, I just don't think you can sweep it under the rug.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from our brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. You know, choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Ron Wolfley reporting. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what truly matters. Call Trajan Wealth today to learn a little bit more. Did you know leaving a 401k with a previous employer can create higher investment costs? If you have an old 401k you're not sure what to do with, call Trajan Wealth today, and bada bing, bada boom, they'll straighten you out. Trajan Wealth, plan smarter, dream bigger. What you need to do is pick up the phone right now and call Trajan Wealth at 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Black Monday struck here in the Valley yesterday as the Arizona Cardinals fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years with the team and a 15-36 record in his tenure. The Cardinals will stick with general manager Monty Ossenfort as he will lead the search for a new head coach. And here's what he had to say in terms of looking for that next head coach.
First and foremost, we're looking for a strong leader, and this is being a head coach in the NFL is a difficult job, and there's 31 other teams that are trying to do the same thing that we're doing, and so a lot goes into that, creating accountability and dependability in the locker room. It's creating advantages on the field, putting our players in a position to be successful, developing young players.
According to Adam Schefter, the Cardinals will be interviewing former Cardinals and current Denver Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph this week. And whether it was a back-to-back travel issues or even clock management issues in the arena, the Phoenix Suns refused to back down but did lose a hard-fought battle to the Houston Rockets 100-97. Former Sun Kevin Durant hit a three-pointer with just 1.1 seconds remaining on the clock to beat his former team. The Suns have today off but will be back on the hardwood tomorrow in Tennessee facing the Memphis Grizzlies. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Oh, this is where I am today, Wolf. I just tapped my wallet for the screen to turn on, thinking it was my phone. And it did not turn on. What with it being a wallet and all.
Yeah.
So maybe you have to carry the rest of the show. How do you feel about that?
No.
Okay, well, that's why we have Jamal here for Wolfing Down Your Lunch.
Jamal!
We are live
1-0.
from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and so is Jamal with Wolfing Down Your Lunch. What's going on, Jamal?
Hey, guys, I don't know if you heard the news, but Jonathan Gannon was indeed fired yesterday. He was, if you haven't heard already, which takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question on Arizona Sports, which is asking, with Jonathan Gannon out, who is your early pick as the Cardinals' next head coach?
Kevin Stefanski.
You know what? I should probably also read you the options because there are options.
It's the worst multiple choice test
right
ever.
Now. Michael, if you're listening right now, go get him. Just doesn't matter how much you've got to give him. Just do it. Go get him.
So Wolf picked Kevin Stefanski, who is on this list, by the way.
Maybe this is the way to get Wolf to answer the poll question, is let him answer before you read the options.
Short, what is it, short answer questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to skip past that. Brian Daboll is the other option, Clint Kubiak, Brian Flores, and Mike McCarthy.
Okay, well, I want an established head coach. So that's 4 of those guys. McCarthy would be my 4th choice of the 4. So I would definitely go Stefanski 1 out of those. I would go Stefanski. Man, I don't know what to make of Daboll. I would go Stefanski first. Daboll, Flores sort of tied because Flores is a defensive guy.
Yeah.
Then McCarthy, then Kubiak. Because I don't think I get prime Aaron Rodgers if I get McCarthy with him. So
No.
he would be my 4th choice.
I'm kind of with you. I don't know what to make of Brian Daboll, so I'm gonna vote Kevin Stefanski with you guys. And he is leading the vote. He has 38% of the vote. Clint
People
Kubiak.
have spoken.
38?
38.
That's it? Clint Kubiak is second. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Clint Kubiak and Mike McCarthy are tied for second with 20% of the vote. Then Brian Flores at 17 and Brian Dable at 6% of the vote.
Pretty even, other than Stefanski's in the lead and Dable's in last.
Yeah.
Pretty even in the middle there.
Yeah, I'm not all jacked up on Brian Dable right now. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not.
Yeah, that was not a great finish in New York.
Yeah.
The Phoenix Suns are coming off a tough back-to-back against the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Houston Rockets. The Suns did end up beating the Oklahoma City Thunder, but lost a very close game to the Rockets last night. After everything the Suns just went through, which performance was more impressive?
If it wasn't Oklahoma City that they beat, you could make a case for yesterday, given all the odd circumstances around that game. But anytime you beat Oklahoma City, that's going to be the more impressive thing.
Okay, basically.
Even though the Thunder lost to Charlotte by 27 yesterday somehow, and I'm not making that up, that really happened.
YouTube, here I am standing. I am standing in Studio Shangri-La,
Do I need to
live
stand
from
too?
the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick
Do I need
Resort
to- okay,
Studios.
I'll stand.
I'm standing because we, the Wu Fang Clan, stand at the ready for this Phoenix Suns team. That's what we do. We stand at the ready. What is it, Jordan Ott, that you would say to me, and what is it you want me to do? Because I am behind this Suns team. Lock, stock, and barrel.
Are we sitting down? Oh.
Yeah.
Wolf stood with purpose. Jamal and I stood like we were waiting for the T-shirt toss at a Suns game. We were just kind of standing because we didn't know why we were
Honestly,
standing.
the fact they went out and beat OKC the way that they did in what is still one of the most NCAA physical games I have ever seen at the NBA level. Well, maybe not ever. You got to remember, I was in the NFL back in 1985.
Yeah, you might need to rephrase that.
Can I tell you, the association back then was incredibly physical. It was brutal, as a matter
Maybe
of
in
fact.
the last 5, 6, 7, 8
So
years.
I'm just going to settle down a little bit in regard to saying that, but
Although the Bad Boy Pistons do look like the Bad Boy Pistons, kind of.
Yeah, bring it back.
just the fact they beat OKC and then had the unmitigated temerity to come back the next night after their plane had a mechanical issue, the clock wasn't working, there were all these things that were delaying it, and yet the Phoenix Suns went out and balled because that's who they are. Pure joy to watch this team play.
Agreed. Speaking of that game last night, Kevin Durant hit the game-winning shot against his former team in the Phoenix Suns last night. He had some extra words for his former team after the game winner.
Does it mean any more to you to be able to hit that one against your former guys?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time being I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will. To be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying, and felt like that, you know, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, you know. It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, you know. So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
Yes, he doesn't want to be too dramatic, but he was going to go over dramatic. Does KD have a point, or is he just trying to play the victim and have people feel bad for him?
I don't have a problem with him saying it meant more to beat the Suns because they did trade him, and he's not a guy that's used to getting traded. And scapegoating is a strong word, probably, but he was the face of that era of Suns basketball, and I think he took a disproportionate amount of the blame. I think this worked out for everybody. He is on a title contender. He's on a team where they just need him to be KD. The Suns are obviously better off. I don't have any hard feelings towards Kevin Durant. I really don't. I think he did what they asked him to do. They didn't have a coach last year. They were missing other players, and I think there was too much standing around expecting KD would bail them out. And maybe he contributed to that too. I don't know, but I don't think it was anywhere near all his fault. But it worked out for the better for everybody.
You know, I agree with everything you just said. You said it better than I possibly could have said it. Having said that, though, I will say this. The number one thing I think of when I listen to that cut from Kevin Durant is the honesty. He's being honest, at least. Okay? Yeah, you know what? There's a little chip on my shoulder. There's a little something coming out of the side of my neck. And I was glad that I went out there and was able to make that shot. I give him credit for at least being honest.
I respect the honesty because normally you just get all the games are the same to me from everybody.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, no, it clearly wasn't.
He was a little dramatic. But, this is also coming. I think KD is the most skilled player of all time. And I'll argue with anybody on that.
You're probably going to have to. But, yeah, he's definitely in the conversation, top 3 or 4 for sure.
It's just what he says off. Like, he was kicked out. I don't know if he was kicked out. But now what the Suns did in terms of going behind his back was wrong.
It's just not something you normally do to a guy of Kevin Durant's stature.
Yeah, and the scapegoat part, too.
And it worked out that
scapegoat, that was the part that kind of was dramatic.
That was a little more dramatic.
Okay, that was dramatic right there.
But it did work out better. Because even for the Suns.
He kind of did get kicked out.
There was definitely a perception that he's the reason they were losing.
Listen.
And I don't think that's
You cannot have a culture that the Phoenix Suns have right now with Kevin Durant in your locker room. That's not a slam on him. I'm not attacking Kevin Durant. You cannot have the culture that the Phoenix Suns have. Now, I know the Rockets have a super strong culture.
They have a super strong coach, though, too.
But they have a super strong
The Suns
coach.
didn't have that last year.
No, true.
That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Jamal. Today's your last chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl featuring Miami and Ole Miss on January 8th, which is Thursday. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620, 620. If you want extra ways to try to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. All right, when we come back, didn't really get a chance to dive into this yesterday, but we will now. The Cardinals pick 3rd in the draft coming up here in April. So what can you do with the number 3 pick and what is being labeled as a 2-quarterback draft? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right. 3 seconds to go. A 3 on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 0.3 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97. The final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. For my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center, go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You know, choosing dental implants is going to be one of the most important decisions you're going to make, man. That's right. Very important. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. These guys are locally owned, and they're proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe, he's the guy that owns and operates Aria Dental Implant Center. Dr. Joe and his expert team will deliver results that you can trust. Unlike some gimmick dentistry that you're going to see elsewhere, some bait and switch pricing that might be out there, or surprise add-on fees, Aria will never do that. You'll always know what to expect from Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people enter retirement without a real roadmap.
They do, and it's really risky. You need to know how your income works, how taxes affect it, and how long your savings will last.
And you help people understand the whole picture.
Yes, we build complete retirement plans that are simple to follow and designed to protect your future.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, Then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. College football fans, this is the game you've been waiting for. Watch the College Football Championships at Talking Stick Resort on Monday, January 19th. Catch every play on massive screens and enjoy mouth-watering food and drink specials that bring the ultimate game day energy. Whether you're cheering for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, this is the place to be. So come early, grab the best seat, and watch it all at Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Well, you can tell everybody. Yeah, you can tell everybody. Go ahead and tell everybody. I'm the man, I'm the man, I'm the man.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. We're going to react to how the Suns fared last night in Houston and look ahead to their next game against Memphis. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Quick shout out to Youngtown. What's going on, Youngtown?
Yeah.
Wolf has spoken. Yeah.
What up, Youngtown?
Lost in the shuffle of yesterday. The official news on Sunday, with the way the games played out, that the Arizona Cardinals are going to pick third in the NFL draft in April. Wolf, I don't even remember when the last time they picked that high was. I mean, Marv was number 4. Kyler, I guess, would be the last time picking first in 2019. But, you know, for as much as there's not a lot of playoff history in the last couple decades, they've only picked this high once in the last very, very long time. I'm scrolling back. You're going all the way back to Fitz, 2004.
Wow.
So they've only picked third or higher once since Fitz, and that was Kyler Murray. So this, whatever you choose to do with this pick, this is a significant pick. This needs to be a franchise-altering pick, whether it is a flashy name that we all look back on and say, oh, yeah, that's the year they took whatever quarterback, or you draft an offensive lineman that is such a game changer that, look, his name might not be up in lights because he's an offensive lineman, but it changes the fortunes of your team for the better.
Yeah, man, you know me. If you don't believe you've got a guy at number 3, let's just make the assumption right now the Arizona Cardinals are going to pick at number 3.
Okay.
Not going to move out of that. They're going to be number 3. If you're telling me right now that the Arizona Cardinals do not have a quarterback at number 3 that they love, and that's what it's got to take. If you're going to stay there at number 3, and make a pick, you absolutely have to love the guy that you're drafting.
I agree with that.
I think we'd all
Yeah.
say that you can't take any chances whatsoever. You've got to believe this guy is an absolute slam dunk no matter what position he plays. Having said that, if you don't have a quarterback there that you love, man, I'm drafting an offensive lineman that I love, hoping that they will see a guy, maybe a Caden Proctor type guy from Alabama, maybe a guy that they love as much and think this guy is a slam dunk.
Yeah, I think I've made my stance pretty consistent here. They need to get a quarterback, and I think they need to get one in this draft. But that does not mean you reach for one at number 3. It really doesn't. This is going to be what this front office's entire legacy now is tied to. Can you identify the quarterback this offseason? If you're going to come in and you're going to move on from Kyler Murray, and I think a lot of people are on board with that. I had this thought driving in today, Wolf. The pushback on Kyler is like, and now I've completely derailed my own point, but I have to tell you this. The pushback on Kyler from the Kyler supporters sometimes is like, hey, you know what? You got to put him in a better position to succeed. And you act like he's like a rookie or a second-year player. When you look back at your NFL career, Wolf, would you say you played a long time?
Yeah.
And you experienced a lot?
Sure. Yep.
Kyler has almost played as long as you now. He's going into year 8.
Yeah.
And people still treat him like, well, he's only in his second year. Everything's got to be perfect.
Yeah.
I think he could find success somewhere else. But when you put it through that lens, he's going into year 8. It clearly isn't working here for everybody.
I just want to say this, though, Luke, in regard to your point, because it's a valid point, no doubt about this. But you have to remember, Kyler Murray came in. When he came in, he was riding the wave of the spread.
Yeah.
He came in and all that. It's going to change the game of football, period.
Yeah.
Steve Keim, when he drafted him number 1 overall, believed that the spread was going to take over the National Football League and was going to create a brand new NFL like we have never seen. Football like we have never seen. Get on the ball, snap it, here we go. Are you kidding me? 5 seconds have come off the clock. Just this unbelievable philosophy that was out there in regard to the game. And Kyler Murray, for the first, 4 years with Cliff,
it's pretty good.
He was pretty good. He did okay because he was in that offense.
I fully expect him to be the biggest name to switch teams at quarterback this offseason. And I think probably I don't want to say the best, but the most talented. I mean, there's whoever goes out and gets him, they're getting him, I would assume, to be their starter. I wouldn't be shocked if he succeeds somewhere else. But the idea that everything has to be perfect around him for it to work, that's not the NFL.
I know, but once again, think about what he accomplished. He was Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. 2-time
Pro Bowler, as a matter of fact.
MVP candidate first half of 2021.
It's not like Kyler Murray wasn't doing things. It's not like he wasn't proving he could play. He could play in the right offense, and yet the game has totally changed. And that's the reason why we find ourselves in the position that we are.
But if you're going to move on from him, I don't think you can just go into next year with Jacoby and Keaton Slovis. You have to find your guy.
With that.
But I say that with the caveat of, if you identify that Fernando Mendoza is your guy, well, then try to figure out a way to move up to 1 if you really think he's your guy. If he is, but you're not that convicted, whatever. If you don't have a guy that you feel great about at 3, take somebody in the second round. There are so many quarterbacks that are going to be available in the second round that were being projected as first-round picks going into this year, whether that is Drew Aller or Cade Klubnik or Carson Beck or any of these. There's quite a few guys that were huge names going into this past college football season, and it didn't work out for them for whatever reason, and they've dropped. Carson Beck might win a national championship, but individually, statistically, he's not viewed as a first-round pick. And I don't know who it is. I'm not a quarterback scout, but they've got quarterback scouts, and they got to get it right, because I think you can go offensive line with the 3rd pick. You can do whatever. If you want to trade down to 10 and get your offensive lineman and add another pick, whatever it is, I'm with you. You don't reach on a quarterback at number 3, but I think you got to get one in the second round then.
Man, just purely from a position perspective, I would love to see the Arizona Cardinals get a war daddy guard. Just get a war daddy, a guy that is basically a younger version of Will Hernandez. Just see a guy that is going to get up there and blow somebody off the ball. A guy that is a pivotal, and I mean a pivot guard. And when I say that, a guy that can make or break any play, whether it's pass protection or whether it's the run scheme that you're trying to employ. A guy that can be the difference, a difference maker at the guard position. A Quentin Nelson, if you will. I want to see that. If you're there at number 3 and you believe that there is a guy worthy of that pick, a Quentin Nelson type pick, man, I'm running with that.
That's probably Spencer Fano, right? Isn't that kind of the view going in?
The kid from Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're talking...
I do like him a lot.
I'm looking at ESPN's mock. This is pretty recent, right? Yeah, it's pretty recent. It's from today. So I guess this is pretty recent. They go Mendoza 1 to the Raiders, Moore 2 to the Jets, Francis Mayoga from Miami. So there's an offensive tackle / guard at number 3.
Okay.
It seems like it's Mayoga or Fano are pretty much the main guys on the offensive line that you could consider an interior offensive lineman maybe, that would be drafted in the top 10. That seems to kind of be the feeling.
You know what, Mayoga from Miami is very interesting to me because I love their offense. Watching the Hurricanes, watching them play, I love how physical their offense is.
So I'm looking like a lot of these mock drafts just have them going with, I saw one with Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame. I saw one going corner. Like, yeah, they got a bunch of needs, but you got to go offensive line or quarterback there, don't you?
Yes, I feel like you do.
Or move down and take an offensive lineman at 9 or I don't know, but I think those are the positions you have to address. All right, when we come back, the Suns beat the best team in the NBA and then went toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the West the very next night. Is all of this actually raising your expectations for this team even more? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
This is absolutely imperative that they get this right. 3 years ago, if you would have brought up the name Mike McCarthy to me, I would have said, You know what I like about Mike McCarthy? That Super Bowl ring he's wearing.
Okay.
You know what I like about Kevin Stefanski? Is that he's got 2 NFL Coach of the Year awards on his resume.
Stefanski.
I want the Arizona Cardinals to hand the reins to somebody who's proven they know what they're doing. Is that such a high bar to reach?
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful, green, sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Look, here's the deal. When your private student loans go into default, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot. Hey, it's Vince Morata here to let you know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Y-Refi specializes in helping people whose private student loans are already in default. That's their whole thing, and they're not judging you. They're not asking you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed-rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Default does not define you. It doesn't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. To learn more, go to yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Black Monday struck here in the Valley yesterday as Arizona Cardinals fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years with the team and a 15-36 record in his tenure. The Cardinals will stick with general manager Monty Ossenfort as he will lead the search for a new head coach. And here's what he is looking for in the new head coach.
First and foremost, we're looking for a strong leader. And this is being a head coach in the NFL is a difficult job. And there's 31 other teams that are trying to do the same thing that we're doing. And so a lot goes into that, creating accountability and dependability in the locker room. It's creating advantages on the field, putting our players in a position to be successful, developing young players.
According to Adam Schefter, the Cardinals will be interviewing former Cardinals and current Denver Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph this week. And whether it was a back-to-back, travel issues, or even clock management issues in the arena, the Phoenix Suns refused to back down, but did lose a hard-fought battle to the Houston Rockets 100-97 last night. Former Sun Kevin Durant hit a three-pointer with just 1.1 seconds remaining on the clock to beat his former team. The Suns have today off, but will be back on the hardwood tomorrow in Tennessee facing the Memphis Grizzlies. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number one by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey, it's Vince Morado. Join us on Wednesday. We'll have the latest on any candidates for the Cardinals' open head coaching position and a chat with Mark Schlereth. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, well, the Suns are actually off tonight. Probably deserved after the last two nights. Beating Oklahoma City and Phoenix on Sunday night. Almost beating Houston in Houston on Monday night. And they will be in Memphis tomorrow night to take on the Grizzlies. So, Wolf, they get one night off to sort of recover. They are 6-2 in their last 8 games.
Yeah.
And in there are wins over the Lakers and Thunder. The 2 losses very close to Houston and then lopsided against the Cavs. 21-15 now. We're approaching the halfway point of the season. We've talked a lot about how your expectations are already higher now than they were before the season started. Have they gone up any more in the last couple weeks?
Yes, they have gone up. Just watching them play, especially, once again, just looking at this back-to-back. I was telling you this before we actually cracked the mics and came into Studio Shangri-La to broadcast based on audience. But this is exactly the way I feel about this. The Phoenix Suns, these 2 games, I think are the pinnacle of the season. This is who they're all about. And we saw it in a 48-hour period. Mm-hmm. This is what I love, man. It's so cool to see this come together. This is one of the reasons why I dropped the whole competitive, non-competitive. Remember that?
Yeah.
I had the competitive, non-competitive.
That's out the window now.
That's gone. That is, they have buried that. And you know what they did, Basin Audience? They went out and proved it. They earned it. They were like, no, this is not going to be about are we going to be competitive tonight or not competitive. No, they're competitive for the most part. OKC, game number 2. They're competitive for the most part. All season long, they've been competitive. Every game, they have gone out and been competitive. So they've earned that as far as I'm concerned right now. Now, sometimes it doesn't go well for them, okay? That's great. That's going to happen to every team that is out there. And if you don't believe me, just ask OKC what they're going through. Who did they lose to last night? Charlotte. They got killed.
Somebody texted me that while I was watching the Suns game, and I thought they were messing with me. And then I was like, okay, well, this is a friend of mine who knows basketball really well, but they must have read the score wrong or something. No, Charlotte beat Oklahoma City by 27 last night. I mean, that's the life of a back-to-back in the NBA. Oklahoma City had played in Phoenix the night before. They were at home last night. It doesn't excuse losing to Charlotte by 27, but you see stuff like that, the schedule losses.
Yes.
Which is why last night made a lot of sense to just be a schedule loss for the Suns, on top of the fact they were going to play Kevin Durant and the Rockets.
Just think about that.
And they almost won.
They almost won that game. They should have. You could sit there and say they should have, would have, could have. I'm with you on that. Basically, if you're saying that right now.
Ifs were fifths.
Yeah, right. whatever. But again, think of the last two games and the quality of opponent that they have played in a back-to-back. Going into last night's game, I was talking to you about this. I couldn't wait to see one thing. Were they going to come out and have the requisite intensity level? Were they going to come out and were they going to compete? Were they going to have that intensity level, knowing what they gave the night before against OKC, knowing what they had been through after and couldn't fly out, knowing the delays, the mechanical issues with their flights, and when they got into Houston, knowing all of this, they went out and won the first quarter, 29-25. They went out and won the first half, 60-54. All right, it was 70-78. It was 78-78 going into the fourth quarter. But still, they were beyond competitive. They should have won the game, could have won the game.
Here's Devin Booker after the loss to Houston.
Yeah, we just learned from it. They're sitting in a good spot. They're a playoff team, so whenever we can match up against teams like this that can up the physicality, that's the closest you're going to get to postseason basketball.
I tell you what's nice about this year, and I'm not even just comparing this to last year. You could say this about a lot of teams in a lot of years. Teams lose, they don't learn from it. The Suns visibly learn from these losses this year. It is evident watching them play basketball that they have learned from a lot of these losses. And, the Oklahoma City win on Sunday, I think we all just automatically say, and I fall into this trap too, that's the win of the year, beat Oklahoma City. And I think it is. I think it is. But I still really love that win early in the year when the Spurs had Wembanyama and they shut him down. I still love the win over Minnesota where they were down 8 with 2 seconds left. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but when they were down 8 with less than a minute and came back and won that game. A couple of the wins over the Lakers. They have had some signature wins this season to the point where beating Oklahoma City, yeah, it's the win of the year. You beat Oklahoma City.
I agree.
And that meant something before they lost to Charlotte. That meant a lot. But there's other candidates that it had to pass on that scale.
Yes, there are. And you're right about
I'm very thrown off by the loss to Charlotte for Oklahoma City. It really messes me up.
Can I just say this right now, too? I think the Suns physically hit the wall. And it was really kind of cool to see this. The Suns physically hit the wall based on the OKC game the night before, as we've been talking about. And then the Suns had 19 fast break points in the first half. Did you notice this, Space and Onions? 19 fast break points in the first half. After playing OKC the night before, after mechanical issues flying over to Houston, after clock issues delayed the finishing of the first quarter, the Suns' energy level was lit, and they were running the floor. It was incredible to see this. You know what they finished with? 23 fast break points. Yeah. They had 19 in the first half, and 23 they finished the game with. 4 fast break points in the second half. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. They hit the wall. And also, too, the second chance points for the Houston Rockets, 21-5.
Yeah.
The Suns had 5 second chance points. Think about that. So much of the offensive glass is there. Steven Adams, of course, dominating the offensive
that guy's
glass
on every
for
team the Suns
part.
play.
But the Suns had 5. They hit the wall physically, if you ask me. And you know what I love about that, Luke? I think they'd argue with me on that. I think they would say, no way did we do that. No way.
Not even acknowledging that there is a wall.
Acknowledge an excuse.
This is Dylan Brooks after the game. He was asked about just the weirdness of the day with the travel problems and then the clock problems in Houston where they were just like, yeah, we don't have a clock. Sorry. So the PA guy's going to yell out how much time's left on the shot clock.
It put us in a bind for sure. Made our legs stiff. But, stuff's going to happen in games no matter what happens. So I'm glad I'm happy that, we fought how we fought. Wish it could have been an MW, but we got another chance in a couple days.
It was awesome to see them fight through all of the adversity that they had. Honestly, does it not fill you with joy to watch this team play. They just go out. They don't care what the situation is. They don't care. Oh, your clock is not. The shot clock was not working. Punch it.
Hey, you guys just landed, right? Hey, good news. We don't have a clock for the game.
We're going to announce how many seconds are left. 15. There's 10 seconds left. There's what? Have you ever seen that?
Not above like junior high basketball. No,
I've
like
never
I remember
seen
playing
that
junior
before
high
in the
and it
NBA.
being like, and I was like, hey, not having a clock helps me with my shot.
The funny part is about this is also a really random side note. Their PA announcer goes live on TikTok during the games.
Yeah.
And I probably should have went and see if I can find it, but like to see that live would be, I think, hilarious.
You never see that in the NBA ever. That just added to the strangeness of yesterday. Join Burns and Gambo from 2 to 6 this Friday at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale as they wrap up their fantasy football season in style. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Wolf, I'm assuming you saw everything on TikTok because you're constantly scrolling.
Yeah. What's TikTok?
Coming up next.
I'm joking.
ASU football has been really busy the last few days, and there's a couple notable additions that Kenny Dillingham has already made. We're going to react to some of that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
tackle. Tackle.
Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now.
Tackle.
Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Yeah. Brassy girls everywhere. Hands in the air. So party over here. Shaking for the man of the year. Man of the year. Man of the bounce. Brassy girls everywhere.
Hey, it's Vince Morado. Join us on Wednesday. We'll have the latest on any candidates for the Cardinals' open head coaching position and a chat with Mark Schlereth. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Jamal, you ready to do a broadcast right here? Is that what you're saying?
I'm ready.
You're ready to broadcast from command and control right now. That's right. You're listening to the Wolf and Luke Show, broadcasting live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports 98.7. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, that is the question we ask right now. Luke Lipinski walking in the studio Shangri-La. Jamal, of course, broadcasting from his command and control.
Oh, you're actually talking in here. I thought you were recording something.
No.
Oh, what's going on?
Yeah, what are you doing? I mean, you get on me for going to the bathroom.
No, that's not what we get on you.
Right outside the window, and I'm going, excuse me.
That's what you were
coming
signaling.
back.
I thought you were talking about the read. All right, let's talk a little ASU football. And this also kind of got lost in the shuffle yesterday. Work with the caveat that we're talking about players transferring from school to school, and who knows how it's going to look, right, when you get to your new school. But ASU has added the quarterback they seemingly wanted all along with Cutter Boley from Kentucky. And kind of the headline stealer is Amarian Miller from Colorado, a guy who is the highest rated player they've ever gotten in the transfer portal. And whether you like the portal or not, and I don't really, it's the rule we play by, and it's where Kenny Dillingham has excelled in these first couple of years. It's why ASU was able to rebuild as quickly as they were.
Man, this is fascinating to me, and I know we all don't know the particulars. We don't. We might think we know what happened between Sam Levitt and Kenny Dillingham or ASU, but we don't. We don't have the particulars to this story, and that's driving me crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get it. I mean, to be honest.
I agree with you. I don't know if we're going to get it.
The Levitt thing, I mean, if we want to go down that path for a second, it sounds like Texas.
I can't talk about Cutter Boley without talking about Sam Levitt.
Well,
especially since we're taking Kentucky's quarterback and they're taking ours.
Well, it sounds like Levitt now is going to maybe end up at LSU, which.
Okay, I missed that. I'm sorry.
Well, because it changes every 20 minutes. I don't know where everybody is on Levitt. I think there's probably mixed feelings right now. If you're an ASU fan or alumni, whatever, you're probably a little frustrated. I know people are frustrated that there hasn't been any sort of, the letter that guys post on Instagram or whatever. Hey, I really love my time in Tempe, but it's time for me to move on, and this is what's best. Like, that's fine. Just do that. Guys transfer. It's there's 3,000 players in the transfer portal. Like, guys transfer. Somebody found the letter he posted to Michigan State and was like, see, he can say thanks. He posted one to Michigan State when he left for ASU. So I know there's mixed feelings on him right now. If he goes to LSU, that is such a better landing spot for him than Kentucky, and I would even say Texas Tech, because you're playing for Lane Kiffin. Even if you don't play well, you're going to put up numbers as a quarterback for Lane Kiffin. And if this is all about raising your draft stock, that will raise your draft stock.
Well, first of all, I would say that LSU's probably got some offensive linemen that can protect, and I think as a quarterback, that would be a big deal. There's no doubt about that. But there also is an awful lot of pressure that comes with playing for LSU. Are you going to be able to, do you feel like you are built to handle that? A lot of that pressure. When you think of Sam Levitt going to Michigan State, okay, it's a Big Ten. Oh, it's great. Hey, listen, any Spartan fans that are out there.
You're going to get a text from Matt Ishbia here.
Can I just tell you right now, don't at me. Don't at me. You guys are an excellent school. There's no doubt about it. Yet at the same time, it doesn't have quite the reputation or the impact of LSU. LSU is one of these schools where you better produce and you better do it from game one.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of Sam right now, because Michigan State, he threw like 2 touchdowns. I mean, he was essentially a backup, right? I think most people would agree, and I want to be careful here because it doesn't guarantee anything, but Cutter Boley coming from Kentucky right now, playing as a redshirt freshman in the SEC and putting up points, up points on some good defense. He turned the ball over, but putting up points on some good defenses. I would say is better right now than Levitt was when they were getting him from Michigan State.
I would agree
He's
with that.
done more.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean he's going to be better, but again, I trust Kenny Dillingham with quarterbacks. I trust him to identify the right ones, and I trust him to develop them. But, Levitt's a huge part of them going to the college football playoff 2 seasons ago. And so many people just say it was just Scadaboo. No, it was Scadaboo, but it was Levitt, and it was Tyson, and it was a lot of these guys on defense. And yet, Levitt wasn't all that great last year. And so when you stack up all these quarterbacks in the transfer portal and people say he's number one, I would have loved to have him back at ASU, but I'm not sure I wouldn't rather have Josh Hoover, who's in Indiana, or Brendan Sorsby going to Texas Tech, like some of these other guys maybe. But I think even if he doesn't win at LSU, he'll put up numbers because he's playing for Lane Kiffin, and you always have 3 NFL receivers at LSU. He's not there yet. It just seems like that's where this is going.
Yeah, again, that remains to be seen what is going to happen. I think, again, the element of the pressure that you have immediately when you say you're going to be the starting quarterback for LSU, it's so different than saying you're going to be the starting quarterback for ASU. Especially when Kenny Dillingham had just come in here and was just building a program here.
Yeah.
There was not a lot of pressure on Sam Levitt. Wasn't pressure on him at Michigan State. Wasn't pressure on him at ASU. Now all of a sudden you're going to go be the starting quarterback at LSU? Some guys are not built to handle that, brothers. They are not. Some guys aren't. And you have to know yourself. You have to know yourself and know yourself very, very well, especially when you're playing the quarterback position. Are you okay? Are you somebody that would like to surprise and over-deliver? Or do you want to be somebody who's going to under-deliver, right? And maybe the fear of under-delivering drives you somewhere else. That's all I'm going to say.
It's interesting you say that about Levitt, because Levitt earlier this season said he plays better when he's kind of off the radar or he's being doubted.
Exactly.
And when you talk about, again, I don't want this to sound like I'm bashing Sam Levitt. I'm not. I think if he would have handled his departure differently, he'd be an all-timer Sun Devil. Like, seriously, based on what he just even did in 2024. But he was much better on the field in 2024. I mean, he played well enough to be viewed as somebody who was going to be a first-round pick in 2024. That wasn't like a local thing. That was nationally. He was being projected as a first-round pick this past year, and he said this. He came in with actual pressure. This is the first time we saw him with pressure of like, hey, there's expectations. And he didn't play great. He didn't play great. He stepped up in key moment against Texas Tech. He wasn't bad, but he was not as good this year as he was the year before. So your point on pressure, if he goes to the SEC, I think is very real.
So I'm kind of wondering in regard to the Kentucky thing once again.
Yeah, I don't understand that one at all.
Okay, not a lot of pressure there.
Yeah.
If you could go out and suddenly over-deliver at Kentucky, boy, that'd be awesome. That'd be great. Not a lot of pressure there. I don't know. That's why it's going to be really fascinating to watch the decision that Sam Levitt makes.
Now, I want to throw this out there real quick. And again, I don't want to go down the path of, well, this guy is here at this point in his career, so this is what he's going to turn into. But ASU got Amarian Miller, receiver from Colorado. Maybe people didn't watch a ton of Colorado.
I didn't.
Chris Cartman, well, they weren't very watchable. Chris Cartman posted this the other day. It's ASU's highest rated prospect of the transfer portal era, Amarian Miller. Now, you may remember, this is where ASU got Jordan Tyson from that program. And Tyson, in his year with Colorado, although he did torch ASU in one game, had 470 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns. Amarian Miller, last year, coming from Colorado, and they did not have a quarterback, put up 808 receiving yards and 8 touchdowns.
Wow.
So do I think Amarian Miller is going to be Jordan Tyson? No, probably not. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of receivers like Jordan Tyson come through ASU. But this is one of the top, 2 or 3 receivers in the transfer portal, and he's done it at the college level, and he's done it without a quarterback before. So this is a huge get for ASU, and they need to have huge gets this year. They didn't necessarily need it last year in the transfer portal because they were bringing most of their players back. They needed a pickup like this.
By the way, can I just ask you this quickly? It's a little off topic, but since the beautiful part of the program is coming to a close, who do you like to win it all? Who do you like in college football? When you look at the bracket right now, who do you like to win it all?
Okay, my answer may have just changed in the last 10 minutes.
Yes.
Because my answer was Oregon, and they apparently just lost 2 important players. So my answer was Oregon. I might need to revisit that now. Who do you like?
Indiana.
Do you? I mean, they are the best team.
I just, once again, there's something about this Curt Cignetti team that is special. And it's the line of scrimmage, I think, for the most part, and the way they compete. He's got a way of identifying. And this is one of the things, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to track Cignetti down, okay? Curt, if you're listening right now, we're going to track you down when this season ends. And if you don't, Curt, if you don't come on this show, I'm going to remember you and tell stories about you when you were a backup at West Virginia University. Okay?
Yeah, we should explain we have an in. You played college football with Curt Cignetti.
He was my teammate. Yeah. I love Curt.
I don't think everybody knows that or has made that connection. You didn't just talk to him once. He was your teammate.
He was my teammate for 2 years.
I think realistically we'll probably have to get him after the national championship, not before, but yeah.
Exactly. I agree with that.
All right, when we come back, Jonathan Gannon is gone. Does that mean there's really a chance that Kyler Murray could be here in 2026? Well, if I've got like 12 things I want to fit into this next segment, so this is going to be interesting. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We had Jonathan Gannon on every week. I think he was adamant that he was going to come back, but here's the reality. The guy was 3-13 against the West. He was 15-36 overall. He's got one of the worst winning percentages of any head coach, and the firing was justified. If you're Monty Ossenfort or Michael Bidwell, it was justified. It would have been very, very hard to bring him back as the head coach of your football team. Fan base, team, everybody all together. I think people would have thought that the organization didn't care enough if they would have brought Jonathan. I think that's what they would have thought.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say happy holidays on someone's birthday? When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you? We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Black Monday struck here in the Valley yesterday as the Arizona Cardinals fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years with the team and a 15-36 record in his tenure. The Cardinals will stick with general manager Monty Ossenfort as he will lead the search for a new head coach. And here is what he is looking for in the new head coach.
First and foremost, we're looking for a strong leader. And this is being a head coach in the NFL is a difficult job. And there's 31 other teams that are trying to do the same thing that we're doing. And so a lot goes into that, creating accountability and dependability in the locker room. It's creating advantages on the field, putting our players in a position to be successful, developing young players.
According to Adam Schefter, the Cardinals will be interviewing former Cardinals and current Denver Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph this week. And whether it was a back-to-back, travel issues, or even clock management issues in the arena, the Phoenix Suns refused to back down but did lose a hard-fought battle against the Houston Rockets last night, 100-97. Former Sun Kevin Durant hit a three-pointer with just 1.1 seconds remaining on the clock to beat his former team. The Suns have today off, but will be back on the hardwood tomorrow in Tennessee facing the Memphis Grizzlies. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. How do we feel about Arizona State's football team based on their recent additions in the transfer portal? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Sean McDonough is going to join us next segment. Talk some football with Sean.
How about that, Sean? Man, I love Sean McDonough.
So I want to throw this out there real quick, Wolf, before we really dive into this segment. We were talking about this earlier and how, if you don't believe in a quarterback you could get at pick 3, like if you think it's a reach or whatever, if there's not, I believe you could still, if you're good at evaluating talent, and finding a diamond in the rough when it comes to quarterbacks, I believe you can get somebody in the second round, 35th pick or whatever. And this is why. So during one of the breaks, I went back and pulled up mock drafts from before this season. Okay,
I love this.
So I'm looking at one from August 20th. All right, they had Arch Manning going first. They had Lenoris Sellers going second. They had Cade Klubnik going third. They had Sam Levitt going 9th. They had Drew Aller going 11th, Garrett Nussmeier going 16th. That's just a first-round mock draft from basically 4.5 months ago.
Okay.
Now, the only reason I bring that up is, like, I'm looking at Mel Kiper's quarterback rankings now, so fast forward back to today. And, some of these guys, they're obviously still in the draft. Cade Klubnik's in the draft. Drew Aller is in the draft. Now, I'm not saying I can sit here and differentiate who you should take at 35, but, Aller's 6'5". He was in the national – he was getting ready to – he was in the semis last year, at least. Penn State, they go to the championship. They were deep in the playoff last year, and he was being projected as like a top 10 pick in a lot of mock drafts. Heading into this season, Penn State was a mess. James Franklin got fired. He got hurt. I'm just saying there are guys that were being projected as first-round picks, high first-round picks just a few months ago.
Yeah.
That you're going to have like 4 or 5 of them to choose from in the second round if you believe in one of them.
If you believe in one of them, and it's going to take maybe a scout standing on the table. Oh, captain, my captain, standing on the table for one of those quarterbacks that are out there. The best thing that I saw yesterday, Basin Earnings, was sent to me by Luke Lipinski in his email. A look at where each starting quarterback was drafted. Each starting quarterback in the playoffs where he was drafted. This, I thought, was awesome. You had 4 first-round picks. You had 1 quarterback that was drafted in the second round, and you had 2 quarterbacks drafted in the third round. Now, it goes on from there. You had the 6th round, the 7th round.
It's not even just that. I didn't put this list together. I believe that's 4 first overall picks.
Okay.
And then 2nd overall and 3rd and 4th. And then you get down to like Brock Purdy at 260.
260, yes, exactly. But it went on because you had like pick number 6 and number 7, of course, number 12, number 24, and 26. You know, in other words, you can get a quarterback at the end of the draft.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about the first round.
End of the first round, or even
end
in
of the
second,
first round.
yeah.
You can actually get a quarterback in the middle of the first round or the end of the first round that could actually take you to the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've seen this a lot. Not, I shouldn't say a lot, but like it's not as rare as you might think. You don't have to have the first pick to get your quarterback. It can't just simply be, well, we don't have the first pick, so I guess we won't get a quarterback this year. All right, we had Field Yates on earlier in the show. You asked him what Kyler Murray's market could look like. Because, again, this is not being viewed as a quarterback-heavy draft. There are not a ton of free agents that are being viewed as like, hey, get Mac Jones, win a Super Bowl. So what does that do if you're trying to trade Kyler Murray?
Kyler's an interesting one, and not that you guys don't know that better than anybody, but, you know, the best version of Kyler at his very, very best has been a pretty electric player, right? I remember that year in which Arizona, I think it was J.J. Watt's first season with the Cardinals, where they had the best record in the NFL on, like, week 12, and everything was coming up Cardinals, and Kyler was playing like a guy you could imagine one day winning the NFL MVP, or at least being in the consideration for an MVP award. But recently, it's been far too uneven. You know, Kyler is a guy who we haven't seen, at least I felt like this year he was not nearly as dynamic as a runner prior to when he went down for the season. And now you have to deal with a contract question. Is sort of the good news, bad news for a team acquiring Kyler Murray is that you only have one more year of guaranteed money. So you're not committing to Kyler Murray on some 5-year deal if you trade for him. The bad news is if you're trading for him, you probably think he's got a chance to be a decent player for you. And if after 1 year there's no more guaranteed contract left over, you're going to have to do some renegotiations.
So what does that tell you? When you hear Field Yates talking about that, what do you think of, Luke? What does that tell you?
I think he's tradable, and I didn't always. I think he's tradable when you combine what he said, especially the part where you really are only on the hook as a, let's say the Jets. It's not going to be the Jets probably. Let's say the Jets traded for him. You're only on the hook if it doesn't work for 1 year. And look around you. Who do you really feel confident if you're a team? That's why the Jets don't work. But a team that's like trying to win next year, who do you feel confident you can go out and get that could help you right away? I think Kyler Murray is going to be the biggest name.
Yeah, you know, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. To me, it's all going to come down to what are you going to give up? The question is, what could Monty Ossenfort actually get for Kyler Murray? What would another team actually give up? You were talking the other day about some proposition that was out there.
Craziness I threw out there.
Third.
It was
a first and third. That's not going to happen.
No. Oh yeah, that. Yes, that stuff I've seen out there. That's just ridiculous.
Correct.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. But if you could get something of value for Kyler Murray right now, knowing that you're moving off of him, or at least I suppose that you're moving off of him, why wouldn't you do it?
I think you
would.
If
a team was willing to do it.
Yeah. The question, and Field brought this up too. The question is, everybody knows that you owe him like another $19.5 million a couple days into the new league year. So they're probably not going to line up to trade for him. But at the same time, quarterback is the one position in all of sports where teams will get a little crazy if they don't have one, and a lot of teams don't have one. I'm going to play this cut too from Josh
Once
Weinfuss.
Again, though, it comes down to what will I have to give up to get him, and not allow him to go out on the free agent market, and then I'm battling with everybody else who needs a quarterback. So there's value to acquiring somebody like that. It's just what?
Yeah.
What are you going to
Can I get
give
something
up?
I can turn into an offensive lineman or my next quarterback? Can I piece it together to get my next quarterback? Play this real quick too from Josh Weinfuss. Actually, I'm going to hold this Josh Weinfuss cut because we're going to talk to Sean McDonough. We'll just play it at the end of the show.
Cool.
Okay. I think this is big enough. It's worth reacting to, not just playing it and going to break. All right. So when we come back, the college football playoff is down to just 4 teams. 2 of them are here for Thursday. Who's the favorite at this point? We're going to ask ESPN play-by-play announcer Sean McDonough. He will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right. 3 seconds to go. A three on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 3/10 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97. The final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Bay Centurions. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You know what you can also do, Bay Centurions? You can go ahead and jump in your vehicle and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive right now. Yeah, if you're in the market, Bay Centurions, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned Ford, you need to get on over to Santan Ford. That's right. Listen, Tim Hovick, the owner-operator of Santan Ford, is a good buddy of mine. I've known him for 20 years right now. Tim Hovick is one of the most knowledgeable sports guys you're ever going to come across. So if you go over there because you want a new Ford Expedition, or maybe you want a Ford F-150, that's what I drive, or a Mustang, or an Escape, you know what? You need to go over there and talk a little sports with Tim Hovick at Santan Ford. That's right, the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
They not like us. They not like us. They not like
Hey, it's Vince Morado. Join us on Wednesday. We'll have the latest on any candidates for the Cardinals' open head coaching position and a chat with Mark Schlereth. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quick shout out to Peoria. What's going on out there, Peoria?
Hey, Peoria.
How's Peoria doing? Also, you know, Wolf made fun of me for being like 3 seconds late, and I think he left the building.
I think he's gone. Here he is.
He got his revenge on me. It didn't take very long either.
You know what? At least I wasn't standing outside the window.
Fine. Fair enough. We're all even. Poor Jamal. He's back there running everything by himself, and his hosts keep leaving the show.
My goodness.
Sean McDonough is going to join us here in just a second to talk about the college football playoff, which, you know, we talk a lot about the problems that college football has, and it does. But the product on the field in these playoffs has been pretty good. I mean, this past Ole Miss, Georgia, and Ohio State, Miami. Those were two. Ole Miss Georgia was an all-timer. The way that game played out when you consider Georgia's the team that lost. But yeah, we've got a couple really good ones coming up. You asked me who I thought was going to win the national championship 10, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And I said my pick was going to be Oregon, but they just lost a couple players. You said your pick was Indiana. Well, those two teams are playing before they even get to the national championship, Oregon and Indiana.
Yeah, I know. The Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, ladies and gentlemen, and the VRBO. What do you call that? The Verbo?
The Verbo
Is
Fiesta
that what you
Bowl.
call it? Yeah,
That's
the
what I call it.
Verbo Fiesta Bowl right there. Listen, to me, 4 teams that are super physical.
Yeah.
This is what I love. Again, the pendulum has completely swung back, and you've heard me talk about this over and over. I'll continue to do it because this is the football universe that we're talking about right now. The Oregon IU game, that's going to be a bloodletting. That really is. And, of course, Ole Miss, to me, I want to see Ole Miss win it all.
I do.
I would love to see
at least
they lose their head coach, and suddenly Ole Miss is your national champion.
How hilarious would that be? Because if you're Lane Kiffin, you've been a part of national champion winners before, but as a head coach, you've won exactly 0. And you bail on your team a couple weeks before they win the national championship. All right, Sean McDonough, ESPN play-by-play announcer, is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about all this. Sean, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
It's going great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great, Sean. Really appreciate your time this morning.
Oh, my pleasure, buddy. Always great to talk to you, Wolf. Missed you on the Cardinal games this year, but as usual, your priorities are in the right place with your family and such, and admire you greatly, my friend, as you know.
Thank you so much for that, Sean. I appreciate that.
Sean, I also want to point this out before we get into this, because I don't think you'll ever bring it up. But, Wolf, you realize we're talking to the NSMA Sports Media National Sportscaster of the Year for 2025.
Not a shock.
No, not a shock, but it raises the bar on our show for the next 10 minutes. So congratulations on that, Sean.
Well, thank you. You know, I used kind of the old Chicago politics thing. I voted early and often for myself, and it seemed to work. So
nice.
There you go. No, it's a great honor. You know, there's so many great sportscasters around the country. As a matter of fact, at your station, you have some of them play-by-play people, and this award was all sportscasters. But I've said many times, and Wolf knows I mean it sincerely, you know, Dave Pasch is as good as there is in our business, and he proved that again on the Cotton Bowl with Dusty and the rest of that crew. And, you know, John Bloom is the Arizona Sportscaster of the Year. So you got a lot of talent right there on your station. They're both really good friends of mine. I enjoy listening to them.
Well, Sean, looking at these 4 teams that are left in the college football playoff, it's cool because these aren't like teams that win it every year. I mean, these guys have been up there. Oregon's always up there. Miami's been up there in the past. Obviously, Indiana's doing something crazy now. What in your mind jumps out as the biggest story of these final 4 teams?
Gosh, it's hard to say, right? Because as you said, there's so many good ones. You know, obviously Indiana's a great story. You know, the losingest program in major college football, and now most people think they have the best team. They've certainly played that way to this point in the season. Doesn't guarantee you're going to win 2 more games, but I think the people who are handicapping it, who know it best, think they have the best chance to win it. And then we just had Ole Miss, and we had a few Ole Miss games during the year, obviously, because we have a lot of SEC games on ABC and ESPN. And, you know, the whole saga with Lane Kiffin and Pete Golding becoming the coach, and coaches coming and going and coming back, and everything that the players have been through, and Trinidad Chambliss, you know, kind of coming out of nowhere for a lot of people to be one of the best quarterbacks in the country. I think their story is captivating a lot of people around the country. I love Miami. People asked me before the 12-team playoff started, if there's a dark horse, who do you think it is? And I said Miami, just because, you know, based on seeding, there probably wasn't high expectations, but they are great on both sides of the line of scrimmage, you know, and that's where most games are won and lost. I mean, they are really, really physical and talented on the offensive and defensive lines, and, you know, we've seen that in the playoffs. So I think you could make a case for all 4 teams. I'm not going to give you a very good answer to your question. If any of the 4 of them won it, it wouldn't surprise me, but most seem to think that Indiana's the favorite coming in.
Sean, what game do you think is going to be the most contested? And when I'm talking about contested, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the blood sport. I'm talking about the line of scrimmage. What do you think is going to be the most contested line of scrimmage? Which game? Oregon, IU,
Well, I'd go
or
back
Ole
to
Miss,
Miami just because of what I just said. I think we did their game against Texas A&M in the first round, and as you ordinarily come on the air and you're talking about the quarterbacks, then maybe there's a big playmaker and running back or wide receiver, but you don't often do the open of the telecast about the trenches and offensive linemen and defensive linemen. But we did in that game because that was really the game, and that's really where Miami won it. Their two stud defensive ends were much more of a factor than Cassius Howell, the great defensive end for Texas A&M, who was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. I think I called his name once the whole game because Francis Mauigoa, the great offensive tackle for Miami, and the rest of that line did a great job of keeping him in check. So, yeah, I think that's the whole thing that Mario Cristobal has built this program on. He was an offensive lineman at Miami back in his day and just kind of wanted to be a team that was based on winning at the line of scrimmage and being the most physical, as he says, violent team. And I think to this point in the playoff, they've done that. And, that'll be the goal for them going forward as well.
We're talking to Sean McDonough. Sean, it's one of the craziest stats, but the 2 years we've had this 12-team playoff format, the teams at the first-round bye are now 1-7. Only Indiana won, and they won, obviously, convincingly last weekend. Do you read anything into that? Is it still too early? Is it coincidence, or do you think there are factors that are contributing to that?
I think it's still too early. Last year, the teams that had the byes were the conference champions. They weren't necessarily the four best teams, so I don't think that was surprising. Some of them, if you did it based on seeding, like this year, wouldn't have had the bye. So it wasn't that big a surprise last year, maybe a little bit more this year. But I do think there's a lot of parity around college football. But we've talked about it with all the coaches, the rest versus rust. And, we had the Ole Miss-Georgia game last week. Georgia had the rest. Ole Miss didn't. I'm not sure it was a factor in the game. So I'd at the very least like to see, another year or two of data before we kind of come to the conclusion that maybe it's not the greatest thing to have all that time off.
Sean, what are your thoughts on Fernando Mendoza? I know this kid gets an awful lot of accolades, of course, and a lot of slaps on the back, but what are your impressions and thoughts on Mendoza?
Yeah, I think he deserves them. First of all, I think we saw it on the Heisman Trophy ceremony. He's been interviewed a lot now, obviously, over the course of this year. And he's a very impressive young man, a man of great faith, and he's a great teammate and tremendous enthusiasm and a terrific player. We just got off a Zoom call right before I came on with you guys with some Oregon players, and one of them was Dante Moore. And there's the great debate among, the Mel Kipers of the world and the NFL people, okay, who is the better pro prospect? This, as a matter of fact, might be a game where we have the top two players in the draft, and they're both quarterbacks, in Dante Moore and Fernando Mendoza. So Dante Moore went out of his way to talk about how much he appreciates what a great player Mendoza is and deserving of the Heisman, but even more so what a terrific person he is. So I think he's legit. I think Dante Moore is too. I think it could very well be that they're picks number 1 and 2 in the draft. I kind of feel sorry for them that they have to go play for the Raiders and the Jets right now, if that's the way it goes. But that's very well the way it might go.
Shot over the bow, Sean.
I like it. We're talking to Sean McDonough. Sean, I want to go back to Ole Miss for a second. Like you said, you've had a lot of their games. And to me, I get why Mendoza and Moore are going to be the first 2 picks. But Trinidad Chambliss, when he burst onto the scene a few weeks into the season, has been the most exciting player I've seen in college football this year. What in your mind has made him so dangerous, and how much further do you think he can take this run this year?
I think he can take it all the way, and I agree with you. I think he's as fun to watch and dynamic as anybody. He might not have the height and weight and some of the stuff that these other guys that we just talked about have in terms of the prototypical NFL bodies and that sort of thing. But he's a tremendous college quarterback, and I'd certainly take my chances with him at the NFL level as well. Now, he's already said he wants to come back for another year, and he's trying for the waiver. we had the game last week, and Pete Golding said, well, for now we're just trying to get him to focus on the game. You can worry about that later. But you can understand why he'd be worrying about it at the same time because, the top quarterbacks in the portal, and I think he's already come to an agreement with Ole Miss that if he does get the waiver, he knows what he's going to get paid next year. But, these guys are talking about $4, $5, $6 million probably. So the waiver is important for him and for his family. But great player. We had their second game of the year, Ole Miss at Kentucky, when Austin Simmons was the starting quarterback, and he's a really talented guy. And when we were leaving the meeting, we said to Lane Kiffin, anything else we ought to know? I kind of always like to ask that on the way out. So he doesn't say, oh, yeah, by the way, our running back has a broken leg, and we didn't know it, right? So just kind of throw that out there. And he said, well, wait till you see our backup quarterback. If he gets in the game, he's unbelievable. He's so talented. A kid from Ferris State. Reminds me of Russell Wilson. And sure enough, he got in that game because that's the game that Simmons got hurt his ankle, and Chambliss has been the quarterback ever since, to the point now where Simmons is in the portal, and he's probably one of the best quarterbacks in the country too. So, really, really dynamic player, as you guys saw in that Sugar Bowl. I mean, can make all the throws, can run around, scramble, design runs, terrific leader, very poised. He's the whole package. I think he's the biggest reason why Ole Miss has a chance to win the whole thing.
Sean, cannot thank you enough, man, for your time and coming on with us and sharing your expertise. We really do appreciate it. And by the way, say hello to Terry for me, will you please?
I sure will. All the McDonoughs send their hello, and always a pleasure to be on with you guys. And one of the great benefits of living here in this beautiful basin, I have learned about that from you, is the chance to listen to you guys and your station. It's constantly on. As I drive around town, and it's always a treat in all hours of the day. So keep up the great work.
Thank you, Sean. Really appreciate you, buddy.
Take care.
You too. That's Sean McDonough joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, these Final Four teams, it's great because they all really have pretty different compelling storylines, and they all have really good quarterbacks too, in addition to having really strong line of scrimmage like you're saying. It's a wonder why they're the Final Four teams. When we come back, boy, the run that the Phoenix Suns went on in the last 24, 48 hours, yes, they went 1-1, but what a crazy, basically 30-hour span it was. We'll get into that and what it means now going forward. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The injuries, in particular, when it comes to the 2024 draft class, have kind of made it hard to evaluate and hard to understand, but you also have to work with what you've got. That almost entire 2024 draft class has been non-contributors. What have you extracted of value from the 2024 draft class? Nobody knows. We're 2 years into this, and nobody knows. And whoever's fault that is, the injuries or the selection and whether the right guy was taken or not, I just don't think you can sweep it under the rug.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and then you could just move in right away? You didn't have to wait around. You didn't have to get everything else in order. Move into the dream home first. It's tough to find the dream home, so you don't want to lose it. Sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash. That way you can move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings or anything like that. You don't have to bend your schedule to the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then an Orchard agent takes it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. And Orchard agents really are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell the old one later, buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth right now, visit Orchard.com. Get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy, it's all right there. That's Orchard.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain, start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Black Monday struck here in the Valley yesterday as the Arizona Cardinals fired head coach Jonathan Gannon after 3 years with the team and a 15-36 record in his tenure. The Cardinals will stick with general manager Monty Ossenfort as he will lead the search for a new head coach, and here's what he said is what he's looking for in the next head coach.
First and foremost, we're looking for a strong leader, and this is being a head coach in the NFL is a difficult job, and there's 31 other teams that are trying to do the same thing that we're doing, and so a lot goes into that, creating accountability and dependability in the locker room. It's creating advantages on the field, putting our players in a position to be successful, developing young players.
According to Adam Schefter, the Cardinals will be interviewing former Cardinals and current Denver Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph this week. And whether it was a back-to-back, travel issues, or even clock management issues in the arena, the Phoenix Suns refused to back down but did lose a hard-fought battle to the Houston Rockets 100-97. Former Sun Kevin Durant hit a three-pointer with just 1.1 seconds remaining on the clock to beat his former team. The Suns have today off, but will be back on the hardwood tomorrow in Tennessee facing the Memphis Grizzlies. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. How do we feel about Arizona State's football team based on their recent additions in the transfer portal? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, Wolf, you and I were talking about this earlier in the show.
Yeah.
This is what it would be like.
Wants the ball.
Doing a show with a bar fight going on in the background.
Just saying right now, who wants to go? By the way, Sean McDonough, thank you so much,
Thank you,
Sean, for coming on. And isn't it awesome that Sean lives right here?
It is.
That is so cool.
You should awesome. No, it is. Thanks to Sean McDonough. Thanks to Field Yates for joining us earlier. And even thanks to Paul Calvisi, Wolf.
That's right.
I'll thank him.
Oh, all the time.
The preseason, so you and I were talking about this earlier in the show, how much your expectations have changed for the Suns, and then how much even the last 2 days, only one win in there, but 2 days maybe have even raised them a little bit more. Their preseason over-under win number was 30.5 in Vegas, okay?
Yep.
It's up to 45.5.
Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness.
45 and a half.
45 and a half. Can you imagine if you went with the over back when?
You've already almost hit it.
30.5.
I need to see, and they don't do this stuff till the end of the year, but I hope somebody sends it at the end of the year. Teams who their win total jumps that much. Like, you don't often see a Vegas switch. I mean, they raised it 15 wins, and we're not even halfway through the season.
Man, that is, again, I say it all the time, but this is incredible what is happening right now. And it's so awesome to see a team that is not only just over-delivering, but a team that plays the game the way that I love to watch a team go out and play. They play a physical brand. They play a tough brand of basketball. They play a great brand of basketball on the defensive end of the floor. And they're entertaining to watch. And they got dogs who go out on the floor. I can't get enough of the Phoenix Suns.
I like the fact that they are over-delivering, but they don't believe they're over-delivering. You know what I mean? Because it really minimizes the feeling of like, okay, they're going to come back to earth at some point.
Yeah.
It feels like that they truly have ingrained in them that they haven't accomplished anything yet. And look, I get it. Big picture, they're 21-15. That you don't get a banner for that. But it's been a refreshing season up to this point.
They have set a standard. They have set a standard for themselves. There's no doubt about that. This is what they're capable of bringing to the floor. This is the requisite amount of physicality, defense, and intensity. When you're a Phoenix Sun, this is what it looks like. They have established a rock-solid culture, and that's the thing that jacks me up, and you know this more than anything else. We have the Wu Fang Clan in the Wolf League compound. We call it sunspots. Sunspots, ladies and gentlemen. That's their culture, sunspots. And the best news is, as Luke was saying, they know how to summon that Suns culture and do it night after night after night. And for the most part, you're going to see it. If you're watching the Phoenix Suns, you're going to see sunspots.
Yep. Here's Devin Booker. This is after the win over Oklahoma City, talking about the trust he has in his teammates.
I don't trust everybody like that. You know, in high school, I had a lot of teammates where I had to look off and shoot over 2 or 3 people. But, this group specifically, you watch these guys put the work in. We've matched up against each other in training camp. Their confidence is high. They tell you, the games that teams are throwing those junk defenses, they're like, I'm ready. Even if they miss 2 or 3 in a row, I know Goody will come to me like, I got the next one for you. So, just communication and trust throughout the whole team.
Man, your thoughts on that, Luke?
Well, I like they threw in communication because, that was a buzzword around this show last year with the Suns of get that communication back. I'll just leave it at that he's allowed to lead his teammates verbally on the court. Can't you see Booker in high school? Because high school, like, you can play high school basketball and not necessarily be a great shooter, and Devin Booker's on your team.
Look,
can't you see him be like, I'll just shoot over these 3 guys?
Especially since Book was, drafted when he was 18?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was probably a pretty good high school player.
He was probably real good in high school.
He didn't even really play that much in college either because he was on Kentucky.
Yeah, again, I just want to go back quickly, too. We said this yesterday, but I think it bears repeating here. The OKC game and the fact that Devin Booker hit that shot. Luke says he knew it was going in, and for me, I'll be honest, I didn't know that it was going in.
Well, I just feel
Book has struggled to shoot threes this year.
I just feel like a lot of people had the feeling when Book was, once the shot got off, it wasn't like, it was like he's going to hit this.
Yeah, but it's just the fact that he did. It's the fact that he did. He is the best player the Phoenix Suns have. Ron Wolfley reporting. And I cannot tell you what that actually...
My sources...
That's right. My sources tell me this. I cannot tell you what that does inside a locker room. When everyone in the locker room knows he's the best player on the team. When everyone knows that. And because everyone knows he's the best player on the team, they look to him for leadership. They do. And it's a situation where you've got to do before you can say, you've heard me say this over and over and over again. And Book to give him that clout. He's already got a ton of clout. He's already one of the best players in the basketball universe. An Olympian, of course. We all know the track record of Devin Booker. Yet, isn't it awesome, Book? Isn't it awesome to go out and be able to cement that thought? To be able to go out there and just reinforce who you are and what you do. All that does is add even more credibility to a guy who's trying to lead this team and has done a great job doing it.
I don't know what the Vegas over-under win total was 3 days ago. I mean, obviously it had jumped considerably from the preseason 30.5, but I have to think them beating Oklahoma City pushed it up considerably because it's really hard to deny what they are turning into if they are beating the teams they should beat. They have some signature wins, a couple over the Lakers, couple over the Spurs, one where they shut down Wembanyama. They have some other good wins this season, Minnesota. But then when you beat Oklahoma City, even if you were trying to write them off, you can't once they beat Oklahoma City on top of all that other stuff. All right, today's your last chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl featuring Miami and Ole Miss January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley, Murata, Wolf, and Luke and Burns and Gambo. And when you hear that code word, text it to 620-620. If you're looking for extra ways to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, Monty Ossenfort has a laundry list of things to take care of this offseason. So what is priority number one on that list? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
tackle. Tackle.
Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now.
Tackle.
Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl.
Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You gotta have shade. That's all we like saying, ladies and gentlemen, we do. And when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted number one by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google, of course. And what I love, installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. Now, these shades are commercial grade, they're industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand that Arizona sun. Choose from manual to motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword, Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. We're going to react to how the Suns fared last night in Houston and look ahead to their next game against Memphis. It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, final segment of the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon. And we didn't get to this earlier. I want to play it, Wolf, before we get into this conversation because this is kind of relevant to everything the Cardinals may or may not do. This is Josh Weinfuss, of course, covers the Cardinals for ESPN. This is him speaking yesterday.
I mean, we were told this was a full rebuild over the last 3 years. So I guess it's just a continue of a rebuild, right? Like, here's the thing. If you would have called me 3 weeks ago, I would have said Kyler's gone. There's no doubt about it. Now I'm like, he might not be gone. And I know it's not going to be the new head coach's decision. It's going to be an organizational thing because he's already guaranteed about $36 million for next season, whether he's on the team or not. But the 50 of the league year triggers another guarantee that's about another, I think, $19 million. So there's a lot of money on the line for a guy who might not play, for this team next year. So they have a lot of decisions to make. They don't have to make them till March. So the new coach will have a couple of months to figure this out. But I don't know. I'm not completely convinced that they're ready to move on from him just because I think if the new coach comes in and says, hey, like, this is what I can do with him. If you give me these pieces around him, I think he's better than any other option we're going to get. I think they might be able to convince the front office to keep him.
Wow. And I love Josh, too. Josh Weinfuss is a very, very knowledgeable dude on a lot of this stuff. So when he says it, it has impact for me.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I agree. I think, to me, I'm thinking of the locker room and trying to take Kyler Murray and reestablish him as the franchise quarterback going forward. Even if you don't say he's our franchise quarterback, even just bringing him back and saying we're going to run it back with Kyler Murray, I don't know if you can do that.
This is really complicated, and something he said there at the end kind of highlights it. The Cardinals pick third. Now, you know my stance on this. I think you can find a quarterback in the second round, but on the surface, the Cardinals pick third in a draft that most people feel is a two-quarterback draft, and the two teams that pick in front of them both need quarterbacks, okay? So there's that. There is the list of quarterbacks that are free agents this offseason. There's nobody that amazing. And the guys that you have a little intrigue for, and you're like, hey, maybe this could, well, they're in really good systems right now. So you have to wonder how much of that is the system they're in. So in terms of just big names, just names that would be available to the Cardinals between now and the start of next season, Kyler might be the biggest name, honestly.
You're talking about as a free agent?
I'm just saying in general.
As a quarterback.
If you take all the quarterbacks in the draft and you take all the guys that are available in free agency and you take Kyler Murray, who you have, he probably is the biggest name that will be available to you between now and the start of next season. I just can't wrap my head around him being back. And a lot of it's because of what you just said. If you bring back Kyler Murray and you already are bringing back Jacoby Brissett, we all watched the games this year.
Yeah.
How do you go back to Kyler? Like, what if you go back to Kyler and all of a sudden Trey McBride isn't a red zone threat and Michael Wilson's putting up 10 yards a game again? How is that going to fly when Jacoby Brissett's right there?
Your points are valid.
I stole it from you right now.
I'm just saying they're very, very valid in regard to Trey McBride and the pressure that would be on Kyler Murray to make sure you get him the ball, make sure you're targeting him.
Look, he can catch inside the 10.
Instead of just reading coverage and throwing the ball. No, you're right about that. But once again, for me, it's not specific to Trey McBride or Marvin Harrison Jr. or Michael Wilson. It's not specific. It's the entire team. A franchise quarterback deposed once again. And that, to me, I don't mean that in a derogatory or negative way with Kyler Murray. I don't. I think Kyler Murray is going to get another shot because I believe there's going to be an offensive coordinator that is going to be able to sell a general manager on the fact that this guy, I can fix him. Just like Daniel Jones was fixed. Just like Sam Darnold was fixed. Kyler Murray needs a change of scenery, and I know the offense he needs to be in. Go get him. To me, I believe there are 3 or 4 offensive coordinators who would do that. I don't see Kyler Murray coming back to the Cardinals because, number one, I think a franchise quarterback deposed is deposed, and that's what he is. And I would also say after that, trying to reestablish him is going to be difficult.
It would
not
be
impossible.
It would be weird for the reason that you're saying, because, and I'm using Trey McBride and Michael Wilson as the examples, but if you bring back Kyler next year and he's starting over Jacoby Brissett, first of all, I'm not even sure Kyler wants to come. I feel like at some point this season, Kyler was like, yeah, clean break. I feel like that was almost agreed upon behind the scenes. But let's say you bring him back. He certainly doesn't want to come back as the backup. So whoever you start, I mean, you're not going to start Jacoby over Kyler next year. But so you'd start Kyler over Jacoby. What if the offense looks the way it did the first 5 games this year, or for good chunks of the last few years? Then it's just, that's such a bad situation for everybody. And I know that they only won 3 games this year, but chances are with Kyler and Jacoby, I mean, you'd probably win 5 next year. You'd win enough where you're not going to be picking at the top of the draft next year either. It doesn't. If you're going to do this offseason, I think you just need to do it all the way. Real quick, Jamal, you just said the Cardinals are going to interview Robert Saleh?
So, yeah, they've requested 2 interviews. So one of which being 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, and the other being Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver.
Ooh. Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator? So, wow. We have so far 3 defensive coordinators, correct?
Yeah, Vance Joseph is the other one.
Vance Joseph, Weaver from Miami.
And Robert Saleh.
Wow.
What do you think of Saleh?
What does that make you what does that make you think of? Does that make you think that they're not going to draft a quarterback? I'm thinking about an offensive-minded coach. Typically,
that makes me think they're not going to bring Aaron Rodgers in. That's
typically when you have a break from one coach, you go the opposite direction. It's very similar to, somebody that you're out there dating, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes, and again, listen to me.
This is my favorite part of the show.
Just talking about dating.
This is where I get really quiet.
I know nothing about dating. Nothing. And yet at the same time, when you break up, you typically go the opposite direction of somebody on that next person. You'd be interested.
I would hope so. I mean, I can't imagine breaking up with a girl and then trying to date somebody that's exactly like her. Like, that would just be sort of...
It's just, counterproductive.
Yeah, I think this... I mean, it's a good point. You 3 names that are officially, but reportedly linked to the Cardinals right now are all defensive minds. I think it's maybe too early to read too much into that. I mean, I feel like we're going to see some offensive minds linked to them, too.
I'm just saying, I'm throwing this out there. I don't believe this is the case. But if you were going to bring back Kyler Murray, that might be the way you go. I'm just saying.
Such a headache.
You know what? I know exactly. That might be the way that you might actually go. A defensive-minded coach.
Robert Saleh. This is tough, right? So what JG's record as Cardinals head coach is 15-36. Saleh's record as an NFL head coach is 20-36. So not a whole lot better. But I think we would all agree the Jets were a dysfunctional mess, especially towards the end there. Now, you could say, hey, he's the coach. He allowed for some of that.
Sure.
And that's fair. Aaron Rodgers came in, and I would say Aaron Rodgers was acting differently when he was there compared to how he acts in Pittsburgh now, or how he used to act in Green Bay.
Absolutely agree.
Is that fair?
Yes.
He was more of a distraction than one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen. Aaron Rodgers in his prime is one of the best quarterbacks I've ever seen. But Saleh, I mean, again, that's another guy who's been an NFL head coach. I would feel better.
I do like that part of it.
Yeah.
The fact that Vance Joseph, he's been an NFL head coach. Robert Saleh, been an NFL head coach. Weaver, not been an NFL head coach.
Was he? Who am I thinking of that used to coach the Chargers? I don't know.
Anthony Lynn.
Anthony Lynn,
the running back. I would like to hear
Kevin Stefanski's name linked to the Cardinals at some point here? Because I think it's been linked to every other team.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like that is happening.
Maybe they're just letting him go through. Maybe they want to be in that position where they get the last word.
You know what? You know what's cool about that? Maybe it's a situation where, no, there's no conversation on that whatsoever. And maybe sometimes that's the most forbidding or foreboding, I should say, part of it. And maybe that's what's at stake here.
Yeah, that's as we run through these names and as more and more come up, like Saleh and Weaver, that would be my first choice right now, would be Stefanski. And I know we talked to Paulie about this earlier, too. I mean, you're talking about a guy who had success in Cleveland, and Cleveland hasn't had a ton of success in the last 6 years, but he has. So we'll see. Obviously, this is going to keep evolving. I know Monty and Michael Bidwell both yesterday said it's not going to happen quickly. So it might happen quickly for some of these teams. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon. Cards GM Monty Ossenfort.
The bottom line is we have to win more games. And so, unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, however you look at it, we're going to have another opportunity to add players with a high draft pick this year. We'll pick at the top of each round. We're going to continue that process with finding a head coach to put us in a good position for 2026.
JG fired. More on this breaking Cardinals news story is coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals coaching search begins, a familiar name has entered the fray. Reports from ESPN's Adam Schefter say that current Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph is scheduled to interview this week for the opening. Vance was previously the defensive coordinator in Arizona before Jonathan Gannon took the head coach reins in 2023. Joseph is also set to interview for the Raiders, Titans, and Giants vacancies as well. Other names that have entered the conversation as of literally just a few minutes ago. Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer says the Cardinals have requested an interview for 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, and NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says that they've requested permission to interview Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver. And in former Cardinals coach news, Cliff Kingsbury and the Washington Commanders have agreed to part ways today. Kingsbury spent 2 seasons running the Commanders' offense. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Speaking of flexing, go ahead, Mitch. Turn on your camera. Flex that thing. Flex it. What do you got?
Look at this bad boy.
Look at Mitch.
Who's got the bigger flex, Gambo or me? Let's go. Let's talk it out.
That's your fantasy football belt?
Yes, it is.
Football championship.
Hold on, let me.
Belt.
So I got to find a way to talk and keep the camera on. But that says Arizona Sports Burns and Gambo champion. Look at that.
Bravo.
Look at that.
Bravo. Congratulations. Look at that. Yeah. Exciting.
Who'd you beat in the final? Anybody we know?
I did beat the person that had your profile picture flipping off the camera in the finals. His name is Dame, for what it's worth.
Oh, yeah.
That's exciting.
Should have realized when I put up the middle finger to the camera that somebody would screen grab it and then use it against me.
Yeah, potentially.
Just like we used the you gagging gif of you yesterday. That was
we
great.
Use that already? Is
Did
that
we
already
use
out
that
there?
already? Where's that used on?
It's on the socials.
It's
we
on-
tagged you in it yesterday.
I didn't see.
Oh, that's a bummer.
We'll have to go back and look at that now. Does it have his literal finger on his?
It's literally it just goes.
Yeah. Fantastic. That's awesome. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us here on this Tuesday afternoon. We'll get you caught up on the latest going on in the Cardinals coaching search. They already heard Mitch there mention some of the new names that have popped up. One in particular that I'm a little interested in, a guy that I had mentioned yesterday. We'll see about that. But first things first, let's talk about our top story of the day, and that Suns loss last night. It's what we're leading off the show with here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Now Jabari gets it. He's looking, holding above his head, still looking, gets it to Durant. KD to his right, 3 seconds to go, a three on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 0.3 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. And the crowd at Toyota Center absolutely loves it.
And then he did the thing with the finger. Get out of here. Get out of my building. Get out of here.
Well, I mean, obviously, we'll talk about Durant and the things he said afterwards. My initial feeling is that, man, the Suns just kind of they had their chances. They had a great chance. They were down by 7 at one point in that fourth quarter, and they made this great little comeback, had this nice little run, and gave themselves a chance to win. But, man, that's the poorest late execution on 2 baskets I've ever seen the Suns have in my life.
I know.
That is the poorest execution I've ever seen them had. It was bad. I mean, air ball and air ball, back-to-back, big possessions. I hated the last possession. No ball movement, stagnant. I'm going to give it to Book. I'm going to take 15, 16 seconds off the clock. Everybody's going to stand around. He's going to go one-on-one and get a shot up. And, it's just I didn't like it. And then, Royce forces up a shot, doesn't hit anything. That gave them the 5 seconds. If that ball hits the rim,
If that ball hits the rim and they grab a rebound, I mean, a little more time's going to come off the clock. But instead, especially if you get the rebound, but instead it's a shot clock violation. They got the 5 seconds. They inbounded to Durant. He hits the shot. They were down 94-87 with 6 minutes left. They made an incredible run. They took the lead on a mid-range shot by Dylan Brooks at 95-94. And you're starting it. Then they were up 97-94. So they were down 7, then they're up 3. That's a 10-point swing. They just couldn't close it out. I think tired legs. Yeah. I think a little exhaustion. When you're shooting air balls at the end of the game.
No doubt.
It's got to be just exhaustion from being so tired.
Yeah, no doubt. And I didn't love the last possession either. And I say that giving Devin Booker all the credit that he is owed for hitting the game winner the night before against Oklahoma City, right? Like he's the guy that you want in the ball in the hands of to see what he can do with it. But I thought it just took too long. It was too stagnant. He was waving off screens. It was too much ISO ball. He had even said when he hit the OKC game winner, he's like, the one thing I don't like about it is I left too much time on the clock. Like I want to hit that shot and have the buzzer go off and that's it. The game's over and not give the other team. It was almost like he was thinking about that when he was standing there at the top, just holding the ball, like I'm gonna milk this thing down to the very, very bottom. And it just led to a poor shot. Tari Eason's a really good defender.
No screen or anything. No screen.
Guys came up to it.
Royce came up. He's like, "No, I got him.
No, I got it.
Royce came up to get it.
It was a poor shot. It just
man. They played so hard. I know you would mention like
it was almost a win last. Like I know it's not, and I know there's no such thing as moral victories. How could you? I mean, think about it. They didn't fly out on Sunday night.
No, mechanical problems with the plane.
They left Monday day. There were all the problems with the clock.
They had emotional down to the second game against OKC at home.
And they're in a position to win back-to-back games against maybe the two best teams in the Western Conference on the second night of a back-to-back.
Right.
I mean, it's really tough for me to be disappointed by what happened last night. Like, I almost feel like I learned more about them last night than I did in the win against Oklahoma City.
Well, it's who they are. They're going to battle. They're going to play hard. They don't care. They're not thinking about being tired or exhausted. They're trying to win basketball games, and these cocky little sons that think that they could beat anybody, right? They don't go into any game thinking they're overmatched. They think that they could beat you. And, they hung around. It was the type of game where, a lot of times you win those games, right? You're the underdog. You're on the second night of a back-to-back. You're in their place. And you hang around. It was almost like they were going to steal the damn game. And if they would just execute it a little bit better at the end of that game, they do win the game. I thought when there was 29 seconds left in the game, I thought they had the game won because they had the ball, right? They had the ball, 29 seconds left. And I'm thinking, okay, they're going to win this game. And they didn't. And it's just like, okay, it's just that stuff happens. You missed the shot, you used up all, but Houston still had 5 seconds left. But with 29 seconds left, I thought they had the damn game won.
Jordan Ott, after the game, on his thinking with that possession with 29 seconds to go.
I mean, we talk a lot about 2 for 1 in those situations, tie game. That's why I was on top of the official. They end up getting the underneath out of it, so I killed a little bit more clock. Ideally, we have a little bit more, and then we would try to shoot it fast to go for a 2 for 1 situation. Then we would end up having the final possession. We didn't feel it was enough time in there for the ball to be touched, shot on the rim, make or miss, for us then to take a questionable first look to try to get a 2 for 1. So we talked about it. We were comfortable just getting to our space, being ready for a double team. Got to a similar spot to last night, just, didn't go in.
29 seconds to go. It would have been a really, really quick 2 for 1. They would have had to shoot the ball within the first 3 seconds in order to. You couldn't do it. But they even showed that graphic last night during the broadcast, the one that indicates what we all know to be true, that the Suns offensively are one of, if not the best team in clutch time in the NBA. And it was at that moment, I think they flashed that graphic with about 3 minutes to go, where I thought, man, they might actually win this. Look at that. They're number 1 in field goal percentage. They're number 3 in points. They're number 3 in some other stat. They are really, really damn good when the game is on the line and there's 5 minutes to go and it's a close game and it's, within 5 points, and they were not very, and neither were the Rockets, honestly. It was kind of a rock fight there in the last 3 minutes of that game trying to figure out who was going to win it. But again, I'm not going to sit here and get on, moral victory mountain and plant my flag and claim this was a win.
Plant that flag, Bernsey.
I'm not going to do it. But I don't know how you couldn't be encouraged by how they played last night when everything about that game says you're going to lose this game. It's like a schedule loss. It's like guaranteed. You're going to lose this game. It was very much in doubt until Kevin Durant hits that amazing shot.
Yeah, I think I'm not disappointed they lost the game. They're not going to win all their games. I asked you yesterday if you would have rather, and this could be a great poll question, would you have rather beat Oklahoma City or Houston? And Oklahoma City was the better team, but they're really struggling. They got blown out by Charlotte last night, so they're going through a really rough patch right here. But I had said Oklahoma City. You had said Oklahoma City. Then you watch Durant hit the winning shot, and you're like, God damn, I kind of want to beat those guys. Like, we'll talk about Durant in a second here. And but like, I'm sometimes I look at those two games. I was really happy they got one out of the two. And they're not going to win every game they play. They're going to lose some games. There's going to be some losing streaks here. They're going to lose 3 in a row, 4 in a row. But you are right about, man, the effort. You feel good about just feel good about this team overall with how hard they play, and they give themselves a chance to win. And people are saying that the Suns are going to be a tough out if they get to the playoffs because of how hard they play. And I agree with all of that.
But I will say this too about that matchup last night. Defensively, that's a tough matchup for the Phoenix Suns. The Houston Rockets have done a number on the Phoenix Suns defensively in the 3 times they've played.
That's not a good matchup. No, and they didn't have Şengün.
I don't think the Rockets are. If we're looking ahead a little bit, and I don't want to look ahead too much because it's still only early January. It feels like the Rockets aren't a great matchup because they defend the Suns really, really well and really tough.
Yeah. Ryan Dunn had a dunk off a pass from Oso with 3 minutes and 6 seconds left in the third quarter. So for the final 3 minutes and 6 seconds left, neither team made a basket. There were 12 missed shots.
Yeah.
Then each team missed their first shot of the fourth quarter. So combined, before Shepherd hit a mid-range jumper at the 11:21 mark of the fourth quarter, they had combined to miss 14 consecutive shots.
Rock fight. It was a rock fight.
14 straight shots by both teams missed.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big. We want you climbing with us. Sign up to join me and Wolf on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community in our valley during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Ron and I will both be out there. We'll both be hiking, and we would love to have you join us on our team. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. So there was the game, and there was what Kevin Durant said after the game. His feelings, he was up in them yesterday. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right, 3 seconds to go, a 3 on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 3/10 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97. The final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. No glasses, no contacts for me. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has done a terrific job of helping me and my entire family with all of our eye care needs. I went there for dry eye. My daughter goes there for glasses and contact lenses. Everybody's gone there for an eye exam. I even had LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, and it's one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. J. Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Suns and Diamondbacks, and he does a great job of helping every family out there. He can be your team eye doctor as well. If anybody in your family needs an eye exam, if anybody needs glasses or contacts, or if you're starting to get a little bit older and your vision's changing, let's get you in and talk about a vision correction procedure. 2 years of interest-free financing comes with those. You can pay it off over time without paying any interest. Call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a New Year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replaced my my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com. Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Now that Black Monday is over, we'll begin focusing on football playoff games coming this weekend. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I love the Valley. I especially love living in Gilbert. Just thought I'd mention that. You used to live in Gilbert.
When I first moved here,
yes,
I had one friend that lived in Arizona when I moved here, and he lived in Gilbert. So when I moved here, we moved to Gilbert. And so I started off in Gilbert.
Yeah, I love Gilbert.
And then eventually, and I was in Gilbert for a while, and I went to Ahwatukee.
Yeah, very happy out there in Gilbert. Just thought I'd mention that. And then there was what Kevin Durant said after the game.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant, post-game, felt good to hit the game winner against the team that scapegoated him.
Does it mean any more to you to be able to hit that one against your former guys?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time being, to sound, I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will, to be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying? And felt like that, you know, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, you know. It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, you know. So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
I don't have any problem with that. And I know some people do, but I really don't have any problem with that. And there was a lot of talk on social media, and I think somebody even said, I wonder what Gambo's going to say, but let him have his flowers, man. He hit the game-winning shot. He wasn't shooting very well. Was he 1 for 11 from three-point range before the shot?
Correct.
But he's Kevin Durant, one of the greatest shot makers we've ever seen in our life. And with the game on the line, they put the ball in his hands, and he knocked down a shot. It wasn't very good defense by the Suns. They didn't try to get the ball out of his hands. Royce wasn't really guarding him. Booker should have been over there, but Booker was kind of like caught in la-la land, and Durant hit the shot. And then afterwards, he said it felt good to beat the Suns. Sure. I mean, I really have a hard time, finding fault with what Kevin Durant said. The Suns didn't want him anymore, and he still wanted to be here. Mm-hmm. They tried to trade him without him knowing it, and then they did trade him, and he didn't want to leave.
Yeah.
And now he's in Houston, and he's better off in Houston, and the Suns are better off without him. This is not rocket science. Are the Suns better off without Kevin Durant?
Yes, they are.
Is Kevin Durant better off with the Rockets?
100%.
I mean, yeah, and he hit the shot. Good for him. He hit the shot.
Yeah.
He's a great player. He's hit many winning shots in his career. But the fact that one meant something to him, yeah, it should mean something to him.
Mm-hmm.
It should mean something to him.
What did people think? How did people think you were going to react? Like you were gonna be pissy about what he said, or that you were gonna be upset because I heard what he said.
Okay.
And honestly, I shouldn't say this because it sounds like I don't want to be boring and have the same reaction as you did. But my reaction to it was, okay, what exactly did he say that was factually incorrect in that 49-second soundbite? Everything he said was absolutely accurate. 100%.
Right.
He's always dictated the terms of his departure. This time he didn't. Okay? So in that regard, yes, you were booted out. You were kicked out. You didn't want to leave. You were kicked out. Yes, you are being scapegoated for things that happen around here. You are accurate. You are 100% correct when you say you are partially getting blamed for the problems that have happened with the Phoenix Suns in the last 2 years. You're right. You and Bradley Beal and Mike Budenholzer, you're wearing it. Absolutely.
So the Durant quote was out, and then our good friend Cam Cox said, "I can't believe this is a real quote from KD." And then Cody Smith said, "Gamble's going to have a field day with this one." Cam was like, I had to go back to go back and check the tape. I couldn't believe it. Some guys like, it was wild that he blocked Gamble on here. I'm unblocked, I guess. So KD must unblock me after the game last night. But here's what I said. I don't know, man. I have no real issue with the quote. Let him have his moment. He's an all-time great. He made a game-winning shot against his former team. He was just being honest that he wanted to beat them, and it meant something to him. I'm fine with it. He's better off, and the Suns are better off. Trust me, all the Suns players and fans wanted to beat him too. But he got over on us. He hit the shot. He won. Okay. You get your bragging rights. You hit the game-winning shot against the team that discarded you.
Right.
They didn't want you. And it meant something to you. I totally get it.
And I do think he's right. We do blame him for what happened those last couple of years. Maybe not directly, but we absolutely.
Partial, right.
When you talk about addition by subtraction.
It's him.
What do you think we're talking about?
Him, Beal, and Budenholzer, but a lot was him.
What do you think we're referring to? We're not giving him blanket coverage from that statement. We're including him as part, and I happen to agree with the statement of the whole addition by subtraction. So yeah, you are getting scapegoated for what happened around here, and yeah, you were kicked out of a place that you didn't want to get kicked. Everything you said was right, but it also, I tell you, it's something you referenced it in the first segment of the show. I'm over KD. That's why beating them last night, beating Oklahoma City, was still the bigger, more momentous moment of the Suns in the last 48 hours. It wouldn't have been beating Oklahoma City was more desirable. It was the better win. It was the bigger statement. I'm not trying to get back at Kevin Durant. I'm not trying to beat him to prove him wrong or anything like that. I think it's 10 times better beating Oklahoma City than it is beating Houston, because I would have liked to have beaten Kevin Durant. I would have liked to have beaten him, but not more than Oklahoma City.
I would have rather beat Oklahoma City.
Because it's just Kevin's, like you say, you've moved on. Like it's one of those rare divorces where
everybody's happy.
Everybody's happy.
Right.
Hey. You're happy.
You're better off. I'm better off.
You're good. You found someone new. You're good. We can still be in the same room together when the kids are at graduation. We can still hang out at family weddings and be all right with each other. Hell, even our spouses kind of get along with each other, right? Like we're cool. Everybody's cool. We're cool without you. You're cool without us. Everybody's cool here. That's why I don't care about beating Kevin Durant. It just doesn't mean that much to me.
Look. Most of us are driven and we're competitive people. I came here 20 years ago, right? 20 years ago, I came to this radio station. And me and Ash were at another radio station. And when we came here, we wanted to beat our other station. And we did. We beat their ass. But were there people at my other station who were like, I'm going to take him down? And there were people yapping and yapping and yapping. And we're going to beat him. And they never came close. And we clobbered them. And we put him out of business. And so I was competitive. I wanted to beat them. I wanted to bury them. So it's just competitive. Kevin Durant wanted to beat the Suns. They discarded him. They didn't want him. He still wanted to be here.
Yeah.
They broke up with him. He didn't break up with them. That's the husband going to the wife and saying, I want a divorce. And she's like, why? Like the Suns wanted a divorce. And Kevin was like, why? No, we want a divorce. You're out. Yeah. So, yes, he wanted to beat them badly.
Here's one more from KD after the game on the game winner.
4 or 5 seconds on the clock. They don't want to just give up a wide open shot, so they won't dare other guys to beat them that late. So kind of gave me the one-on-one. Book was there a little bit, but I didn't really feel his presence as much as it was earlier in the game. But be able to pull up over 2 and knock that down, and after missing like 10 straight threes, and I felt pretty much, I shot 12. I want to say at least 10 of them felt great leaving my hand, So it was good that one went down.
One of our commenters on YouTube, Ryan Grady, says beating OKC kind of got cheapened a little when Charlotte went and blew them out by 20 plus. I disagree. You had lost 8 straight games against OKC. They had dominated you up until that point. I understand they're going through it, and you had mentioned this too.
Yeah.
They're going through a little bit of a thing right now. That doesn't matter, man. That was Oklahoma City. They beat you by 49 points.
They're the defending NBA champions.
And everyone assumes they're going to walk away with it again this year. I don't care who they lost to last night. That's a big-time win for the Phoenix Suns on a Sunday night.
Yeah.
Big-time win.
People like the Suns didn't have Jalen Green. They didn't have Şengün. Look, the Rockets should be better than the Suns.
I'm curious.
They should be better.
I still am curious, though, if Kevin Durant will play at Mortgage Matchup Center this year. Because the only other time they play is at the end of the season when Houston might not have anything to play for. They might have everything to play for. They might have nothing to play for. I think there's only like 4 games left in the season. When the Rockets come back here, there's a chance we don't see them at all this year. And that would be weird. That would be strange for all of us not to have that moment.
But he's not retiring after this year, so he will eventually come here.
But next year it gets defanged a little bit. Next year it's not quite the same as if it would have been this year.
I was curious to look. We knew they were going to boo Beal, and they booed Beal every time he touched the ball. I think it would have been a very mixed reaction with KD. There would have been a lot of applause, and it would have been a lot of boos.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, names, candidates for the Cardinals head coaching job. We've got 3 of them that we know of right now. One of them in particular is moving the needle for half of the Burns and Gambo Show. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Phoenix Suns. You now belong in very different conversations we were not having or never expected to have at any point during this season. What really is the ceiling for this basketball team when they get Jalen Green back? And where can this thing really go? Because it's clear this basketball team looks at itself differently than we do. We're throwing a lot of baggage on them from the last 2 years, from the last 20 years, from the last 57 years. They're a team that doesn't think they're inferior to pretty much anybody for whatever reasons, and it's fantastic.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You want to put your financial planners to work. You want to put your future in trusted hands. You want to work with local high net worth financial planners. And that's why I recommend Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement planners, tax services, estate planning. You want to effectively plan for your retirement with the help of their top retirement financial planners. They're right here in Arizona, 5 locations. I have been using them for many, many years to help me have my plan. I've kind of known what I wanted to do and when I wanted to retire and what I want to do in retirement. And so, when you have some goals, they're able to help you reach those goals. I recommend you make that phone call now and get a free portfolio review. There's no obligation here, guys and girls. There's no obligation. It's a free portfolio review. You go down, you sit with them, and you tell them where you're at. You tell them what you want to do. They put a plan together for you. If you want to work with them, great. If you don't, you're going to walk out and be like, well, I got a lot of good advice at least. Call them at 602-877-PLAN. Stuart Willis and his crew are second to none. That's 602-877-PLAN. Call today for your free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Cardinals coaching search begins, a familiar name has entered the fray. Reports from ESPN's Adam Schefter say that current Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph is scheduled to interview this week for the opening. Vance was previously the defensive coordinator in Arizona before Jonathan Gannon took the head coach reins in 2023. Joseph is also set to interview for the Raiders, Titans, and Giants vacancies as well. Other names that have entered the conversation as of today. Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer says the Cardinals have requested an interview for 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh. And then NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says they've requested permission to interview Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver. And in former Cardinals coaches news, Cliff Kingsbury and the Washington Commanders have agreed to part ways today. Kingsbury spent 2 seasons running the Commanders offense. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Dylan Brooks lead the Phoenix Suns to a win over another one of his former teams? We'll preview Suns and Grizzlies tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This is not a quick process, nor do we want it to be. I mean, this is an important decision that Michael and I are going to undertake, and we're going to be aggressive with our search, and we're going to be thorough with our search, and when we find the right guy, we're going to be aggressive to go get him.
Monty Austinfort yesterday in the press conference with him and team owner Michael Bidwell talking about the timeline for the next head coaching hire. Monty Austinfort also spoke on what they're looking for in their next head coach.
First and foremost, we're looking for a strong leader, and this is being a head coach in the NFL is a difficult job, and there's 31 other teams that are trying to do the same thing that we're doing, and so a lot goes into that, creating accountability and dependability in the locker room. It's creating advantages on the field, putting our players in a position to be successful, developing young players.
Gambo, 3 names so far that we know about that have been requested by the Arizona Cardinals.
Defense, and defense.
Defense. Mm-hmm. Defensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos, Vance Joseph, was the first. And then in rapid-fire fashion within the last 45 minutes, we got reports from Albert Breer that the Cardinals have put in a request to interview 49ers DC Robert Saleh. And from Ian Rappaport that the Cardinals have requested permission to interview Dolphins DC Anthony Weaver. So far, nothing being reported in terms of scheduled meetings or scheduled interviews, just requests for permission, and we want to talk to those guys. Interesting, the early trend is defense.
Let's start with Saleh, because that's a guy you mentioned. 4 years as the head coach of the Jets. Got fired with a 20-36 record. The Jets are a very dysfunctional organization, very dysfunctional. I don't know that I would hold that against them. Went back to San Francisco, defensive coordinator there. He is a terrific leader. He's done a great job with the 49ers defense. Again, a leader of men. I think that this is a guy that would be a good, right now, 2 of the 3 guys we're talking about were guys that this would be their second head coaching opportunity with Vance Joseph and Robert Saleh. They had their first opportunity. They didn't do so well. They got fired. They get a second chance. There's a lot of guys that do well with their second. Pete Carroll got fired by the Jets. Bill Belichick got fired by the Browns. So there's a lot of guys that need that first opportunity to kind of find out what works, what doesn't work. And every one of them will say, if I ever get the chance to do it again, I got it now. I know what to do if I ever get that opportunity. So I think that these guys would be better for it. Vance, I love Vance Joseph. I do. And I know some people don't. I love Vance. I think Vance is a great leader. I think Vance, Mitch, you're a Bronco fan. I mean, it wasn't that bad with the Broncos, right? And they only fired him after 2 years.
thought it was 3, but as head coach, it was an underwhelming hire at the time, probably because it was a first-time hire.
Yeah.
The defense has always been either above average or top of the league with Vance.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be lacking in that area. That's for sure.
That's always the tricky part. And I co-sign on what Gambo's saying about the idea that if you've done a head coaching job before and you go back and do it again, the things that you would do differently. The trap you don't want to fall into, and I think we all know this as sports fans collectively to be true. There are some coordinators who are just better served being coordinators. That is their ceiling. And I'm not saying Vance Joseph is that guy. I don't know if Jonathan Gannon's that guy. I don't know who's that guy and who's not that guy. But there's some coordinators.
Steve Spagnuolo.
You're just right. Like
he's just not a head coach.
You're just a defensive coordinator.
You're a defensive coordinator, and a damn good one.
That's your lot in life. You're great at it. You're not good at the other stuff.
Just do that.
Be what you're great at, and you'll make a lot of money, and you'll do just fine, and you'll be employed in this league for a long, long time. Is Vance Joseph that guy? Or is he the guy who will do better with another head coaching job? Is Robert Saleh that guy? Or is he the guy who will do better with another head coaching job in a better organization? And that to me is the risk with somebody like those two. Now, Anthony Weaver, I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know that much about Anthony Weaver. I'm not sure how to process that one. It's an interesting name. I'm waiting for an offensive guy to show up on the list. I'm kind of curious to see who that offensive guy is going to be.
Yeah, Weaver's interesting because he hasn't been a defensive coordinator for a long time. Only this last 2 years with Miami. Now, before that, he was with Baltimore, Houston, Cleveland, Buffalo, the Jets. So he's been in the NFL since 2012.
Okay.
So he has been in the NFL for a long time. He's a former player. I think he's very well respected. But again, not having been a head coach, don't know as much about him as we do about Robert Saleh, who, again, NFC West rival. It's the 49ers. The 49ers were decimated by injuries this year, just like the Cardinals were, and he found a way to keep that team afloat. They had a 12th to 13th best defense in the league with Robert Saleh, despite all the injuries they had. He'd be a big-time name. Vance's Broncos defense is one of the best in the NFL, one of the absolute best in the NFL. Now, you went all in on all these defensive players, and if I'm Monty Ossenfort, I'm like, I need these guys to pop.
Mm-hmm.
I went all in on defense.
Not only
I need these guys to. I understand Monty looking defense. I really do.
I do too. Not only do you need these guys to pop, you also need these guys to develop. Right? I need the best out of Darius Robinson. I need the best out of Walter Nolan, out of Will Johnson, out of Max Melton.
Yep.
I mean, I saw the Bickley Blast today.
Birch, Simon, go down the list, all of them.
He made a really interesting point about this idea that, hey, like I gave you the ingredients to cook a great meal, Jonathan Gannon, and you didn't cook it very well. And I need you to do a better job of developing the players that I gave you to make it better. Now, whether that's right or wrong, we can debate that. But the idea of hiring a defensive coach, given the defensive upgrades they've made,
makes sense.
both with the draft and free agency, it does. It makes sense as long as any defensive coordinator, and this is, if I'm in the interview room, this is my number one question. Not that anybody cares what I think about this. Who's your offensive guy? Who's your OC? Who you bringing in? Who? Tell me your plan. Tell me the guy that you're married to at the hip when it comes to how you're going to run your coaching staff. Because if I'm going to hire a defensive-minded coach and a defensive coordinator, I need to know who your OC is. I need to see his track record. I need to know how he develops quarterbacks and how he develops offense. You can't, and I know these guys will have an answer to that. It's got to be an airtight answer, Gambo. It's got to be a really good option at OC if I'm going to take the chance at hiring a defensive guy.
I don't usually go out on a whim with crazy analysis and stuff. Like, let's hire Danny White to be the ASU coach, right? I always used to rip that stuff. My God, I would love to see Kurt Warner call the plays on this freaking football team. I never met I know. I've never met a smarter guy, a guy that knows quarterback play and offense is better than Kurt Warner.
Mitch,
and I don't even know if fits for head coach. That's where you draw the line.
No, yesterday the guy fits for head coach. That's crazy. But like, if Kurt Warner ever wanted to work with the Arizona Cardinals in some capacity, like, I would absolutely hire him. I mean, he's one of the truly great, brilliant minds on offense, and I have no idea. I didn't talk to him about this. I would hire him in a second.
This is me not disagreeing with you.
I would.
This is me not disagreeing
It's crazy.
with
It's crazy that for all the years Kyler Murray was here, that nobody ever asked Kurt Warner to work with Kyler Murray in that organization.
Speaking of offensive guys, Field Yates, NFL insider for ESPN, was on the Wolf and Luke show today. Lengthy answer, but I want everyone to hear it. He was asked about Kevin Stefanski.
I'll land this far. Let me start here, and I will offer a prediction. But I think he's going to interview for basically every head coaching opening. He has two things that are really working in his favor. One is, and you've already heard some GMs acknowledge this on the record, is, hey, you'd like to see – sometimes it's nice to have a head coach who's been through the fire previously, because there are some things that you just don't know when you're a first-time head coach. That isn't to say you can't have success right out of the chutes. Enter Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen, others who have been tremendous in their first time as a head coach. But there is something to be said for the experience. On top of that, he's a quarterback guy, right? He has worked closely with, veteran quarterbacks, some younger quarterbacks as well. And, for a franchise that has a pretty spotty track record, the Browns, he was a two-time coach of the year. He was not actually on the sidelines when they won that playoff game against the Steelers because he was in COVID protocols. But, he helped lead that team to where it was. So I think Stefanski will be on the radar everywhere.
If there's one thing I've learned in the early process about this 24 hours in, Stefanski is the name that the fan base is going gaga over. Stefanski is the name where everyone's like, yeah, him. And so far, just real quick, before you comment, I've got two reports of him being requested for interviews. One with the Giants and one with the Tennessee Titans. So far, those are the two reported requests. Now, he got fired,
both of them have quarterbacks, Dart and Ward. So they both have quarterbacks.
He might have his pick of the litter when it comes to whatever job he wants.
Yeah, it was great in Minnesota. The offense was fantastic. Came to Cleveland. They had been a mess, and he led them to the playoffs. Winning record for the first time in a while when he had the first winning season. That's a good name. I would love for Stefanski to be the coach here.
And that is where the Cardinals' attractiveness when it comes to the job. We've seen various lists. One of them on CBS Sports had the Cardinals as number 6 on the 6 openings. Judy Batista, senior NFL writer at NFL.com, had them as number 4 on the 6-team list. It's not viewed as the most attractive of the jobs that are out there.
No, and that's why if a guy has choices, you could be in trouble. Yeah, the CBS report had them as 6th, and talked about their losing streak and the Murray situation, and they're only set to have about $21 million in cap room and only 9.8 in effective cap space. So it's not like there's a lot of resources to solve the issues. It talks about the good players they have, but it says that there's a lot of holes and there's not much to build around. So they did not like this Cardinals job compared to all the other ones.
Friday from 2 until 6, Gambo and I are going to be live at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale, wrapping up our fantasy football season in style. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have your shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. We haven't even been able to talk about the transfer portal movements and the fact that ASU has their quarterback. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
celebrate. Celebrate.
Text the word celebrate to 620-620 right now.
Celebrate.
Text celebrate to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
College football fans, this is the game you've been waiting for. Watch the College Football Championships at Talking Stick Resort on Monday, January 19th. Catch every play on massive screens and enjoy mouth-watering food and drink specials that bring the ultimate game day energy. Whether you're cheering for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, this is the place to be. So come early, grab the best seat, and watch it all at Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, you know what? We already get to add another name to the list before we get to the Twitter poll update. I saw this on the YouTube chat. I want to thank KI2726. Thank you, KI2726. Seems so impersonal there on the YouTube chat. For adding Clint Kubiak to the list. The Seahawks OC, according to Albert Breer, Clint Kubiak has gotten a request to interview for the Giants, Cardinals, Raiders, and Falcons head coaching job.
He was the offensive coordinator with New Orleans, and then he became the offensive coordinator with Seattle.
Yeah.
So, interesting name, offensive guy.
Breer says
for sure.
His focus is on the playoffs, so he'll take a day or two and figure out a plan to balance all of it. Seattle is on the bye as the number 1 seed, so I would imagine he's got a little bit of time.
I think he's Gary Kubiak's son.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah.
I believe you're right.
I think he is Gary Kubiak.
I figured he would.
Former Bronco, Mitch.
Oh, and
Mitch, former Bronco.
Garofalo is reporting the Giants are going to interview Kevin Stefanski tomorrow. And by the way, I mean, because Stefanski, the only person who needs to grant permission to interview Stefanski is Stefanski. He's fired. It's not like
yeah, you can interview teams that have the bye right now.
Yeah, teams that are in the playoffs.
Teams that are in the playoffs that are playing, no go.
It's all virtual, and it's tricky. It's very, very tricky. So, anyway, that's the latest on that. Put Clint Kubiak on the list. Put Lauren on the list. She's got the poll question for today.
I now feel like the poll question needs to be updated because when the poll question came out, there was only one name linked to the Arizona Cardinals today, which was Vance Joseph.
Yeah.
So we were asking, would you want Vance Joseph to be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Yes or no?
I said yes. I like Vance.
I was surprised by...
I like Vance. People don't want to go backwards, though.
Put me down for a no. Put me down for a no. A polite no. No, thank you.
A no, comma, I'm good.
Like a hand over your cup of coffee, you know. When no, I'm good. Thank you. I've had 3 cups.
I'm going to
already.
say it's going to be overwhelmingly no because he was here and he was here and people want something new. They just want new.
Do we want to put some percentages on it?
It's like when you get divorced. Do you really want to go date one of your old ex-girlfriends? You want something new and exciting.
Depends on the ex-girlfriend.
Wouldn't know.
It depends. It really depends on the ex-girlfriend. I'm going to guess 78% said no.
8 out of 10 say no.
85% going with no on this one.
That's such a good coach. Mitch, you love him in Denver as a DC. You love him. You don't want to lose him. You don't want to lose him.
Mitch says, off camera.
All right. Kind of shrug of the shoulder. That is the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. Because we were so busy with Jonathan Gannon firing yesterday, we did not get much of a chance to talk about ASU's busy weekend and dipping into the transfer portal. And so far, they have dipped, and they have dipped well. Quarterback Cutter Boley lands with ASU after transferring from Kentucky. They also got a stud wide receiver in Omarion Miller, who is one of the top targets in all of the country. But
crushed it on the wide receivers.
Other players as well, but let's start with the quarterback in the Kentucky transfer because he becomes the Sam Levitt replacement, basically.
Yeah, they believe that he's going to play on Sundays. They do. Intelligent, big arm, was a basketball player, really good athlete. He can make every single throw. The staff changes in Kentucky forced him to leave. He wanted to play for Kenny. Kenny recruited him when he was at Oregon. I know he was Kenny's first FaceTime call. Kenny FaceTimed him. The second the portal opened, Kenny's first call via FaceTime was to Boley. He did a visit the next day, and he immediately decided that he wanted to come play here. So this is a guy they liked. This is a guy that they targeted. This guy wanted to play for Kenny. Kenny really wanted him. They made it happen.
It's interesting because he's got 3 years of eligibility left, and you just wonder, they got the Jake Fetty kid coming in from Texas. They've got Dyer, who's already on the roster.
This kid will start.
And and that's kind of what I was going with here. Fetty was a highly thought of quarterback when ASU recruited him, but given that Bowler has 3 years left of eligibility, you kind of, if it is going to be his job, then Fetty's probably going to be the one who's in the transfer portal
probably
a year from now, right? That's just the new gig of college football.
Yeah, the kid they got from Colorado, he's only got 1 year left. Boley's got 3 years left of eligibility. The kid they got from the Miller kid, Amarian Miller. Amarian Miller from Colorado. This is a terrific wide receiver, one of the best in the portal that they were able to get, a former 4-star recruit. Got to play with Shedeur Sanders in Colorado. He was a terrific player, averages about 18 yards per catch, so he gives you that big playability. He's a big-time receiver. They could land another one. Reed Harris from Boston College. I think you'll get an announcement either today or tomorrow, but they are working on Reed Harris. So if he commits to ASU, it'll be today or tomorrow. He came in last night at about 8 o'clock last night. He got into town, and he's spending the day there today. And he is a kid that's got 2 years of eligibility remaining. So that would be a big get as well as they really ramp up that wide receiver room for the Cutter Boley kid.
Yeah, the Miller kid, and I saw Chris Cartman over the weekend had tweeted that previously Jordan Tyson was the highest ranked player ASU has ever gotten out of the transfer
Miller
portal.
Is now.
And Miller's higher. Miller's considered a better
speed.
prospect. All of the bodies that they have brought in so far, and that includes they added a punter today as well, have ASU, and again, this is according to 24/7's rankings, which is part of Chris Cartman's website, SunDevilSource.com, has ASU is the 11th best class so far in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
I know you've tweeted about a defensive lineman.
We reported, we were able to report that Alabama defensive end Noah Carter, who starred at Centennial High School here, okay? This kid was a terrific offensive and defensive player. He was the player of the year in 2023, the Cardinals high school player of the year. He's a two-way player. He led the team to the Open Division State Championship. He had a big year with sacks and tackles and scored 10 times. This would be a huge home run get for Kenny Dillingham. Now, what I was just told a short time ago is that he is on his way to Florida State. So I did tweet that out just a short time ago, that he was here. He visited. They want him, but now he's going to go visit Florida State. So I believe he is leaving without committing. So we'll see what happens there, but that's a big-time player, local kid that went to Alabama. He was at Alabama for parts of 2 years. One of the years was a red shirt. That would be a huge get if they could get this kid. He's an edge rusher, and he's a beast.
Yeah, if they are able to get him, I would assume it would take that number 11 national ranking and move him up even higher. It's early in the process. The portal's still going to be open for another 10 days or so, but that would be another really, really good get and another highly rated get for him. I mean, so far, it's been productive. They've added a running back. They've added another wide receiver. They've added a defensive back out of Texas.
Well, the running back they got is very interesting, too, because the Raleek Brown thing is he declared for the draft, and then he kind of put his name in the portal. And my understanding is he wants to go win the Heisman Trophy. He wants to win the Heisman Trophy.
He's going to Texas. He might have a chance to do it.
And
if he puts up big numbers at Texas, he might have a chance to do it.
He's got 1 year remaining. It's I loved the kid. I wish he would have stayed. I really do. I wish the kid would have stayed. He didn't, so he'll go to Texas. He was a terrific player for them last year. This past year, after Scadaboo went to the NFL, he got the majority of the carries. I thought he was great, but he's got other aspirations, so he decided to leave.
Sam Levitt, where at this point it would appear to be LSU. Now, we don't know that for sure, but it was thought it was going to be maybe Texas Tech, and they went with Brendan Sorsby, the Cincinnati kid.
Yeah.
Then it was thought that maybe he was going to go to Kentucky. They took a Notre Dame transfer who flipped at the last minute. He was going to go somewhere else. He decided to go to Kentucky. So far, the only other school that Levitt's been closely associated with is LSU. Now, I don't know if another school I don't want him going in somewhere in the Big 12. I'm happy he's not going to Texas Tech. And I'm not happy that Sorsby going to Texas Tech. He's a really good quarterback, and I think he'll do very well there, and he got paid handsomely to do it. But we're all kind of waiting to see where Sam Levitt ends up, and I'm just hopeful it's not somewhere in the
It was somewhere around the Houston game, week 8, so late October, where ASU got the hint that he was shopping himself through his brother, who's an agent. So it was right around week 8, right after the Texas Tech game and before the Houston game, that you started to, and the last game that he played in was the Houston game. And that's when word got out to ASU that, hey, this kid is starting to shop himself, and there's still like 5-6 games left in the season. And then it was a lot of talking and ultimatums and what's going to happen and pushing it and just trying to get to a deadline until he decided that he was going to leave and go somewhere else. It's sad the way it all happened. I hate the way it all came about. He should have been celebrated for everything he did here. I wish he would have stayed. But if he has a chance to go somewhere else and make more money and makes him happier, that's the portal. That's what it is today. But it is odd that right around mid-season, the kid's shopping himself to other schools.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It makes you think that maybe his attention wasn't completely where it needed to be, obviously. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, not only were the Cardinals rewarded, if that's the word you want to use, with the number 3 pick overall in the draft, we got to look at their future opponents. And while we won't predict the win-loss record, we'll wait until the schedule comes out to do that. We will tell you who the Arizona Cardinals are going to play in 2026 next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electric. Hey, listen, you got through the year with your AC system, right? Now let's get the whole thing checked out for $50 with Christian Brothers. $50, you'll get a complete AC inspection. Let's find out if your AC unit can make it through 2026. And they'll do this, a complete system performance test for you. Safety and efficiency. They'll review the compressor, the coils, the wiring. They'll give you any tune-up recommendations that will extend the system life and lower your bills. You are only committed to $50. They're celebrating 50 years in business right now at Christian Brothers. This is a great time to give $50, and they'll go through your entire system. They'll let you know if it needs anything to keep it going, if you need a new unit. Your goal is probably to keep your unit running, so they will do everything they can with tune-up recommendations, but they will do a complete system performance test for just $50 right now as they celebrate 50 years in business right here in Arizona. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Call
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? Well, it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That way, you don't risk missing out on the new home you just found. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedule of a bunch of strangers. I've done that. I'm not doing it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Their flagship program is Buy Before You Sell. Orchard gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, and still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals coaching search begins, a familiar name has entered the fray. Reports from ESPN's Adam Schefter say that current Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph is scheduled to interview this week for the opening. Vance was previously the defensive coordinator in Arizona before Jonathan Gannon took the head coach reins in 2023. Joseph is also set to interview for the Raiders, Titans, and Giants vacancies as well. Additional reporting has 3 more names that the Cardinals have requested for interviews for their head coaching job. Those candidates include 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver, and Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak. And in former Cardinals coaching news, Cliff Kingsbury and the Washington Commanders have agreed to part ways today. Kingsbury spent the last 2 seasons running the Commanders offense under head coach Dan Quinn. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation. Don't text anybody. Just go to the website.
Hey, it's Luke. What are the characteristics of a successful NFL head coach? We'll talk to Arizona Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson and ask him tomorrow at 11:15. It's the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Coaching search is underway for the Arizona Cardinals after yesterday's news that Jonathan Gannon was relieved of his duties. Monty Ossenforth, the team's GM, is leading that search. So far, there have been 4 reported names associated with the Cardinals in their search. Whether they get everybody they've requested, whether everybody they ask says yes, I don't know. We'll see how that works. It'll be an interesting few weeks to see who comes in, who has a conversation, who's interested in the job, et cetera, et cetera. Mitch just went through the 4 names.
And Michael Bidwell will pay 3 head coaches at the same time.
Yeah, which
honestly, that's part of doing business these days.
The question, which is why it was a very fair question that he was asked yesterday about paying premium prices for premium coaches. You know, because it's you're paying Cliff 2 more years. You're paying Jonathan Gannon 2 more years. Now, if Cliff gets a head coaching job, I would imagine there's that whole offset language thing. The Cardinals wouldn't have to pay him because the new team would, things like that, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, if you would have got the guy right 3 years ago, you would have to be doing this.
Yeah, or if you hadn't extended Cliff foolishly the way you did, then you wouldn't be dealing with this. You'd be paying only 1 coach. But I do think it's a fair question to wonder that if paying 3 coaches at the same time is going to limit how much they, whether they're going to be at the top of the curve or at the bottom of the curve when it comes to the coach that they're paying. I think that's a legitimate question to ask, and I'm glad it was asked of Michael. What we do know, in addition to the schedule, in addition to the end of the season giving us the number 3
5 and
pick
12
in the draft. No, don't do that. Are you doing that?
I told
you
you
doing that?
there's not a snowball's chance in hell I'm going to pick this team to have a winning record next year. There's no way. I get burned every year. I'm not going to do it.
We not only know they're picking number 3, we also know who they're playing. We don't know the schedule. We won't until mid-May. Late May is when they usually release it. And then, and only then, will we come out with our schedule. But I'm telling you right now.
So we have to wait till May.
Gambo.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell I'm picking up.
There's no way. There's no way.
No, I'm not doing it.
I already said, what did I say to you guys? I forgot what I made some kind of bet with you guys at some point that if I picked them to have a better than 500 record, I said I would quit or I'd buy everybody dinner for a week or something crazy like that.
Well, you're not okay, but you're not even the one who picked them to win 11 games like this,
like you did, yeah.
Fool dumbass over here did, right?
Okay, I don't know, but what did I pick? 9 and 8? Did I pick 9 and 8?
I picked 11 and 6.
Yeah,
you're fine.
Yeah,
you're fine.
On December 2nd, Gambo said, and I quote, "If I pick the Cardinals to win 7 or more games next season, I have to buy everyone lunch for the week."
For the week. Everybody gets a free lunch for the week. You all get to pick your lunch. No rah-rah room.
Can I call one game now?
Sure.
That they lose to the Broncos in Arizona. There you go.
See, that was actually my first reaction when I saw this schedule.
Okay.
Is some of the fan bases that are going to invade State Farm Stadium, oh, God, they're coming.
Okay, I think this is a brutal record, a brutal schedule.
It's hard for me to believe this is a last-place schedule because it looks hard.
It's the 3rd toughest schedule in the NFL next season.
Home against the Rams, 49ers, Seahawks, but then also home against the Eagles, Broncos, Commanders, Lions, Raiders, and Jets.
Yeah.
The only games that, the Raiders and Jets, very winnable games, but the Raiders will have a new coach. The Commanders will have a new offensive and defensive coordinator. And they'll have their quarterback back in Jaden Daniels. Then the road games, you got your 3 division on the road against Dallas, on the road against the Giants, on the road against Kansas City, on the road against the Chargers, and on the road against the Saints. It's not an easy schedule either.
It's not an easy schedule. No, and the last place teams that you got because you finished last were games against the Saints, the Jets, and what was it, the Raiders? Were those the 3? No, the Raiders, you were playing that division anyway. Was it the Lions? I guess it must have been the Lions that you got because of a last. I don't know.
I'm interested in what you're trying to say now.
Well, no, because
they
finished last, there were 3 divisions that they were going to play the last place teams from.
Lions were a 9 and 8 4th place team because they lost the tiebreaker to the Vikings.
So the Lions are a last place matchup.
Yeah, good luck having to play them.
You got them because you finished last.
I'd rather play the Vikings.
You got the Saints. They finished last because they lost to the Falcons in that crazy tiebreaker game, which we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
And you got the Jets because they finished last in the AFC. So those are the 3 teams you specifically got because you finished last. Okay? Everybody else you were going to get anyway because it was your turn to play the NFC East or the AFC West, right? Gambo, this is a brutal schedule.
This was the year you were getting Tennessee and Indianapolis.
I know.
You were getting that garbage in the AFC South. This was the year.
Yeah.
This was the year you were getting garbage. And now you've got, what did you say? You got to go play the Chiefs. You got to play the Broncos. You got to play the Chargers. And you get the Raiders. And you might have to play against Fernando Mendoza.
And you get the Eagles. And you get the
Eagles, Cowboys, Giants, Washington.
Yeah. But listen to these teams that are coming to State Farm Stadium.
Yeah.
The Eagles.
Huge it'll be very green.
Commanders. Huge fan base.
Is it a huge fan base?
I think the Commanders have a huge fan base.
Because your dad liked them?
Well, maybe I'm a little biased, but I okay. You know what? I'll even give you that. Not them.
I know like 2 Commander fans.
Bruce St. James
and Daniel Hudson.
Huddy's a big Commanders fan.
And Jesse.
Jesse,
that's right.
Daniel Hudson's a huge former Diamondback, 2-time World Series champion.
I think they'll travel well, but between the Eagles and the Broncos, forget it. Right?
Mitch has already asked Hatch for the tickets for that game, hasn't he?
Have you? Have you already asked?
Well, you should ask now.
He's a
I need a date first before I ask.
No, just ask. Hey, listen, the Broncos are coming to town. Can I have those tickets? I would get in on those now.
Boss, if you're listening, because I know
Send
you
an
are,
email.
boss.
Yeah.
He's a Broncos fan, too. Lions fans will invade. will absolutely invade.
Yes.
So between the Eagles, the Broncos, the Lions, I mean, who knows? Raiders fans might invade. It's not that far.
No.
For them to come. Yeah, it's going to be a tough schedule. And now that we see it, we know it.
But Michael Bidwell wants a 1-year turnaround. He wants a 1-year turnaround. He doesn't want 2 years. He wants 1 year.
What's going to make it? Okay, this schedule makes it even harder.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you play in the NFC West, where you really, unless Matthew Stafford retires, and you brought this up yesterday, unless Matthew Stafford retires, it's really hard to look across the landscape of the NFC West and think that any of these teams are going to get significantly worse from 25 to 26.
You can't go 0-6 in the division again.
I don't disagree, but you look at it, you just who's going to take a huge step back? Who's going to be worse than they were a year ago? This was supposed to be the rebuild year for the 49ers. They're the 5 seed.
Yeah.
Right? This was supposed to be, Sam Darnold, he's not going to be that great. They're the number 1 seed. Matthew Stafford's probably going to be the MVP of the National Football League. Unless he retires, this division is going to be brutal again next year. It's going to be such a huge task for the Arizona Cardinals to do the things that they were talking about doing yesterday.
But
about
that's why
making this good right away. It's going to be so hard.
That's why I hated Bidwell's comment. I hated that we want a 1-year turnaround. You shouldn't. You should try to build it. What is it going to take to build it the right way? That's what. If it takes 2 to 3 years, like I want a 1-year. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to fire the coaches after 1 year? If you go 5-12, you're going to fire everybody? Like you've got to have 3 good drafts in a row. You got to hit on free agency, and you've got to get a franchise quarterback. You don't have one of those. You want a 1-year turnaround. We don't even know who the quarterback is next year. We don't even know who the coach is right now.
Right.
But he wants a 1-year turnaround.
It's tough in this division. Toughest in football.
Can I point this out really quick?
Please.
Because you mentioned the fourth place scheduling that the Cardinals get. They get the Saints, Lions, and Jets, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that would mean the 49ers, who finished in 3rd place, get the Falcons, Vikings, and Dolphins instead.
Say that again.
The Niners, who finished in 3rd place.
Okay, they're in 3rd.
In those same divisions.
Yeah.
Will get the Falcons, the Vikings, and the Dolphins.
Yeah, I know who I'd rather
Dolphins
be.
over who?
Who
did over the Jets.
Okay, same
Vikings
thing.
over Lions.
I'd rather play the Vikings.
And Falcons over Saints.
The Falcons are tougher than the Saints.
Who's their coach?
They got a great running back. They got a great tight end.
Who's their quarterback?
They just restructured Kirk Cousins.
To keep him?
No, to get rid of him.
Oh, phew. Thank God he's back.
You'd rather play Tyler Shuck?
No, Dolphins are going to be moving on from Tua.
I'm just saying.
I don't think they can.
I think you can make an argument. Saints, Falcons even. Jets, Dolphins even. Huge advantage
Lions,
for the
Vikings.
Of course. You get the Vikings, the Cardinals get the Lions. You don't think the Lions are going to be better next year? They'll be back next year. You see Dan Campbell gave himself a
F.
A friggin' F, I think is what he said. I think
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Who am I going to here?
According to Mike Garafolo, the Baltimore Ravens have fired John Harbaugh.
There you go.
I want him.
There you go.
I want him.
Yesterday on the show, we had said there are 2 coaches who might be relieved of their duties. One of them was Todd Bowles. He defended himself yesterday. The other was John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh is now available as a head coach in the National Football League.
Okay, but he might have his pick of the litter, too.
Well, then what that does, you know what? Yeah, we're going to do this next.
Okay.
We're going to react to this next.
We got a break.
We're going to break, but when we come back, we're going to talk about John Harbaugh and what it means for the Cardinals. That's next on the Burns and Gamble Show. Stay with us.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right. 3 seconds to go. A 3 on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 3/10 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97. The final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. Nobody does it better than Sanderson Ford. They're going to help you with all of your needs when you need a new vehicle. Sanderson Ford has a great selection, great pricing, and they even got great tires. They'll beat your best price on a set of 4 tires, plus you get an $80 rebate. Michelin, BF Goodrich, they've got it all. So if you need new tires, head on over to Sanderson Ford. They've got the work trucks, too. So if you need a service body truck, a utility van, a contractor body truck, a dump body, a flatbed, they've got a cargo van. They've got all the trucks you want when you shop at Sanderson Ford, and they've got a great selection on the new Mustangs. And you're going to love the Broncos and the Bronco Sports, the F-150, best-selling truck in America. It's all right there at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Now that Black Monday is over, we'll begin focusing on football playoff games coming this weekend. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out to Carefree. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show on this Tuesday. Hello, Carefree. Hello, everybody watching on the YouTube feed. Got a bunch of people right now commenting in the chat right now.
Did you get Tuesday wrong away while I was on vacation? I heard
did.
somebody say,
I did.
Burns, you got the date wrong again.
Did.
Like, what's with Tuesdays?
What is with Tuesdays? Why is it on Tuesdays my focus is not where... Do you have it? Are you going to... I thought you were getting ready to play it. And
did he mess it up again?
Yeah, I did. I called it a Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
And then I said Tuesday.
I remember somebody said to me, why does Burns always get the wrong date when it comes to Tuesdays?
I really don't, but now it's in my head, you know. There's something about Tuesdays. They say it's the most productive day of the week, and yet for some reason I keep confusing it with other days. I really don't know
It's the most productive day of the week.
That's
okay.
what they say, yeah. It's the most productive day of the week. I don't
All
know
right, John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh. Here's what I was going to say about John Harbaugh. Yes, I would agree that I imagine his name moves to the top of a lot of people's lists. I think what that does is it moves a guy like Stefanski down and maybe a little bit more attainable. You know what I mean? Like if Stefanski was the number one name out there and the one that the Giants were going to get or whatever the top job was out there, the teams that might look at Stefanski and say, he's our guy, might go, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Let's go get John Harbaugh. And now Stefanski is more gettable if you're the Cardinals.
All right, 3 years ago, you had a chance to go get Sean Payton, and you didn't do it. And that would have cost you a lot of money and a draft pick. And the Broncos did it, and look where they are.
Yes.
Okay? Is it time to finally just just do what the Cubs did with Andre Dawson many years ago? Here's a blank check. Here's a blank check. Fill it in. What do you want? What do you want to be the head coach? Mm-hmm. Here's a guy that's been with the Ravens for 18 years, I think. They would have been in a playoff if what's the kicker's name? Tyler Loop?
Yes.
If Tyler Loop had just kicked the field goal, they'd be in the playoffs right now. And I don't think John Harbaugh would be fired. But the kid missed a field goal, and the Ravens are out of it. There was a poll in the Baltimore Sun. This is always interesting to me. I'm always fascinated by this. Reader poll. Should the Ravens bring back Coach John Harbaugh? This was a poll in the Baltimore Sun. You guys want to take a guess at the percentage?
Should they bring him back? John Harbaugh, I'm going to guess.
64% say no.
Do you know the poll? Boy, that's a real bold number. Hold on. Give me a minute. 55% say no.
You want to guess, Mitch?
67.
58.64. I don't know who's closest. 58% say no, 41 say yes. 41.3. So basically 59 to 41. 59% of the voters say no, we don't want him back. They wanted to win the Super Bowl this year. They thought they had a team that should win the Super Bowl. I picked them to win the Super Bowl this year. They didn't even make the playoffs. So he's been there for 18 years. He's under contract through 2028. I don't think you worry about that because he's going to go sign somewhere else. My question simply is, here's a guy that has had a tremendous amount of success as a head coach. Mm-hmm. Do you bump him to the beginning of the line and just say, what do you want? What do you want? We'll end this charade right now. How much do you want to be the head coach of the Cardinals? We'll pay you.
It's the Monty Williams question with the Phoenix Suns. And my answer to your question would be, if you're going to do it, look to the Phoenix Suns as why you would do it. Because it worked like a charm for them.
Right.
Right? Like for years, forever. Robert Server was messing around with the Igor Kokoshkovs of the world, the Earl Watsons of the world. I mean, even though he had success, the Jeff Hornaceks of the world, the assistants, first-time. And again, there's nothing wrong with a first-time head coach. There's a lot of first-time head coaches that are having a lot of success right now in the National Football League. But the tone and the level of seriousness that we took the Phoenix Suns the minute they hired Monty Williams, we all felt it, right? We all felt like, oh boy, this is big boy stuff now. We're in the grown-up part of the room now, right? We're doing things differently here. You would get the exact same feeling going through your fan base if you hired John Harbaugh. The exact same thing you did with Monty Williams, you'd feel it if you hired John Harbaugh to be your coach.
Everything that I think about Michael Bidwell would change if he hired Harbaugh. And I'm going to tell you why. He's one of the highest paid coaches in the NFL. He makes $18 million a year. Only Andy Reid makes more. Sean Payton makes $18 million too, by the way, Mitch's guy. Andy Reid's at $20 million. Harbaugh's at 18. Payton's at 18. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to give the guy
a lot of money.
5 years and $100 million. You want to be the head coach? No,
I know it's just so much.
He's making $18 million a year.
It's just so much.
I mean, maybe you get him. Maybe you can get him for 15. Okay, 5 years and $75 million.
You were probably right. I'm just going. That's a lot of money.
Right. But do you believe that Michael Bidwell would write that check? I don't have any. I don't know. I don't believe it. But again, if he did that, it would absolutely change the perception that I have of the Arizona Cardinals 1,000%.
I know this, all right? The time before this that they had the opportunity to do it, Andy Reid was on a plane.
Okay.
Was on the tarmac on a plane ready to fly to Arizona. That doesn't mean he would have been the coach. That doesn't mean they would have hired him. I don't know. But Kansas City intercepted him.
2013.
Kansas City convinced him to not get on the plane.
And he's never left Kansas City.
And he hasn't left Kansas City since. The Peyton thing was a little different because it would have required so much draft pick compensation. I mean, it was a 2023 first rounder.
Yep.
And
a 2024 second rounder.
But nobody.
A first and a second rounder.
Nobody in Denver gives two whats about those draft picks anymore. Nobody cares. It's like, yeah, great. So what? So what? Here, have them. Take them. And I think somebody even looked at the picks the Cardinals would have had to get up to get Sean Payton. And it didn't. It was like Darius Robinson and I can't remember who else, but it was like Darius Robinson was the headliner.
Second rounder.
You would not have been able to get Darius Robinson, and there was another second round player that you would not have. I can't remember who it was. Nobody. You think anybody blushes at that in Denver? You think anybody cares? No. To your point, it would do the same thing for Michael Bidwell that Monty Williams did for Robert Sarver. It changed our opinion of him and them almost overnight. I can still remember.
Max Melton.
Was it Max Melton who would be?
You wouldn't have had Max. You would have given up that pick, so you wouldn't have had Max
Darius
Melton.
Robinson and Max Melton for Sean Payton. Yeah. I mean, nothing against Max.
Given how much we've lamented this 24 class, what are we waiting for?
Bye. For Sean Payton? I remember where we were.
10 more casitas!
I remember where we were doing this show. That's funny.
Cotton candy burritos.
That's funny. I remember where we were doing the show when Monty Williams got hired.
Yeah,
it was that big of a deal to me. It was like, okay, it's big boy now. It's grown up time. You know, we're doing this for real now. John Harbaugh would send the same message. He really would.
He's won a Super Bowl.
He really would.
He's had a tremendous. He's 13. He's 180 and 112 in the regular season. 180 wins, 112 losses. He's 13 and 11 in the playoffs. He's won a Super Bowl. He is a leader. I mean, he's a leader. But it's big boy money. It's big boy money.
And I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. You know, I'd like to think they'd explore it, but I don't know because because it took Robert Sarver a long time to break himself of that habit of
first-year coaches,
Jeff Hornacek. You know, just it took him a long time to get that kind of out of his system. The Cardinals haven't hired a coach like that since Denny Green.
Broncos were a freaking mess before they hired Payton.
Yeah.
They're a mess.
Yeah.
They gave up a first-round and second-round pick, and they're the number one seed in the AFC right now.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here at Arizona Sports, 3 members of the Suns stood out to us last night in their loss against the Houston Rockets, and not necessarily in a good way. We'll talk some Suns basketball next here on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon. Cardinals owner Michael Bidwell.
We were going in the wrong direction. It seemed like it came down to wins and losses. And, we've won 1 game since week 2 of the NFL season. And it just felt like it had gotten too far. And it was just time to go in a different direction.
JG fired. More on this breaking Cardinals news story is coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep? No drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals coaching search begins, a familiar, good Lord, write something else, Mitch, a familiar name has entered the fray. Reports from ESPN's Adam Schefter say that current Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph scheduled to interview this week for the opening. Vance was previously the defensive coordinator in Arizona before Jonathan Gannon took the head coach reins in 2023. Joseph is also set to interview for the Raiders, Titans, and Giants vacancies as well. There are other names that have entered the conversation today in terms of names the Cardinals are requesting for interview. That includes 49ers DC Robert Saleh, Dolphins DC Anthony Weaver, and Seahawks OC Clint Kubiak. And could we soon see another name on the interview candidate list? Because the Baltimore Ravens have reportedly fired John Harbaugh today after they finished this past season 8-9 and missed out on the postseason. Harbaugh in command of that team for the last several seasons, including winning a Super Bowl a few years ago. And then in former Cardinals coaching news, Cliff Kingsbury and the Washington Commanders have agreed to part ways today. Kingsbury spent 2 seasons running the Commanders' offense under Dan Quinn. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Vince Morado. Join us on Wednesday. We'll have the latest on any candidates for the Cardinals' open head coaching position and a chat with Mark Schlereth. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, it's great. Just the more bodies, the better, you know, and obviously when you add a high-level player like that, super helpful for a group. His ability to beat people off the dribble, you can see it right away even after his layoff. Still able to do that. Yeah, just really good to see him out there.
Talking about the return of Grayson Allen as the Suns lose last night to the Houston Rockets, 100-97, a game in which they had many opportunities to win. They just kind of ran out of gas at the end. Obviously, it was a crazy schedule for them, not being able to leave Sunday night after the win against OKC, getting in late to Houston, then all the clock problems last night that literally the PA announcer, 5, 4, 3, 2, it was so 1. Funny. It was comical. It really was, and they finally fixed it. But the Suns lose a tough one last night. Still, I think as encouraging a loss as you're going to find given the circumstances. And the bodies are starting to return. Grayson Allen was back last night. Mark Williams, albeit he didn't play well, he played in the second night of a back-to-back. That's starting to happen more. But let's start with the update on Jalen Green, because I think we see him on the sidelines. We see him traveling with the team. We got to figure he's getting close. What do you know?
Yeah, very close. My expectation now is that he will return in mid-January. Jalen Green will be back in mid-January. Being very careful not to re-injure it. Very careful to take that extra time just to make sure that he's okay. Really got to be 100% here. This is not something where you could be 85%, 90, 95%. They don't want to bring him back. They cannot afford bringing him back and then having him re-injure it. So this is one of those real tricky hamstring injuries. They were very hopeful that he would be playing in early January. So I think the timeline changes by about maybe 10 days, like 7 to 10 days. So my expectation now is mid-January, you will see Jalen Green play. So you look at his upcoming schedule right now, and somebody asked me, do you think he'll play in the Knicks game? I would say probably not the Knicks game, but I think as you get into next week, you could probably pick one of those games next week and say, okay, he'll be back for that game.
Well, here's what the schedule looks like. When you say the Knicks game, they've actually got a couple of them coming up in the next couple of weeks.
Well, one's Friday.
I assume you're talking about the Knicks game at home on
Friday. I'm not expecting him to be available for that game.
They start a road trip, a 6-game East Coast road trip.
Right.
On Tuesday, January 13th, which technically, I guess, counts as mid-January. That includes stops in Miami, Detroit, New York, Brooklyn, Philly, Atlanta, and Miami.
Safe to say,
somewhere
from
in
what
there?
I've heard, that somewhere in there you'll get Jalen Green back. I don't think it'll take to the 25th, because that would be 3 weeks. That's the home game against Miami. That would be 3 more weeks. I believe it will be somewhere on that road trip that he will come back. I do not have a date. I'm just what I've heard is somewhere mid-January. And again, probably could have got him a little earlier, but just making sure that it's as close to that it's 100% and that he's not going to re-injure the hamstring.
There is one back-to-back during that road trip. They're at Brooklyn and they're at Philly on a Monday and a Tuesday. So I would assume even if he does come back in the earlier part of the trip, they probably would rest him in one of those games just to be cautious with him. Right. Yeah. So look, I'm excited. I'm excited for his return. I think we're all excited for his return. I think that's kind of Captain Obvious right there. But we have not. The fact that they are where they are without him, that he's played 5 quarters and they've been able to do this, is remarkable. I mean,
remarkable.
You almost have to pinch yourself to remind yourself, oh yeah, their second best offensive player has been unavailable all year except for 5 quarters. Now, when he gets there, we were all spoiled a little bit by that Clippers game and how quickly he acclimated himself and how great they looked when he did. It might not happen that fast or it might not come that easy, but make no mistake, there is another version of this basketball team that we have not seen yet. And I can't wait to see, the good and the bad of it. The bad of it is Colin Gillespie's playing time is going to get cut, and Jordan Goodwin's playing time is going to get cut.
And he's going to be rusty. Look at Grayson Allen last night.
Grayson Allen was really rusty last night.
Yeah.
He was
good to shake it off, but
the assists, and he's still a very heady, smart basketball player, all that stuff. But the shot, he was 0 for 6. He looked very rusty last night.
Missed all his 3-pointers, missed all his regular shots, didn't have a good game. But you got to get that rust off. You'll probably get that. I don't have a date, so don't hold me to it. But I think you're probably looking around that Brooklyn game, the Monday, the 19th, somewhere in there. Could be a little bit earlier, but somewhere in that mid-January, 15th, 17th, 19th. So Detroit, New York, Brooklyn, somewhere in that area, I would expect you'll get Jalen Green back.
Devin Booker is going to be one happy man when he comes back.
It's going to change a lot.
But it's going to make Devin Booker's job so much easier.
He's so athletic, right? He's not as efficient as Book, but he's more athletic. He gives them another guy who can handle the basketball, that could drive to the hoop, can get to the free throw line. He's a streaky player, but yeah, I think it's going to. And again, if you did that, just say you got him back on the 15th against Detroit. I'm spitballing this, but it'll be one of these 3 games in my opinion. But say you got him back January 15th. That gives you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 games before the trade deadline. 11 to kind of get a gauge and see, okay, what do I need? What do I want? Do I do anything? I think the Suns are going to be very, very patient. I don't think they're going to do anything big. But in 11 games, you might say, okay, could we use another role player to help us here or there? That would give you a nice little run with Jalen Green to determine it.
The other player I think we need to talk about for a few minutes is Mark Williams, who played in the second night of a back-to-back, which is encouraging, right? We had wondered when he was going to cross that threshold, and he has in the last 2 back-to-backs that they've had. He played both games against New Orleans, albeit he got kicked out of the second one, and then he played the second night of a back-to-back this one.
Wasn't very efficient last night.
But you know what? And that's just what I was going to say. There's a downside to this.
Yeah.
And the downside to it is, in particular, when you look at the quality opponents that they play, Mark Williams has not played well. And I'm, again, kind of spitballing this here.
Okay.
Didn't play well against the Rockets. Didn't play well against OKC. Didn't play well against Cleveland. Played well against the Lakers when they played them 2 days before Christmas. Didn't play well in either game against Golden State. Didn't play well the last time against OKC. Had a good game against Minnesota.
Well, which game against OKC are you talking about?
In which one? That he played poorly?
You said you didn't play very well.
The one on December 10th where they lost by 49 points.
Okay, that one. Okay.
Yeah, he had 9 points in 19 minutes. He didn't play well against Houston back in early December. He didn't play well against the Lakers back in early December. See, like there's this pattern emerging a little bit with him where outside of the Lakers game on December 23rd, I could make an argument that every time they've played a quote-unquote good team, his numbers have not been great.
How about the November 28th Oklahoma City game?
13 points on 5 of 9 shooting, 14 rebounds. Yeah, but I mean, you're going back a month and a half with that game.
Okay.
I mean, there's another one. Spurs, he played decent. Minnesota, he played decent. But now I'm really, really going back into the time machine on this one. I'm saying the recent trend of Mark Williams. I mean, Oso Ighodaro would finish that game last night. Oso Ighodaro was the closer at center for the Phoenix Suns. I'm not saying it's anything to be upset about or angry about. I think it's something to kind of watch, and just see how that develops. Because for so long now, we've just been focused on his health, on his ability to play on back-to-backs, and he's doing it now. But I think his overall play, again, in particular against the good teams, has taken a step back over the last month and a half. I think it's kind of hard to deny at this point.
At some point this month, he will have played more games than he has at any point in his career his previous 3 seasons.
Yeah.
At some point this month, he will hit 44 games played. 44 is the most games he's ever played in a season. He played 43, then he played 19, then he played 44. He's never played more than 44 games. He's already at 31. And again, at some point this season, he'll get paid, or later in this month, he'll get to 44.
Fatigue? Tired?
I don't know. He's 24 years old.
I know, but he's just not used to playing that many games in a season. Kind of like a college player who always hits a wall about the time the college season would normally end, and you go, "Oh, wait, we still have 30 more games. Holy crap!" Is he going through something similar to that? I don't know. I don't know. Again, this is not me railing against Mark Williams. This is me just pointing out what I'm starting to notice as a little bit of, and look, there's no shortage of good teams that the Suns are playing in the next few weeks. They get the Knicks twice. They get the Pistons twice. They get the Hawks are in there. They're decent. They're not great. They're
Brooklyn.
Decent. See if they trade Trae Young or not. Brooklyn's not very good. But I mean, there's plenty.
Don't play him in back-to-backs. Don't play him. You got a back-to-back coming up, Brooklyn, Philly. Don't play him in the back-to-back.
Maybe they back away from that.
Like, why? I mean, if Oso's going to play well, you play Nick and just don't play him in back-to-backs.
But you do wonder at some point when the Come On Malawatch experiment reaches its next level. In terms of the calendar, we're there. In terms of the way we're playing, we're nowhere near it.
I think if Oso wasn't playing as well as he is, that you would be seeing a lot more of Malawatch. I think the key is that Mark's your starting center. He's the best center they have. It's not close.
I don't disagree with that.
But I think Oso's played so well that it's actually it's kept Malawatch on the bench. Malawatch could play over Nick Richards.
I totally agree.
But I think Oso's played well enough to take those minutes.
Yeah, let's just see. Let's just see what happens with Mark Williams over the course of the next few weeks. Because you're right. I think it's substantial. It's significant. If he gets to exceeding the number of games he's ever played in his career, then it becomes a thing to watch. And you just kind of wonder if because we saw what he was at the beginning of the season. God, he was such a force. He really was. He was just such a force to be reckoned with. And it just doesn't feel the same out there watching him play these days.
I guess you got to be.
It just doesn't feel the same.
He's got a body you got to manage all year long.
Yeah. Today is your last chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl featuring Miami versus Ole Miss on January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata during Wolf and Luke, and of course right here on Burns and Gambo. When you hear it, text it to 620-620. Now, if you want extra chances, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page on ArizonaSports.com or on the Arizona Sports app. So, if Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore are off the board, who is left for the Cardinals to choose from at number 3 overall? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is celebrate. Celebrate. Text the word celebrate to 620-620 right now. Celebrate. Text celebrate to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, it's Luke. What are the characteristics of a successful NFL head coach? We'll talk to Arizona Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson and ask him tomorrow at 11:15. It's the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So here we are again, looking at mock drafts. Oh, yeah.
We were looking at mock drafts in October.
I know we were.
What are you talking about?
But now that we know.
What you talking about, Willis?
Lauren, do the thing. Turn on your camera and do the thing you just... Oh, boy. Mock drafts. But, yeah, of course we were looking at them in October. We didn't know we had the third pick. They're different now, you know? And what you didn't know, and we still don't, what quarterbacks are going to be available. But what really, really, really sucks about this for the Cardinals, and I heard Field Yates, he said this morning on the Wolf and Luke Show, it's a 2-quarterback draft. It's a 2-quarter, and you're picking 3. And the 2 teams in front of you both need quarterbacks. You can try and woo them with a sweetheart deal. Maybe you even sent me a story today that suggested that the Jets are going to go after Kyler Murray. You know,
yeah.
So maybe the Jets decide Kyler is the guy.
The Jets are one stupid organization. So if anybody is going to mess something up, it would be the Jets. I don't know. The Kyler thing is fascinating. I don't know how that's going to play out. But I know the mock drafts are really all over the freaking board right now. Like, I couldn't believe. I looked at 4 mock drafts today. All of them had the Cardinals taking a different player.
Yeah.
I'll give them to you.
Hit me.
CBS Sports, Renner. David Bailey, edge rush at Texas Tech. I would absolutely take him. That kid's a stud. Clutch points, Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State. ESPN, Arizona Cardinals take Francis Magua, the offensive tackle guard from Miami. And then there was a Athletic mock draft. The Athletic, Arizona Cardinals take Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana. After the Raiders take Dante Moore, and then the Jets take Arvrell Reese, the edge out of Ohio State. The Cardinals will get Mendoza.
Just for kicks and giggles, give me that Miami offensive line name one more time, please, just for fun.
Francis.
Okay, you got that part right.
Francis.
Frankie!
You're
gonna call him Francis.
Frankie Peach.
Magoa. How do you pronounce it?
Maui Noah.
There's no N in there.
I know there's not, but that's how he says Maui Noah. And to be fair,
yeah,
I didn't know how to say it either. I asked Lauren to look it up for me while you were
Maui
gone.
Noah.
I got in early today. I'm like, Lauren, look up this Miami offensive lineman. Tell me how you say his name. I don't know how to say it. Will you look it up, please?
And bring me another grape, please.
And bring me.
Look, it took me 15
years. It
took me 10 years to pronounce Mitch's name right. All right.
I mean, there are still people in.
I work with Mitch. It took me 10 years to pronounce his name right.
People in sales, you're calling them by the wrong name.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Meg, it's Morgan. Hi, Morgan. How you doing?
I called Morgan Meg like 4 times. I called Greg Steve the other day.
No,
I swear.
Greg has a corner office.
He's got a corner office. I called him Steve.
He's one of the top executives in the company. How do you call him the wrong name?
I swear. And then I went to him. I go, did I just call you Steve? He goes, yeah, don't worry about it. I go, I'm really starting to lose it. I said, he walked in. He goes, hey, Gambo. I go, hey, Greg. And then I walked by, and then I'm like, is his name? No, I called him Steve. I called him Steve. I'm like, I'm sorry. I must have just watched Stranger Things. I don't know.
He's got.
I know. I called him Steve.
He's got his name painted on the door.
I know.
He might as well have a "Hello, my name is Greg" sticker that he's wearing around the place.
Permanent ink.
They say if you say a guy's name like 5 times in a row, your brain kind of figures it out. I just have to say names more often.
Really?
I'm not really good at
Maui Noah.
Yeah.
But
I could say Chris Fuamatu Ma'afala better than anybody.
You really can.
Chris Fuamatu Ma'afala.
And you can spell Wally Serbiak in a matter of seconds.
SCZZERBIAK. Serbiak. SZCZERBIAK. Wally Serbiak. I can spell it.
What? Give me the 4 names again.
Maui Noah.
Okay. Bravo.
Downs. Mendoza. Bailey.
Okay.
4 mock drafts, 4 different
First
people.
of all, Mendoza's not. Come on, man. Mendoza's not going to be there number 3.
That's the Athletic. It's time for Tom Brady and company to rip the cord out on quarterback so long as he declares Moore would be an exciting choice. The 21-year-old is light on experience, but his blend of football IQ, athletic instinct, poise, and arm talent is beyond his years. He has the right mindset for a challenge like this. It offers a skill set worth investing in. They think that Brady goes Dante Moore over Mendoza. That's an Athletic mock draft. That's all I'm saying. I would. Look, if Moore and Mendoza are off the table, I'm probably taking the Texas Tech kid. That kid's a beast.
David Bailey?
Yeah. I'm taking him.
I think I'm taking an offensive lineman. I think I'm taking a tackle.
Maui Noah?
Maybe.
Okay.
Spencer Fano? 3's a little high. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we get a repeat of 2023. If the 2 quarterbacks go 1-2.
Trade down,
trade back up. You know what I mean? Like if you like Spencer Fano,
you know
3s. Remember Paris Johnson Jr.? They liked him. He was a reach at 3. They traded down, then they traded back up, and they still got Paris Johnson Jr. And they got extra assets.
But they need a star. They need a freaking star player.
I'm going to quote. Kellen Olson, who filled in for you, said exactly the same thing, and neither one of you are wrong. It almost doesn't matter what position they draft. They need a stud.
They just need a stud.
They need one of the best players in the NFL.
They need a Pro Bowler.
They need a guy who every time they come out with one of these lists, the 25 best players under the age of 25, you got a guy who's on it.
Right.
Guaranteed, non-negotiable. He's on the list every single. That's what they need.
They've had 75 draft picks in the last 3 years. I want a stud.
Yeah.
I want a stud.
Because what we have right
now. You
now.
trade down from, I know you got a lot of needs, but this might be the draft where you say, screw it, because here's the other thing. You're picking in the top of the 2nd round and the 3rd round. I think you have the number 1 pick in the 3rd round.
So it because they are all tied with the same record. You switch. So you get the second pick of the second round. You get the first pick of the third round.
So get the best player at number 3. Just go get yourself the best player.
A guy who's a badass.
Get the best player you can get. Forget this trade down and add this and that. You're going to have a pick at the top of the second round. You're going to have the top pick in the third round. Go get the best player at number 3. Let's stop this talk about trading down.
I think if there's any quarterback who's going to slip, it's going to be Dante Moore. It's not going to be Fernando Mendoza. He is a lock to be number 1. I think Dante Moore, if there's ever going to be one who slips, it's going to be him because of his relative inexperience. He hasn't played that many games. He certainly hasn't looked as good as Mendoza. Like, I still think it's probably going to go quarterback because that's just how these things go. And it's the Raiders and the Jets at the top, and they both need one. But it would be interesting. It really would be. If the Jets do go get Kyler Murray, as was suggested, would that then take them out of the quarterback list? And would that mean that Dante Moore is available to the Cardinals at number 3? And is he the guy that you can count on given his limited college experience?
I'm going to throw something out to you that I don't think is crazy.
Okay.
I really like the way Carson Beck played in that game for Miami. I like the year he's had. Why not get Carson Beck? No, first pick in the third round if he's still there.
Honestly,
why not take a quarterback in the second or third?
I think the craziest thing when it comes to the Cardinals and their quarterback search is keeping Kyler Murray. I think everything else, let's talk about it. I'm being dead serious. Mac Jones, let's talk about it. Malik Willis, let's talk about it. You want to talk about Carson Beck in the second? Let's talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, I think when it comes to the quarterback options for the Cardinals, the only really crazy thing is keeping Kyler Murray for another year. I don't think you can do it.
I don't think so either.
I think everything else can, should, and will be on the table for the Cardinals.
If you invest
everything,
if you invest in a quarterback in the first round and he flops, you look terrible. If you go get Carson Beck in the second or third round, it's you get a little leeway there. I mean, there might be some decent quarterbacks in the second, third round you could get. I like Carson Beck. I would consider it.
We'll see. I mean, it's I don't know. I don't know because this quarterback class has been. We went into it thinking it was going to be all of that, and it has been none of that. I mean, it's really been a giant letdown to the point where Ty Simpson might not even leave school. You know, he might not even be available in the draft. The Duke kid was number 5 on Mel Kiper's list. He's going back to Duke, right? Like, he's not even making himself available. This quarterback, it's going to be hard. You're going to have to sift through a lot of guys with a lot of flaws. Carson Beck has flaws. Anybody you take in the second round.
Yeah.
Dante Moore has flaws. Hell, Fernando Mendoza has flaws, right? Like,
no, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
No, he probably does. I just really like that.
I like him too.
I really like Mendoza.
I like him too. And I tell you, if the Giants had finished with the number 1 pick in the draft, I'd be all about making the sweetest sweetheart deal in the world to New York to move up to get him. What do you want? What do you want? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you to move up to number. I would have made the Panthers-Bears trade to get up to Fernando Mendoza if a non-quarterback needing team were sitting at number 1. Have it all. Take my picks. Every single one.
I think you're going to have to get past the Moore, Mendoza, Simpson, and then start looking at the next group. The Mateer, Nussmeier, Klubnik. Pavilla's too small. You're not going to go that route. Carson Beck. I think you should look at that group right there and see if one's worth taking in the second or third round. That's my opinion.
The listeners clamored for a 4 o'clock reset after we didn't do one yesterday because of the short show.
Give the fans what they want.
We're giving the fans what they want. Lauren Koval with the 4 o'clock reset is next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This is absolutely imperative that they get this right. 3 years ago, if you would have brought up the name Mike McCarthy to me, I would have said, You know what I like about Mike McCarthy? That Super Bowl ring he's wearing.
Okay.
You know what I like about Kevin Stefanski? Is that he's got 2 NFL Coach of the Year awards on his resume.
Stefanski.
I want the Arizona Cardinals to hand the reins to somebody who's proven they know what they're doing. Is that such a high bar to reach?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union, all the benefits that come with banking with Global Credit Union. You can take advantage of every single one of them at Global Credit Union because Global Credit Union is committed, absolutely committed to keeping your money in your pocket. Members of Global Credit Union collectively saved $195 million last year. Okay, well, this was 2 years ago now. I've seen the projections. It got even better in 2025. It's going to be even better in 2025. Their ability to save money for you through fees, through better interest rates, low to no fees, et cetera, keeps your money in your account. And that is why you should bank with Global Credit Union. It's just a better way of doing it, and that's why more and more Arizonans are becoming members of Global Credit Union. Be better with your money. Be smarter with your money. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found GoodRx. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's GoodRx, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals coaching search begins, a familiar name has entered the fray. Reports from ESPN's Adam Schefter say that current Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph is scheduled to interview this week for the opening. Vance was previously the defensive coordinator in Arizona before Jonathan Gannon took the head coach reins in 2023. Joseph is also set to interview for the Raiders, Titans, and Giants vacancies. Other names that have entered the conversation today, 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh. His name's Robert. The team's not named the Roberts. Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver, and Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak. And a massive change is coming to the city of Baltimore this offseason. The Ravens announced that they have parted ways with head coach John Harbaugh following an 8-9 finish to their season. Harbaugh coached the Ravens the last 18 seasons, including winning Super Bowl 47. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo. The 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. A lot going on in sports. A lot of coaching news. A lot of news. Here's Lauren. To get us caught up in everything that's going on in sports, it's 4 o'clock reset here on Burns and Gambo. Take it away.
All right, guys, we're going to start locally and then branch out a little national. So we'll start with this one from last night.
And now Jabari gets it. He's looking, holding above his head, still looking, gets it to Durant. KD to his right, 3 seconds to go, a three on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 0.3 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. And the crowd at Toyota Center absolutely loves it.
And that would be the final score. The Phoenix Suns would lose 100-97. Kevin Durant had 26 points and 10 rebounds last night. The Suns are back in action tomorrow at 6 o'clock in Memphis to play the Grizzlies.
KD had his moment. He had his moment. He hit the winning shot over his former team that didn't want him, and he was very happy about it. And he mentioned it. I'm glad he didn't say it's just another game. I wasn't thinking about that. That's my fault. I'm glad that he was honest. Like I respect it. I appreciate it. Most guys in the league would have been like, it's just another game. We're trying to get wins here. We've got goals, bigger goals than winning a game against Phoenix in early January. He went out and from the heart said how much it meant to him to beat this team that didn't want him anymore. I think it's great. I'm not for the Suns, but I think it's great what he said because it was from the heart and it was real.
I was kind of hoping he was going to call you out after the game. That was for you, Gambo. It was for you.
I didn't check my direct messages today. Let me see if I got one.
Look, I thought it was as encouraging a loss as you could get, given all the problems they had, the travel problems, the second night of a back-to-back, for them to beat the best team in the NBA and lead one of the best teams in the NBA on the second night of a back-to-back on the road like that, given all the travel problems they had. I was almost encouraged by what they did Monday as opposed to what they did on Sunday. So it was Kevin Durant had his moment. Yep.
And in NFL news, because there is a lot of it, Kyler Murray posted his goodbye on X yesterday to head coach Jonathan Gannon saying, quote, "My guy, genuinely loved going to war with you, appreciate who you are as a man and a coach, Warpath."
They developed quite a bond over the last couple of years.
They're best friends.
Which, I don't know about that. But Josh Weinfuss said they lived close to each other and that Murray would go over to Gannon's house. He might be there now for all I know. Jonathan Gannon, I thought, made the wise decision in investing himself as heavily as he did in Kyler Murray to get the best version of Kyler Murray.
Did it backfire?
Didn't work. Well, it didn't work. It didn't. I mean,
they couldn't have moved on from him anyway in the 3 years. There was never a point. This is the closest they've been to being able to move on from him without taking it on the chin.
I just think him being the franchise quarterback and being paid as such required Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort to say, "You are our guy." And it really wasn't until Jacoby Brissett played the way he did and Kyler got hurt that we saw the cracks in that foundation. And clearly, it didn't bother Kyler much because he posted what he posted yesterday.
No, not at all. And the Arizona Cardinals head coach requests now reign at Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph, Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver, the 49ers DC Robert Saleh, and Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak.
Two division rivals. So you'd be taking from them if you hired Kubiak or Saleh.
Yeah.
I do wonder if, does Saleh say, no, I don't want to interview for the job? Does Kubiak say no? Like, I do wonder, does the desirability of the Cardinals work against them when it comes to some guys potentially saying no?
There's only 32 of these jobs.
I know.
There's only 7 that are open every year. You say no to a job. It's hard to say no to a job interview.
People do it, though. People do it in this league.
Yeah, because you know what happens? If you take the wrong job, it could ruin your whole career.
Yeah.
Like, it could ruin you.
It could. You might not get another one.
Why not? That's why some people would rather just wait it out and make sure they get the right one.
Especially a guy like Saleh, who I would think can afford to be a little choosy.
Because
on
he's
who
young.
His next one's going to be.
Age matters in this stuff, too.
Sure.
If you're Kubiak, if you're Saleh, you're a little bit, like Vance is a little bit older than those guys, I believe. But not by a lot, but Vance is in his mid-50s.
Yeah, I think so. But taking a DC from a division rival or an OC from a division rival would be a nice little extra benefit to it all.
Vance is 53 years old.
Okay.
Robert Saleh is 46. Okay. So I think in your 40s you might be able, I got a little time. And you start to get too close to mid-50s, you might be like, I got to take this job. I have to wait 3 or 4 more years. I'll be close to 60. Maybe they won't want me.
And the big news that we broke on just about an hour ago is that John Harbaugh is out as the head coach of the Ravens. And Adam Schefter tweeting out just moments ago, he's the leading candidate for the Giants head coaching vacancy.
Oh, I would love that. I would absolutely love that.
But then I think that takes a guy like Stefanski, who might have been the leading candidate for the Giants job, and now it moves him down the depth chart a little bit in terms, because I think, I don't know if we can, well, I was going to say, I think we can all agree the Giants are the most desirable job out there. Maybe we won't all agree on that, but I think the Ravens now becomes one of the most desirable jobs out there because that organizational commitment. I think the Giants is the best job out there, not because of Jackson Dart, but just because that organization, while they haven't gotten a lot right the last few years, you know the commitment is there.
Commitment's there.
They want it really bad.
They haven't had a good coach since Tom Coughlin. Last time they had a good coach was Tom Coughlin. So, like, if they're able to get Harbaugh, and they'll pay him. Here's the thing on Harbaugh and why I don't think it would, I don't think you could get him here. He's the second highest paid coach in the NFL. Only Andy Reid makes more money. He's making $18 million a year.
You're going to have to write him a big check.
Like, okay, you want a 5-year deal, and they say he wants 20. It's $100 million.
It's the price of doing business when you want a guy like that.
Oh,
How
I
bad do you want
understand.
it? I know. It's just at some point, again with the Suns comp, at some point it was like we can keep hiring the Igor Kokoshkovs of the world, or we can go get Monty Williams for 5 years and $40 million. And they went and did it. And it made all the difference in the world.
It will be Lamar Jackson's first time working with a quarterback who is not John Harbaugh, too. So we'll see how that goes in that Ravens head coaching vacancy. And some more head coaching news. Former Cowboys head coach and current NBC analyst Jason Garrett is interviewing on Friday for the Titans head coaching vacancy. Matt Eberflus has been fired as the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. Good riddance to you. The Detroit Lions have fired their offensive coordinator, John Morton, and Matt Ryan is interviewing with the Falcons for the role of president of football ops, a job that he got/took from the Falcons. They're creating the job for him if he wants it. He would also not continue working for CBS, he said.
Where Jason Garrett hasn't even been in the NFL for a while.
He's been on NBC for years.
Yeah.
He's been on NBC for at least the last 4 or 5 years.
You see those guys get those cushy jobs, and like your Bill Cowher, they don't want to leave them.
Yeah.
You get one of those cushy work once a week jobs, and they pay you a lot of money. You don't want to go back.
Sometimes they go back, but it's not very often. Sometimes they get the cushy jobs. Yeah.
No, and finally, check in on some old friends of the Arizona Cardinals. The Packers have released Clayton Tune, and they went out and signed Desmond Ridder from their practice squad.
Yeah, because they had to watch him play after Malik Willis went out with that injury. You're like, yeah, this guy sucks.
Yeah, they decided they were done with him, and the 49ers have agreed to a deal with Kaiser White.
Okay. And did you mention Cliff, too?
Oh, my God. He's been out all year, right, Kaiser?
Yeah.
He hasn't played all year.
He came in, he signed, he left, he was done. Now he's back with the Niners.
With the Niners, yeah.
Yes. And just as you said, Bernsey, offensive coordinator at Cliff Kingsbury, has mutually agreed to part ways with the Washington Commanders.
And then DC's gone too, right?
Yes, he was
DC
fired.
Got fired, yeah. Yeah, Cliff, I wonder if does he think he's getting one of these head coaching jobs? Does he know he's getting one of these head coaching jobs?
I'd
or
imagine
is
he thinks he's getting one.
I mean, from what I read, there was a lot of behind-the-scenes headbutting between Cliff and Dan Quinn over the type of offense they were running, the amount of no huddle they were running. Cliff wanted more, Dan Quinn wanted less.
Yes, last year they were the talk of the town, the NBA, the NFL, excuse me. Cliff and Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, and now look at them.
And a quick little tidbit here in the MLB. The A's have been denied the trademarks for the Las Vegas Athletics and the Vegas Athletics by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office.
So Oakland keeps the Athletics?
No.
How's it work?
They need to come up with a new name now.
Why can't they be the Athletics?
Because they can't have the Las Vegas Athletics or the Vegas Athletics branding. They don't own the patent.
Who owns the patent?
Nobody.
Nobody owns it.
Nobody. They said it is a primarily geographic descriptive, and that is not allowed in the patent offices, apparently.
Wow.
What's an athletic? I mean,
it's not a mascot that could be patented for such. So now they're not going to be the A's. They're going to be the
Who does
something
the patent
else.
office think they are?
The patent office.
The patent office.
The patent office
Apparently they're in
thinks they're
charge
the
of these
patent
things.
office.
Wow, so they got to change their name.
Yeah.
Huh?
Unless they can work out a behind the scenes
that's-
wheel and deal
okay,
with the patent office.
That's a weird story, but okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
They can't be the A's.
Usually teams change their name.
Some
like the Montreal Expo, they didn't keep the Expos. They didn't keep the Senators.
Yeah. I mean, the Jets became the Coyotes.
They didn't keep the Pilots.
The Grizzlies kept the Grizzlies.
The Grizzlies kept the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that story today, but okay.
No, and we'll wrap this up because we might not have a reset tomorrow because we're a little short tomorrow. So I thought I would throw this on in. Some college basketball news.
U of A's #1 in the country again.
But it is the closest ever an AP poll
Since
has
the 70s?
been. U of A only holds the lead over Michigan by
1 point.
1 vote.
Yeah, because Michigan's really good.
Wow.
Yeah, Michigan is.
When does U of A play again next?
They play tomorrow in Tucson
Home,
against
home.
Kansas State. ASU also plays tomorrow in Provo against BYU. That's an appropriate reaction right there. Yeah,
U of A whooped Utah in Utah. Whooped them.
as they should.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to when U of A gets into the meat of the Big 12 schedule, right?
Oh, they're going to lose some games
Oh, of
here. The
course
Big
they are,
12
yeah.
is the best conference in college
it's the
basketball.
best. Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's the best conference by far.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren.
I saw
We
Illinois
appreciate it.
did win Saturday.
They should have. If they didn't,
When we come back, the final resume for Jonathan Gannon. How did it look in his first head coaching tenure? We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Cardinals have fired head coach Jonathan Gannon. Cards GM Monty Ossenfort.
The bottom line is we have to win more games. And so, unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, however you look at it, we're going to have another opportunity to add players with a high draft pick this year. We'll pick at the top of each round. We're going to continue that process with finding a head coach to put us in a good position for 2026.
JG fired. More on this breaking Cardinals news story is coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. A report says the Cardinals will interview former defensive coordinator Vance Joseph for head coach. What to know about the NFL rules as the Cardinals begin their coaching search. And Cardinals head coach tracker. Arizona requests Robert Saleh for an interview. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Shouting out Avondale. Thank you, Avondale, for joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We appreciate you. Also shouting out everybody who's joining us on the YouTube channel. You're watching us on your device. You're watching us on your big screen at home. We appreciate everyone who has subscribed to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Mitch, what did you just send me here? What do you got here?
I'll just read it. How about that instead of throwing you off here? This is from Adam Schefter of ESPN. In the first 45 minutes after John Harbaugh was fired this afternoon, his agent, Brian Harlan, said he received calls from 7 NFL teams expressing interest in his client. There are currently 7 NFL head coaching openings, including Baltimore's.
So somebody who hasn't fired their coach has inquired about John Harbaugh.
But then my additional question is, did the Cardinals ask?
What do you mean, did the Cardinals ask?
Because they received calls from 7 teams.
Well,
he doesn't have to be rehired as a head coach.
Wait, you don't have to ask for permission. You're saying before he got fired.
No. 45 minutes after the firing.
His agent is saying
yes.
7 teams called to try to set something
Were
up.
the Cardinals one of them?
I mean, we don't know. What I find interesting is that if you take the Ravens out of the equation, there are 6 openings, 7 people called. So somebody called who doesn't have an opening yet. Somebody, right? Like somebody's like, ooh, we could fire our coach and hire John Harbaugh. Let's find out if he wants to come talk to us. I don't know if obviously we can't know if the Cardinals are one of the 7 that called, but I think it's, I don't even want to say it's safe to assume, but at least we can speculate that if there's 6 job openings and he got 7 calls, that every single job that's open put in a call to Harbaugh's agent and said, hey, dude, can we make it? Can we have a conversation? Can we talk?
He's getting $20 million a year then. If every team is called on him, he's getting $20 million a year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a simple. Do you think Michael Bidwell would pay $20 million a year on a 4-year, 5-year contract?
I don't. If I'm just being honest about it, I don't. But if he wants to, there is a hire out there that you can make that is just drastically different from everybody else who's out there, and it's him. And if that's what you're going for, you know, then that's who it is.
Peyton didn't win his first year with the Denver Broncos, right, Mitch? Didn't they have some struggles that first year?
Yeah, but that was mostly Russell Wilson's fault.
That's true. He still wants to play.
They won 8 games, I think.
What's amazing is the amount of money that they ate on Russell Wilson, and look where they are right now.
Well, that's the same. Honestly, it's kind of the same deal as the Cardinals. It's why the Broncos are sort of the role model
for who
you want to be.
But they got Bo Nix.
Yeah, and he was
not paying him any money.
That's
12th.
Yeah, 12th pick overall in the draft. But yeah, they're the model for how this can work in the sense that the Broncos won because they fortified their defense. They took a rookie quarterback on a rookie quarterback contract. They ate all that Russell Wilson money. And in a way, I think the path is the same for the Cardinals, right? Like, you're going to have to eat the Kyler Murray contract. It's going to suck. You're probably going to not be able to spend a lot of money on a quarterback the first couple of years until you kind of get out of that hell that you're in. but can you still win football games? The Denver Broncos are proof that you can. You can win football games even though you're eating a massive amount of a contract in terms of Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
It could be done.
It could be done.
It could be done.
You're right. That's a really good model for how you could turn it around. But you got to spend the money on the right coach. All these other listen, we can say we want about Robert Saleh and Vance Joseph and all these guys are all like more crapshoots. Harbaugh's like a sure thing.
Yeah.
Like that's a sure thing.
In the first 45 minutes after John Harbaugh was fired, his agent said he received calls from 7 NFL teams expressing interest in his client. There are currently 7 NFL head coaching openings, including who called? Who called that doesn't have an opening? Who's still?
Hey, if you're interested, I'll fire my coach right now.
Who's still in trouble?
Mike Tomlin.
Okay, is I'm thinking of teams that. So Bowls, because the Bucs didn't make the playoffs. They're still. Is LaFleur in trouble if Green Bay loses in the first round?
Can I throw one out there?
Sure, go ahead.
Buffalo.
Is McDermott in trouble if they lose in the first round of Jacksonville? I think there's 2 guys right there where now we're going off the speculation crazy train here.
Miami?
Miami hasn't done anything.
They had a nice finish to their season, though.
And
they did finish really well.
Didn't the coach say he was going to be involved in the general manager's search? Didn't he say that yesterday? It's like, what? You're gonna be involved in this? Okay, that's how you want to run it. There, fine, whatever. But there are few teams that might look at John Harbaugh and go, oh, that's an upgrade over keeping our guy. And it doesn't just have to be.
Would Andy Reid retire?
Whoa.
He'll be 68 years old in a couple months.
Okay.
He'll be 68.
I don't know why he would take it, but you gonna tell me Tom Brady's not going to go to the mat for John Harbaugh and the Vegas Raiders and say, dude, blank check. Here you go. How many zeros do you want? Come and coach this football team.
He's going to want $20 million a year.
Okay, that's I'll pay it.
Give me 5 years and $100 million. I'll come.
Yeah, come. We got the number 1 pick.
I'll deal with that heat in the summer.
We got the number 1 pick. We've got, and I'm Tom Brady, and I handpick you. We're kind of going off the John Harbaugh deep end here. We apologize for that, but that tweet was very interesting.
Did you see Dan Orlovsky's tweet?
Yeah, he said that the Cardinals should hire John Harbaugh tonight.
I tweeted him back. You think they're going to pay him $20 million a year?
They should hire.
Listen. Again, if they ever did that, it would completely change the perception of the organization. Michael Bidwell, the ownership, and the whole organization. If they said, you know what? I've always said, how committed are you to winning? It's a question, right? How committed are the Arizona Cardinals to winning? That would be a screw you, Gambo. We're all in. If we and everybody else that believes that the Cardinals aren't committed to winning. Michael could sit there all day long. They've been in Arizona since the 80s. They've had 6 winning seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been here since the 80s.
I know. I've been here since the 80s, too. I know.
They don't win here.
I know.
But if you go spend $20 million a year on Harbaugh, that is basically saying, I want to win, and I want to win right now.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes.
And not 3 years from now. I want to win right now.
And that's part of the reason why you do it. I mean, you don't want to make a move solely on just perception and not reality. I mean, the reality is John Harbaugh is a really good coach. I mean, it's not just perception, but you know what I mean? Part of this is the perception of, we're doing it a little differently this time.
I was in Baltimore for 18 years.
Yeah.
You hire him, you get some stability. You're not going to fire him in 2 years.
Oh, no. It would send a different message for sure. It really would. Yes, it would do all of those things. Mm-hmm. It's just whether they want to take it that far or not, whether they've even got the opportunity to take it that far or not. John Harbaugh might look and go, I got 7 teams that are calling me. You don't think John Harbaugh is going to rank them in his own head? You think John Harbaugh is going to go,
he knows where he's going to go right now.
7 teams that are calling. I know where I want to go. As long as you're willing to meet my price tag, I know who I want to coach next year. I'll handpick this.
He's 63.
Yeah. I mean,
looks younger.
He wouldn't be doing it for too much longer, but still,
some of those guys. I mean, he
go in his early
7 years, whatever.
He'd go in his early 70s if he wanted to. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, something we have not talked about once since Gambo and I have been back after our holiday break. Can somebody please fire up the damn hot stove league and get some things cooking, please? Because the stove is cold, baby. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right. 3 seconds to go. A three on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 0.3 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97. The final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
I want to tell you about this incredible place, Pro Smile Dental. Their implant centers in Phoenix and Scottsdale. You and your teeth. A lot of people, they don't like their teeth. And if you want to improve your ability to eat, to speak, to boost your self-esteem, you're going to want to make an investment in your overall well-being. And that's what Pro Smile does. It gives people their self-esteem back, gives them their confidence back, the confidence to smile, to laugh, to eat properly, not have to hide their mouth all the time. There's a lot of people that just have bad oral hygiene, and Pro Smile Dental is second to none when it comes to fixing it. Phoenix and Scottsdale location, the all-on-4 procedure, they do it better than anybody else. If you're losing teeth, you need your teeth fixed, you've got gaps between your teeth, your smile is just ruined by poor oral care, let the experts at Pro Smile Dental help you. Everything's on site. The lab, the mills, the technicians. They've got incredible financing offers as well. You can pay it off over time without paying any interest. You can have a new smile in a matter of weeks. All you have to do is text PRO to 620-620, and I'll get you all the information so you can fix your smile. That's text PRO to 620-620.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf, putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals coaching search begins, a familiar name has entered the fray. Reports from ESPN's Adam Schefter say that current Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph is scheduled to interview this week for the opening. Joseph was previously the defensive coordinator in Arizona before Jonathan Gannon took the head coach reins in 2023. Joseph is also set to interview for the Raiders, Titans, and Giants vacancies as well. Maybe the Ravens vacancy. We'll see. Other names that have entered the conversation: 49ers DC Robert Saleh, Dolphins DC Anthony Weaver, Seahawks OC Clint Kubiak, and very recently Patriots passing game coordinator Thomas Brown. And a massive change is coming to Baltimore this offseason. The Ravens announced that they have parted ways with head coach John Harbaugh following an 8-9 finish to their season. Harbaugh coached the Ravens the last 18 years, including a victorious Super Bowl 47. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Can Dylan Brooks lead the Phoenix Suns to a win over another one of his former teams? We'll preview Suns and Grizzlies tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, so put another name on the list, Thomas Brown, Patriots passing game coordinator. Cardinals have requested to interview him, according to Cameron Wolf of the NFL Network.
I wonder if he's got ties to Monty.
He might. He played a part in the Patriots' 2025 turnaround. He has play calling and interim head coaching experience, along with learning under Sean McVay and Mike Vrabel. So he obviously coached for the Rams at some point then, if he coached under McVay.
Yeah, he was with the Rams. He was with the Panthers. He was the offensive coordinator of the Panthers.
Okay.
He was the offensive coordinator of the Bears.
Yeah, so
right, Lauren?
Was Thomas Brown the OC of the Bears?
He was also the interim head coach after they fired Eberflus.
And after
that was the guy who replaced Eberflus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the OC.
Yeah.
He was the OC of the Bears.
Okay.
Lauren likes to not remember those eras of Bears football. It was so bad.
There is no crossover for what it's worth. He started coaching at Georgia in 2011, strength and conditioning. Then the next year at Chattanooga, Marshall, Wisconsin, back to Georgia, Miami, South Carolina, and then in 2020 he got the NFL elevation.
Man, that guy's been living out of a suitcase for a long time.
Yeah, he has. So, but his Patriots experience doesn't have anything to do with Monty's time there. Yeah, no, it doesn't have it. So, another name on the list. In the meantime, the story that I like to tell behind the scenes is that, Gambo and I didn't do a show together for basically 3 weeks between our various holiday vacations, right? And when Gambo left for his vacation, I thought, okay, well, at least we'll have some Diamondbacks breaking news while he's gone, because surely something's going to happen while he's gone.
Surely.
And nothing did. And then when my last day here before I went on my vacation, I thought, well, at least I'm going to leave Gambo some cool Diamondback breaking news that he's going to be able to talk about while I'm gone. Surely something's going to happen. Nothing happened.
No.
Here we are on January 6th. Nothing's happened. Nothing has happened.
It's been very, very quiet. For the Diamondbacks, the Marte, what I had reported right before I went on vacation is that the Diamondbacks are very close to shutting this thing down. It's going to happen soon. And here we are, and it's 3 weeks later, and I think they are going to shut this down soon because they want to move on. They got to get other things done. They haven't got the offer they wanted. Now, like people have talked about Bregman. The Diamondbacks have kicked the tires on Bregman, but I think any chance, as slim as it is, of getting Bregman, and I said it's a long shot. I didn't rule it out, but I said it's a long shot, would be dependent on trading Marte and getting off with $100 million. Right? You got to get off the $100 million you owe Marte to get Bregman. But I still think that Bregman is a long shot. Today it was Kyle Tucker. Like, there was a report from a reputable guy.
Mark Feinstein over at MLB.com.
Right.
He mentioned, 8 teams,
yeah,
but he mentioned the Diamondbacks is one of the teams that
Diamondbacks
might be in on Kyle Tucker.
They're not in on Kyle Tucker. And just like there was a report that the Diamondbacks were going to meet with and had interest in Okamoto, the guy who signed with the Blue Jays. And I reported before he signed with the Blue Jays, it's not true. It's not true. They're not in on Okamoto. If the Marte, do I think the Marte thing has held up some of the things that they could do? Yeah, to a certain extent, I think it has. Do I think this is going to last much longer? Man, I can't see this lasting past the end of this week with Marte.
That's the thing. When you said soon, It was 3 weeks ago.
It was 3 weeks ago.
And I know everybody's like...
And then Mike Hazen said the same thing.
Yeah, I know he did, but you say the word soon, and I know it's a moving target, and I understand that soon for you might be something different for me, but
soon to me is this is over this week.
Exactly, but you said that 3 weeks ago.
Well, I didn't know, but I said, like, I didn't know what soon meant. But, I mean, look, everything I said, like, I mean, honestly,
I'm not saying
Mike
you're
Hazen
wrong.
came out
I'm just saying,
like 10 days later and said, this is going to end soon.
What does
Similar.
soon, like to me, it's almost like, hey, it could be interpreted as, hey, guys, this is going to end soon, so you better call me.
Right.
No, I'm telling you, this is going to end really soon, so you better pick up the phone and call me. Like sort of just a friendly reminder for all of baseball. Hey, look, I'm going to pull him off the market if you don't make me your best offer right now. Almost like he's trying to stir the marketplace up into making the best offer by telling everybody it's going to be soon, it's going to be soon, it's going to be soon, which makes me think they really want to move him. You know, like if they keep telling everybody we're going to pull him off soon, it makes it seem like not that they're desperate to move him, but that they do want to move him. You know, that they do want, hey, somebody make us an offer. Otherwise, we're just going to have to pull him back. You know, does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense that they would, you know, try to get the best offer they can. But again, at some point, you've got to, like, how many closers? Well, you sent me the list. Like 14 closers have signed with somebody.
But they all went in like the first 3 weeks of free agency.
That's closers. The Diamondbacks need bullpen help. They need a lot of bullpen help.
Badly.
They need another starting pitcher. They've got to address first base. Like there's still like 4 or 5 things that they want to accomplish. Now, like it's not the be-all, end-all that all this stuff isn't done on January 6th. I mean, come on, we got 3 months before the season's going to start.
Of course.
But there is a point where, like, okay, if you're not going to trade Marte, and people say you're worried about the 10-5 thing. I don't think they're worried about the Vito trade with being a 10-5 guy. I just think that they were trying to make a good trade, and nobody's made them a great offer. Look, I'm just giving you my opinion here, not a fact, so don't aggregate me. I don't think this Marte thing goes past the end of the week. I don't think you could drag this on for another 2 weeks. I think it's over.
So
soon.
we just assume that looks like, hey, we play the breaking news sounder and you come on and say, I've learned the Arizona Diamondbacks are keeping Ketel Marte.
Yeah,
and
something
they're not
like
move
that.
Him,
something like that.
Okay.
Ketel Marte is not going to be traded. The Diamondbacks are going to move on. And then what would happen immediately after that is the Diamondbacks would make a few moves.
Yeah.
They would make a few. Because here's the thing, and when I've checked in on this, okay, what do you want for Ketel Marte? It's not an easy question because from Team A, you might want a starting pitcher, a reliever, an outfielder. But Team B may not have a good starting pitcher or a good reliever. So Team B, you might be like, I want a first baseman, I want a second baseman, and I want an outfielder. Team C might have a lot of good bullpen guys. So you're like, I want you 2 of your bullpen guys, and I want your best. So every offer, every team is different. So there is no, I need this, this, and this to get a deal done. Because a starting pitcher for Team A, that guy that you want, teams B, C, and D may not have that guy.
Sure, yeah.
So that's why it's kind of a moving target.
Yeah, and I for the record, I believe you when you say soon. I feel like we've been playing that broken record for a few weeks now, and I keep feeling that Mike Hazen is trying to motivate the market a little bit. Now the market is just frozen right now. It just is. Bregman, nothing. Bichette, nothing. Bellinger, nothing. Kyle Tucker, nothing. Brendan Donovan hasn't been traded. I mean, hell, Zach Gallen's still unsigned.
Right.
You know, I mean, there's still good starting pitchers that are out there that are unsigned. Ranger Suarez hasn't signed with anybody. I mean, the whole offseason is just kind of stuck right now. And I was reading a Bob Nightingale story today. He listed off 5 reasons why it's stuck, and he made it sound like it might not get unstuck anytime soon because now we're getting into arbitration week where the baseball general managers are going to be busy doing the arbitration thing with their players and trying to figure out which guys they're going to court with and which ones they're not and all that stuff. So I don't know, man. I just, every time I hear soon, I think that they do want to move him and they're just trying to motivate the market to get a better offer for him. Because if you wanted to pull him back, you could have by now. You could have just said, you know what, that's it. We're keeping him. But you haven't done that yet. Why haven't you done that yet? Well, you've had plenty of opportunity to do that. Why haven't you done that yet?
because you're holding out the hope that somebody will give you a great offer.
Because you want somebody to give you a great offer.
Because there's still 5 teams. There are 5 teams that are still interested in trading for Marte. None of them have given you a good enough deal.
And maybe because you can't get where you want to go this offseason unless you trade him. That if you keep him, that if you trade him, you can
trade him, you free up $100 million.
You free up $100 million and you solve 3 or 4 problems by adding 3 or 4 different guys, right?
Yeah.
If you don't trade him, your options for improving this roster are very limited from a financial standpoint and because you've got so many positions you need to fill.
I said this, I don't really see a scenario in which you could keep Marte and sign Bregman unless you're like, okay, I'll trade Marte during the season. I don't think you could have Marte and Bregman on the team together with that type of money.
No, but I will be intrigued if they do move Marte and sign Alex Bregman. I mean, I think there's things they can do to make this team really interesting next year, really good next year. If they're able to trade Kittel, sign Bregman, and fill the roster in with what they get for the Kittel Marte
Why isn't
trade.
Bregman signed anywhere?
But he might.
The Red Sox made him an offer of 5 years and $160 million. The Diamondbacks aren't going to offer him that.
Maybe he's waiting to see if the Diamondbacks can trade Kittel Marte too, because that's where he wants to go. I don't know. The whole market's just stuck.
Kyle Tucker hasn't gone anywhere?
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on this busy Tuesday, some NFL coaches are going to be cashing checks next year. 3 of them are going to be in Arizona. That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
celebrate. Celebrate.
Text the word celebrate to 620-620 right now.
Celebrate.
Text celebrate to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
A good poll question at the time. A tad dated. just a bit.
We only report on the news. We do not make the news.
I know, and we are slaves to the timing of all this. But since the report has come out of Vance Joseph being on the Cardinals lists as a guy they've requested an interview for, there have been like 6 other names that have popped up. Oh, and John Harbaugh got fired by the Baltimore Ravens. So there's many more names out there, but that's our poll question anyway.
Yeah, with that disclaimer.
Our sad little poll questions. It's kind of a sad little poll question today.
Yeah, we'll have a more timely one tomorrow. But with that, would you want Vance Joseph to be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Yes or no?
I like Vance.
Bust.
I like Vance, but Harbaugh's the only one where you would all of a sudden, like, we looked at the schedule earlier. And we're like, oh, my God, it's a brutal schedule. They're not going to win more than 5 or 6 games. Harbaugh's the only guy you could hire to where you'd be like, all right, they're probably going to do better than that.
Yeah, and I'm kidding when I say John Harbaugh or bust. I really am. But I do. He is the name on there that would send the loudest, strongest, clearest, non-negotiable message to your fan base. I mean, just that. It's a different era. He is, and I know it would be expensive, and I know he's not going to come cheap, and I know there are so many other teams he'd probably rather go to, but he is that one name that would send that message. It's not John Harbaugh or bust. That being said, put me down for a no for Vance Joseph.
Because it's John Harbaugh or bust.
No. There's a bunch of names. Clint Kubiak's interesting to me. Salah's interesting to me. Stefanski's really interesting to me. I mean, there are quite a few interesting names in this cycle out there. So it's not John Harbaugh bust. I was kidding.
All right. Well, our audience is going 86% no, they do not want Vance Joseph. 14% going with yes.
Okay.
Now, do we think that there is a secret Stranger Things coming out on January 7th, like all the other conspiracy theorists? That it was really just Vecna's mind, and it wasn't really real, and that there's a new release coming.
I don't believe Lauren watches Stranger Things.
The best thing about this is I've watched Stranger Things up until this season, and I haven't watched. And Kellen and Gambo had both watched, so they were talking about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't even feel like I need to watch it anymore. I'm so confused on what the actual show is. I'm so confused on what's happening in it. Anything that's going on. Gambo even saying those words over there. That's not the English language.
First of all, everybody's just trying to figure out if Levin is alive or not. Did she actually jump out of the truck, and was she a figment of the other girl's
Spoiler
imagination?
Alert. Oh, for the love!
Oh, by now, if you haven't watched it, screw you.
I think, didn't it come out 4 days ago?
Yeah, came out
January
New Year's
1st.
Eve.
Okay. So 5 days ago.
Okay, if you haven't watched it by now,
Gambo?
if you're a Stranger Things fan, you haven't watched it by now. Honestly, I don't care.
Okay,
I don't
how
care.
about give us a spoiler alert
I did the first couple days, but 5 days later, 6 days later, come on,
man. I don't.
It's 6 days later.
You don't understand how this
came out New Year's Eve.
It's not everybody watched it right away. Whew, man.
But Gambo did, and that's what matters.
Ever since the finale premiere, the theory started going around that the last episode is a hoax, a Vecna effect that shows us a reality that isn't real. And some people think like there's a new episode's going to pop tomorrow. I don't think so.
I don't
buy it either.
I don't buy it at all. Not one bit. Although I did. Okay, totally weird thing. I watched the season and I watched the finale and all that stuff. You know who Lauren reminds me of?
Okay, don't tell me.
On that show?
Okay, not Max.
No, Max.
She reminds you of Max?
She reminds me of Max. She totally reminds me of Max.
Max is a redhead.
I know, but there's just something about Max's attitude that is very Lauren-like. Like she's just a tough, no BS.
You ride a skateboard? Can you skateboard?
I could skateboard in my youth, and my dad's a redhead.
There was just something about Max's personality. I'm like, oh, that's Lauren. I feel like I'm watching Lauren in this. Not because of the color of the hair. It's just the moxie, the attitude. That's the impression.
Iconic TV show of my kid's childhood. The iconic TV show of my kid's childhood.
Yeah, it was a phenomenon, is what it was. All right, enough of that. Let's talk about the three coaches that the Arizona Cardinals are paying. Cliff Kingsbury is one, Jonathan Gannon is another, and then the new guy is going to be the third.
I mean, but it's not forever. I mean, it's not like you have a lot of years. So Gannon got a 5-year contract. He was all of these guys were rookie coaches. So you're not paying him $18 million a year.
No, but, but Cliff was on a second contract. So
Cliff was on a second contract.
I'm sure his was pretty substantial.
But if Cliff gets a head coaching job, that will offset a lot of that money that's left.
Diana Rossini. Interesting you mentioned that. Quote, amid recent league-wide buzz about Cliff Kingsbury's future, many believe Baltimore, paired with Lamar Jackson, would be an ideal landing spot for the now former Commanders offensive coordinator.
Oh, boy.
That will be a name to watch, close quote, so she said. It would help the Cardinals because now offset language, he gets paid like a head coach. Now now you're kind of only paying one coach, Jonathan Gannon, because I'm assuming he's got the offset language and he's not going to be able to double dip like that. So it would certainly benefit the Cardinals for Cliff Kingsbury to get a head coaching job in this cycle somewhere.
Right.
It would benefit him. But Michael was asked the question yesterday about do you have the means to be able to pay 3 head coaches to pay?
He answered around it. He didn't give you a real answer, but he did answer it.
He said, "I'm not going to negotiate the future.
I'm not going to negotiate the contract here with you, but we're looking forward to going out there and putting a winning coach in this position and having wins, and that's what I'm focused on."
Listen, this is the price of doing business. You're not the only team. All of these coaches. Pete Carroll got fired after 1 year. How many years did he have on his contract? The Raiders have to pay it.
Yeah.
If you make a mistake, you have to eat it. I mean, that's just what it is. I mean, if you were really worried about the money, you bring Gannon back and you let him coach. But no, you weren't worried about it. You got to pay Gannon. You got to pay Cliff. So what? Again, this is cap. This is not cap money. This doesn't affect the cap. It's just Michael money. It's just Michael's money. It's the Bidwell family money that they get to pay this off. So, yeah, it happens. Robert Sarver at one time was paying 3 coaches to coach the Phoenix Suns. 3 coaches. It was in the beginning. It was Scott Skiles and Frank Johnson and D'Antoni, whatever it was. It was 3 coaches they were paying at the same time. So, sometimes you get in a situation and it's not ideal. But again, when you make mistakes, that's what you have to do. Most coaches get fired with 1 year or 2 years left and you've got to eat the contract. ASU was paying Herm Edwards, and they were paying Ray Anderson. That's the price of doing business in sports. I mean, if the Diamondbacks move on from Lovello after this year, it'll be one of the rarities in sports. A guy finishes out his contract, and he walks away, and you don't owe him a dime.
Yeah, it's true.
Not a dime.
No, it is. Look, you're right. It is the cost of doing business. You just hope, as a Cardinal fan, that it doesn't, and you fear, if you're a Cardinal fan, that it will limit the talent pool from which you're talking to because you are paying 3 coaches at the same time, and that you might potentially choose a coach from the lesser end of that pool because you're still paying Cliff and you're still paying Jonathan Gannon. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's the cost of doing business in professional sports. It's not cap money. It's Michael money. It's a different deal, but you also don't want your team to look at this one with an eye on the budget because you're also got 2 guys on the payroll because you want the best coach you can possibly get. Now, I'm not talking about John Harbaugh. I'm just saying in general, you want to make sure you're going to get, and that's why I think the question yesterday was asked, and I think it's a fair question. Are you going to be willing and able to do that given that you're paying 2 coaches?
Well, you know how you'll know? Do they reach out to Harbaugh? You're not going to reach out to Harbaugh knowing that you're not going to reach out to Harbaugh, waste anybody's time if you don't have the ability to pay him.
Yeah, but
if you hear that they've never reached out to Harbaugh, it might be because he's just out of their price range.
You also don't want to be the only team that didn't reach out to John Harbaugh because that would look bad too. If you're the only team that didn't, that wouldn't look good to your fan base. Your fan base would not like that, guaranteed. Agreed? That would look bad. Whether you had the intentions of hiring him or not.
You're saying you're better off just faking it? So your fan base thinks that you're serious?
Yeah.
Hey,
I am.
John, you interested in what if he says, yeah, I want to interview you guys?
Then interview him. See what he has to say.
Right.
Get a free look. Yeah.
And then say, yeah, you know what? We just don't think this is the right guy for the job. We interviewed him, but
if it got
we're going
out
to go advance.
that you were the only team that didn't, oh my God, your fan base would be like, what are we doing? Talk to him.
Okay, but what if you did talk to him and he wants a job? And go and rate for him and say it's 5 years at $100 million.
I'm just saying you can't be the only one who doesn't.
I understand what you're saying, but I also think there's something disingenuous about like interviewing a guy when you have absolutely no intention of hiring him.
Maybe you'd have an intention of hiring him.
I hope so.
Kevin Durant burned the Suns on and, in the minds of some, off the court last night. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When you play the Detroit
A little different this
Lions
year, but yeah.
Coming into this season, it was a situation where, once again, your record was a losing record after you played the Lions the next week.
It was
whoever they played.
I remember exactly what it was last year, but I feel like at one point it was like teams that played the Lions the next week, they were like 1-9. I mean, it wasn't just a losing record. It was like you almost never won.
And we wondered about this with OKC because of how they play. This is something that I am going to take from the Phoenix Suns, and I'm just going to put this into the positive column, that they were even in this game against the Rockets.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals coaching search begins, a familiar name has entered the fray. Reports from ESPN's Adam Schefter say that current Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph is scheduled to interview this week for the opening. Vance was previously the defensive coordinator in Arizona before Jonathan Gannon took the head coach reins in 2023. Joseph is also set to interview for the Raiders, Titans, and Giants vacancies. Other names that have entered the conversation that the Cardinals are reportedly requesting interview opportunities for, that's 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver, Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak, and Patriots passing game coordinator Thomas Brown. And a massive change is coming to Baltimore this offseason. The Ravens announced that they have parted ways with head coach John Harbaugh following an 8-9 finish to their season. Harbaugh coached the Ravens the last 18 years, including a Super Bowl trophy and victory in Super Bowl 47. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Hey, it's Vince Morado. Join us on Wednesday. We'll have the latest on any candidates for the Cardinals' open head coaching position and a chat with Mark Schlereth. Join us starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Now Jabari gets it. He's looking, holding above his head, still looking, gets it to Durant. KD to his right, 3 seconds to go, a three on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 0.3 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. And the crowd at Toyota Center absolutely loves it.
That's what he did. This is what he said.
Does it mean any more to you to be able to hit that one against your former guys?
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? A place that I didn't want to leave, and my first time being, to sound, I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will, to be kicked out of a place, you know what I'm saying? And felt like that, you know, I've been scapegoated, you know what I'm saying, for the issues we had as a team last year. Yeah, it felt good to beat them and hit a game-winning shot, but that's all it is. It's not just for the moment, you know. It's something tomorrow I won't even think about, you know. So it was a fun game. Like I said, of course, yeah, I felt you play with a little chip on your shoulder against your former team, especially when they trade you.
Give him all the credit in the world. He hit the winning shot against the Suns, and he beat the Suns, and he came on afterwards and he explained how much it meant to him. I mean, I would so much rather have that than Kevin Durant say, man, it's just another game. Like, it's one of 82. We got to get as many wins as we can. We have bigger, goals than trying to win a game in early January. Like, he could have gave you the BS company line, but instead it was from the heart. It meant a lot. They didn't want me here. They kicked me out. I felt like I was the scapegoat for everything that went wrong. Mm-hmm. So it meant a lot to me. I appreciate and respect that Kevin Durant didn't give us a BS answer that was all lip service and meant absolutely nothing, because that's what a lot of guys would have done. A lot of guys would have, that didn't mean anything. It's just one of 82, and we're going to play him again. We've already played him a couple times. Like, it meant something to him. Sure. Yeah, you guys didn't want me, and I wanted to show you guys that I could still play. And so, yeah, I was happy to make that shot. So I got no problem. Kevin Durant hit a winning shot. He's hit many winning shots in his career. He's still one of the greatest players we've ever seen. He's better off in Houston. Yeah. And the Suns are better off without him here.
No doubt.
Two things can be right at the same time.
Absolutely, they can. In fact, I was honestly surprised. I smiled when I heard him said it. As soon as the game was over last night, I shut it off and I went to bed. So I didn't see he had said it until this morning. But so I had the benefit of kind of hindsight and seeing the reaction to him saying it.
Yeah.
I was surprised how many people were bothered by what he said. I really was, just because I don't think. Yeah. And I went back and I watched the clip, and I watched it again, and I thought to myself, tell me one thing he said that was factually inaccurate.
He was just honest about his emotions.
He was right.
Yeah.
You did get kicked out.
Yeah.
You're right.
They didn't want you.
They didn't want you.
You were the scapegoat.
And you're right. You're getting scapegoated.
But you were the problem.
And yes,
but you were a
part of the
problem.
problem.
Yeah.
Not
the whole problem.
Sorry to be so blunt. He's not the one who responds to me on social media the way he does to you. But yeah, Kevin, I got news for you. You were part of the problem here. there's a reason you're getting scapegoated for what happened. Not all of it. You're not wearing 100% of what went wrong around here. But there's also a reason they're better off without you around here.
They're better off without you.
Take away from your greatness.
Nope.
It's nothing he said last night was wrong. Nothing.
I had
nothing.
I had quite a few people. Oh, I can't wait to hear what Gambo's going to say about this. Like, I don't have any problem with what he said. You know, and some people did, and that's fine. If that's how you interpreted it, that's how you interpret. I looked at it because I saw people commenting like, "Oh, what's Gambo going to say about this?" Nothing. Kevin Durant hit the shot. He's got the bragging rights.
Well,
his team won. He was the hero. He beat his former team. Afterwards, they asked him about it, and he from the heart said that it meant something to beat my former team. Again, I much prefer that than, yeah, it's just one of 82, not a big deal to us.
I am looking at this, though, from a slightly different angle, and partially to play devil's advocate here, but also because I think maybe, and I'm guessing here, part of what's upsetting people about this is kind of the notion that what upset Kevin Durant about it was that he wasn't able to control the process. You know, I didn't want to leave. They made me leave. And that might be rubbing people the wrong way because, well, what gives you the right to dictate the terms of your departure? You know, you've left teams high and dry all throughout your course of your career. You're upset now when it's done to you. You're upset when you're not the one who got to choose the terms of your departure from the Phoenix Suns. How dare you? How dare you feel that way about it when you've done it to the Brooklyn Nets? You've done it to the Golden State Warriors. You've done it to the Oklahoma City Thunder. You've made a career out of doing it to other teams, and you're going to be upset because somebody had the audacity.
You're breaking up with me? No.
Exactly.
I always break up with you. You can't break up with me.
I can see why some people might be upset that he would take that stance, but this is also, look, take your mind back to last February. I mean, when the Suns tried to trade Kevin Durant without his blessing and without his permission, he got upset. And they quickly corrected. They're like, hey, you know what? You're right. Our bad. We should have done that. We should have let you in on it. We should have talked to you about it. We never should have tried to do that to you without your knowledge. It was a mistake that they very quickly acknowledged that they probably should have handled things a little bit differently with Kevin. And I would guess that's where some people are being rubbed the wrong way. Like, how dare you?
Because he got wind of it and he axed it.
Yeah. But
he got wind of it and he went to Curry, and then Curry went to Kerr, and then Kerr went to the owner. And then they nixed it.
But the Suns quickly acknowledged
they
made a mistake in how they went.
They made a mistake
because
they got caught. They got caught.
That's true.
Right? They got caught.
Yeah, they got lucky that well, not lucky. Kevin Durant didn't want to go there. If he wanted to go there.
Right. If they were able to make the trade and Durant wakes up like Luka got traded.
Yeah.
Okay, at that point, it was a terrible trade. But, Luka didn't find out about it until it was done. There was nothing he could do.
The Mavs didn't get caught. The Lakers didn't get caught. By then, it was too late. The Suns got caught.
They got caught.
Hands
in a cookie jar.
Which is what they should have. But other than that, everything he said was that, you did get
fine.
kicked out.
Yeah.
And it is. It's fine because would it be nice to beat Kevin? Sure, it would be. But to me, the satisfaction, and I'm being serious about this, the satisfaction of what's gone down with the Phoenix Suns this year supersedes any satisfaction of beating Kevin Durant head-to-head. I mean, honestly, who cares? Who cares? Man, you're the 7th seed in the NBA's Western Conference. You're knocking on the door of getting out of the play-in tournament and making the playoffs without having to earn your way in. You have been one of the great stories of the 25-26 NBA season. Who gives a crap whether Kevin Durant gives his stamp of approval on it or not, or whether you beat Kevin Durant? So
the shelf life on this game is 24 hours. They play again tomorrow. And by tomorrow, nobody's going to be talking about the fact that Kevin Durant hit a shot against the Rockets. Maybe the next time they play the Rockets, they'll bring it up. Oh, the last time they played Kevin Durant. Okay, yeah, I remember
we don't
that.
even know if Kevin Durant's going to be on the floor for that game.
Right, there's 4 games left in the season.
He might not even. Right. They might be resting him for the playoffs.
Yeah, and I don't look at that game. I'm not going to look back. Oh, that's a game if they would have won. It was a tough schedule. They had played the night before against Oklahoma City, a very hard-fought game. They weren't even able to fly out because they had mechanical problems with their plane. They got out yesterday. They flew to Houston and almost freaking beat the Rockets. Like they were down 7 and they were up 3. They had a 10-point swing late in the game, and they had 2 poorly executed plays at the end in which Royce O'Neal shot an air ball and Devin Booker shot an air ball, and they lost.
Join us on Friday from 2 until 6, January 9th at the TPC DraftKings Sportsbook in Scottsdale. We're going to wrap up our fantasy football season in style, although Mitch already has the championship belt from winning the Burns and Gambo League. Come hang out, talk football, and while you're there, you'll have a shot at winning tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. We look forward to seeing you out there, TPC DraftKings. Gambo and I will be there 2 till 6 on Friday. We have reports. Lots of reports and lots of coaching candidates the Arizona Cardinals have asked permission for. One name eclipses them all. Should he? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
KD to his right. 3 seconds to go. A 3 on the way. He got it. Kevin Durant from downtown with 3/10 of a second remaining gives the Rockets a 3-point lead, 100-97. Royce gets the ball, looks, fires it cross court to Booker. He turns, shoots, and no good at the buzzer. Rockets win it tonight, 100-97. The final score.
Dagger L in Houston with the Durantula plunging one deep into the heart of Suns fans. We chop it up today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, the only mortgage company I have used since I moved to Arizona. From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, this is one of those great family-owned companies that you just love giving business to. But first of all, they do a great job for you, getting you the lowest rate, getting you the lowest fees. If this is the right time to refinance, do a new home loan, get pre-approved for a mortgage, they will do a phenomenal job of helping you. As a broker, they have the ability to shop and get the best rates, not just offer you one rate, but make sure that they get you the best rate, which again, 1/8 of a point, 1/4 of a point over time can save you a lot of money. The Lund Mortgage Team is local. They're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. They're not an 800 number in another state, just trying to get a bunch of volume. They're here to make sure you get the right mortgage for you, and they will. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Luke. What are the characteristics of a successful NFL head coach? We'll talk to Arizona Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson and ask him tomorrow at 11:15. It's the Wolf and Luke Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It is a special shout out to Anthem. Hello, Anthem. Happy Tuesday to you. Thanks for joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Lively edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. We've been hopping around all over the place. We still got to talk about the ASU Sun Devils and the transfer portal. But the big story of the day today.
A new quarterback coming in, too, Mikey Keene. Michigan quarterback transfer Mikey Keene is visiting Arizona State. He was at Fresno State. He is in right now.
Okay, we will talk about that. Coming up, a segment from right now, because we do obviously have some news on that one to see how ASU is reshaping their team. But the big story of the day has been the names that have started to come out for the Arizona Cardinals to look at for their next head coaching job. And the names as they have been reported so far through various different media sources nationally. Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph, Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver, 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak, Patriots passing coordinator Thomas Brown, and then, of course, John Harbaugh, who was surprisingly fired today, maybe not so surprisingly, depending on your perspective, as Baltimore's head coach, and his agent has already come out and said 7 different teams have reached out to him about his client's interest in coaching them. There are 7 vacancies in the NFL, one of whom is the team that just fired John Harbaugh.
So somebody called that doesn't even have a coach fired right now.
Somebody called who has a head coach currently sitting, according to the agent.
Yeah,
anyway.
Could it be the Steelers with Tomlin? Could it be Green Bay? Could it be
Buffalo?
Could Andy Reid be retiring? You just don't know. We don't know.
Could it be Tampa Bay? Could it be Dallas? I mean, seriously, it could be a bunch of teams. He didn't name names. We don't know if the Cardinals are one of the 7. I don't even want to assume that the Cardinals are one of the 7. I hope they were. I hope they at least called. You know, I hope. I understand he's going to be.
I hope if they called, I hope it's like sincere. Like, are you willing to pay that price?
I hope so too.
Andy Reid is the highest paid coach in the NFL at 20. The second is tied between Harbaugh and Sean Payton. They both make 18. If you want to get one of those guys, look, we talked about it earlier. Payton's done an incredible job with the Denver Broncos. They're the number 1 seed in the AFC. They gave up a first-round pick and a second-round pick to get him, and then paid him $18 million a year, and it was worth it. It was worth it. They're the number 1 seed in the AFC. They're in the playoffs. They have a chance to go to the Super Bowl. The road in the AFC goes through Denver. So there is a price to pay. If you want a guy that's got a Super Bowl pedigree and has won, that's the case. Now, there are other good coaches that might be just fine. Like, I'm not against guys getting a second chance. Like Vance Joseph, Robert Saleh, good coaches.
Yes.
Like, I'm not against either one of those guys being the head coach of the Cardinals, but Harbaugh to me is just it's a different level.
It is, and I do think you have to call. I think you have to at least ask. I would assume that and maybe it's a mistake for me to assume this. I would assume on John Harbaugh's list, the Arizona Cardinals would not be near the top of it, and that he would have other places he would rather go, and he's going to have a lot of choices, probably some that are better than the Cardinals. But you have to call. You have to call and at least ask and at least check it out. And I know it's going to be expensive, and I know we all wonder whether they would actually pay that much money for a coach. I don't care about any of that. You call. You find out. You ask. The cutest girl in school, ask her out.
Always.
I don't care if she says no. Ask her out.
Always. What's the worst they can say is no.
Exactly. What's the worst John Harbaugh
Message
could say?
to all those kids out there.
Ask her out. Ask her out. Go ahead. What's the worst she could say? Do it. I wish I had done that more when I was in high school.
I always did it.
I would have been told no a lot, but I should have tried.
I was never told no, but I did it anyway.
Oh, God. Ask. All right? The Cardinals need to ask. But that being said, you're right. It's not like he's the only name on this list. I'm intrigued by Saleh.
You liked Saleh yesterday.
I mentioned Saleh yesterday. I'm very happy to see him on this list.
And like me, you just totally discredit the Jets. It doesn't matter because the Jets are such a dysfunctional organization. It doesn't matter.
100%.
It doesn't matter. He was there for 4 years, didn't win a whole lot, but that was just a bad job.
100%. But like him, or like Weaver, or even like if you want to go Vance Joseph, any defensive coach you talk to obviously has to have a rock-solid offensive coordinator plan in place because that is such a big part of the equation. I'm assuming they all do, but that to me is like the first thing. If I'm hiring another defensive coach, who's your offensive coordinator? Who are you doing? Who are you bringing with you? You know, because that's an essential part of the equation, obviously. Kubiak's interesting to me. I wonder about division rivals. Now, I don't remember how it works in the NFL. Tell me if you know. Can the Seahawks and the 49ers deny permission when it's a promotion like that? Can they say,
No.
I don't think they can, right?
Not for a promotion.
Okay. I didn't think they could
A lateral
either.
move, you can.
Yeah.
You could deny a permission for a lateral move.
That's what I thought, too. Because
hey, I'm the offensive coordinator here. I want to be the offensive coordinator there. I don't think you could do that.
Now,
but if somebody's an offensive coordinator and they get a chance to be a head coach, as long as you fill the time, like you cannot interview anybody that's in the playoffs right now except teams that are on the bye.
Right.
So you cannot interview anybody that's got a game coming up.
Well, you can do it virtually. There is a window you can actually do it
virtually.
Yes.
For
the teams,
but
that are
no
in the
in-person
but
meetings.
No in-person meetings. Everything's virtual.
I just hope Monty learned his lesson from last time.
Not to give up a draft pick. Not to lose a draft pick.
Tampered and cost them a draft pick when they hired Gannon.
God, I forgot all about
Here's the interesting thing. From Bruce Arians, it was Arians offense, Wilkes defense, Kingsbury offense, Gannon defense. If they stick to the offense, defense, they would go offense. The last time we had Michael Bidwell on the show, because Michael Bidwell doesn't do interviews, doesn't do many interviews. Very rarely does he do interviews. He talked about how you want to hire the offensive guy when he hired Cliff, because you don't want to hire a defensive guy and then he hires a great coordinator and you lose that guy because it's an offensive league. So it'd be interesting if they went for a defensive guy. I don't care about offense or defense. I care about a leader. You want to hire a leader of men. Who is going to be a leader that the organization will really run through a wall for and follow? That's what they have to get.
That's what I like about Robert Saleh. I think he's that. I think he is totally that guy. I think he is that guy. That was my initial vetting of the names that could be out there and the reason why he popped to me, because I think he fits that criteria. I think he's that dude. There's also another pattern that the Cardinals might have kind of followed here a little bit, where they went from Arians, kind of a player's coach, to Wilkes, supposedly kind of a disciplinarian, to Cliff, kind of a player's coach, back to Gannon, kind of a disciplinarian. At least we thought he was at first when he was changing culture and establishing things like that. So it's not only like an offense-defense back and forth. There's also sort of a easy players coach, hard ass. Easy players coach. You know, that the organization has somewhat followed that pattern as well as going back and forth between. I don't know what kind of coach Kubiak would be. I think Saleh would probably be kind of a tough-nosed disciplinarian type, I would think. I know Harbaugh would be. Vance Joseph, probably more of a player's guy.
I think he had a good relationship with Michael.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
I think that there was a lot of respect with Vance and Michael.
Now,
because Vance did interview for the job here. He did interview for the job that Gannon got.
It was also pointed out by our friends over at CardsWire that there are 3 coaches who were finalists for the job back when Gannon got it, who are available now. Brian Flores, Kafka,
Mike Kafka, who was the interim for the Giants,
and Lou Anarumo are all guys who got far along in the process when they ultimately. Now, some of those guys, Flores decided to stay in Minnesota, if I remember right.
Stayed as a DC.
Stayed as a DC, right? Like he ultimately withdrew his name. Anarumo lost the gig, and then Kafka, I don't remember what happened with Kafka. He obviously didn't get the job. But those three guys are, like, if you liked them the first time around, you could potentially – the one guy who's not on the list so far is Stefanski. And I know he would make a lot of people happy if he were on the list.
Well, he was a great offensive mind with the Vikings. He did a really good job with Cleveland for considering the Cleveland job's a hard job to do. Two-time coach of the year. Got him to the playoffs, right? So that would be an interesting name. And, you know, the one thing you don't know is, like, you have no idea who the quarterback is going to be. So, like, are you going to wait a year to get the quarterback? Because, you know, you said something earlier that makes a lot of sense. Who's your offensive coordinator going to be? It's the first question you ask whatever coach is.
Yeah.
Who's going to be calling the plays here? Because we may not have a quarterback this year, but we're going to get one. We have to develop a young quarterback to be our future.
And there is some, I mean, if you look at the vacancies that are out there, one of the benefits that there is a lot of uncertainty at quarterback for most of the teams. The Giants have Jackson Dart. The Ravens obviously have Lamar Jackson. But beyond that, most of the other vacancies, Browns, Raiders, Falcons, who knows? Cardinals, who knows? Who else am I forgetting? The Falcons, who knows? Browns, who knows? Cardinals, who knows? Raiders, who knows? Titans, they know.
I couldn't
it's
remember.
Cam Ward. Cam Ward.
Yeah, because Cam Ward and Jackson Dart are the two quarterbacks. They're set.
Well, now Lamar Jackson, too. I mean, you assume he's set. So there are three teams that have, like, fixed quarterbacks, and how much of a factor does that play into which coach goes where? Because they want certainty at the position rather than uncertainty. I don't know. When we come back, the first transfer portal wave, I don't think it's over. I still think we're kind of riding it right now. How has ASU been able to reconstruct their roster, and how do they look heading into 2026? We'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Phoenix Suns. You now belong in very different conversations we were not having or never expected to have at any point during this season. What really is the ceiling for this basketball team when they get Jalen Green back? And where can this thing really go? Because it's clear this basketball team looks at itself differently than we do. We're throwing a lot of baggage on them from the last 2 years, from the last 20 years, from the last 57 years. They're a team that doesn't think they're inferior to pretty much anybody, for whatever reasons, and it's fantastic.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know because they replaced my ply windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Arizona Cardinals coaching search begins, a familiar name has entered the fray. Reports from ESPN's Adam Schefter say that current Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph is scheduled to interview this week for the opening. Vance was previously the defensive coordinator in Arizona before Jonathan Gannon took the head coach reins in 2023. Joseph is also set to interview for the Raiders, Titans, and Giants vacancies this week. Other names that have entered the conversation over the last 12 hours or so: 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver, Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak, and Patriots passing game coordinator Thomas Brown. And a massive change is coming to Baltimore this offseason. The Ravens announced that they have parted ways with head coach John Harbaugh following an 8-9 finish to their season. Harbaugh coached the Ravens the last 18 years, including a Super Bowl championship win in Super Bowl 47. And that is what's trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Now that Black Monday is over, we'll begin focusing on football playoff games coming this weekend. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Is it wrong that our most passionate conversation of the day just happened off the air, Gambo and I debating the end of Stranger Things? Is that wrong?
All right, I'll go. So it was a great show. We were talking about, could they ever do a reboot with Derek and Holly and with the younger version. And so I said I would watch it. Bernsey said he wouldn't. But like this whole thing with Elle, and okay, spoiler alert if you didn't watch it, but most people did.
Mitch just said bye-bye.
With
Mitch
Elle,
is like, bye-bye.
With Elle being alive, Bernsey's like, well, how she could be alive? And like, well, the sister, she's got that that ability to kind of portray you here and there. And he was like, well, it can't be because the sister was dead. Well, maybe they didn't show the sister die. No, but so maybe the sister didn't die, but then he said the explosion would have killed her from the lab.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. Look at Lauren. Lauren's just like, can we please talk about sports? Please.
It also just sounds like you guys could be talking about like the little rascals.
I think in the last 20 years, The Sopranos, Lost, Game of Thrones, and Stranger Things are the four iconic TV shows.
Oh gosh,
The Sopranos, Lost, Game of Thrones, Stranger Things.
I wouldn't put Stranger Things on the list. I mean,
it has to be.
It's immensely. I would put Breaking Bad on the list. I would put Mad Men on the list. I'd put a few other shows.
Okay, to each his own, right? But to me, Sopranos,
that's fine.
Game of Thrones, Lost. You're mentioning so many shows, though, right? You can't have 47 iconic shows.
I wouldn't put it on my Mount Rushmore of shows of the last 20 years. But you would. That's fine. Teach their own. If there's one thing we've established over all the years that we've done this show together, you and I have very different tastes.
Well, I've been to Hawkins, so.
You've been to Hawkins, Indiana?
Well, I've been to, yeah.
Oh, God, you're standing in front of a backdrop.
What are you talking about? It's me and Q. We're bicycling in Hawkins.
Yeah, sure.
I'm bicycling in Hawkins right there.
Let's talk about ASU football before we embarrass ourselves any further, because the transfer portal is very much underway, and as not even as promised, as needed, as expected. ASU's been, you can come in now, Mitch. We're fine. We're done talking about it.
Did Mitch really not watch the last episode?
He really didn't. He left. You got to respect the spoiler alert. You do. You have to respect it. You have to be better about that, Gambo.
Be like, man, okay, like
if there's a statute of limitations, we have not reached
5
it.
days.
That's not long enough. That's not long enough.
5 days.
No, you're wrong. They had to be active in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
They have. Mostly it's the quarterback. And it's not mostly the quarterback. I should say that. The highest rated player is the wide receiver they got from Colorado. That guy's got a higher grade and a higher rating than Jordan Tyson did when they got him in the transfer portal. But quarterback's always going to be the most important thing because of who he's replacing and who's departing and things like that. And because of Kenny and his ability to coach up quarterbacks. So the Kentucky kid that they got is like all eyes are on him. And him being the guy. He's got 3 years left of eligibility, and Cutter Boley is the guy for ASU football.
Yeah, they believe that he's going to play on Sunday. They believe at ASU that this kid could play Sundays. Very intelligent, big arm. He was a basketball player, could really hoop, really good athlete, can make every throw. There was some staff changes at Kentucky. He had always wanted to play for Kenny. Kenny was recruiting him at Oregon when he was a junior. You got to go a few years back, but, he did want to play for Kenny. It was the first call Kenny made. It was a FaceTime call, but Kenny FaceTimed him once the portal opened. That was the first call. Hey, you're the guy we want. He visited the next day, made his decision. ASU's very, very happy with this. Obviously, it didn't work out with Sam Levitt. Sam hasn't chosen where he's going to go yet. But obviously the things with Sam ended very badly, and so they're able to go get Cutter Boley, and then they go out and then they just really get him some wide receivers, and they get him some weapons on offense. With Raleek Brown leaving, that was kind of tough on ASU. Losing Raleek Brown, I don't think they wanted to lose him, but he wants to go win the Heisman somewhere, so good luck to him. But they got a good running back with 2 years of eligibility left. They've got the Colorado wide receiver's an absolute stud. They're in on the Boston College receiver, Reed Harris. He flew in last night at 8 o'clock at night. Quickly met with everybody, went through his tour today. I think if he makes a decision, I think it would be today or tomorrow. They're trying to get him. There's the local kid from Centennial who played at Alabama, terrific player. They're trying to get him as well. He's a defensive end named Noah Carter. He did leave today to go to Florida State, is what I'm being told, that he's going to Florida State. So, I think he came here and he left without committing. We'll see what happens at Florida State. But this was a kid that dominated at Centennial High School, and if they could get him, that would be terrific if they can get Noah Carter.
I mean, obviously, like I said, the quarterback is always going to get most of the attention. The Colorado wide receiver, Omarion Miller, he's the man. I mean, he is a stud. Chris Cartman called him one of the most well-rounded wide receiver prospects he's ever seen commit to ASU. He's got a better rating than Jordan Tyson did, as I mentioned, when Jordan Tyson transferred here. I mean, nothing against the other guys, but he is, so far anyway, the cream of the crop. And I do think...
he had terrible quarterback play at Colorado.
Oh, yeah.
He had a good year with terrible quarterback play.
But I also think this is, in part, where having Kenny as your coach, I mean, there's been a lot of reasons why having Kenny as your coach is a big advantage. But I think why having Kenny specifically as an offensive guy and kind of a quarterback whisperer really benefits ASU. And here's what I mean by that. You didn't have to pay big money for Cutter Boley. Texas Tech had to pay big money for Brendan Sorsby.
Yes, probably like $5 million, right?
LSU's going to pay big money for Sam Levitt. Indiana paid, I presume, big money for Josh Hoover, right? And that's fine. That's fine. But ASU, because they trust Kenny's ability to develop quarterbacks and because of the previous relationship that you mentioned, probably spent half as much on Cutter Boley. And because of that, they can save that money to go get the wide receiver, to go get all these things they need, to go get the Centennial
it's what we've always said.
Defensive lineman, right? Like you can, I don't want to say skimp, but if you're budgeting this a little bit, you don't have to spend as much on a quarterback because in Kenny we trust when it comes to developing a quarterback.
Got 105 players in the program, and you can't have one guy control all the money.
Right.
Because you've got to, at this point, their budget is about 25% of what Texas Tech is. So you've got to be able to spread that money out. So if one guy's going to dominate the money, it affects your ability for 5 or 6 other players. So to your point, yeah, Cutter Boley, Sam Levitt, Kenny will do a great job with Cutter Boley. He'll do a great job with him. A lot of his interceptions with tipped passes, they'll get him right. He's got a big arm and he's athletic. He'll be fine. But if you save enough money to be able to say, now I can go get a wide receiver, I can go get a defensive end, I can go get an offensive lineman, that helps your overall team. They weren't going to let one guy hold the program hostage because he just wanted so much money, and that was the only guy you would have been able to pay.
Kentucky ended up getting a Notre Dame transfer who flipped. He was going to go to Nebraska, and he decided to go to Kentucky at the last minute, which obviously takes them off of Sam Levitt's list. Sam Levitt's not going to Texas Tech. Brandon Sorsby from Cincinnati went there. So I'm not saying it's LSU or bust for Sam Levitt, but it's in a game of musical chairs. The music is getting ready to stop, but I'm sure he's going to want to have a place to sit. I don't know what other team would rise to the front if it's not going to be LSU, but it is interesting that 2 teams that were largely thought to be potential destinations, they filled their spots. So now we'll see where Levitt ends up.
Well, he had a do not contact on his portal, Sam Levitt, which was kind of fascinating, right? Do not contact, which means
which means he basically knows where he's going. Like, I know where I'm going, so
but then why is he not there? Why is he not? Can you imagine if Sam Levitt and his brother played this game and they played it wrong? Can you? Well, he's been an injured kid.
Sure,
he's been injured.
I can imagine lots of things. Can I imagine them asking for too much money and the program's going, yeah, we're not paying you that. Yeah, I can imagine all sorts of things.
I believe ASU got wind of him starting to reach out and scope out other programs in week 8. Somewhere between the Texas Tech game and the Houston game is my understanding, that he was shopping around through his brother, was shopping around. And at that point, then everything went really sour with ASU. Like, do you want to stay? Do you not want to stay?
Doesn't that bother you?
It should. It should bother you.
Especially think about the timing of this.
Between the Texas Tech game and the Houston game.
If it was
week
after
8.
the Texas Tech game, shouldn't you be focused on the fact that you just beat Texas Tech and all your hopes and dreams are still alive?
Biggest win of the year, and then got injured in the Houston game. They ultimately lost.
Yeah, I mean, at that moment, you shouldn't be thinking about the transfer portal. You shouldn't even be discussing the transfer portal.
But what if his brother was, and he's getting bad advice? What if the kid just got bad advice from his brother? It's possible.
I hate that.
I hate it too.
I don't hate that he transferred. I get all that. I do. I
hate that he was looking at it so early because he was week 8.
At that moment,
week 8.
If he's looking at it after the Texas Tech game, come on.
Oh, ASU got wind that he was shopping earlier than people believe. It was earlier that they got wind that this kid was shopping. It was like, what are you doing? Do you want to be here or not? And then they've dragged it out. He eventually decided to leave.
He'll end up somewhere big and he'll be fine and he'll get paid. But there's at least the possibility that the market's starting to dry up on him a little bit. Today is your last chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl featuring Miami versus Ole Miss in just a couple of days, on Thursday, as a matter of fact. So listen for that code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo. And when you hear it, text it to 620-620. And if you're looking for extra chances, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. If you thought this season was rough for Cardinals, the opponents for next year aren't doing them any favors. That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is celebrate. Celebrate. Text the word celebrate to 620-620 right now. Celebrate. Text celebrate to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Early detection saves lives. Lifeguard Imaging takes a lot of pride saving 1 to 3 lives every single day. I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value. It's a $1 million machine, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Look, we can't change our parents, so no matter how well we eat and work out and all of those things, there are some things that are very hereditary. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. My parents gave me some not so good blood, but through imaging, you can stay on top of your health before any symptoms arise. It can help you prevent a heart attack, a stroke, heart disease. Did you know 1 in 2 men will be diagnosed with cancer? 1 in 3 women will be diagnosed with cancer, and most are not going to find out until it's too late, which is why Lifeguard Imaging can help save your life. The scan takes 10 minutes. I'm offering it to you absolutely free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
They're gonna go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Locally, nothing's on tonight. Nobody is in action tonight locally. Nada. Right? Nothing? Okay. So, there's some NBA action on tonight. Spurs and Memphis. So Memphis is going to be on the second night of a back-to-back tomorrow, for what it's worth. Yeah, there are a few NBA games on tonight.
Read conspiracy theories from your favorite TV show.
Or
see if there will be another episode that drops tomorrow.
If Gambo hasn't spoiled it for you, watch Stranger Things, even though he basically told you everything that happened.
Mitch, do you actually watch the show?
I just haven't watched since season 4, so I'm very far behind.
Very behind.
Man.
You're very behind.
Okay.
Yeah, I just it got a little bit to be a chore towards the end.
Oh man, I
thought so. I
For the
felt
money
like
that
it
they
had
spend,
peaked.
I would thought the special effects would be better too.
They're a little.
Really?
Yeah, they're a little jank. Yeah,
Running on a treadmill in front of a green screen type jank.
They're not. they're not for what, $400 million is what I read the series costs. It feels like they could have done a little bit better with some of the CGI. It's a little, But then,
great show. It's a great show.
Great show. So maybe that's on tonight, or maybe you start a new show tonight. You watch something different, or you find an NBA or NHL game that you want to see. Is it a good college basketball? Lauren, what do we got in college basketball tonight? You're always good for that.
Yeah, I will be watching college basketball tonight. The Big 12 matchup to keep an eye on is Texas Tech versus Houston.
Oh, that's a good game. All right, there you go.
All right. Let's go. Duke Louisville's on right now. Okay, Texas Tech and Houston. Yeah, I honestly, we give you crap for U of A all the time.
Yes.
I can't wait to see them play some of the and they've already played some of the big boys in college basketball.
When you want to see them play BYU,
I don't want to minimize
Kansas.
what they've done, but when they play BYU, when they play Kansas, when they play Iowa State, when they play Texas Tech, like Houston, yeah, let's go. Let's see what we got. Because this U of A team, they're always going to be judged by March, but man, they do look like they're different.
Yeah.
They look like, and not because they beat Utah by 30 or whatever it was the other night. They just look like, you don't go to Stores and win, UCLA and win, Florida and win. You don't have this Alabama and win. There's something special cooking there. Meanwhile,
they're a great team.
They are.
And they don't have a superstar player. They're just really, really deep. Yeah. Arizona's really, really deep.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Meanwhile, when the Cardinals finished the season a couple of days ago, not only did we find out they were going to have the number 3 pick in the draft, we also found out their upcoming, not their schedule, but their upcoming opponents. We know who they are going to play in 2026. We just don't know when. And it is brutal. What did you say, Lauren? Third toughest by win percentage, right? Third toughest in the NFL, which is crazy because it's technically a last place schedule. But the only 3 teams that they're playing because of that last place schedule are the New York Jets, okay, the New Orleans Saints, okay,
yeah,
and the Detroit Lions, who finished last in the NFC North over the Minnesota Vikings.
Could have been Minnesota instead of the Lions.
Instead, you know, like it could have been Atlanta. Instead, it wasn't. It could have been Miami. Instead, it wasn't. Okay, that's fine. But you got hosed. You got the Lions instead of the Vikings? Yeah, no good.
Yeah. And then like this was the year, right? This was the year because of the schedule you got was the AFC South.
Yes.
And you Tennessee and Indianapolis. Like you got next year's schedule is you got the AFC West, so you get the Broncos, the Chiefs, the Chargers, the Raiders, and then you get the NFC East, which you'll get the Giants, the Cowboys, the Eagles, and the Commanders.
Yeah. Whereas this year, you got the AFC South and the NFC South. And it's just, this was supposed to be the year. This was supposed to be, you looked at it and you went, okay, the AFC South is, now, the AFC South ended up being better than we thought, obviously. The Colts were dynamic before Daniel Jones got hurt. Texans have been steady all year long. Jacksonville's been a revelation. I mean, Liam Cohen.
Right.
You talk about hiring a first-time head coach and what a difference a guy can make. Look at Liam Cohen. We always talk about Ben Johnson. God, Liam Cohen's been fantastic there.
Right.
So the AFC South was better than we thought, but the NFC South was a joke. You know, this was supposed to be the year you were going to take advantage of it. So the home games next year for the Cardinals, in addition to the Rams, Niners, and Seahawks, are the Eagles, the Commanders, the Broncos, the Raiders, the Lions, and the Jets. At least 3 of those teams will flood your building with their fans. The Eagles, the Broncos, and the Lions. I mean, just flood your building.
I've already said that if I pick this team to win 7 or more games, I will buy everybody lunch for an entire week. If I pick this team, when we go through the schedule, you don't want to do it now. We'll wait till the schedule comes out. And then we'll just do it, right? And we'll go game by game, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. If I come up with 7, you guys get lunch for a week.
You won't come up with 7.
I don't think I will.
You'll keep a tally to make sure you don't. The road games, Cowboys.
But what if they hire a Habar?